Chapter 321. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding Yujia's approach. They thought that if he was going to elect a lieutenant, Yujia would have his own people take the position. How could it be their turn? As if he saw their doubts? Yujia spoke loudly. I know what you think. And indeed, you are right. Using your own people saves worry and effort. But I don't want to do that. Yujia walked towards the crowd and walked between their teams. There were more than 10 brigade commanders in the vanguard camp, and Yujia had investigated their details in the past few days. There is no special identity among them. That is to say, to enter the vanguard camp, first of all, one must have good physical skills. Secondly, their laziness may be caused by the environment. This is not a problem. Following Yujia, they will complete the transformation of body and mind sooner or later. First, my people are not good enough to be the captains of the vanguard camp. Yujia heard someone take a breath and raise the corners of her lips with satisfaction. She continued, second, I want to select talents from our vanguard camp so that I can know the vanguard camp better. You also know that the vanguard camp is a pioneer of a military camp and a sharp knife that pierces the heart of the enemy. If our sharp knife is blunt and rusty, it will undoubtedly be fatal to our entire military camp. So, I want to select the sharpest one from among you to be the leader of the vanguard camp. I just want our camp to be invincible, and let the enemy be terrified when they hear our flag. Everyone was a soldier, and their blood boiled instantly after hearing Yujia's words. Sir, what do you say? We will listen to your arrangements. Yes, sir. What is the selection method? Yujia returned to the crowd, and she looked at everyone with burning eyes. This selection is very simple. Just a competition of what we train on weekdays. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, boxing, and stepping. All the items will be tested. This time, Yujia did not want to select the best in a certain item. She wants to select people who are proficient in each project. In this way, knowing each project thoroughly can better control the daily training of the entire vanguard camp. In the usual training process, Yujia's professional ability always ranks first. But this cannot be done completely in the Jijo military camp. She also needs people with prestige to be competent for the position of lieutenant. In the past few days in the vanguard camp, she also has several candidates in mind. It depends on whether they can be promoted smoothly. The selection time is divided into 2 days. During these 2 days, more than 10 brigade commanders will accept the arrangement. Yujia closed them up to prevent anyone from making small moves. What? You said Lin Erju is going to select people in the vanguard camp? Zhang Chansong listened to the news brought by the guards, his face full of disbelief. This Lin Erju is even more confusing. Doesn't she bring someone with her? The guards shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Zhang Chansong impatiently sent the guards away and asked him to find Oruebwa. When Oruebwa arrived late, Zhang Chansong sneered. The military advisor has been very busy these 2 days. I have to wait in line to find you. Oruebwa bowed happily. Captain, what's the matter? Didn't we go to get the news? Zhang Chansong did not comment. What news did you get? Oruebwa lowered his voice mysteriously. Captain, our Jijo military camp is going to change. What do you mean? Zhang Chansong was puzzled. Lin Erju is going to select people from the vanguard camp. Zhang Chansong thought it was some important news, and he lost interest instantly. I already know the news. Seeing Zhang Chansong's impatient face, the suppressed anger was about to burst out. Oruebwa continued. Captain, don't worry. Listen to me. The interests involved are probably not as simple as they seem. Yujia's move this time was very big. Not only the Jijo military camp knew about it, but even Li Yansheng knew about it. This Lin Erju is really unique and has taken a different approach. In this way, it's just a matter of time to conquer the Jijo military camp. I really didn't make a mistake. Li Yansheng laughed at the secret letter. The prince's staff saw that he was so excited. So they agreed. Your Highness is wise. It's just, the staff changed their tone. Isn't it a bit reckless for Lin Erju to kill Lao Zhou's son? Reckless? Li Yansheng sneered and continued. As the leader of a battalion, he not only escaped from the battlefield, but also missed the opportunity to fight. If it were me, I would definitely skin him alive and hang his body at the gate of the military camp as a warning to others. The staff shrank his neck and dared not say anything. Yujia's selection competition was in full swing. The few people she favored gradually stood out. which made her feel relieved. Because Yu Jia arranged the selection in a closed training ground. The soldiers could only hear the sound, but could not see the situation at that time. In fact, when Yu Jia decided to do this, Lu Kuifeng still couldn't understand it. Superior, why can't the trial be open to the public? Wouldn't it be more convincing in this way? The soldiers can see them clearly, so that they don't gossip in private. Yu Jia doesn't think so. First of all, publicly testing them will affect their normal performance. Seeing that Lu Kuifeng was still puzzled, Yu Jia explained, each brigade has soldiers, and they will definitely support their brigade commander. In this way, when they compete, the soldiers will cheer and applaud. In a tense atmosphere, people may be in high spirits if someone cheers, but they may lose the opportunity if someone pours oil. I can't impose external forces on them. I want them to perform normally. Besides, if someone doubts them after they become captains, if they can't even settle this little thing, then the captain is better off not being a captain. Lu Kuifeng suddenly realized, and he sincerely admired Yu Jialai. Sir, you always think differently. Yu Jia rolled her eyes in annoyance. Don't you mean I'm different? Lu Kuifeng just smiled and said nothing. He had been in contact with Yu Jia for such a long time, and he had already understood her temperament clearly. Sir, should other camps also follow the standard? Yu Jia understood what Lu Kuifeng meant. If all camps adopted the talented ones go up approach, it would also be a way to conquer the Jizhou military camp. However, Yu Jia didn't want to do that. Although she wanted to conquer the Jizhou military camp as soon as possible, she also wanted to maintain the stability of the Jizhou military camp. The situation is tense now, and the Tatars may go crazy and attack one day. If they are still holding trials at this time, wouldn't it be a mess? No. The incident of the vanguard camp is enough to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Chapter 322, Insignificant People. As Yu Jia expected, all those who were interested in the Jizhou military camp had given up. They were all paying attention to the situation in the vanguard camp. It didn't take long for the result to come out. Xiao Shiming, the former commander of the 2nd Brigade of the vanguard camp, won the first place. Xiao Shiming's ancestral home was in Shaanxi, and he came to the Yinhe military camp to join the army 5 years ago. 4 years ago, he was transferred to the Jizhou military camp and was selected to join the vanguard camp with his outstanding physical skills. Then, he was promoted from a soldier to a brigade commander step by step with his military exploits. He was a steady and down-to-earth person. And now, he is only in his early 20s. Yu Jia sat at the top and looked at Xiao Shiming. Xiao Shiming also knew that Yu Jia was looking at him, and he was very nervous, not knowing what the superior was up to. Xiao Shiming, you will be the captain of the vanguard battalion from now on. Yu Jia suddenly spoke, disrupting all the words in Xiao Shiming's mind. He knelt on his knees on the ground, clasped his hands, and said, Shiming will follow the orders of the superiors from now on. After saying this, he was still annoyed. He obviously had many ambitious words to say, but he didn't say a word. What happened? Yu Jia was naturally proud, but she couldn't show it. She walked quickly to Xiao Shiming and helped him up. Oh, look at you. Yu Jia looked up at Xiao Shiming with a sincere face. Shiming, my original intention was to select captains for the vanguard battalion, not to form cliques. Xiao Shiming was puzzled, and Yu Jia's lips twitched helplessly. Never mind. Never mind. Another upright person. Shiming, remember, you must be loyal to the Great Zhou and the people of the Great Zhou first, and then be loyal to me. In front of you, the national justice must always be put first. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Shiming stared at Yu Jia at this time, making Yu Jia feel uneasy. Sir, I understand. Yu Jia didn't know whether he really understood or not. She laughed awkwardly twice, and patted his shoulder. Good job. I'll let the military advisor take you to report later. After sending Xiao Shiming out, Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat on the wooden chair. It has been raining for 2 days, and her old wounds began to hurt. The pain was like ants gnawing at her muscles, which could not be driven out or relieved. Yu Jia gently rubbed her thigh with her hands. She remembered that the wound was left by the poisoning in the Uyghurs. At that time, she had to do this to stay awake. In the end, the root of the disease was left. Shangfeng, your wound hurts again? I'll call the doctor. As soon as Lu Kuifeng entered the door, he saw Yu Jia slumped in a chair, looking painful. Just as he was about to turn around, he was stopped by Yu Jia. No. It's an old problem. It's okay. Lu Kuifeng's eyes were full of heartache. Shangfeng. You? What can I say about you? Yu Jiao waved his hand, signaling Lu Kuifeng to sit down. I have already greeted Xiao Shiming. You can take him to report later. You are not coming? Lu Kuifeng was a little surprised. After all, this was the first camp that Yu Jia conquered. Yu Jia shook his head. No. If I pay too much attention to the vanguard camp, it will attract the attention of those who have ulterior motives. Once they are concerned. Isn't it the same as being entangled by a poisonous snake? You know how important the vanguard camp is. I don't want them to become the people of Shiji. Lu Kuifeng understood. Sir, you are more suitable to be a military advisor than me. Yu Jia continued to press his legs and laughed again. I can't do that. I'm not suitable for just talking. Lu Kuifeng secretly watched Yu Jia's movements and chuckled. What's the boss talking about? Haven't you noticed that you are very good at talking now? Yu Jia was stunned. She really didn't realize it. It seems that everyone has made progress in the Jizhou military camp. Chang Haier and Go Sheng rarely ask Yu Jia for advice when doing things. They can get things done in a short time. Lu Kuifeng has changed his previous cowardice and is full of vigor and energy on the training ground. Xiao Qi and Lao Dou are now acting as Yu Jia's personal pioneers and are more enthusiastic than anyone else in training. It seems that everyone is working hard and has made great progress. Why is this? Seeing Yu Jia paused and wondering what she was thinking, Lu Kuifeng stood up. Go to the top. I'll take Xiao Shiming to report on his work. Yu Jia nodded and continued to think about what had just happened. Their transformation started from the Jizhou military camp. That is, from leaving the Yunnan military camp. Suddenly, Yu Jia suddenly realized and she laughed. Her own transformation was because no one supported her anymore. When Yu Jia was in the Yunnan military camp, Lin Gongxuan covered all the troubles and mistakes she made. It didn't matter if she couldn't comfort the soldiers. Lin Gongxuan would send Lu Kuifeng to enlighten the soldiers. As time went by, Yu Jia felt that this had become a matter of course. She would unconsciously rely on Lin Gongxuan. What about now? She had no one behind her. And she even had to become the backer of Chang Haier and others. Yu Jia had to become stronger. So, she really missed Lin Gongxuan. Bastard. Are you okay now? Lin Gongxuan was not doing well at all. That day, Li Chang came to Jiezi City with Li Yinzhe's oral order, asking him to withdraw his troops. He did not obey the order. This was the first time he disobeyed Li Yinzhe's order. Lin Gongxuan led the army to defeat Mu Shurha. Seeing Mu Shurha and his soldiers fleeing to the camp of Musling in a panic, Lin Gongxuan felt very happy. The gloom brought by Yu Jia's departure was swept away. In August, it began to rain in Bashu. Lin Gongxuan stood under the eaves, listening to the sound of the rain and looking into the distance. The mountains in the distance were shrouded in rain and fog, hazy and unclear. I wonder if it rained in Jizhou. And I wonder if Jia Jia's wound hurts. Lin Gongxuan's heart was covered with thoughts like a dense net, making him feel breathless. He tried to keep himself busy these days and not think about Yu Jia. But as long as he had a free time, Yu Jia's figure would drill into his mind from all directions. Captain, the weather is cold. Please go back to the house. Fang Dashan brought a cloak and put it on Lin Gongxuan without saying anything. Be careful of your wounds. Lin Gongxuan pulled the cloak with his hands. It's okay. Now that he has driven Mu Shurha back to his hometown, he can finally vent his anger for Yu Jia. He was really happy. Even happier than when he was promoted. Dashan, are there any more people coming from Nantung military camp? Fang Dashan frowned. As people from Nantung military camp came every day, he also went from being respectful at the beginning to being very impatient later. Come! Why didn't you come? We still have to let the captain go back to the Yunnan military camp. Lin Gongxuan didn't say anything, but snorted coldly. Fang Dashan knew what Lin Gongxuan meant. Captain, do you think the prince will be angry with you if you do this? Be angry if you want to. I'm an insignificant person to him anyway. Chapter 323, No Results. Lin Gongxuan's words sounded like he was angry. But only he knew that what he said was the truth. Li Yinzhao emphasized more than once that the country's interests should be given priority. And not just indulge in love affairs. But when did the two of them indulge in love affairs? As a woman, Yu Jia never regarded herself as a woman. She trained with the soldiers and rushed to the battlefield faster than anyone else. She never had any selfish intentions, and was dedicated to the people of Dezhou. The two of them have always been courteous, and have never done anything beyond the rules. When did indulging in love affairs delay the march and fighting? Lin Gongxian held his breath in his heart. Even if he wanted to force Yu Jia to leave, he couldn't do it this way. Knowing that Yu Jia cared about the lives of the people in Yu Jia's camp, why did he stab her in the heart? He always believed that Li Yanshao gave up his noble status as a prince, left the capital, and came to this remote place to realize his ideals and ambitions. But what about now? He didn't believe that Li Yanshao had no selfish motives, although he didn't want to believe it in his heart. Dashan, if there are more people coming, you reply to them and withdraw the troops. Fang Dashan accepted the order and didn't ask why. Lin Gongxian sighed lightly and continued to look at the mountains in the distance. Mu Xiaoling settled Mu Shurha and went into the study. He summoned his personal soldiers and deputy generals to prepare to gather the army to attack the Great Zhou. General, the treasury is tight, and the king may not agree, the deputy general said cautiously, and was nailed to the spot by the coldness in Mu Xiaoling's eyes. What does his agreement have to do with me? Now that Mu Yanjun is pregnant, all the resources at Yan's hand will be tilted towards him. In his opinion, these silvers are not worth mentioning at all. Mu Yanjun looked at the small belly band sewn by the nanny, and her heart softened. She stroked her belly that had not yet shown her pregnancy, her face full of love. The nanny next to her smiled. Madam, do you already have the picture of children around your knees in your mind? Mu Yanjun nodded lovingly. Only when you become a mother can you understand the difficulties of your parents. Leonor walked in, her tone unable to hide her disappointment. Madam, there is still no news about the girl. Mu Yanjun was extremely disappointed. She had not heard from Lin Erju for a long time. She learned from the few words of Mu Xiaoling's subordinates that Lin Erju had left the Yunnan military camp. Before she left, the two had lost contact. She sent many letters to the Yunnan military camp, but they fell into the sea. I don't know if they were intercepted by someone with ulterior motives. Later, she didn't dare to write letters anymore. If someone caught her and accused Lin Erju of treason, it would be more trouble than gain. In the past, the two of them used special channels to pass information. But since she got married, she has been showing strangeness everywhere. Leonor knew what Mu Yanjun was thinking at a glance. Madam, please don't worry. I heard that the girl went to the north of the Zhou, and she got promoted. Mu Yanjun was full of surprise. Really? Suddenly, he lowered his face again. So what if she got promoted? Isn't it still a separation from Lin Gongxian, who made Madam unhappy again? The low voice of Mu Xiaoling sounded outside the door. Leonor knelt down hurriedly and fell to the ground. Every time she saw Mu Xiaoling, she always felt frightened for some reason. Mu Xiaoling glanced at Leonor on the ground and walked towards Mu Yanjun. Mu Yanjun wanted to stand up with a smile on her face, but was stopped by Mu Xiaoling. Madam, be careful not to hurt yourself. Mu Yanjun was a little surprised. Why did you come to me when you were going to call your subordinates to discuss matters at this time? It's over. And what else can be more important than you and the child? Mu Xiaoling sat down next to Mu Yanjun and stroked Mu Yanjun's belly with his hand. Is the child good today? Mu Yanjun was shy. You're not pregnant yet. Seeing this, the nanny put down her needlework and retreated. Leonor felt relieved and followed her out. As soon as she walked out of the door, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, someone grabbed her neck from behind. She was out of breath and wanted to scream. But suddenly her eyes went dark and she fell into eternal darkness. Mu Yanjun was unaware of this, as she was discussing the gender of the child with Mu Xiaoling. Ling, do you like a boy or a girl? Mu Xiaoling said softly. I like both boys and girls as long as they are born by you. His eyes were full of affection, which made Mu Yanjun fall deeply in love with him. Mu Yanjun put her head on Mu Xiaoling's shoulder. Ling, you are pretending to be nice to me, right? Mu Xiaoling was immediately panicked. And before he could refute, Mu Yanjun continued, if you are pretending, pretend for the rest of your life. After she finished speaking, she laughed, as if she was joking. Muscling relaxed physically and mentally. How could it be? I am so old that I finally married such a kind and mellow wife. How could I be so nice to you? Just pretend. Mu Yanjun touched the thick calluses on his hands, and her clear voice was particularly moving. I knew that Ling couldn't be lying to me. Leonor, that girl, always told me to be careful. My husband is such a good person. What should I be careful about? Muscling sneered. Leonor, that girl just thinks more. But she is also sincere for your own good. I have to reward her well. Mu Yinjin sat up straight, looking at Mu Zhaoling, pouting. Ling, before I met you, I always thought you were full of calculations. After I married you, I felt that you were so kind. How could you reward Lianer when she said that to you? Mu Zhaoling's face was still smiling. What's the point of arguing with a dead woman? Mu Yinjin reached out and hugged Mu Zhaoling. Ling, we will be very happy in the future. Right? As if saying this could suppress the uneasiness in his heart. Mu Zhaoling hugged her back hard. Of course. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. In the end, the battle plan for Dezhou was never implemented, which made Mu Zhaoling very angry. According to Yin, the reason is that the Great Zhou has just won a victory, and the morale is high. If they rush to send troops at this time, they will surely fail. Her money is not blown by the wind, so she can't waste it recklessly. Waste? What does a woman know about waste? Mu Zhaoling felt unsatisfied. He was about to pick up the vase, but he put it down again after looking at the direction of Mu Yinjin's residence. He was full of frustration and had nowhere to release it. So he lowered his voice and called the adjutant in. Go and call a few women. The adjutant hesitated. The general wants to stay at home? Mu Zhaoling came to his senses and was too impulsive, almost ruining the big thing. Outside the house. Go to the old place. Mu Yinjin waited in the room at night. But Mu Zhaoling did not come back. What's going on? There is no sign of Ling. And even the dead girl Lianer is nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Madam comforted her. The little girl is playing around, and I don't know where she went. Madam, go to sleep first. Chapter 324. Do whatever you think of. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Yu Jia has been in the Jizhou military camp for more than a month. Although the camp officers have slightly opinions about her, she has not deviated from the track. Recently, Yu Jia has been busy with the reform of the military camp. When Yu Jia was in the Jizhou military camp, all soldiers only wore armor on their upper body, not on their lower body. They were often injured in their lower body. Yu Jia wanted to make them wear armor all over their body and reform their weapons. This is simply a fantasy. Unheard of. Lu Ziyue, the captain of the equipment camp, slammed the table fiercely and continued indignantly. Captain, the rules of our Jizhou military camp have always been like this. There is always a difference between the soldiers and the fire captains. If there is no hierarchy, won't everything be a mess? Zhang Chansong signaled him to be patient. Old Lu, don't be anxious. Sit down and talk. Young people are eager for quick success and instant benefits. And new officials always have to make trouble when they take office. Seeing Lu Ziyue's contemptuous expression, Zhang Chansong was very satisfied. Old Lu, we are all old. And now it's the world of young people. With a bang, Lu Ziyue clenched his fist and hammered on the table. You are afraid of this pretty boy. But I am not afraid of her. Anyway, I don't have any handle on her. Zhang Chansong's face changed drastically after hearing this. But considering that Lu Ziyue was just a careless person, he didn't bother with him. Hey, she is in the limelight, and is a favorite of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We can't afford to offend her. After hearing Zhang Chansong's words, Lu Ziyue stood up and said goodbye. Captain, let's let her know that the Jizhou military camp is not named Lin. After saying that, he walked out of the yard angrily, and almost knocked down the oncoming guard. The guard looked at his expression, then looked at Zhang Chansong's calm expression, and smiled. Captain, you have found the dagger. He offered the tea in his hand, and Zhang Chansong took it over and gently blew the floating leaves in the teacup. This dagger is a bit blunt, but it can still hurt Lin Erju for a while. After Yu Jia issued the order, the soldiers of the vanguard camp, led by Xiao Shiming, went to the reserve camp to get armor. Lu Ziyue didn't take the young man in front of him seriously at all. If you want armor, you are barely qualified. If everyone in your camp wants armor, don't blame me for being harsh. There is no way. These days, Xiao Shiming has been following Yu Jia, and his face is much thicker than when he first took office. He raised his hand to salute and said happily, Brother, we are doing things according to military orders. If you are dissatisfied, don't take it out on us. Seeing that Lu Ziyue was about to get angry again, Xiao Shiming calmly ordered his personal soldiers to bring the box in. Lu Ziyue saw several people carrying a pitch-black box. And just as he was about to get angry, Xiao Shiming spoke. Don't be anxious, brother. And listen to me. The weather is getting colder. And I heard that you have an old injury. So I brought you the antidote. What antidote? Lu Ziyue was full of surprise. And he came to the wooden box in one step. Suddenly, Lu Ziyue's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with the smell coming from the wooden box. In this life, he had no other hobbies except drinking. Seeing Xiao Shiming so reasonable, how could he stop it? Brother, you sent the antidote just in time. After Yu Jia arrived at the Jizhou military camp, he asked everyone to stop drinking and sent people to confiscate all the alcohol in the military camp. No one was allowed to drink except on holidays. If they were caught drinking alcohol, they would be punished by military law. Lu Ziyue didn't have much contact with Yu Jia, but he had a grudge with Yu Jia over this matter. The wine sent by Xiao Shiming at this time undoubtedly solved his urgent need. After the soldiers of the vanguard camp received their armor, Xiao Shiming rubbed his arms on the way back. The personal soldiers beside him asked him what was wrong, and Xiao Shiming shook his head. This job is really hard to do. These calls of old brother gave him goosebumps all over his body. He admired Yu Jia even more. Today's wooden box was arranged by Yu Jia. Xiao Shiming was very puzzled at that time. Since alcohol was banned, why did he send wine to Lu Ziyue? Yu Jia said mysteriously, originally, this ban on alcohol was to be issued later. Xiao Shiming was like a monk at 2 feet at that time. But now, he is clear-headed. It turns out that this ban on alcohol was issued to Lu Ziyue. Xiao Shiming completed the task and returned to the camp with a large number of armors. Seeing that he was so successful, other camp officers scolded Lu Ziyue for flattering the powerful and trampling on the weak. Who in the military camp doesn't know that Xiao Shiming was promoted by Yu Jia? Lu Ziyue is so ostentatious on weekdays, but he is useless at the critical moment? In the evening, the news that Xiao Shiming sent Lu Ziyue the antidote spread. Everyone followed suit when they heard it. Yu Jia issued the order, and the camp officers were worried that they could not complete the task in time. Who doesn't know Yu Jia's thundering methods? This is a solution. And everyone wants to buy all the wine in Jizhou City as soon as possible to give it to Lu Ziyue. The next day, the reserve camp ushered in an unprecedented lively scene. Boxes containing antidote were carried into Lu Ziyue's tent one after another. That day, Lu Ziyue laughed without stopping. Soon, the soldiers in the barracks all put on brand new armor. Yu Jia shuttled through the camp, sighing at the armor on the soldiers. Sir, what's wrong with you? Xiaoqi followed behind Yu Jia and couldn't help asking. Yu Jia shook his head and laughed. What would happen if this situation happened in the Yunnan barracks? Xiaoqi scratched his head. In the Yunnan barracks, Dudabin won't stop you. Right. Yu Jia nodded. Dudabin really wouldn't stop Yu Jia's decision. However, the soldiers in the barracks would not wear armor either, because the reserve camp of the Yunnan barracks didn't have so much armor in stock. Yu Jia was shocked when he learned about the situation of the reserve camp in advance. For a moment, she felt mixed emotions. Although the military discipline of the Jizhou military camp under the prince was lax, and the army was not united, the reserve supplies were terrifyingly sufficient. At this time, she really wanted to share her feelings with Lin Gongxuan. She also wanted to show off to him her situation in Jizhou. Although there were some problems, they were easy to solve. The general direction is always right. Xiaoqi saw Yu Jia sighing, hesitated again, and still asked, Superior, do you miss the captain? Yu Jia slapped Xiaoqi on the shoulder in a bad mood. Who knew that this kid wore new armor today? Which made Yu Jia's fingers hurt. You speak without restraint? Although Yu Jia's tone was full of reproach, Xiaoqi knew she was not really angry. He said with a smile, Chunghai's father and others asked us to talk less in front of you. But we couldn't help it. Shunfeng, do whatever you want to do. Thinking of the steamed buns I didn't eat in Jufenglu, I still regret it. Chapter 325 Letter. At that time, I was still hesitating whether I would be beaten if I stole the steamed buns. I was distracted for a moment, and my companion snatched it away. In the end, I didn't get to eat the steamed buns, but I still couldn't escape a beating. He smiled, his eyes full of sincerity. Superintendent, isn't this life all about having fun? Isn't this life all about having fun? Yu Jia chewed on this sentence over and over again. She looked at the soldiers who were training hard in the distance, and murmured, Yes. Isn't this life all about having fun? Having made up her mind, every cell in Yu Jia's body was clamoring. Then, should I write a letter to the coward? When Xiaoqi heard the word coward, he tried to hold back his laughter. Write it. After returning, Yu Jia entered the room. Chang Haier and the others looked at Yu Jia excitedly, puzzled, and asked Xiaoqi. At this moment, Xiaoqi sat on the chair, his eyes full of pride. Seeing him like this, Lao Dou slapped him on the head. You little brat. You haven't learned anything since you came here. But you have learned to act arrogantly like those people. Xiaoqi touched his head, his face full of grievance. Don't hit me. The superior said that people who are often hit on the head are not likely to grow tall. Gosheng pulled down his hand that was touching his head. She lied to you. Tell me what happened to the superior. Xiaoqi no longer dared to act rashly. So he told what happened today. Gosheng and Lao Dou looked solemn and didn't say anything. But Chang Haier relaxed. What are you two doing? Why do you look like that? Gosheng glanced at Lao Dou. And they were both worried about the same thing. We are now the people of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. And the captain is the people of His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. If we have close contact, it will arouse suspicion from those who have ulterior motives. What are you afraid of? Chang Haier crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, Our superiors originally came from the Yunnan military camp, so they can't be clean no matter what. Lao Dou suddenly felt a ray of hope. Don't tell me. Chang Haier sometimes thinks of something special. He's right. Even if we don't associate with the people in the Yunnan military camp, people with ulterior motives will naturally make a fuss about the background of our superiors. Instead of hiding and being criticized, it's better to debate openly with others. Yu Jia really thought so. She wrote the secret letter and walked out of the room. Gosheng, you go and pass this letter to the Yunnan military camp. Gosheng took the secret letter and walked out, seeing Yu Jia's face full of red and exuding a different aura. Chang Haier calmed down. Yu Jia has been busy with military affairs recently. She is not only frowning but also serious all day long. When did she act like a little girl? This is the real Yu Jia. Sir, now that the armor problem has been solved, what should we do next? After all, he is older, so he has more things to consider. Yu Jia looked at his father and chuckled. Next, it's Zheng Chuanqi's turn to show his skills. Several people looked at each other, wondering what Yu Jia was up to. In the evening, Gosheng brought 2 secret letters to Yu Jia. One was from the Uyghurs, and the other was from Luying. Yu Jia first opened the letter from the Uyghurs, and it turned out to be about Ji Feng. Ji Feng led the soldiers to the old nest of the Uyghur king and became king. Li Guoli was very happy to see him take the throne, and even brought forward the marriage contract that was previously scheduled for next year. Yu Jia was very happy, and finally transferred Li Yuanyuan, the scourge, away. Li Yuanyuan went to Huihu half a month ago. According to the time, Li Yuanyuan should be in Huihu now. Yu Jia did not tell Gosheng about this news. After all, Li Yuanyuan's arrival in Huihu was the beginning of her nightmare. Yu Jia put the secret letter in the brazier and watched the flames burn the letter. Feeling very happy, she picked up Luying's secret letter and began to read it. Luying's secret letter was no different from the previous one, and it was all about daily life. However, one sentence caught her attention. Recently, someone has been inquiring around Lingjia village. It's not the autumn harvest yet, and the Lin family hasn't left Lingjia village yet. Yu Jia's heart was alarmed. She quickly picked up a pen and paper and wrote. She quickly handed the letter to Yu Gosheng, asking him to send it out as soon as possible. Yu Jia was restless. Why would someone inquire about the news in Lingjia village now? It's still some time before Lin Gongshuan gets promoted. The last time the family was exterminated was also after Lin Gongshuan got promoted. What happened to trigger the early extermination of the family? Yu Jia was still in shock. Who sent the Jinui? If it was the emperor who did it, it was absolutely impossible. Lin Gongshuan was just a nobody to the emperor now. How could he attract the emperor's attention? It is even more impossible for the prince to do so. He just extended an olive branch to Yu Jia. In his eyes, Lin Gongshuan is not that important. Is there any other force in the court? Are there any other forces that are against the Yan Shao? Yu Jia crossed her hands and clenched them tightly, and placed them in front of her lips. Lu Ying, you should hurry up. Even faster. She was very upset. If she had persuaded Lin's father to move last time when she went home, there would be no trouble. These days, Yu Jia has been restless, and she has no intention to do other things. When she saw Gosheng, she asked if there was any letter from Lu Ying. Gosheng also knew Yu Jia's mood these days, and he would take the initiative to report every day. Shang Feng. Don't worry. It will take 2 days for Miss Lu Ying to receive our letter. It takes 2 days to receive a letter. Time to do something. And 2 days to reply. It takes 4 or 5 days to go back and forth. During these 4 or 5 days, Yu Jia did not leave the yard. When Zhang Chansong heard the news, he snorted coldly. She is always clever. This time, she is scheming about the armor. The personal soldier beside him was used to observing the expression of Zhang Chansong and continued to talk. This pretty boy is really good at thinking of some weird tricks. Zhang Chansong glanced at him. If I ask you to think, can you think of it? The personal soldier laughed awkwardly. I don't know what trick she is thinking of to deal with us these days when she stays in the yard. Zhang Chansong snorted coldly. Deal with me? She's still a little naive. We'll fight back if she can. Let's see what she can do. Yu Jia really didn't want to deal with Zhang Chansong. She hadn't eaten or drunk in the past few days, and her mind was full of the scene of the massacre. When she closed her eyes, all she could hear was the whistling cold wind and the shrill cries. Lu Nyang. Lu Nyang. I'm sorry. The dull pain in Yu Jia's heart spread to her limbs, causing her to spasm all over. She curled up on the couch. The pain made her unable to breathe. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Shangfeng. Miss Lu Ying has sent a letter. Yu Jia sat up with a start, and seeing Go Sheng holding the letter with an excited look on his face, she ran out of bed. Hey, Shangfeng, put on your shoes. Yu Jia seemed to have heard nothing, and took the letter from Go Sheng's hand. Her hands were shaking, and she couldn't even open the envelope. Go Sheng took the letter. Shangfeng, I'll open it. Chapter 326 Spreading Unofficial History. When Go Sheng opened the letter, Yu Jia didn't dare to read it, seeing her looking at the letter with hope, but also a little timid. Go Sheng unfolded the letter. Girl, everything is fine. The whole letter only had these 6 words. With just these 6 words, Yu Jia felt like her acupuncture points were unlocked, and her whole body went limp. Go Sheng quickly supported her and held her on the couch. At this time, Yu Jia's tears flowed down, and she held Go Sheng's hand with a crying voice. Fortunately, everything is in time. Everything is in time. Go Sheng held Yu Jia's hand tightly. Urju. It's okay. It's okay. Yes. It's okay. It's all over. Having not eaten properly for a few days, Yu Jia ate the rice in front of him and shouted to Go Sheng. Go Sheng. Another bowl. Go Sheng hesitated. Shang Feng. You've already eaten 2 bowls. Don't eat anymore. Yu Jia was very upset when he was refused to eat. What are you talking about? Go Sheng had no choice but to serve another bowl of rice. The others were happy to see Yu Jia's lively appearance. Brother Chan Hai. You don't know how arrogant the personal soldiers around Zhang Chansong have been these days. Xiaoqi said and gestured. I wish I could go up and punch him twice. Now that our Shang Feng is alive, we're going to take action against them. Chang Hair shook his head and said to Xiaoqi with a sly look on his face. Our superiors will not attack him directly. Xiaoqi remembered Yu Jia's previous tricks and laughed. This time, the old man is in trouble. After Yu Jia recovered, she first warned Zhang Chansong. She had people scatter women's clothes on the ground in front of Zhang Chansong's courtyard gate. Early in the morning, Zhang Chansong's personal soldiers saw these things and were so scared that they quickly pulled up their clothes and returned to the courtyard. Seeing that Zhang Chansong had become honest, Yu Jia started to act. First, she made reforms to the weapons of the infantry battalion. According to traditional conventions, the infantry battalion held long spears or long swords in their hands. Yu Jia called Zheng Chuanqi and wanted him to make some small crossbows. Small crossbows? Zheng Chuanqi looked surprised. Aren't crossbows used by the cavalry battalion? Yu Jia said solemnly. The soldiers in our barracks cannot be limited to one weapon. Just like selecting the captains of the vanguard battalion, they cannot be proficient in only one skill. Yu Jia's idea was to divide 1/3 of the personnel in the infantry battalion and let them practice small crossbows. On the battlefield, who cares what weapons anyone uses? As long as it can hurt the enemy, it's useful. Yu Jia pointed to the blueprint of the large crossbow. Large crossbows are larger in size and more lethal, but they are not convenient to carry. What I need is a weapon that is easy to carry and has strong lethality. Zheng Chuanqi watched Yu Jia follow the blueprint and had a rough idea in his mind. No problem. Sir, I can give you the prototype today. Zheng Chuanqi was very efficient, and brought the model in less than half a day. Yu Jia tried it, and found that the power was still not up to expectations. She shook her head. You are an expert in weapons. You don't need me to give you any advice. I only told you my requirements. I need a small crossbow with a short range and strong lethality. Seeing Yu Jia's serious face, Zheng Chuanqi also became serious. I'll make some more changes. After making more than 10 changes, Yu Jia finally shot through the target 5 meters away with the crossbow in his hand. Good job. Zheng Chuanqi was still a little dissatisfied with the range. Sir, I'll make some more changes. Yu Jia couldn't put down the exquisite crossbow in front of him. No need. The infantry battalion is not as good as the cavalry battalion. They are mainly close range. This distance is enough. Oh, by the way, can you make a hidden weapon like that? Then Yu Jia gestured on her arm. She didn't know how to describe it. She had only seen it on TV before. It's tied to the wrist, and after pressing the switch, it can shoot out silver needles. Seeing Zheng Chuanqi's brows twisted into knots, she shook her head again. It's either a silver needle or a very small arrow. It went out in a flash. Yu Jia gestured back and forth in a panic, fearing that Zheng Chuanqi wouldn't understand. However, the more she gestured, the more confused Zheng Chuanqi's mind became. Sir, please wait. Wait for me to sort out my thoughts and draw it for you. And see if it's like this. Yu Jia knew that she was forcing others to do something, and sighed that the TV series was indeed a TV series. However, this time, Zheng Chuanqi's performance shocked her. She sighed in her heart. You are really a talent. Zheng Chuanqi not only drew the blueprint, but also made a sample. Yu Jia picked up the rough-made lambskin bag in front of him and looked at it repeatedly. This bag is similar to the bag used by the military medical camp to store knives, and it is very delicate. There is a spring-like device inside. When the mechanism is triggered, a miniature arrow will be fired from it, and after it is fired, the arrow behind will bounce back to the firing position and wait for firing. Yu Jia tied it on his right wrist and couldn't let it go. Zheng Chuanqi, has anyone told you that you are born to do this job? Zheng Chuanqi's old face blushed. Sir, this is my test product. I will give it to you after I polish it. Yu Jia looked at the hidden weapon in his right hand and shook his head. I want this one. But, Yu Jia raised her head and looked at Zheng Chuanqi. This thing is not for me alone. Zheng Chuanqi didn't understand what she meant, and raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Jia. Yu Jia curled his lips and smiled. After my inspection, this kind of hidden weapon has a good accuracy and is very delicate, and can be mass-produced. I want to use it on the battlefield. The equipment camp was busy. Some were happy and some were worried. Captain, you think of a way. This Zheng Chuanqi is simply stubborn. The personal soldiers were so angry that they wanted to hit the wall. And Zhang Chansong was so angry that he cursed. This Zheng Chuanqi, I have never seen him so active before. Now it's good. I met a pretty boy, who is busy all day to show his courtesy. He was so angry that he wanted to smash the teacup in his hand. But he stopped when he thought that the military affairs had been taken over by Yu Jia, and it would be harder than climbing to the sky for him to make some money. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed. The personal soldiers were suspicious. Captain, what are you laughing at? Zhang Chansong stroked his beard with a cold look on his face. This Lin Erju knows how to stab in the back. So let's treat him the way he treats himself. Yu Jia was busy here, and such unofficial history was quietly spread in the military camp. I heard that this pretty boy was driven out by His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi because he wanted to be with him. Is it true? I didn't expect this pretty boy to have that fetish. Yes. When she seduced the Prince of Qi, she was caught by Lin Gongxuan, the captain of the Yunnan military camp. This Lin Gongxuan is not a good bird either. He has an affair with Lin Erju. Chapter 327. Someone took action. Lin Erju is still not quiet when he comes to us. Zheng Chuanqi is over 40 years old, but she can still take action. When Yu Jia heard this, she laughed out loud in anger. No wonder Zheng Chuanqi looked at her with evasive eyes these 2 days. When Oruiwa heard this, he also laughed out loud. Can she like Lao Zheng? We are not exaggerating. Even if Lin Erju is really a him, if he is really such a person, he should not look for Lao Zheng. Then who should he look for? Everyone looked puzzled and looked at Oruiwa in unison. Shua. With a sound, Oruiwa opened the fan and continued to fan the wind. far away in the horizon, yet close at hand. Everyone was busy with their work in embarrassment, while Oruiwa called for people. Hey, hey, don't leave. When everyone dispersed, Oruiwa shook his head. The hidden dragon in the abyss. How can you interfere? Ujia's reform of the infantry battalion was in full swing. The equipment was ready. But the lieutenant of the infantry battalion, Su Jingyang, had a fork. He looked at Ujia with disdain. Superior, can you guarantee that our soldiers can hurt the enemy with such gadgets on the battlefield? He smiled contemptuously. Do you think this is as simple as selling a smile? And people will take the bait by just flirting? Obviously. Su Jingyang had heard the rumors of the past 2 days. Ujia raised her eyebrows and suddenly laughed. Su Jingyang glanced at her unhappily. What are you laughing at? Ujia rushed to Su Jingyang and threw him over her shoulder. The incident happened suddenly, and when Su Jingyang fell to the ground with a thump, his mind was still confused. He was thrown. Years of military experience made him react quickly. Su Jingyang stood up with a somersault and attacked Ujia with a fist. Ujia dodged calmly and smiled at him provocatively. This undoubtedly made Su Jingyang even more furious. He lost his mind in an instant and quickly attacked Ujia. When people are in a panic, they will reveal their flaws. Ujia stretched out his legs and attacked Su Jingyang's lower body, kicking him on the knee. Su Jingyang was not prepared and was kicked to the ground by Ujia. When he tried to fight back, Ujia sat on him and punched him. That's right. Ujia sat on him and slapped him in the face. Lin Erju, are you crazy? How dare you hit my face? Ujia's move was quick, accurate and ruthless. I hit your face. I let you talk too much. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know my name. Lin Erju. Su Jingyang was stunned and shouted loudly. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The guards outside the door heard the movement of their superiors and wanted to go in to stop them, but were stopped by Chong Hire and others. Brother, we advise you to be honest. Otherwise, our fists will be as hard as those of the superiors. The personal soldiers naturally didn't believe it, so they wrestled with Chong Hire and others. For a while, Ujia's yard was in chaos. What? You said Lin Erju beat Su Jingyang? Zhang Chansong was full of disbelief. And hit his face? Does Lin Erju know that Su Jingyang is the brother of the prince's concubine? The personal soldiers shook their heads. I don't know if Lin Erju knows, but I know that Captain Su was beaten badly. Not only was it bad, Su Jingyang's face was swollen, and he looked at Ujia with his teeth bared. Lin Erju, why are you so resentful? Ujia took the towel from Go Sheng and wiped his hands slowly. Oh, I am resentful. If you have the guts, go and complain to your sister Liang Di. Just say that I hit your face, and it's swollen like a pig's head. You? Su Jingyang didn't dare to do it again, and just shouted. You know Liang Di is my sister. How dare you attack me? Ujia glanced at Su Jingyang with contempt. Young man who doesn't know the suffering of the world. How can you know the pain brought by war? Without waiting for Su Jingyang to refute, Ujia continued. The battlefield is so cruel that you can lose your life if you are not careful. I just want to have more brothers after each battle. Su Jingyang was unrecognizable, and his expression could not be seen. He just stared at Ujia. Ujia didn't care much. I don't care whether you come here for gilding or for fun. I just hope you can take every life seriously and respect them. Seeing that Su Jingyang didn't know what he was thinking, Ujia ordered people to send him out. The lieutenant of the infantry battalion was ill and could not come out, so Ujia took over the military affairs of the infantry battalion. Of course, this was her unilateral announcement. Su Jingyang lay on the bed, his teeth itching with hatred. You are a cunning and cruel little white face. You'd better not fall into my hands. If you fall into my hands, I will teach you how to write Lin upside down. The personal soldier beside him thought about it and said it out loud. Master, if you write Lin upside down, isn't it still the surname Lin? Su Jingyang kicked the personal soldier on the buttocks. What do you know? I will let Lin Erju follow my surname in the future. The infantry battalion is reforming in full swing. Most of the brigade commanders in the infantry battalion are Su Jingyang's confidants, or they are children of the same family. When Ujia came, they were still making small moves. This ignited the martial spirit in Ujia's heart. The softer you treat such people, the more you encourage their arrogance. Ujia decided to treat Su Jingyang the same way, and beat them until they surrender. Someone in the infantry battalion was injured every day, and someone was forced to rest every day. In the end, Su Jingyang came to their camp with a veil hat, and felt very sorry for her. Hey, guys, why did you mess with her? She's just a white-faced girl without any roots. How can we be so rude to her? Seeing that Su Jingyang had surrendered, others dared not to do it again. Yujia's work went much more smoothly afterwards. Her ruthless style of doing things was spread at this time. The Great Zhou Diary says, General Wugen is ruthless and cruel. No matter how close he is to someone, if someone dares to resist, he will beat him with his fists and feet. In her jurisdiction, everyone is in danger. Yu Jia was amazed by the effect of the small crossbow. She was eager to try out the results of the training. At this moment, she hoped that the Tatars would take the initiative to send troops. Unfortunately, Tuobo Zheng has been immersed in the joy of his first victory in recent days. He was busy enjoying his life, and had no time to take care of the Jizhou military camp. What did you say? Someone attacked my family. Lin Gongxuan looked calm, and the anger bursting from his body frightened Fang Dashan, and he took 2 steps back. Captain, it's true. When the news came, we didn't dare to believe it. Lin Gongxuan really couldn't imagine who would be so bold as to attack his family. Is anyone injured? Fang Dashan shook his head. They were taken away. But the village chief of Lingjia village was a little frightened. Lin Gongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 328, when was it exposed? When the infantry battalion was completely on track, Yu Jia had a moment of respite. She sat at the desk and looked at the dusty copybook. Slightly stunned. I wonder if Lin Gongxuan's calligraphy has improved now. Speak of the devil. The devil appears. Go Sheng was a little excited with the letter in his hand. The superiors? There is a letter. Yu Jia stood up suddenly, full of joy, and her voice unconsciously rose. Give it to me. However, the first sentence Zhang Xian saw made him stunned. Lu Nyang. Someone attacked the family. It was not the Jia that Yu Jia expected. Nor was it Lin Erzhu. It was Lu Nyang. Yu Jia ignored the following information, and kept thinking about when she was exposed. She remembered the scene when Lin Erlang saw her when she returned home, and suddenly laughed. Lu Nyang had been separated from her family for 5 years, and she could be recognized by careful identification. What's more, it was Lin Gongxuan, who had been inseparable from her since childhood. She was still trying to cover up in front of Lin Gongxuan, but it turned out that he had already seen through her identity. No matter how much Lin Gongxuan was sentimental, he was still a soldier. How could he reuse someone whose background he didn't know? When did he find out her identity? Seeing Yu Jia sometimes giggling, sometimes shaking her head, and sometimes frowning, Go Sheng quietly went out and closed the door. Yu Jia couldn't figure it out, so he picked up Lin Gongxuan's letter and continued to read it. So, Lin Gongxuan also got the news that something happened in Lingjia village. He has contacted the village chief. According to the village chief, these people are the Jinui. In other words, it is the same group of people who killed the Lin family in the previous life. Lin Gongxuan was full of confusion in his heart. It seems that he doesn't know who wants to kill the Lin family. After reading the letter, Yu Jia threw the letter into the brazier. It seems that it's time to meet the prince. Although the Jizhou military camp is now stable, Yu Jia can't leave at will. Then find a way to get the prince to come to Jizhou. Thinking of this, Yu Jia came to Su Jingyang's tent. At this time, Su Jingyang was applying medicine. He bared his teeth and cursed the doctor. You are so clumsy. Get out of here. The doctor's eyes were red, and he was crawling to get the medicine box. He turned around and saw Yu Jia, and hurriedly saluted. The scene was very chaotic. Su Jingyang suddenly saw Yu Jia, and his heart started beating wildly. What are you doing here? After saying this, he found that what he said was not right, so he coughed twice in embarrassment. Yu Jia asked the doctor to leave the tent, and then came to sit in front of Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang crossed his legs uncomfortably and said unhappily, Is the superior here to laugh at my subordinates? Yu Jia looked at Su Jingyang's still colorful face and tried to hold back her smile. Who said that? I'm here to check on your injuries. Su Jingyang was furious. If you can, don't hold back your smile. Okay. Come here for whatever your superiors say. Yu Jia suddenly raised her hand, and Su Jingyang was frightened and wanted to protect his face. Do you still want to hit me? Yu Jia said seriously. Brother Jingyang, how can you miss me like this? I just feel itchy. She pretended to sigh. Hey, It seems you still don't trust me. Su Jingyang was so angry that he couldn't stand it. If you can, don't hold back your smile. Yu Jia pinched her thigh with her hands and finally calmed down. She coughed twice to hide her emotions. Brother Jingyang, you said that the Jizhou military camp has stabilized now. And Bindu has also conquered all the camps. While speaking, she also sighed. Alas, with such difficulty, there is still no sense of accomplishment. Su Jingyang didn't understand what sense of accomplishment or not. He just felt insulted. Looking at Yu Jia's smug look, Su Jingyang was overwhelmed. You said you conquered all the camps? Why are you so shameless? He said angrily. Did you conquer me? I let you. Who was conquered by you? A pretty boy? Yu Jia was a little sad. Aren't you scared by my beating? Su Jingyang stood up as if he had been electrocuted. Lin Erju, who do you think was scared by your beating? That day, I gave in to you because you were new here. How can you flatter yourself? While talking, Su Jingyang kicked the short document between the two of them to the ground. Come on, Lin Erju. I'll see if you can win today. Yu Jia didn't waste words. Since someone was looking for a fight, she would help him. The sound of ping-pong rang out in the tent, and Su Jingyang's personal soldiers outside the tent secretly shouted that it was not good. If the two of them started fighting, wouldn't it be their own master who would suffer? Don't you know how much you are worth? During martial arts performances, everyone gave way to Su Jingyang because of his status. How could this tough guy like Lin Erju let him? After about half an instant's stick of time, there was no movement in the tent. Yu Jia left the tent and said to his guards while tidying up his clothes, Your lieutenant is injured. Hurry up and ask the guards to come and see. The two hurriedly opened the tent and saw that the tent was in a mess. And Su Jingyang was so conspicuous lying in the mess with a gray face. The two guards carefully lifted him up and walked to the couch. Suddenly, Su Jingyang shouted, My master wants to send a message. Yu Jia returned to the yard in a good mood. But Go Shun was worried. Sir, the one from the infantry battalion sent a message to the capital today. Yu Jia stuffed a mouthful of meat into her mouth, mumbling, Oh, so fast? Seeing her busy fighting with the meat in front of her, Go Shun was a little anxious. Erju, Su Jingyang is the younger brother of the crown prince Su Liangdi. Su Liangdi is in favor now, and his family power cannot be underestimated. If we provoke him, there may be trouble. Yu Jia put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. If I am afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, I am afraid I will not be in the eyes of the crown prince. Doesn't he appreciate my ruthlessness? Besides, if I don't subdue Su Jingyang, how can such an important branch of the infantry battalion exert its strength? Seeing that Go Shun was still worried, Yu Jia comforted him. Don't worry. I know what to do. As expected, the prince laughed after listening to Su Liangdi's tearful narration. It's Lin Erju. Su Liangdi nestled in the prince's arms and shouted dissatisfiedly. What are you talking about? Your Highness, you have to make the decision for my brother. The prince suppressed his smile and reached out to touch Su Liangdi's chin. Don't worry, Dong. I will seek justice for Jingyang. Su Liangdi was still worried. Your Highness, I heard that Lin Erju is vulgar. You have to be careful. The prince's hand moved down from Su Liangdi's chin and said absent-mindedly, Well, I know. I'm going to deal with this ignorant Lin Erju myself. Su Liangdi laughed sweetly. Now, I'm relieved. The room was full of beauty, and the candlelight added a bit of warmth. Chapter 329, Only Serve the Great Zhou. The news that the prince was coming to Jizhou soon spread throughout the military camp. Everyone was waiting to see Yu Jia's joke. Yu Jia, the person involved, was not in a hurry. Every day, he either inspected the training situation of each camp or soaked in the equipment camp. The handle of this small crossbow must be carefully polished, and the contact surface of the palm must be kept as smooth as possible. If the palm feels uncomfortable, I'm afraid I will miss the opportunity to fight. Yu Jia put down the small crossbow and called Xiao Shiming. Are you distracted? What are you thinking about? Xiao Shiming came back to his senses and took the small crossbow from Yu Jia's hand. Sir, I heard that the Crown Prince will come to the Jizhou military camp tomorrow. If the Crown Prince blames you, how will you deal with it? So he is worried about these things. Yu Jia raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. Whatever happens, happens. Xiao Shiming choked for a moment, and he spoke hesitantly. Sir, You should know why I have been in the equipment camp for so long. Back then, I was as reckless as you. That's why I ended up like this. Xiao Shiming's tone was full of regret. If he hadn't been so impulsive at the beginning, maybe he could kill him on the battlefield now. Yu Jia disagreed. You regret it. She paused, then spoke in a low voice. Shiming, you should know that a battle can be won not only by leading the way. Just like the human body, there must be someone responsible for output, and someone responsible for transportation. Don't look at your mouth so beautiful. If there is no blood supply, can it speak smoothly? Yu Jia tried her best to tell the ancient man in front of her simple and easy to understand knowledge. She knew that Xiao Shiming had always had a knot in his heart. He wanted to fight in the battlefield and make achievements. You are the core force of the military camp. Even though the people who make achievements are all frontline soldiers, they still can't make a difference without your equipment. Seeing Xiao Shiming's eyes light up, Yu Jia continued to work hard. Besides, you have this talent and can shine in the field of equipment. So why are you still obsessed with showing off? Gold will always shine. And your talent has been seen by the city now. Right? Xiao Shiming's old face was red, and he pulled his clothes unnaturally. Does the superior think that I have talent? Yu Jia nodded happily. Of course. If the crossbow can show its strength on the battlefield, this city will naturally record you a merit. Xiao Shiming knelt on the ground, and Yu Jia was shocked. What are you doing? Xiao Shiming spoke sincerely, and he bowed his hands. The fact that my subordinates can be appreciated by the superiors is really the merit of my ancestors. I am willing to follow the orders of the supreme leader, and I will do anything for you. Yu Jia's ears were almost calloused after hearing these words. She didn't understand why everyone had to use these words to express their sincerity. Yu Jia helped Xiao Shiming up. What nonsense! We are all for the great show, and the people of the great show. Ha ha ha. What a great for the great show, and the people of the great show. A loud voice came in out of nowhere, and the tone was full of joy. Yu Jia and the others turned around, and saw Li Yansheng standing at the door of the tent with a smile on his face. Your Highness? Your Highness. I pay my respects to your Highness. The two of them knelt down in a hurry to salute. Yu Jia didn't expect Li Yansheng to move so quickly. Xiao Shiming beside him was very excited. In the past, the elites of the vanguard camp and cavalry camp were in the front. He could only stand in the corner and look at the emperor's face. He never thought that one day he would be able to have such close contact with the prince. Li Yansheng asked them to stand up without paying much attention. Suddenly, he was attracted by the short crossbow in Xiao Shiming's hand. What are you holding? Xiao Shiming stared at the crossbow in his hand and handed it to Yu Jia. Yu Jia was a little puzzled. What are you doing for me? His Highness is asking you a question. You did this. You know more about it than me. Yu Jia stuffed the crossbow back into Xiao Shiming's hand. Tell me. Li Yansheng gestured to Xiao Shiming to introduce the crossbow. Xiao Shiming tried to calm down, replying to His Royal Highness. This is, he finally finished. Although Xiao Shiming stumbled, his thoughts were still clear. From the materials of the crossbow to its lethality, he introduced everything in detail. Li Yansheng's eyes were full of surprise. Lin Erju, this thing is amazing. Yu Jia was naturally happy to get the affirmation from his superior. Thank you for the praise from His Royal Highness. We can make such a weapon thanks to our equipment battalion Lieutenant Xiao Shiming. Xiao Shiming tested and adjusted every day, and put in a lot of effort. This is all the credit of the superior, so that the subordinates can adjust back and forth according to her ideas. Xiao Shiming was still in shock. If Lin Erju suspected him, he might not live long. Okay. Stop pushing back and forth. Li Yansheng stopped him. If you can play a role on the battlefield, I will remember your contribution. The two hurriedly thanked him. Don't thank me yet. Lin Erju, you know how dissatisfied the camp is with you recently. Xiao Shiming said goodbye tactfully, and Yu Jia said with a wrong look, Your Highness can't blame me. It was all forced by them. Oh! Li Yansheng narrowed his eyes. You were forced to beat Su Jingyang? Yu Jia nodded seriously. It was forced. Li Yansheng was choked and speechless. He didn't expect Yu Jia to be so thick-skinned. Suddenly, he laughed out of anger. Lin Erju, you are really a scoundrel. Seeing Li Yansheng laugh, Yu Jia also laughed happily. I also want to thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for giving this scoundrel a chance to defend the country. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me, how did Su Jingyang force you to beat him? Yu Jia pursed her lips. Well, He just didn't listen and challenged me. I saw something was wrong. My backer is your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He challenged me. Isn't he challenging your Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Although his background is strong. Can he compare with you? Your Highness? I acted decisively, and gave him a severe blow on behalf of your Highness, who knew that he didn't learn his lesson after being beaten, and continued to challenge your Majesty. I beat him again. Lin Erju. You are not only thick-skinned, but also eloquent. Although Li Yansheng was scolding Yu Jia, there was no blame in his tone. Do you know that after Su Jingyang was beaten, Su Liandi kept suggesting to me to kill you? Yu Jia said with a smile. I know that it will cause dissatisfaction among Su Jingyang's backers. But how can I be afraid to serve your Highness? Lin Erju. Do you admit to working for me? Yu Jia felt a chill in her heart. And she looked up, and looked at Li Yansheng seriously. Your Highness, Erju still has the original idea. To work only for the great Zhou. Chapter 330 Eyes and Eyebrows. Li Yansheng was a little bored. I knew you would say that. He waved his hand. Okay. I know. You can go. Yu Jia was a little surprised. Just like that? She said carefully. Well, Your Highness, you let me go now? Li Yansheng looked at Yu Jia straight. Why? You still want me to argue with you? Yu Jia waved his hand quickly. No. Your Highness the Crown Prince is wise and brave, and he will not argue with a subordinate like an ant. By the way, Your Highness, what arrangements do you have for the vanguard camp? Lin Erju. What do you mean? Li Yansheng was a little puzzled. Why did he mention the vanguard camp for no reason? Your Highness, the vanguard is the vanguard force of the military camp, which is equivalent to the Jinui. If the Jinui is used well, the safety of the Emperor can be guaranteed. Besides, this vanguard camp is only subordinate to the military camp, and others have no right to mobilize it. Li Yansheng is not like Li Yanzhao. He has been working in the military camp for so many years, and he doesn't know much about the organization of the military camp. You can do it yourself. And the vanguard camp can't be compared with the Jinui. Seeing Li Yansheng looking at the tent leisurely, Yu Jia asked hurriedly, I am ignorant. May I ask your Highness why these two can't be compared? Seeing that Yu Jia really didn't understand, Li Yansheng said, the vanguard battalion only obeys the military camp and the generals. But the royal guards don't. Yu Jia's heart was pounding. She tilted her head, puzzled. Don't the royal guards only obey the emperor's orders? Seeing Yu Jia's expression, Li Yansheng felt very superior. Men always like to teach women. The royal guards obey the father's orders. But sometimes they can also obey the prince's orders. They are all born for the royal family. Yu Jia seemed to understand. Then do you and His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi also have the right to order? Of course. Li Yansheng suddenly stopped. Lin Erju. This is not something you can ask. Yu Jia was terrified. I have overstepped my bounds. I will take my leave now. After Yu Jia left, Li Yansheng sneered. Yu Jia felt a chill on her back. She turned her hand and touched it, and it was indeed sweating. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger, and the tiger in front of her is a fickle and bloodthirsty tiger. Her move was very dangerous. If she was not careful, she could be killed. But it was confirmed that the prince had the right to use the Jinui, which narrowed the scope. Yu Jia did not understand these, but Lin Gongxuan did. When he knew that the people who wanted to attack the Lin family were the Jinui, he became suspicious of the prince. But he could not find a reason. If they wanted to attack the Lin family over the years, they would not have waited until now. There was a possibility that he did not dare to think of. Dashan, go investigate the whereabouts of the virtuous king in recent days. The virtuous king? Fang Dashan was surprised. Sir, this virtuous king has nothing to do with you. How could he attack you? Besides, if he wants to use the Jinui, the emperor will not agree. Lin Gongxuan can think of what Fang Dashan can think of. Just check it. Fang Dashan took the order and did it. Lin Gongxuan stroked Yu Jia's letter and muttered to himself. Jia. I don't want to believe it. Yu Jia soon got some clues. She learned that Li Yanshao had recently returned to the capital. Is it a coincidence? Don't speculate on others with the greatest malice. But you can't help but be on guard. Li Yansheng came to the military camp and reprimanded Yu Jia a few words, and then let the matter go. This result made Su Jingyang very unhappy. He found a backer, but he didn't expect that this backer would favor his mortal enemy. How could he swallow this bad breath? But what can he do? The prince didn't let him provoke Lin Erju. And he couldn't beat Lin Erju. He has been recuperating in the tent these days, sighing all day long. Zhang Chansong found Li Yansheng to complain when he had time. At this moment, Zhang Chansong told about Yu Jia's crimes after he came to the Jizhou military camp. He couldn't help crying and sneezing. Your Highness, Lin Erju gave up his authority as soon as he came. Where can I put my old face? Li Yansheng comforted him softly. Okay. Lao Zong. You don't have to bother with her. Zhang Chansong sniffed and agreed in a panic. Your Highness is right. I can't bother with that pretty boy who only knows how to sell his body. He calmed down his emotions and gradually realized that something was wrong. Zhang Chansong slowly raised his head and looked at Li Yansheng. Seeing that Li Yansheng's cold air was like thin ice in February, Zhang Chansong's heart clicked. For a moment, he didn't know what he said wrong. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Li Yansheng's chest was churning at the moment, and he was trying to restrain his anger. Seeing Zhang Chansong asking him innocently, Li Yansheng sneered. Zhang Qing should reflect on himself. The sudden change in attitude made Zhang Chansong kneel down with a thump. Your Highness, please forgive me. Your Highness, please forgive me. Li Yansheng stood up and slowly adjusted his sleeves. Zhang Qing is old and has been unwell recently. Just stay in this yard to recuperate. As for the military affairs in the camp, just leave it to Lin Erju. After saying that, he left the yard without waiting for Zhang Chansong to respond. Zhang Chansong sat slumped on the ground, wiping the cold sweat off his face with his hands, not knowing what went wrong. It was not until Li Yansheng walked away that the personal guard came tremblingly from the backyard to the front hall. He helped the powerless Zhang Chansong to a chair and patted the non-existent dust for him. Zhang Chansong turned his head and looked at him with a dull face and asked, Is my military career over? The personal guard sighed. Captain, how can you say that Lin Erju only sells her body? She was promoted by His Highness. If she sells her body, who did she sell it to? Zhang Chansong suddenly realized and beat his chest with his hands. Oh my God! The sky wants to destroy my Zhang family. The personal soldier felt sad and miserable. No wonder others did not envy him, but sympathized with him when he was appointed as a personal soldier. The Zhang family had been entrenched in the capital for a long time. How could Zhang Chansong end up like this? It seems that there is a reason. It's over. It's all over now. Li Yansheng didn't stay in the military camp for a long time. He just reprimanded Yu Jia a few words on the surface and returned to the capital after giving Su Jingyang enough face. Su Jingyang was proud at this moment. It seems that my sister is still favored. He didn't notice that the danger had come. The day after Li Yansheng returned to the capital, Su Jingyang was pulled out of the bed by Yu Jia. Su Jingyang was confused. Fortunately, he was injured and he was wearing a middle coat. If it was like usual, wouldn't it be embarrassing in front of everyone? What are you doing? Su Jingyang covered that place, extremely ashamed and angry. Chapter 231, There is only one possibility. Yu Jia smiled contemptuously and said to the soldiers of the infantry battalion, The captain of our infantry battalion is ill and has been recuperating for many days. Originally, I thought of Captain Su's hard work and wanted him to rest for a few more days. But someone reported yesterday that there was someone drinking in Captain Su's tent. Su Jingyang's face changed drastically, and he blurted out, Lin Erju, you sent someone to monitor me? Yu Jia smiled and looked at Su Jingyang with regret on his face. This was a disguised admission. Do I still need to monitor you? If your Highness walked slower, the sound of finger guessing would almost reach your Highness' ears. The camp has repeatedly issued orders to prohibit drinking. As the leader of a battalion, why did you do it again? Su Jingyang was restrained by Chang Haier and Go Sheng. Unable to move, he stammered and could not explain clearly. He couldn't say in front of everyone that he was upset because he was suppressed by Lin Erju. Right? Su Jingyang hung his head. I made a mistake. I accept the punishment, Yu Jia said loudly. Since Captain Su admitted his mistake, let's deal with him according to the law. Su Jingyang was dazed for a moment when he saw the bench. In the past, he was the one who beat others. But he didn't expect that one day he would actually use it. Before he could figure it out, he was pressed on the bench. At Yu Jia's command, the soldiers began to beat him. However, the board made a loud noise when it hit his body. But it didn't hurt. This surprised Su Jingyang. In the past, The executions looked like killing pigs. Was it all fake? He looked up at Yu Jia, only to see Yu Jia winking at him. In an instant, he understood and started to yell. Ouch! Lin Erju. You hit me. Ouch! It hurts. The shout was exaggerated, and Yu Jia couldn't help laughing. This kid is quite good. After the beating, Su Jingyang lay on the bench and couldn't move. Yu Jia ordered people to carry him back to the tent. When the people dispersed, Su Jingyang opened his eyes. Captain Su, this is the best wound medicine. Let the soldiers apply it to you. Humph. Lin Erju. Don't think that I will forget the beating I received just because you gave me a sweet date. Although his tone was bad, his flushed face betrayed him. Su Jingyang buried his head in the quilt. His voice was muffled and very awkward. Yu Jia thought he was very cute. Like a neighbor's brother. I didn't think you would forget the unpleasantness before. Yu Jia put the wound medicine on the low table and glanced at Su Jingyang again. Yesterday someone reported you for drinking secretly. If I don't deal with you in public, I'm afraid it's not right. If someone says that officials protect each other, I can't choose to be clean. Let's see who dares. Su Jingyang raised his head, glanced at Yu Jia, and turned his head away. Then I won't be angry. You should take good care of your injuries. Yu Jia turned around and was about to leave, when he suddenly heard a whisper from behind. Who do you think is a child? Yu Jia ignored it and returned to the yard. Shengfeng, when you are done, come and eat. Go Sheng put the chopsticks on the table and called Yu Jia to eat. Come! Yu Jia trotted over happily, sat in front of the table, picked up the chopsticks, and stuffed a mouthful of vegetables into his mouth. Well, Go Sheng's cooking skills are getting better and better. Go Sheng served the rice and smiled leisurely. It should be said that the food in the Jizhou military camp is good. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if my cooking skills are good, it's useless without ingredients. Yu Jia was eating happily, nodding randomly. Yes. Yes. By the way, did today's trick work? Yu Jia snorted. Of course it works. After Li Yinsheng left, Yu Jia seized the opportunity and asked Zheng Chuanqi to send wine and food to Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang was very depressed, and probably didn't expect Zheng Chuanqi, who had nothing to do with him, would bring him wine and food. He only knew that he wanted to drink a glass. In addition to Zheng Chuanqi's deliberate guidance, Su Jingyang had long forgotten about the military camp's alcohol ban. Yu Jia came out to be a good guy again. It would be easy to take down Su Jingyang, the troublemaker. What if he reacts and resents you? Yu Jia didn't care. He took the bowl handed over by Go Sheng and shoveled rice into his mouth. There is no such thing as a wall that can't be penetrated. What if he reacts? Is it true that he couldn't resist the temptation and violated the military law? What's wrong with me dealing with him according to the law? Go Sheng thought about it, and it made sense. Su Jingyang was furious. Lin Erju, you dared to plot against me. I'll skin her alive. He staggered out of the tent, but stopped at the door. Su Jingyang touched the wound on his face, then on his thigh, and returned to the couch silently. He covered himself tightly with a thin blanket and sighed. Who made me greedy? Who made me caught by someone? Who made me unable to beat Lin Erju? If I am not as good as you, why would I have Liang if I have you? Yu Jia didn't know that Su Jingyang had compared him to Zhuge Liang. If she knew, she would definitely go to Su Jingyang to have a drink. Yu Jia had found out everything about the Su family in advance. Although Su Jingyang was a little more flamboyant on weekdays, he was a serious second-generation official after all. The second-generation official's brain is not inactive. So what can he do even if he knows the truth? Isn't it that there is no way to deal with Yu Jia? After this incident, Su Jingyang became completely honest. Although he would speak out to refute during the meeting, his attitude was much better than before. People are used to flattering the powerful and trampling on the weak, and being fence-sitters. Other battalion officers who had second thoughts about Jia saw that Su Jingyang, a second-generation ancestor, had changed his mind about her, so they naturally dared not to do it again. Yu Jia's work went much more smoothly. She had extra time to investigate the Jinui. According to her understanding in the past few days, the prince could not use the Jinui unscrupulously. If they wanted to use the Jinui, they had to get the emperor's permission. In other words, the emperor knew about the action against Lingjia village this time. Or maybe the emperor didn't know. So someone must have been hiding it from him. According to the prince's personality, he probably wouldn't lie. He does things directly. and he will kill whoever he doesn't like. If he directly said that he wanted to attack Lin Gongxuan, the emperor would naturally not agree. Moreover, when Yu Jia mentioned the Jinui, Li Yanqing's expression did not change. In other words, there was someone else who was responsible for the Lin family's massacre. After eliminating all of these, only Li Yanzhao and Li Yanqing are left. Yu Jia first analyzed Li Yanqing. He had no intersection with Lin Gongxuan and was unlikely to take action. If it was possible, it was because Lin Gongxuan offended Li Yanzhao, and he couldn't stand it. So he took action on behalf of Li Yanzhao. Yu Jia knew that Lin Gongxuan didn't follow orders to attack the Nanman. Could it be that this incident caused Li Yanzhao's dissatisfaction, and Li Yanqing couldn't stand it and took action? In this way, apart from going around in circles, the key point is that the emperor would never let Li Yanqing use the Jinui. That leaves only one possibility. Chapter 332, Keeping the Secret. Yu Jia seemed to be dragged into a huge whirlpool, and the whirlpool made Yu Jia unable to think. She remembered the admiration and gratitude in Lin Gongxuan's eyes when he mentioned Li Yanzhao, and shook her head hard. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Lin Gongxuan felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if thousands of poisonous snakes were biting his body. He really couldn't believe that Li Yanzhao could treat him like this. But the facts were in front of him. Fang Dashan didn't know how to comfort Lin Gongxuan, so he had to make a cup of tea and put it next to Lin Gongxuan. "Captain, have some tea." Lin Gongxuan ignored him and was still in a daze. He wanted to verify it himself. Li Yanzhao had led his men back to the Nantung military camp, and Lin Gongxuan rode his horse alone. Fang Dashan was worried, so he followed carefully. Lin Gongxuan was very fast, but he stopped when he arrived at the Nantung military camp. He handed the reins to the soldiers at the door and stood there staring at the military flag. The eye-catchingly on the military flag was so dazzling at this moment. He still couldn't forget the scene of Li Yanzhao descending like a god. At that time, he was clamped by Dong Da's minions and couldn't move. He was about to be humiliated. But it was Li Yanzhao. It was Li Yanzhao who stopped them. Lin Gongxuan rubbed his brows, and the scene that was so clear before became more and more blurred at this moment. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Lin Gongxuan strode towards Li Yanzhao's tent. It was only a short distance, but Lin Gongxuan felt it was very long. It was so long that he thought he had walked with Li Yanzhao for 7 years. "Captain Lin, you are here?" A smiling face appeared in front of Lin Gongxuan. So bright that it was a little dazzling. "Oh, Li Chang." Li Chang didn't seem to notice anything wrong with Lin Gongxuan. "You are here to see the prince." "Right. Then you have to wait a while. The prince is busy now." Li Chang was a little embarrassed. His face quickly flushed, and he scratched his head. "Well, come with me to the other tent to rest." Lin Gongxuan glanced at Li Yanzhao's tent, and then followed Li Chang to the tent next to him. "Captain Lin, please sit down first." Li Chang called Wang Xiaobo and asked him to serve tea to Lin Gongxuan. Wang Xiaobo glanced at Lin Gongxuan, and then meaningfully asked Li Chang to entertain him well. Li Chang was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wang Xiaobo did not say anything, and turned to leave the tent. Only then did Li Chang realize that Lin Gongxuan's face looked a little strange. "Captain, are you in good health?" Lin Gongxuan had just noticed Wang Xiaobo's abnormality, and seeing Li Chang's still confused face, he figured out the connection. "Li Chang, when the prince returned to the capital a few days ago, did you not follow him?" Li Chang got angry when he mentioned this. He sat down on the chair angrily. "Captain, don't mention it. It was the prince who didn't let us follow." Li Chang sighed. "The prince took Xiaobo and Huanglong, but didn't take me. I was thinking of going to the capital to find out about Erju. By the way," Li Chang suddenly stood up. "Do you know about Erju? Is she doing well in the Jizhou military camp?" Before Lin Gongxuan could reply, he crossed his arms. "Humph! This guy is so arrogant. He can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He must be doing well. I feel a little sympathetic to those people in the Jizhou military camp." Seeing Lin Gongxuan staring at him, Li Chang asked anxiously, "Captain, do you have any news about Erju?" Lin Gongxuan lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. "Yes, she is doing well. He managed those people in the Jizhou military camp so well that they don't even know who their father is." "Ha ha ha." Li Chang put his hands on his hips and laughed. "You are worthy of being my best friend." Lin Gongxuan looked at Li Chang's innocence and couldn't laugh. "Li Chang, When did the prince enter the capital? Just before Li Chang finished speaking. He was interrupted by Wang Xiaobo, who came in with tea. Ah Chang. Why are you still here? The prince is up. Li Chang was a little embarrassed. The captain. Wait for me to come back, and I'll tell you in detail. After saying that, he ran out of the tent in a panic. Wang Xiaobo glanced at Lin Gongxuan and put the tea on the table. Captain, please have some tea. Lin Gongxuan responded and asked. Xiaobo, how long have we been together? Wang Xiaobo looked up and thought for a while. It seems to be 7 years. I followed the prince not long before you. The prince has been very kind to us. And the person I respect most in my life is the prince, Lin Gongxuan said slowly. And Wang Xiaobo's face changed drastically. I respect the prince's character and talents. Lin Gongxuan continued with a wry smile. I have never thought that in this life. Apart from the prince, who can make me work so hard? Wang Xiaobo pursed his lips, glanced at Lin Gongxuan, and did not speak. Xiaobo, how can I repay the prince for saving my life and knowing me? Wang Xiaobo hesitated and could not make a clear answer. This we don't know. Suddenly, Lin Gongxuan changed the subject and asked, did you have any important things to do when you came to the capital a few days ago? Ah? Wang Xiaobo was at a loss and didn't know how to reply to Lin Gongxuan. Are you going to report or to thank the emperor? Wang Xiaobo tried to ignore the oppression brought by Lin Gongxuan. I don't know either. After we followed the prince into Beijing, we went to the prince's mansion. As for what the prince did, I don't know. As the prince's personal soldier, how could he not know the prince's whereabouts? Lin Gongxuan didn't expose him. So he waved his hand. You go out first. Wang Xiaobo fled in a hurry, as if he had been pardoned. Looking at Wang Xiaobo's flustered back, Lin Gongxuan's heart sank to the bottom of the lake. What are you doing? So mysterious. Li Chang walked in cursing. It is said that the prince is looking for me. If I am not smart, it will ruin the prince's good thing. Xiaobo would actually harm me. Captain, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Lin Gongxuan shook his head weakly. I'm fine. Li Chang was a little flustered. How can you sweat when you're fine? I'll call the doctor to treat you. Lin Gongxuan stopped Li Chang. Ah Chang, you have to be careful. Li Chang didn't understand. What's wrong? Why do I feel that everyone is weird? Huang Long raised his hand to lift the tent and saluted respectfully. Captain, the prince asked you to pass. Lin Gongxuan took a deep breath and stood up and walked out of the tent. Li Chang looked at Lin Gongxuan's firm steps and put his hand on Huang Long's shoulder. Huang Long, do you feel something strange today? Huang Long dodged Li Chang's hand without leaving a trace. Maybe. Li Chang turned to look at Huang Long as if in disbelief. Why? You are also acting strange? You have been here the shortest. When did you learn to keep things a secret like them? Chapter 333 Where to Go? Huang Long turned and left. I'm busy. Don't ask me. Li Chang looked at Huang Long's back, and then looked at Lin Gongxuan, as if he was anxious. What's wrong? One by one. It's strange. Lin Gongxuan entered the tent and noticed a different atmosphere. Looking at Li Yanzhao sitting at the top with a satisfied look on his face, he understood where the atmosphere came from. No wonder Wang Xiaobo said that he ruined Li Yanzhou's good deeds. But he didn't expect that it was Ian. Just when the two met, Lin Gongxuan still felt a little strange. Gongxuan, what are you doing here? Li Yanzhou's tone revealed a sense of impartiality, as if Lin Gongxuan's disobedience to the emperor's order a few days ago did not exist. Lin Gongxuan bowed respectfully. Your subordinate greets the prince. Li Yanzhao waited impatiently for Lin Gongxuan's next words. Lin Gongxuan looked up, but he did not have the courage to ask further questions. Prince? What? Li Yanzhao saw that Lin Gongxuan was a little hesitant, so he asked, are you short of military supplies? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. Lack of equipment? Lin Gongxuan shook his head again. Then what is missing? Li Yanzhao's patience had run out. Lin Gongxuan looked up, thinking of the past friendship, and said slowly, Prince, Gongxuan has been with you for 7 years. In these 7 years, have you been dissatisfied with Gongxuan? Li Yanzhao paused, looking at the palm leaf fan on the desk beside him, and fell into deep thought. Gongxuan disobeyed your order some time ago, and sent Mu Shurha back to his hometown. Do you have any complaints against your subordinates? What are you talking about? Li Yanzhao chuckled. You have been with me for so long. And I don't know your temper? Don't you just want to kill Mushir, huh? But I disobeyed your order after all. Or, Lin Gongxuan paused. Or, you think I am out of your control? With a clatter, Li Yanxiao threw the teacup and palm leaf fan on the desk at Lin Gongxuan. Seeing him wet and in such a mess, Li Yanxiao became even angrier. Lin Gongxuan, do you know what you are saying? Lin Gongxuan gently touched the water stains on his body with his hands. Very calm. Do you think I am out of your control and want to teach me a lesson? Suddenly, the air stagnated, and a complicated atmosphere filled the air between the two. Li Yanxiao was shocked at what Lin Gongxuan knew. Lin Gongxuan wanted Li Yanxiao to admit it himself. But how could Li Yanxiao admit it? What lesson? You have done a great job in defeating Mushirha. So I won't bother with you. You should take care of yourself. And don't act impulsively in the future. For such a woman, it's not worth it. Lin Gongxuan laughed, his eyes full of disappointment. My lord, Gongxuan has never disobeyed you. But this time, I want to say that you are wrong. Lin Erju is more than just a woman in my heart. She is a comrade in arms who fights side by side and advances and retreats together. And the sun that warms my heart. She taught me that no matter what, as long as I persist, there will be results. She has a lot of ideas. Not the heart of an ordinary woman. I like her. This is the first time that Lin Gongxuan admitted in front of Li Yanxiao how much Yu Jiao weighed in his heart. Li Yanxiao had a splitting headache. Full of regret, confused, he stood up and came to Lin Gongxuan. You have a bright future with me. How can you provoke me again and again for a woman of unknown identity? She is not unknown. She is my fiancée. What? Li Yanxiao asked in disbelief. Lin Gongxuan, what did you say? Lin Erju is your fiancée? Your relationship has developed to such an extent? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. No. Lin Erju's original name is Lin Lianyang. And she is my family's child bride. She is my wife-to-be. She hid her name and concealed her identity, and came thousands of miles to find my subordinate. How can I let her down? Ha ha ha. After laughing loudly, Li Yanxiao said expressionlessly, it seems that my decision was correct. No. I was too late. Letting such a woman hold you back and implicate you. Your Highness, how can this be implicated? Lin Gongxuan retorted. She taught me to grow. And this is what made me successful. Lin Gongxuan was a little angry. His voice was high. And Li Yanxiao frowned. I didn't teach you to grow. And I didn't make you successful? Lin Gongxuan, you are confused. This is different. You said it was a blessing to your subordinates. But she is the driving force for them to move forward. Shut up. Stop talking. Li Yanxiao stopped Lin Gongxuan in a stern voice. Don't say anything. Just go. They didn't agree on a word. But Lin Gongxuan had something important to ask. Your Majesty, I heard that you went to the capital a few days ago. Li Yanxiao was a little surprised. And he waited for Lin Gongxuan's next words. Lin Gongxuan continued. Did you go to the capital for Lingjia village? Li Yanxiao didn't say anything. He didn't expect Lin Gongxuan to know the news so quickly. In this moment of distraction, Lin Gongxuan knew the answer he wanted. Your Majesty, did you send someone to Lingjia village? Do you want? Gongxuan, this is not what I meant. Li Yanxiao was a little flustered. I just wanted to. What did the prince just want? Lin Gongxuan continued to ask. I just want to teach Gongxuan a lesson. So that Gongxuan will not have other ideas? Don't have other ideas. And fight for the great show with all your heart? Then why did you kill your subordinates' families? Li Yanxiao couldn't say what he was thinking. He was afraid that Lin Gongxuan would become the second Lin Erju. If he escaped from his control and joined his opponent, what trump card would he have? Kill Lin Gongxuan's family. Destroy the things he cares about most. And then put the blame on the prince. In this way, Lin Gongxuan can serve him wholeheartedly. Gongxuan, there may be some misunderstandings. Since it didn't work, it can't be admitted. Li Yanxiao continued. I sent someone to comfort your family, but who knew it would backfire and make you misunderstand. But where are your family? If there is any misunderstanding, I will apologize to them. Lin Gongxuan lifted his robe and knelt down. I dare not. He kowtowed to Li Yanxiao and said, how dare I ask the prince to apologize to my family? It's enough for Gongxuan to say this. And Gongxuan will have no complaints. I will follow your lead, my lord, and I will never have second thoughts. Li Yanxiao was delighted and hurriedly helped Lin Gongxuan up. Okay, Gongxuan. I think your love for me is not in vain. Lin Gongxuan rode out of the Nantung military camp. He looked at the familiar road ahead and became confused. Jia Jia. Where should I go? Chapter 334, War Begins. Lin Gongxuan turned his horse and saw the anxious Fang Dashan at the end of the road. Fang Dashan was delighted to see Lin Gongxuan, but his face darkened when he saw the stains on his body. Captain, what's wrong with you? Lin Gongxuan said in a deep voice. Go back to the camp. Fang Dashan followed Lin Gongxuan on his horse. Yu Jia was very depressed these 2 days. She was busy with military affairs while worrying about Lin Gongxuan. Based on her understanding of Lin Gongxuan, she probably knew the truth long ago. But what if she knew the truth? Lin Gongxuan had never seen the miserable state of the Lin family in the previous life. So how could he be as sad as she was? She twisted the pin, not knowing how to pass the news to Lin Gongxuan. Yu Jia was afraid that Lin Gongxuan was kept in the dark, and was also afraid that Li Yanshao would kill Lin Gongxuan. She threw down the pen and walked around in agitation, unable to make up her mind. Soon, she lost the desire to write a letter. The war drum sounded, and Tuoba Zheng actually started a war at this time. Yu Jia's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she sneered 3 times. Ha ha ha. It's really hard to find it. She didn't know if the sentence was appropriate, but she wanted to say it. Go Sheng hurriedly walked into the room. Superior, there is a war. Yu Jia quickly put on the armor on the hanger, her tone full of excitement. Follow me and take down Tuoba Zheng's lair. Seeing Yu Jia's overwhelming momentum, Go Sheng's mood also became high. I obey your command. Yu Jia left the courtyard, and the soldiers were ready to go. Except for the last defeat. This time, it was Yu Jia's first real battle in the Jizhou military camp. The whistling autumn wind blew the red tassel on Yu Jia's helmet. The brown cloak fluttered in the wind, which made Yu Jia more imposing. Yu Jia held a long sword in his hand and shouted loudly on the stage. Soldiers, today the Tartars took the initiative to provoke us, so we must fight back. These days, we have studied hard and practiced hard, and finally it came in handy. Let Bindu see your strength. Whether you are qualified to be Bindu's soldiers. How shameless. Su Jingyang muttered to himself, his eyes full of disdain. Although he was disdainful, he still actively obeyed the order and followed the vanguard camp to the battlefield. This time, the Tartars chose to attack the city in the north of Jizhou City. When Yu Jia led the army there, he saw the ruins. After the massacre of Jizhou City, the new city guard did not repair the old city, but chose to build a new city wall in the old city. This also led to the incongruous scene of the alternation of the new and old city walls. However, according to what the city guard said, it is to let people remember the previous tragedy and not forget it. Indeed, Yu Jia had experienced that tragic battle, and the corpses of the people at that time could still be seen in his mind. When he entered the city guard Lu Taiyang came to greet him. He had already known Yu Jia's details from other colleagues. Therefore, he did not have any rejection of this brave commander. Your subordinate greets the superior. It was the first time that Yu Jia saw such a polite city guard. Although the city guard was lower than the captain of the Zhicheng according to the official rank, they just bowed their hands to salute. This Lu Taiyang did not follow the ordinary way. When he saw Yu Jia, he cowed out to her. Oh, Lord Lu, I am really embarrassed. How can I do such a great courtesy? Yu Jia's voice was extremely exaggerated. She wanted to let the other battalion officers present. See how you do it? See how the wise do it? Everyone's lips twitched, and they dared not speak. Seeing the frustrated expressions of the others, Yu Jia was extremely excited. That's right. If you still don't behave, I will deal with you. Lu Taiyang helped Yu Jia sit at the top. He bowed and saluted. Sir, in your opinion, how do you want to resist a foreign enemy? Yu Jia laughed, and Lu Taiyang was just a little strange, wondering why her laugh was so strange. Others were very familiar with Yu Jia's smile. This was the prelude to her ruthlessness. Master Lu, please leave it to me. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will not hesitate to help you. Lu Taiyang understood. I will just follow the orders of my superiors. The guards in Jizhou City are very strict, which is completely different from before. But such defense is not up to standard in Yu Jia's eyes. She asked Su Jingyang to send people to strengthen the defense. Su Jingyang looked puzzled. There are already many guards. Why do you need to send more people? Yu Jia looked at the night in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. Captain Su, have you heard about the massacre? Su Jingyong shook his head. I was still in the capital at that time. And later, I only heard a few words from people around me. Yu Jia turned around. But he had no specific impression. I saw the tragic scene on the eve of the massacre. The strong smell of blood and the shrill screams lingered in my mind, and could not be driven away. The sky was gloomy those days, as if it was mourning the dead people. They stripped the unarmed old, weak, women and children naked, and stood them on the city wall. Our soldiers couldn't bear to massacre their compatriots, so they pushed the people off the city wall one by one. Yu Jia cleared his throat and continued. Since I am here to defend the city, I can't let this tragic scene happen again. The first thing we have to do is to guard the city gate. Su Jingyong seemed to still be in shock. He nodded mechanically. Okay. We can't let our brothers and sisters suffer this persecution and humiliation again. Okay. Seeing the dimness in Su Jingyong's eyes, Yu Jia said with a smile. What? Are you scared, young master? Su Jingyong's body froze, and he rolled his eyes at Yu Jia. What are you talking about? How can I be afraid of these inhumane Tartars? If they come to attack the city, they will never come back. Yu Jia patted Su Jingyong's shoulder. Your words are enough. Su Jingyong dodged awkwardly. It seems that our relationship is not that good? My brother used to pat my shoulder. You are too polite, Yu Jia said unhappily. I treat you as my brother, but you despise me? Who told you to treat me as your brother? Why are you so self-indulgent? Su Jingyong wanted to stay away from Yu Jia, but Yu Jia didn't agree. She moved with Su Jingyong. What's wrong? Is it embarrassing to be my brother? The soldiers in the Jizhou military camp are all brothers of Bindu. Su Jingyong stopped and looked at Yu Jia seriously. So that's what you meant. You treated me as an ordinary soldier in the camp. Yu Jia was a little confused and surprised. What else? What are you thinking about? Su Jingyong turned away as if he was angry. Nothing. I will arrange for people to defend the city right away. After Su Jingyong left, Yu Jia scratched his head and scratched his face. This noble and spoiled young man is hard to serve. He has a bad temper and gets angry when he wants. Chapter 335. A Great Victory. Tuoba Zheng chose to attack the city in the evening. The setting sun in the sky brought a touch of blood, and scattered debris fell. These debris have been sinking into the sky, like the hot blood spilt on the battlefield. Yu Jia was very excited. She felt that the long sword in her hand was in tune with her mind at this time, and she chopped at the enemy's head again and again. Unlike the tall stature of the southern barbarians, the Tatars are slightly shorter. After 4 years of training on the battlefield, Yu Jia became more handy when she started to fight. Moreover, as long as she thought of the massacre 4 years ago, her heart could not stop trembling. After killing the last soldier in front of her, his head rolled at Xiao Bai's feet. Xiao Bai snorted and kicked his hooves, as if he was very disgusted. Ha ha ha. Good Xiao Bai. You suffered today. After returning, I will let Goshen clean your body. After Xiao Shiming killed the enemy soldiers around him, he came to Yu Jia's side. Superior, we have already gained the upper hand. Xiao Shiming's tone was full of excitement. This was the most exciting battle he had ever fought. In the past, under the leadership of Zhang Chansong, the Jizhou military camp was completely defensive and not offensive. Yu Jia was completely different from him. As expected, Yu Jia spoke slowly. How can we gain the upper hand? Notify the brothers. This time we will teach that Tuoba kid a lesson. Let them know that our great Zhou lion is not only sleeping. It's time to wake up, Xiao Shiming shouted. Subordinates obey orders. Chong Haier and Go Sheng hurried to pass the order. Xiao Qi and Lao Do protected Yu Jia. Xiao Qi, how do you feel? Yu Jia looked at the Tatar camp in front of him with a fierce look on his face. Not very good. I haven't killed enough. Lao Do slapped him hard. What can you do? Xiao Qi scratched the place where he was hit in a bad mood. Lao Do, be careful. The blood on your hands is all on me. This is the new armor I wore today. I know. I know. Lao Do looked at Xiao Qi helplessly. Tell me, what did you do? Xiao Qi smiled. His blood-stained face made his teeth shine. Today I ate 5 steamed buns. So I have to kill 5 Tartars? I have only killed 4. And I still need 1. The people around laughed after hearing what Xiao Qi said. Okay. I will give you a chance to get your money back today. Yu Jia saw Chong Haier and Go Sheng return. So he raised the long knife in his hand. Brothers, follow me to the enemy's lair. Charge! Charge! Kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. The sound of horse hooves passed by, raising the yellow sand all over the sky, covering the setting sun tightly. General. They are coming. The soldier ran into the tent in a panic, and was tripped by the blanket on the ground. He knelt on the ground, trembling all over. General. The enemy is coming. Tuoba Zheng pushed the woman beside him away, and said sternly. What? I have 100,000 troops. How could I let the enemy come? Where is the deputy general? His voice was flustered, and his hands and feet unconsciously softened. The soldier fell to the ground and cried. General. The deputy general has died on the battlefield. Tuoba Zheng stood up hurriedly, and he grabbed the soldier's collar. What did you say? The deputy general is dead? The soldier was dragged so hard that he couldn't breathe. His face flushed as he squeezed out a sentence. He's dead. Tuoba Zheng threw the soldier to the ground, drew the scimitar from the guard beside him, and chopped at the soldier. What's the purpose of making alarmist remarks and disturbing the morale of the army? The soldier widened his eyes, covered his throat with both hands, and fell to the ground, unable to speak anymore. Goodlin urged you. This general actually underestimated you. He threw the scimitar to the guard beside him, and tidied up his messy clothes. Today, this general will come to meet you. Outside the tent, the shouting and killing sounded loud, and Tuoba Zheng stretched out his arms, and let the maid put on armor for him. After finishing the arrangement, he walked out aggressively. However, as soon as he walked out of the tent, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. The soldiers of Beimo were chased and killed by the soldiers of Dazhou, and the ground was full of corpses with broken limbs. The smell of blood stimulated Tuoba Zheng's nasal cavity, and he couldn't help but cover his nose. But these smells were like legs and madly drilled into his nose. Tuoba Zheng's stomach was churning, and he couldn't help but vomit. It's not a big deal to vomit like this, but it attracted everyone's attention. Yu Jiao looked at the young man in front of him wearing a half-figured outfit, and after seeing the unusual armor on him, he rode forward. According to legend, Beimo has a mysterious skill that can make armor as soft as silk and invulnerable to swords and guns. From this point of view, the armor on Tuoba Zheng is most likely the latest skill. Hee. I'm going to make a fortune. Seeing Yu Jiao riding a horse and galloping, Tuoba Zheng felt that his eyes were a little dark. Not only was his eyes dark, but there was also a hot stream flowing out of his pants. Before he could find out what it was, he had fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, he only heard one sentence. Hey, this bastard is scared to pee. When Tuoba Zheng woke up again, he felt cold all over. He opened his eyes and observed the surroundings. There were wet straws on the ground. Surrounding him were iron pillars as thick as bowls. Why am I in prison? Awake? Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded behind him. Tuoba Hong turned around hurriedly and saw a young man with a white face and a thin body. His brain worked quickly and thought of the situation described in the information. The person in front of him was clearly Lin Erju, who made the southern barbarians tremble with fear. Lin Erju, I advise you to let me go. Otherwise Ada, will not let you go. Yu Jiao laughed as if she heard a joke. Her whisper echoed in the small prison, making Tuoba Zheng's heart even more horrified. What are you laughing at? Yu Jiao wiped the tears from her cheeks with her hands and finally stopped laughing. I say Tuoba Zheng. Tuoba Zheng, you are only tall but not smart. You are already my prisoner. Why are you still so arrogant? I don't care who you are. Ada, as long as you dare to come to my great show, I will not let you go. Tuoba Zheng was full of anger, but he didn't dare to step forward. So he shouted loudly, Lin Erju, you little white face. If you have the guts, let's fight. Oh! Yu Jiao looked at Tuoba Zheng as if he was a fool. Are you sure? As he said that, he stood up and walked towards Tuoba Zheng while moving his joints. I have to say, you are very brave. Do you know my name? Tuoba Zheng shook his head and backed away silently. Yu Jiao remembered his name in the boxing gym and sneered. They call me Boxing Tyrant. The Fist of Fist. The Tyrant of Tyrant. After that, he attacked Tuoba Zheng regardless of his reaction. A shrill scream rang out in the prison, and the soldiers guarding outside shook their heads. The superiors are practicing again. Chapter 336. Grasping the heart is the most important thing. Yu Jia made a condition to the Northern Desert Royal Court. If they wanted to redeem Tuoba Zheng, they had to pay 500,000 taels of gold to the great Zhou. When Su Jingyang heard this, he was so scared that he almost threw the chicken leg in his hand. 500,000 taels? And gold? Why didn't she go and rob? She clearly doesn't want the Northern Desert Royal Court to redeem Tuoba Zheng. Lu Kuifeng pondered over the 500,000 taels of gold and hesitated. Sir, are you sure you want 500,000 taels of gold? Not to mention that Tuoba Zheng is worthless to the Northern Desert Army. Just take his status in the Northern Desert Royal Court. He may not be worth so much gold. Yu Jia smiled. Military advisor. Do you think Tuoba Hong wants to save his son? Of course he does. Lu Kuifeng answered without thinking. If the Northern Desert Royal Court is unwilling to pay this money, will it cause a conflict between Tuoba Hong and the rulers? Lu Kuifeng suddenly realized that he understood Yu Jia's purpose. It turns out that the higher-ups have other intentions. Yu Jia quickly denied. Don't make me sound so mysterious. She thought of Li Dan of the Nam Man, who made a net profit of 10,000 taels of gold with this trick. If the Northern Desert Royal Court is willing to pay, we will return this thing that can only pay to them. If you refuse to pay, it will inevitably cause internal strife among them. At that time, it will also give us some breathing space. Lu Kuifeng stroked his beard. Great. I will spread some rumors about the discord in the Northern Desert Royal Court. And I guarantee that they will make the chaos worse. Yu Jia smiled sinisterly. You are worthy of being the military strategist of our great Zhou. The news of the victory of the Jizhou military camp reached the palace, and Li Yansheng laughed heartily. This Lin Erzhu really did not make me make a wrong move. Pass on my will and reward. As he said, he stood up, and the staff beside him hurriedly stood up to put on his coat for him. Your Highness, are you going out? Li Yansheng said proudly. Of course, I will ask for a reward from my father. When he arrived at the palace, Li Yansheng was full of satisfaction. He knelt down to salute Li Guoli. Your son greets your father. Seeing Li Yansheng like this, Li Guoli knew what was going on. What's going on? What's the good news? Li Yansheng pretended not to know Li Guoli's question. Father, there is a good news from Jizhou. Lin Erzhu defeated 100,000 Tartars with 50,000 soldiers. Not only did he defeat the Tartars, he also captured the enemy generals. Li Yansheng's passionate voice resounded in the imperial study. He looked at Li Guoli with excitement, like a child asking for candy. Well, that's it. What reward do you want? Li Yansheng listened to Li Guoli's tone without any ups and downs, and his heart gradually sank. Father, this Lin Erzhu is very capable and a rare general. She was hard to get. Li Guoli waved his hand to dismiss the people around him, and Hongda led the eunuchs beside him out of the room. He slowly approached Li Yansheng, looking at the young man who was taller than him, and finally turned into a sigh. Sheng, didn't you dig this person from the Yunnan military camp? Li Yansheng was horrified, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Father, how do you know this person? Before this, the name of Lin Erzhu could not have reached Li Guoli's ears. Did the third brother say anything? Suddenly, his face became ferocious. I heard that the third brother returned to the capital some time ago. Did he say anything to you? Father? I knew he had no good intentions this time. Sure enough. Sure enough. Shut up. Li Guoli suddenly scolded, and Li Yansheng knelt on the ground. Father, please forgive me. Father, please forgive me. The third brother did not mention anything about Lin Erzhu when he came back. Li Guoli's cold words came from above his head, making Li Yansheng shudder. What good things have you done? You sowed discord and poached people from the Yunnan military camp. Do you think I don't know? Li Yansheng fell to the ground, trembling all over. Father, listen to me carefully. I didn't dig Lin Erzhu out from the Yunnan military camp. She came to me on her own. This boy's achievements surpassed his master's. He was suspected by the third brother, so he killed all of Lin Erzhu's men. Lin Erzhu is a man who values friendship and loyalty. She knew that the third brother couldn't tolerate her, so she came to me from the Yunnan military camp. It's really not my fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Why didn't Lin Erzhu go to someone else? Li Guoli said angrily. Sheng, you were too ostentatious this time. How do you let the minister see you? They will only think that you are a narrow-minded crown prince who cannot tolerate brothers. Li Yansheng tried hard to suppress the fear in his body. Father taught me a lesson, and I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. Li Guoli paused for a long time, and finally sighed. Forget it. Anyway, Lin Erju is a talent. If she caused a rift between you brothers, she deserves death. Li Yanqing left the palace in a daze, and returned to the prince's mansion in a daze. He didn't know how it turned out like this. It was obviously his contribution. Why did he still get scolded by his father in the end? Just like when he was a child. No matter how hard he worked, no matter how much he tried, no matter how much he achieved, he could not get praise from his father. At most, he would get a nod from his father. But what about the third child? Whatever he did was right. Whatever he did was good. And whatever he did would be praised by him. The third child did whatever he wanted. And he could join the army if he wanted to. He was a famous talent in the capital. But he was just a helpless man. Under such high pressure, Li Yanqing fell ill. What a pile of mud. But how can this be enough? His fingers were like green onions. But he ruthlessly pinched the orchid that was in full bloom. It's time to take drastic measures. The news that the prince was seriously ill spread all over the capital. Have you heard? The prince is seriously ill. I heard it. It shouldn't be like that. His fiefdom won a victory and made great contributions. How could he be scolded by the emperor? I heard that the man who made great contributions was a subordinate of the king of Qi before. How could this happen? No wonder he was scolded by the emperor. In his heart, the king of Qi is much more important than the prince. Shh. Be careful. The news reached the queen. And it was said that the people in Cunning Palace were restless all day. The floor in the palace was wiped over and over again. And the bodies of the suddenly seriously ill people were carried out of the palace one by one. The queen felt that she was still not satisfied. That bitch. She actually wanted to climb over my head. It's just a foolish dream. Since Shenger is not important, let Ling Yun come to the palace to see me. The queen looked at the pattern on the armor and murmured. The most important thing is to capture the emperor's heart. Chapter 337 A Clear Conscience. The next day, the grandson Li Lingyun was taken to Cunning Palace. Lingyun pays respects to the empress. The mature Li Lingyun knelt down and saluted the queen in a proper manner, which made the queen love him. Lingyun, get up quickly. Let the empress see you. Then, the queen took Li Lingyun's hand and looked him up and down. Hey, why are you thinner? Li Lingyun held the queen's hand and said sweetly, Grandma, Lingyun has grown taller, but he has lost weight. The queen and Li Lingyun walked towards the imperial garden together. Lingyun, how are your studies recently? Reply to the empress. The teacher has praised my grandson recently. Li Lingyun was full of pride when he mentioned this. My grandson's academic performance has improved by leaps and bounds recently. The teacher said that my grandson has great potential. The queen agreed with a smile. This teacher is also a talent. Li Lingyun did not realize that the queen was just talking casually. He excitedly pulled the queen's hand and said, Does the queen also think that the teacher is talented? My grandson thinks so too. He knows everything from astronomy to geography. Oh, tell me what else he knows. This aroused the queen's interest. She only knew that she had selected a teacher for the emperor's grandson with great fanfare some time ago. But she did not expect Li Lingyun to be so satisfied. The teacher knows a lot. He actually knows that putting some nectar when roasting the wild rabbit will make the meat sweeter. Li Lingyun was still talking to himself, not noticing that the queen's face had changed. The nanny beside him saw this, and quickly took over the conversation. I didn't expect the teacher to have such talent. He must be familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. Of course. Li Lingyun continued, the teacher has a lot of books at home, most of which my grandson can't find. Hearing this, the queen's face became even uglier. Oh! After hearing what Lingyun said, the queen really wants to see who this teacher who knows the world is. Then, she changed the subject. At noon, the queen took Li Lingyun to the Qianqing Palace. Li Guoli smiled when he saw Li Lingyun. What has Lingyun been busy with recently? Why didn't he come to the palace to visit Grandpa Huang? Li Lingyun smiled shyly. The teacher has been very strict recently, so I don't have time. But the teacher praised my homework, so I dared to come to see Grandpa Huang. Li Guoli's smile deepened after a few words of teasing, and the queen was satisfied watching from the side. It seems that Lingyun is really working hard. The queen was afraid that Li Guoli would ask about Li Lingyun's teacher, so she changed the subject. When they returned to Cunning Palace in the evening, the queen was a little angry. What was the name of Lingyun's teacher? The nanny saw that the queen looked uneasy, so she answered carefully, Lu Shonhuan. Lu Shonhuan? Go check this person's background. I think what kind of teacher can teach the grandson how to grill meat? And what kind of teacher can have a collection of books that the royal descendants don't have? The nanny took the order and went out. The queen thought about it, and was still worried. Tomorrow I will meet this person in person. The next morning, the queen came to Zhongyanjuan. The dean led the teachers to pay homage to the queen. The queen slowly fiddled with the emerald green ring on her hand, and spoke calmly. Where is Lu Zhonghuan? A man in a deep blue robe walked out of the crowd. He lifted the corner of his robe, and saluted the queen neither servilely nor arrogantly. I, Lu Zhonghuan, pay my respects to the queen. May the queen live 1,000 years, and 1,000,000 years. Lu Zhonghuan was a gentleman, with a gentle appearance, which made the queen feel a little favorable. But thinking of Lu Zhonghuan's past, she still frowned. Are you Lu Zhonghuan? My queen? I am. Lu Zhonghuan knelt on the ground, his back straight, standing like a pine tree. You teach the emperor's grandson to roast meat? Does your family have a collection of books that the royal family doesn't have? The questioning tone made everyone present tremble, and dare not speak. Lu Zhonghuan spoke calmly. My queen? I am. I teach the emperor's grandson to roast meat to make him understand that food is the most important thing for people. His future duty is to feed the people. As long as they are well fed, everything will be possible. As for my collection of books, please forgive me, Queen. My family has been scholars for generations, so naturally I have a rich collection of books. Seeing the queen's expression getting gloomy, Lu Zhonghuan continued. It is said that everyone has their own specialties. My collection of books is like the love of the royal family for the people. There is no comparison. I aim to let the grandson know that it is better to read thousands of books than to travel thousands of miles. The grandson's duty means that he cannot travel thousands of miles, so he should read. So, you are thinking about the grandson wholeheartedly? The queen asked Lu Zhonghuan to stand up, and everyone quietly wiped their sweat. You call yourself a commoner now? Why don't you have an official position? Lu Zhonghuan said respectfully, replying to the queen. Those official positions are just empty titles, and commoners don't care about them. He didn't care, but the queen naturally did, thinking of the fact that the father of the imperial concubine was the current imperial tutor. The queen understood the connection. It must be that person who was obstructing it. Yesterday, I learned about Lu Zhonghuan's past from the information, and the queen was very reluctant to let him serve as the grand tutor again. But when I saw him today, I found that this person was not as bad as the information said. This is also the reason why he can stand out from thousands of people. He has a unique view on the problem. If we want the Lingyun to come forward now, we must find another way. This Lu Zhonghuan is the key person. You need to teach the grandson well from now on, and you will benefit from it in the future. Lu Zhonghuan still has a humble attitude. I will do my best to assist His Royal Highness the grandson. After the queen left, Lu Zhonghuan was called by the imperial teacher. Zhonghuan, you are a talent, and I admire you very much. Lu Zhonghuan bowed his hands. Thank you, imperial teacher. The imperial teacher looked at Lu Zhonghuan's stubborn appearance and became angry. Zhonghuan, if you knew how to adapt, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Lu Zhonghuan said loudly. Students must have a clear conscience. The imperial master waved his hand impatiently and drove Lu Zhonghuan out. Stubborn. Lu Zhonghuan looked up at the gloomy weather and finally shook his head and sighed. Soon, the imperial edict was passed to Zhongyanjuan, and Lu Zhonghuan was named the grand tutor of the grandson. When the imperial master learned the news, he got angry. The grand tutors of Zhongyanjuan congratulated Lu Zhonghuan. Grand tutor Lu has finally achieved his goal after suffering so much hardship. His hard work has finally won the favor of the empress. Lu Zhonghuan said, as if he could not hear the sarcasm. Thank you. Zhonghuan has a clear conscience. Seeing Lu Zhonghuan so pedantic, the crowd gave up. After all, Lu Zhonghuan was still the grand tutor of the grandson. No matter how powerful the imperial master was, he had to leave a way out for himself. Chapter 338, Early Promotion. The shouts in the training ground were deafening, and the people watching were excited. Hey, Dashan, why are you so listless? Ing Tian sat down next to Fong Dashan and handed him the water bag in his hand. Fong Dashan took the water bag, put it aside, and looked at Lin Gongxuan in the distance. Ing Tian followed his line of sight to look at Lin Gongxuan, and sighed. Since Lin Erzhu left, our superiors seem to have lost their spirit and energy. Fong Dashan sneered. How did you learn Erju's nonsense? How can you be so energetic after losing your spirit and energy? Can you personally train the soldiers? Ha ha ha. Shangfeng is frustrated in love, but successful in battle. Tian laughed. Lin Erju is gone. His spirit can collapse, but his body cannot collapse. Fong Dashan had a hard time. After Lin Erju left, Lin Gongxuan never slept a full night again. He worked so hard during the day. He was worried that sooner or later Lin Gongxuan would not be able to bear it. Seeing Fong Dashan no longer talking, Tian patted him on the shoulder. Pay more attention to Shangfeng's situation. Shangfeng is the only one left now. Fong Dashan knew this truth. He stood up and walked towards Lin Gongxuan. You must concentrate when setting up the formation. What are you thinking about? Lin Gongxuan was scolding a soldier at the end of the formation. The soldier complained bitterly. They had been training for several hours straight, and everyone was exhausted. Sir, let's take a break. The weather is hot, and the soldiers need some water. Seeing that the soldiers on the horse were all covered in dust and in a mess, Lin Gongxuan ordered them to rest. Lin Gongxuan came to the shade and sat on a stone bench. He loosened the bandage on his wrist, still thinking about how to arrange the formation. At this time, Jean Pendon came over. Gongxuan, how is the cavalry battalion training? When it comes to this, Lin Gongxuan gets angry. I don't like it. I don't know how much Lin Erju suffered at that time to make these bastards improve. Seeing Lin Gongxuan mention Lin Erju, Jean Pendon felt relieved. He had been with Lin Gongxuan for such a long time and knew him too well. Don't think that he is usually sharp-tongued and can make people speechless. But he will keep silent about what is really on his mind. When Lin Erju just left, he couldn't say 2 words a day, let alone mention Lin Erju's name. Now that he took the initiative to mention it, it means that he has no grudges in his heart. This is the best. Take it slow. Suddenly a new general was changed. And it was still a high-level general. Do you think they won't hesitate? Besides, each general has a different training method, so they have to be given time to adapt. Lin Gongxuan threw the bandage on the ground, picked up the sleeping bag on the ground and drank the water. The water stains on his lips flowed down along the corners of his lips, leaving a trail of marks. Jean Pendon's lips twitched. Look! Look! A good captain. What has he become now? This is just a little better than the beggar in Mengcheng. Lin Gongxuan frowned and threw the water bag on the bandage impatiently. What are you talking about? I'm a man. Why do I need to be so good? Jean Pendon sneered twice. This is not the time when Lin Erju is here. When she was here, I couldn't wait to clean my beard when I went out. Seeing that Jean Pendon was still talking about Yujia, Lin Gongxuan said TSK. Okay. Okay. Jean Pendon comforted him gently. What are you going to do next? The two have been together for so many years, and they have a tacit understanding. If Lin Gongxuan said that he would not make any move next, Jean Pendon would not believe it. Making such a big move. I'm afraid he is going to do something big. Sure enough, Lin Gongxuan wiped the water stains on his chin and snorted coldly. Next, I will let Nubu taste my power. Now, Mushura has retreated to Muzheling. If you want to find Mushura, you must alarm Muzheling. Do you mean to attack Nanman again? Jean Pendon hesitated a little. After all, when they attacked Nanman last time, Li Yinjia's attitude was very clear. Now is not the best time to attack Nanman. Gongxuan, have you decided? Lin Gongxuan nodded. Lin Erju said that if you want to do it, you have to do it. Practice is the only criterion for testing theory. What is this? Jean Pendon didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. But looking at Lin Gongxuan's appearance, he knew that it probably meant to dare to think and dare to do. Jean Pendon hesitated for a while, and then calmed down. Tell me what you want to do, and we will discuss it carefully later. Lin Gongxuan looked at him with a smile. Military advisor. I am doing a business where my head is on the belt. If you do it well, it's a great achievement. If you do it badly, your head will be moved. Jean Pendon rolled his eyes at him. Would I be afraid? If I were afraid, how nice it would be to be a stable private school teacher in the countryside. Why would I need to stay in this place where no one lives? It seems that Jean Pendon is really anxious. A scholar even said shit. Lin Gongxuan stood up, put his hands on his hips. Okay, let's beat him up. These days, Lin Gongxuan felt very aggrieved. It's time to vent. On the first day of September in the 27th year of the Great Zhou dynasty, the sun was shining and the breeze was blowing, which was a good omen. Lin Gongxuan led 100,000 soldiers from the Yunnan military camp to the Jiezi city and took the lead in attacking the Mu tribe. Because of the emergency, the Mu tribe was caught off guard. When they reacted, Lin Gongxuan had already led his troops to evacuate. When the Mu tribe rested for a while, Lin Gongxuan came back again. After a few rounds, the Mu tribe finally figured it out. Isn't this the same tactic that Lin Erzhu used in the Yunnan military camp before? They will not cause substantial damage to the Nanman army, but will disturb the morale of the army. After learning about the battle strategy of the Great Zhou, Mu Shurho was not panicked. However, his calmness did not mean that Lin Gongxuan would stop. While Lin Gongxuan was disrupting the line of sight, the Great Zhou Vanguard Battalion and Cavalry Battalion had already attacked Mu Zhaoling's old nest. Mu Shur was so angry that his head was splitting. What a great trick to attack from the east! When Li Yanshao got the news, Lin Gongxuan had already captured 2 cities in Nanman. This was the first time that the Great Zhou had achieved such a great victory since the change of dynasties. The news quickly reached the capital. Li Guoli looked at the victory report in his hand and was very happy. Lin Gongxuan not only won the battle, but also took 2 cities in Nanman. God bless my Great Zhou. Pass on my intention. Confer Lin Gongxuan the title of General of Cavalry, a 3rd-rank official, and reward him with 100 taels of gold and 1,000 hectares of fertile land. When Yu Jia got the news of Lin Gongxuan's promotion, it was already mid-September. She looked at the secret letter in her hand and fell into deep thought, unable to extricate herself for a long time. According to Lu Nyang's memory, Lin Gongxuan's promotion was in February next year. Why was it advanced? Chapter 339 Satisfy Selfish Desires? Did something unexpected happen in the middle? Or has Yu Jia changed the original direction since she came here? No matter what, the ending is always good. The Lin family is alive and well. And everyone is alive and well. A drop of water fell on the secret letter, and Yu Jia realized that she was crying, thinking of the exhaustion and fear she had experienced all the way. Her heart finally settled down. This is already very good. The person I want to protect is still alive. As long as he is alive, there is hope. Since Lin Gongxuan was named General of Cavalry, he could no longer stay in the Yunnan military camp. The Yunnan military camp belonged to Li Yanzhao's fiefdom and was originally under the command of Li Yanzhao. Now that Lin Gongxuan has been appointed as a general, he naturally cannot be wasted. However, Li Guoli has not thought about where to transfer Lin Gongxuan. At this time, Hong Deshun led Li Lingyun over. Grandson pays homage to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Li Guoli placed the memorial on the table and happily asked Li Lingyun to get up quickly. Have you finished your homework? Li Lingyun answered obediently, I have finished it. My grandson. It's just that the grand tutor has assigned another homework to my grandson. I am a little confused. So I want to ask the emperor. Oh! What homework has troubled our smart Lingyun? This aroused Li Guoli's interest, and he walked towards Li Lingyun. The grandfather and grandson sat together on the threshold of the imperial study. At first glance, the scene was full of joy. The grand tutor asked his grandson to go to the fields. This surprised Hong Deshun, who was standing by. Which grand tutor dared to ask the grandson to go to the fields? Li Guoli was also surprised. Why did the grand tutor ask you to do this? The grandson shook his head. My grandson doesn't know. Now my grandson is very embarrassed and doesn't know how to complete his homework. Li Guoli winked at Hong Deshun, and the latter took the order and left. Li Lingyun was still worried about his homework until he finished lunch. So Li Guoli comforted him. Don't worry. Leave it to Grandpa Huang. Really? Grandpa Emperor can help his grandson? Li Lingyun's eyes lit up. But only for a moment. He hung his head like a deflated ball. The grand tutor said that my grandson is not allowed to ask Grandpa Emperor and my father for help. And I have to do it myself. Is there such a thing? Li Guoli was eager to meet this unusual talent. After Li Lingyun left dejectedly, Hongda took Lu Zhonghuan to the imperial study. When he first met Lu Zhonghuan, his elegant appearance left a deep impression on Li Guoli. Well, he looks like a scholar, but his ideas are a bit unconventional. Lu Zhonghuan was neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you for the compliment. Your Majesty. Li Guoli laughed a little. I'm not praising you. He is indeed a straightforward scholar. Let me ask you, why do you assign farming lessons to the grandson? Lu Zhonghuan thought for a moment and then spoke freely. Food is the first necessity of the people. And the focus of the people is not who is in power. Their lives are inseparable from the word food. If you focus on the word food, you can't get rid of taxes and remote labor. It's always right to start from the big picture. Taxes and remote labor? Li Guoli fell into deep thought. According to what you said, farming is really the foundation of the country. But what's the use of just these? Officials? Money? Which one is not the focus? Lu Zhonghuan shook his head slowly. No. They are all important points. Just with different focuses. The emperor leads all the officials. And he is concerned about national affairs. The farming and autumn harvest of the people naturally become trivial matters. After Lu Zhonghuan finished speaking, he waited for Li Guoli's questions. The silence in the imperial study room. The longer it lasted, the more depressed people felt. You should have heard about Lin Gongquan's promotion to general of the cavalry recently. There is no suitable military camp for him to show his skills now. In your opinion, where should he go? Hong Deshan looked up at Lu Zhonghuan, and then quickly lowered his head. I dare not speak nonsense. Lu Zhonghuan remained neither humble nor arrogant, as if it was natural that he dared not to do so. Don't be afraid. Just speak freely. Lu Zhonghuan frowned, as if he was really thinking about where Lin Gongquan went. Hong Deshan saw it, and gave Lu Zhonghuan a conclusion without any expression. He is really a pedantic scholar. After a while, Lu Zhonghuan spoke. I still think that the foundation of the country is that food is the first priority for the people. Ha ha! Li Guoli laughed heartily. My dear minister, you really think differently from others. When Lu Zhonghuan left, Hong Deshan hesitated. What? Have you also learned to hesitate? Li Guoli flipped through the memorial in his hand and asked casually. Hong De bent down. I dare not. I know what you are thinking. Li Guoli stopped. Before, Lin Gongquan dug up Lu Zhonghuan's affairs in Yuqing, which prevented him from taking the imperial examination. Lu Zhonghuan naturally hated him. To make Lu Zhonghuan such an upright man? Say so. Lin Gongquan is really capable. Since he is a talented person, I will not miss him. The next day, the emperor's decree spread all over the country. Lin Gongquan has made outstanding achievements, and was transferred to Pingyuan for appointment, and set off immediately. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. If Lin Gongquan goes to Pingyuan, he will become the closest force to the imperial city. The king of Qi has lost a powerful arm. What is the purpose of the emperor doing this? Is it to balance the power of the prince and the king of Qi? In the military camp of southern Yunnan, Jin Pinnan had the same question. Gongquan, will you become a pawn when you go to Pingyuan to take office this time? Lin Gongquan didn't care. Who in this world is not the emperor's pawn? Besides, the imperial power cannot be won by fighting. The prince and the king of Qi can only ask for it if the emperor gives it to them. If he doesn't give it to them, it's robbery, according to the emperor's way of doing things. If they rob, they will suffer. Before leaving, Lin Gongquan went to bid farewell to Li Yanxiao. Your subordinate greets you. Your Majesty. Lin Gongquan knelt on the ground. Very pious. Li Yanxiao sneered. What a great Lin Gongquan. Now you are leaving me too? Lin Gongquan raised his head and looked at Li Yanxiao seriously. Your Majesty, after today's separation, I don't know when we will meet again. Take care of yourself in the future. Li Yanxiao picked up the inkstone at hand and smashed it on Lin Gongquan. As luck would have it, it hit Lin Gongji's head. Lin Gongquan didn't dodge and took it. Lin Gongquan, you are really too strong. You can do such a thing of pretending to obey, but actually disobeying. Lin Gongquan raised his hand and touched his forehead, which was a little wet. He stared at the blood on his hand, a little dazed. Why do you say that? My subordinates are doing this for the great show. Now that the Mu tribe has been severely damaged and beaten without any resistance. Isn't this what the prince has always been thinking about? Could it be that you always say that you are doing this for the great show just to satisfy your own selfish desires? Chapter 340 Leaving Bashu. Lin Gongquan's voice echoed in a tent, and the two glared at each other. Your Highness, you keep saying that you are doing this for the sake of the great show. Why do you keep making things difficult for Lin Erju? Making things difficult for Lin Erju, for the subordinates, and for those of us who are loyal to the emperor and the country. Is this what you mean by doing this for the sake of the great show? Lin Gongquan's heart was jumping back and forth on the cliffs, sometimes jumping high, and sometimes falling to the bottom of the cliff. He didn't know why he had come to this point today. He was not wrong. And Yu Jia was not wrong either. Who was wrong then? We just want to drive out the Tartars, and let the people live and work in peace and contentment. What about you? You only think about whether we will threaten you. Threat your position. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Gongxuan was kicked in the abdomen. Suddenly, he curled up on the ground in pain, and the pain in his abdomen spread to his stomach, churning uncontrollably. The churning fishy smell made him cough uncontrollably again. Lin Gongxuan, I saved you in vain. Li Yinzhou's words stopped Lin Gongxuan from coughing. Back then, Lin Gongxuan was bullied by Dong De and others and curled up on the ground. When Li Yinzhou asked Dong De and others to stop, he looked kind and benevolent, like a banished immortal. Now Lin Gongxuan is still curled up on the ground. He slowly raised his eyes to look at Li Yinzhou, and found that Li Yinzhou's face was now ferocious and no longer the same as before. Ahem. Power is such a good thing. Lin Gongxuan endured the severe pain and struggled to get up. Your Highness, we'll be apart today. Take care of yourself. Lin Gongxuan, you ungrateful bastard. No matter how angry Li Yinzhou was behind Lin Gongxuan, he had no time to care. Seeing Lin Gongxuan staggering out of the tent with his hands on his abdomen, Fang Dashan hurried forward to support him. Shengfeng, how are you? Lin Gongxuan slowly pushed Fang Dashan away. He wiped the corner of his lips, and blood was indeed spilling. No problem. Back to the camp. The two walked out of the Nantung military camp one after the other, and the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Brother coward. Brother Dashan. Lin Gongxuan turned around after hearing this. Li Chong looked at him helplessly, his face full of panic. Are you going to leave? Seeing the boy's sincerity, Lin Gongxuan stopped. Ah Chong. Be careful in the future. Li Chong looked up at Lin Gongxuan in confusion. Why do you say that? Thinking of Lin Gongxuan's situation, he lowered his head. How could this happen? Erju left. And you left too. Li Chang's voice was full of loneliness. His nose was sour, and he wanted to cry. But he thought that he was already grown up and couldn't embarrass himself in front of everyone. He sniffed and looked up again. At this moment, he found that there was already mist in his eyes. Bad brother, can you not leave? Lin Gongxuan touched Li Chang's head with an unconscious doting tone. Chang, you have to learn to grow up and take care of yourself. Lin Gongxuan opened his arms and hugged Li Chang tightly. Take care. Ayan looked at the scene in front of her in the corner of the tent, and her eyes were wet unconsciously. The people she knew left one by one. The conflict had been aroused, and she should find a suitable opportunity to leave. The mood of parting spread throughout the Nantung military camp, and most of the people around Li Yinzhou were familiar with Lin Gongxuan. However, they did not come forward to say goodbye. After Lin Gongxuan let go of Li Chong, he walked away with a slash. We can't stay here any longer. Li Chong, come back. Li Chong, who was stunned in the same place, came to his senses at this moment, and he hurriedly walked towards the tent. However, Lin Gongxuan's voice just now kept lingering in his ears. Chong, you must be careful of the prince. He lifted the tent and shook his head. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the prince attack him? Lin Gongxuan immediately set off and went to Pingyuan to take up his post. It seemed that everything had returned to peace. Li Chong came to the cliff where he was taken in by Li Yinzhou. He sat on the ground and tried hard to think of his sister's appearance in his memory. But no matter how hard he tried, there was only a vague shadow left in his mind. Azzy, you have to live well. Ajay, where are you? Azzy misses you so much. Li Chong muttered to himself. Tears could no longer stop flowing down. Li Chong? Li Chong, is that you? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Li Chong hurriedly wiped away his tears and stood up. Ayan? Why are you here? Why are you so elusive? There is no sound at all. Li Chong covered his crying voice with an angry voice. I have called you several times, but you didn't hear me, and you are still crying. Li Chang's face suddenly turned red, and he was angry. Who cried? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing his awkward look, Ayan's heart softened for some reason. Okay, I'm just talking nonsense. Okay. Seeing Ayan say this, Li Chong didn't want to pursue it any further. What are you doing here? Ayan looked at the cliff in the distance and sighed. Nothing. Just out for a walk. Walking in this remote place? I'm afraid there is some conspiracy. Li Chong muttered and sat down again. How can there be so many conspiracies? Ian couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say is what it is. It's getting late. You should go back early. None of your business. Li Chong left Ian with a stubborn back. What a weird kid. If you want to stay here, stay here. I'm leaving. Whatever. Li Chong didn't care whether she stayed or left. He said 2 words and then stopped talking. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Li Chang's sister's death. He wants to stay here for a while. At this time of the day, Li Yanchao always finds an excuse to send him out. I'm afraid he can't come here tomorrow. Sure enough, early the next morning, Li Yanchao asked Li Chong to go to Mengcheng to buy some rice wine. When Li Chong came back from Mengcheng, it was already evening. After delivering the rice wine to Li Yanchao, he returned to his tent. At this moment, he was lying on the couch, and a sour feeling kept coming to his nose. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Could it be because Lin Erzhu and Lin Gongxuan left Bashu? Thinking of this, he began to search in the closet. After turning out all his clothes, he found a dark red wooden box. He gently stroked the pattern on the wooden box and opened it gently. Inside was a miniature 6-string zither. This was the only relic left to him by his parents. After it was sold by the peasant woman, it was Li Yanchao who took great pains to find it for him. He opened the 6-string zither and placed it on the table. The strings of the 6-string zither were already a little frizzy, and it seemed that they would break in a short time. He closed his eyes, thinking about the tunes played by his mother and sister in his memory, and gently played the xianxin. Wang Xiaobo outside the tent covered his ears with helplessness. At this time of year, a Chang always plays his broken zither. What broken zither? That's the thought left to him by his parents. Huang Long also plugged his ears. Chapter 341. Playing it over and over again. It still wasn't what he remembered. Li Chong was a little discouraged. So he put the 6-string guitar on the table. What should I do? I can't even remember my sister. No. I have to try again. He picked up the 6-string guitar and started playing again. He closed his eyes and imitated his sister, slowly plucking the strings with his fingers. The raw string sound slowly flowed from his slender fingertips, and gradually, it merged with the tone in his memory. Hey, you know what? It doesn't sound so uncomfortable now. Wang Xiaobo gradually loosened his ears, listened carefully for a while, and then blocked his ears with his fingers again. He closed his eyes and frowned. I must be dreaming. Miss Ian, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiaobo opened his eyes and looked away when he heard Huang Long talking. Ian looked at Li Chang's tent with tears streaming down her face. Huang Long coughed. Well, Miss Ian, today is the anniversary of a Chang's death. He used to play some songs. Please bear with me. Ian turned a deaf ear to him and walked slowly towards the tent. Huang Long wanted to stop him, but Wang Xiaobo grabbed his arm. Don't worry. We can't afford to offend Miss Ian. Huang Long stopped immediately. But, a Chang. He was a little worried whether Ian would blame Li Chong. No problem. Let's leave here. As he said that, Wang Xiaobo pulled Huang Long away from the tent. Ian slowly raised her hand and saw Li Chang's face full of regret. But his hands did not stop moving. However, after a moment, he sighed and put down the 6-string guitar. Why didn't I learn well at the beginning? Ian pursed her lips and walked into the tent. At this time, Li Chong saw Ian and stood up hurriedly. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? He spoke a little anxiously, and hurriedly hugged the 6-string guitar in his arms. I don't play well, so I won't play it. Ian wiped the tears from her cheek with her hand. It's not played like this. What? Li Chong was a little puzzled and muttered. What are you talking about? Ian ignored him and took the 6-string guitar from his arms. Li Chong didn't stop him and let Ian pluck the strings. Suddenly, he was stunned. The tune flowing from Ian's hands was the tune played by her sister in his memory. How do you know this song? Who are you? Who are you? Ian ignored him and continued to pluck the strings, humming with her red lips. Blue bricks and tile paint. White horses stepping on new mud. At the end of the song, she could no longer continue. At this moment, she was in tears, and she gently stroked the 6-string guitar with her hands, trying to calm down. How can you be so careless? You rascal! Look at you. You have only had it for a few years, and the strings have become like this? If my mother knew, she would be heartbroken. Ian spoke in Wu dialect, her warm voice mixed with crying, which directly hit Li Chang's heart. He covered his chest and took 2 steps back. You? Looking at Ayan, who was still crying at the table. She gradually overlapped with the sister, who loved him so much in his memory. A sister? You are my sister? How is it possible? How is it possible? Li Chang was overwhelmed by the huge joy. He was a little overwhelmed and a little incoherent. He had imagined that he would meet his sister again one day. This person could be Lin Erju or a gentle girl on the street. But he never thought it would be Ayan. Ajay. Is that you? Li Chang asked cautiously. He was a little afraid that hope would bring disappointment. But this tune was written by An Yang. And only An Yang and Ajia could play and sing it. Ayan raised her head, looked at Li Chang with tears in her eyes, and laughed again. What are you laughing at? I just didn't expect it. Ayan sniffed. I just didn't expect that the Azai I was thinking about was actually by my side. She stood up and came to Li Chang. She raised her hand slowly and touched Li Chang's cheek with her fingers. When you were a child, your face was chubby. I never thought you would be so thin now. Ayan gently wiped the tears from Li Chang's face and stroked his shoulders. I never thought you could grow so tall. Azzy, it's great that you are still alive. Li Chang opened his mouth. Wow. Sister. It's really you. He cried loudly and hugged Ayan in his arms. Sister. You are still alive. I thought you were dead. You made me sad for so many years. Why didn't you come to find me? Ayan hugged him back and put her head on his shoulder. I'm sorry. Sister is late. The two hugged each other and cried. And their voices were heard outside the tent. Wang Xiaobo and Huang Long looked at each other. And both saw the surprise in their eyes. What's going on? Why are you crying? Although the tune played by Ah Chang is a bit unpleasant, it won't make people cry. Right? Huang Long stretched his ears and listened carefully to the voices mixed in with the crying. Hey, Xiaobo. Listen. They also said something about sister and son. Could they recognize each other as siblings through a song? No. What are you thinking? Wang Xiaobo pricked up his ears and made a trumpet shape with his hands to listen. Hey, how come I heard it too? Suddenly, the two of them suddenly realized. It can't be, they said in unison. After a pause, they laughed. It's really hard to find it. But it's easy to get it. TSK. Xiaobo. Why are you talking like Erju? Huang Long looked at him with disdain. Erju is the least learned among us. She likes to talk nonsense. Why are you talking nonsense too? Wang Xiaobo slapped his mouth twice lightly. Hey. Slap. Do you think we should tell the prince about this good news? Huang Long shook his head. Don't worry. The prince is worried about Lin Gongxuan's matter. Let's not disturb him. Besides, what can a Chang hide in his stomach? I'm afraid he will tell the prince the good news as soon as possible. Sure enough, Li Chang said while holding Ayan's hand. Sister, I want to tell the prince about this. He will definitely be very happy. Ayan grabbed Li Chang. Don't. Li Chang was a little puzzled when he saw Ayan's serious face. The prince is so kind to me. Why can't I tell him? Ayan shook her head. Chang, this matter must be kept secret. And you can't tell the prince? Or even others. The prince is no longer the prince he used to be. Li Chang remembered what Lin Gongxuan said to him before he left. And cold sweat broke out on his back. Thinking of what Li Yanzhao did to Ayan. He felt uncomfortable. Then I'll listen to my sister. Let's keep it a secret. Chapter 342, Solve Problems. Mu Yinjin touched her bulging belly with a loving look on her face. She now has relatives and a lover around her. Bubbling in the honey pot. Madam. It's time to take the medicine. Mu Yinjin pouted when she heard this. Madam. Can I not take these medicines? It's bitter and astringent. Very hard to drink. Having said that, she still took the medicine bowl from the nanny. Madam. This is a tonic. You must drink it. Otherwise, how can the little general be healthy? Our general's body is extremely brave. If the little general is too thin, wouldn't it make others laugh at him? Mu Yinjin frowned and drank the medicine in one gulp. Nanny quickly stuffed the candied fruit into her mouth and smiled. That's right. Everything is for the little general in your belly. Mu Yinjin swallowed the candied fruit and picked up another one. If I'm not pregnant with a boy, will a Ling dislike me? Nani's smile paused for a moment, then returned to normal. How could it be? This is the prescription prescribed by the witch doctor. It's guaranteed to be a little general. Nani was carefully selected by a yin. and with her serving Mu Yinjin. Mu Yinjin felt much more at ease. I hope so. Mu Yinjin looked sweet, and put the candied fruit in her mouth. Madam, the Grand Palace has ordered that you should not see the prince these days. Mu Yinjin thought of the absurd things that Mu Tinghui had done a few days ago, and she became angry. I will not see him. If he dares to come again, I will drive him out. Mammy's eyes showed mixed emotions, but she did not speak again. Thinking of what happened a few days ago, Mu Yinjin could no longer drive away the anger in her heart. That night, Mu Yinjin felt very hot. It should be late autumn now, so she would not feel this way. But for some reason that day, she just wanted to go out for some fresh air. Mu Yinjin put on a piece of clothing and walked towards the garden. A group of maids and servants followed her, which made her even more irritated. Don't follow me. I want to walk around by myself. Although the maids were obedient and didn't follow her closely, they also followed her slowly at a distance. They dared not take it lightly. The bright moon was in the sky, and the cool autumn wind made Mu Yin feel very comfortable. Since she got pregnant, she felt a little hot from time to time. Maybe her body has changed. She thought about the recent lack of news from Lin Erju, and the unpleasantness between her mother and Mu Xiaoling, and she felt more and more upset. Slowly, she walked to the depths of the courtyard. However, the lights were still on in the courtyard at this moment. Mu Yinjin had never been here before, so she was curious. What is this place? When she turned around, she found that the maids had been sent far away by her. Seeing Mu Yinjin turned around, a maid was very smart and ran to her side. What do you want? Madam? What is this place? Who lives here? The maid was a little confused. Reporting to Madam? I don't know. Even the maid didn't know about this place, which aroused Mu Yinjin's curiosity. She touched her belly and walked towards the yard. As soon as she reached the door, she saw the housekeeper hurriedly coming out of the yard. My humble servant greets Madam. Butler? Mu Yinjin glanced at the lights in the yard, and then at the butler, who looked strange. Where is this? Why are you here so late? The butler replied. The general's personal belongings were lost here during the day. This thing is very important to the general, so I sent someone to find it. It's reasonable that the important thing was found now. Mu Yinjin was about to turn around and leave, and suddenly seemed to think of something. What is this place? The general was here during the day? In the past, when Mu Xiaoling returned to the general's mansion, he would either discuss matters in the study or at Mu Yinjin's place. Why did he come to such a remote place? And he never mentioned it to Mu Yinjin. The housekeeper hesitated and couldn't explain it clearly. Seeing that things were at a stalemate, Mu Yinjin wanted to go in and check. Madam. At this time, Aben came over from the yard. Madam. Wait a minute. It's messy here. Please be careful. The more he tried to stop her, the more doubts Mu Yinjin had in her heart. And she had a bad feeling in her heart. When she was pregnant before, Ian had hinted to her. She was pregnant, and Mu Xiaoling was really at the age of blood and vigor. And there was no guarantee that some coquettish and slutty woman would come to make trouble. Now it seems that this is possible. I'm fine. Aben, please get out of the way. I want to go in. Aben stood at the door motionless, and Mu Yinjin was furious. What's the matter? My words don't work? Who said that Madam's words don't work? At this time, Muzzling came over from the darkness, and his sharp face made Mu Yinjin's heart skip a beat. Ling, are you going to the study? Why are you here? Mu Yinjin walked towards Muzzling, and she raised her hand. Muzzling smiled and shook Mu Yinjin's hand. Hey, I lost the sachet you gave me during the day, so I came to find it. Mu Yinjin said angrily. It's lost. I'll make it for you again. Why are you making a fuss about finding it at this time? Muzzling took Mu Yinjin's hand and walked into the house. How could I lose the things you gave me? Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I will find the sachet. The two of them came to the house while talking. Mu Yinjin looked at the furnishings in the house, which were as simple as ever. There were no other superfluous or unnecessary things. Only the bed curtains in the deep of the house were put down. Mu Xiaoling looked in the direction of Mu Yinjin's gaze. This is where I occasionally rest. He walked forward and put away the bed curtains. The bedding on the bed was neatly arranged, and there was nothing wrong. Mu Yinjin was relieved, and she slowly sat on the chair. Just now at the door, when Aben stopped me with a fierce face, I thought you had hidden some peerless beauty here. Mu Xiaoling returned to Mu Yinjin and sat down. How could it be? He just looked a little embarrassed. Mu Yinjin would not miss it. What's wrong? You look like that beauty? Madam. Aubin glanced at Mu Zhaoling and seemed to want to say something. Shut up. Who told you to talk too much in front of the madam? Mu Zhaoling stopped Aubin with a stern voice. Come on. Take Aubin out and slap him. Wait. Mu Yinjin raised her hand to stop him. Let's see what Aubin wants to say. Jinjin. Don't listen. Mu Zhaoling was a little anxious. The more he looked like this, the more Mu Yinjin felt that Aubin had to say it. Aubin. Keep talking. He dare not hit you. Aubin looked at Mu Zhaoling hesitantly, then looked at Mu Yinjin, made up his mind, and said, The prince sent a few concubines to the general. Saying that, it said that it's to help you solve your problems. Chapter 343 Decision. What? Mu Yinjin was shocked and stood up in a hurry. Mu Zhaoling carefully supported her. Jinjin. Don't be angry. Aubin. Stop talking. Mu Zhaoling's eyes were wide open. If you continue to provoke the relationship between Jinjin and the prince, you will be punished yourself. General's wife. Aubin knelt on the ground. Determined. General. I really can't bear you being misunderstood by your wife. Recently, there have been rumors in the mansion that you favor your beautiful concubine. The person was clearly sent to you by the prince. You are loyal to your wife and can't refuse. If you send these people away, there will be people gossiping about them. This also affects the relationship between you and your wife. I see it with my own eyes, and am anxious in my heart. Mu Zhaoling glanced at Mu Yinjin, and saw that she frowned, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Ling, why didn't you tell me about this? Mu Yinjin pulled Mu Zhaoling. You have been wronged. Mu Zhaoling smiled and shook his head. I am fine. I just don't want you to be sad. Mu Yinjin snorted coldly. Brother actually did this. I will not let him have a good time. Afterwards, Mu Yinjin found Mu Tinghui to question him. And Mu Tinghui did not deny it. The two quarreled and left unhappily. Maybe Mu Tinghui felt that his behavior was inappropriate. So he came to the general's mansion from time to time to ask Mu Yinjin for forgiveness. Mu Yinjin thought of Mu Tinghui's face and felt resentful. If it weren't for the fact that he is my brother, I would have beaten him to death. Nanny comforted Mu Yinjin. Madam, please don't be angry again. Since Nan Man was defeated by Lin Gongxuan, Mu Zhaoling has often disappeared. Mu Yinjin expressed her understanding. But she still felt a little empty in her heart. She wanted to find someone to talk to and vent. But she couldn't find the right person. In the past, she could write a secret letter to Lin Erju if she had anything. Since Lin Erju left Bashu, the two have no contact anymore. She couldn't go to a yin, because she and Mu Zhaoling had been very unhappy about the military pay these days. Mu Zhaoling didn't mention this to her. She only knew about it from the maids beside her. This Ling is always afraid that I will worry. After another dispute with a yin, Mu Zhaoling returned to the mansion and saw Mu Yinjin waiting for him. Jinjin, why are you here? Mu Zhaoling was a little flustered. He quickly took Mu Yinjin into the study. Mu Yinjin sighed. Ling, you are always like this. You don't tell me what happened. Today, you had another dispute with your mother, right? Mu Zhaoling's face changed. And then he sighed. I don't want you to know these troubles. I'm afraid you will worry. He touched Mu Yinjin's belly. The most important thing for you now is to wait for our child to be born. As for those messy things, it's better for you not to know. How can that be? Mu Yinjin said hurriedly. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. We share wealth and adversity. Your business is my business. Unless you don't take me as your wife. After saying that, Mu Yinjin turned away angrily. I really can't do anything about you. Mu Zhaoling gently moved Mu Yinjin's shoulders and looked at her seriously. There was an indissoluble deep affection in his eyes, which made Mu Yinjin indulge in it. Jinjin, I really don't want to make you worry. But since you said so, I don't want you to learn the cause of the matter from other people. Then tell me the truth. What happened between you and mother? Mu Zhaoling told a yin about the dispute between him and a yin. Since mother disagrees with the idea of starting a war, you should seriously accept her opinion. Mother has a unique vision. She must be right. Mu Zhaoling narrowed his eyes slightly, and then returned to normal in an instant. In fact, what you said makes sense. Mother is a great man in the South Barbarians. She is well informed and naturally has unique insights. It's just that the king can't wait any longer. Mu Yinjin raised his eyebrows and looked at Mu Zhaoling. What's wrong? The king asked you to go to war with the great Zhou? Muscling nodded vigorously. Last time, Lin Gongxuan beat He so badly that he has been bedridden ever since. The Uyghurs were conquered by Ji Feng again, and they have completely lost their vassalage. The king felt that he could not lose the initiative by attacking from both sides, so he wanted to take the initiative. As you said, I have reported my mother's views to the king. But the king disagreed. He did not dare to argue with his mother, so he handed the task to me. Muscling smiled bitterly. Think about it. My mother is my mother-in-law. If there is another way, how could I disobey her? Mu Yinjin saw that Muscling was in trouble, so she was a little anxious. Ling, don't worry. There is always a way. How about I go and persuade my mother? Mu Zhaoling shook his head. No. I can't let you work hard for me. Wait a few days. I'll delay for a few more days. If it really doesn't work, I'll consult my mother again. Mu Yinjin smiled sweetly. What's the matter? My mother has loved me so much since I was a child. Can't she even meet my small request? My mother has a lot of money. These are no problem for her. Besides, I really don't want to embarrass you. Then, I'll have to trouble Jinjin. Mu Zhaoling held Mu Yinjin in his arms, his face full of sarcasm. Mu Yinjin rushed to the great Ao mansion and explained her purpose when she saw Yin. Yin comforted Mu Yinjin and tried to test her. Did Mu Zhaoling ask you to persuade me? No way. Ling didn't let me come. Mu Yinjin nestled into Yan's arms. He even stopped me. I insisted on coming. I didn't want him to be so embarrassed. Mother, just agree to Ling. There's not much money anyway. Yin pushed Mu Yinjin up and looked at her seriously. Jinjin, this matter is not as simple as you think. What did Mu Zhaoling tell you? Mu Yinjin pouted in dissatisfaction. He didn't tell me anything. He just said that the king was embarrassing him. Ayana's heart gradually sank. After Mu Yinjin and her husband got married, Ayana gradually understood Mu Zhaoling's character. He was definitely not as quiet and elegant as he looked. She wanted Mu Yinjin to find someone to rely on, but she didn't expect that it would be counterproductive. It was all because she was too impatient. But now Mu Yinjin is pregnant, and it's too late to regret. Besides, judging from Mu Yinjin's appearance, she is probably deeply in love with Mu Zhaoling. According to Mu Yinjin, it was the king who put pressure on Mu Zhaoling. Ayana didn't believe it. Based on her understanding of Mu Zhaoling was the one who advocated the war. He just used the king as a cover to deceive Mu Yinjin. But how could she tell Mu Yinjin these things? Jinjin, don't worry about this matter. Leave it to mother to deal with. After Mu Yinjin gave birth, Ayana wanted them to leave. Chapter 344. An accident occurred. Mother, please be considerate of Ling. Mu Yinjin fanned her innocent eyes and looked at Ayana pitifully. Seeing that she was still serious, she grabbed the corner of her clothes with her hands. Mother, on one side is the king he swore to be loyal to, and on the other side is his mother-in-law. How can he choose? We have plenty of money. Sister once said that everything that can be solved with money is not a problem. You, please pity Jinjin and your unborn nephew. Ayana shook her head. Her attitude was very firm. Jinjin, this matter is very serious. If there is another war, the people will suffer. Mother can't joke with their lives. Listen to mother. Go back and have a good rest. Wait until the baby is born. Everything will be fine after he is born. In the past, no matter what Mu Yinjin asked, Ayana would agree. This time, Ayana resolutely rejected Mu Yinjin, making Mu Yinjin feel abandoned. She returned to the general's mansion in a daze, and went to bed without dinner. When Mu Zhaoling got the news, it was already night. Jinjin? Jinjin, are you asleep? Mu Zhaoling's deliberately low voice came from outside the door, and Mu Yinjin sat up. Ling, you're back? Squeak. The door was opened. Mammy came in from outside and added a few lights in the house. And the house became bright in an instant. Muscling held a tray in his hand. You haven't eaten yet. Have a bowl of tremella soup. As he said, he put the tray on the table and came to the couch to help Mu Yinjin up. Looking at the steaming tremella soup, Mu Yinjin's eyes were wet. Ling, today I talked to my mother about sending troops, and my mother actually refused me. It's all my fault. You were scolded by the king. After speaking, Mu Yinjin clearly felt that Musling's hand paused. She turned her head and looked at Musling, a little surprised. Ling, what's wrong with you? Musling's expression was unchanged, and he even smiled. It doesn't matter if I get scolded or not. It's mainly you. You must not get upset about this. Mu Yinjin's voice was a little choked. Ling, you are so nice. She threw herself into Musling's arms and hugged him tightly. This was the husband she had always wanted, who treated her with respect and shared the joys and sorrows. Musling hugged Mu Yinjin back and looked at Aben outside the house with cold eyes. It depends on who the other person is. I'm not so nice to everyone. Aben understood and retreated into the darkness. Mu Yinjin was in a bad mood, so she drank the tremella soup and fell asleep. She didn't know that everything would be different after this night. The next morning, when she woke up, there was no one. The room was so quiet that even the sound of birds could not be heard. Mami. Xiao Huan. No one answered. Mu Yinjin got out of bed and walked out the door. The sun was shining outside, shining brightly in every corner. Mu Yinjin raised her voice. Mammy? Where are the people? Where did they go? She returned to the room, put on a coat, and walked to the gate of the courtyard. As soon as she arrived at the gate, she was stopped by 2 guards. Madam, the general has ordered you to rest well in the courtyard. Everything was strange, and Mu Yinjin's face turned cold. Are you so bold that you dare to stop me? The 2 guards were unmoved and did not say a word no matter how Mu Yinjin scolded them. Mu Yinjin returned to the house angrily, feeling very depressed. That day, she was worried and restless. It was not until the evening that she saw Mu Xiaoling's figure. Mu Yinjin hurriedly went up to him, looking at Mu Xiaoling's tired body, and spoke anxiously. Ling, what happened? Why didn't you let me go out? At this time, Mu Xiaoling's eyes had a little light. He looked at Mu Yinjin's belly and murmured, Jinjin, don't ask anything. Take good care of your body, and give birth to our child safely. Mu Yinjin felt that his words were full of ambiguity. So she shook his hand and said, Where's the nanny? Where's my maid? Where did they go? Mu Xiaoling touched Mu Yinjin's head and pressed his forehead against hers. Be good. Listen. I'm doing this for your own good. Mu Yinjin had a bad feeling in her heart. Did something happen to my mother? Mu Xiaoling raised his eyebrows, and he looked at Mu Yinjin with incredible eyes. How do you know it's my mother? Mu Yinjin shouted. How could it be? How could it be my mother? Mu Xiaoling hugged the excited Mu Yinjin. Jinjin. Jinjin. Calm down. You have to calm down for the sake of the child. Mu Yinjin sobbed in disbelief. Mother. Mother. Whoa. She felt that Musling was lying to her. But when had Musling ever lied to anyone? She didn't want to believe it. Didn't dare to believe it. And fell asleep in a daze, murmuring non-stop. It must be a dream. It must be fake. When I wake up, my mother will definitely stand in front of me intact. The next day, Mu Yinjin woke up from her sleep. The haggard face of Musling appeared in front of her. Jinjin, you woke up? You're going to scare me. Mu Yinjin's throat felt like it was cut by a blunt knife. And every time she swallowed a mouthful of saliva, she felt unbearable pain. Ling, tell me, how did my mother die? Mu Xiaoling sighed deeply with a look of pity. The king advocated war, and 2 factions emerged in the royal court. One faction was the war faction headed by the king, and the other was the peace faction headed by Ayana. Although the peace faction was small in number, Ayana's identity as a southern barbarian should not be underestimated. In recent days, the 2 factions have been fighting openly and secretly, gradually escalating to the point of endangering people. Even Mu Xiaoling, a neutral faction, was attacked several times. These were all information that Mu Yin didn't know. The night before yesterday, Ayana was attacked again. This time was different from the past. The opponent came with great momentum and even used the power of the underworld. Finally, Ayana was killed in the mansion. Mu Yinjin cried bitterly. How is it possible? My mother's mansion has always been heavily guarded. How could she be killed? Mu Xiaoling hesitated. According to the situation at the scene, I'm afraid someone is colluding with the enemy from the inside. Are you talking about spies? Mu Yinjin felt that this possibility was very small. Most of the people around Ayana were assassins, and assassins would never betray her. Jinjin, don't get excited. I mean, it might be an acquaintance who committed the crime. The first person Mu Yinjin thought of was Mu Tingwei. Since Ayana separated from them, Mu Tingwei would ask her for money from time to time. Yang gave him money at first, but later she cut off his source of income. My sister once said that we should not judge things by appearances. Mu Yinjin analyzed calmly. Does my father advocate war or peace? The prince advocates war. Jinjin. Do you doubt them? This is a bit unbelievable. Mu Xiaoling disagreed with Mu Yinjin's idea. Chapter 345. What happened? Why is it impossible? What else can't they do? Since they separated, the two have been doing something crazy. Is there anything they can't do? Mu Yinjin's eyes were cold. She stood up and said, I want to ask them why they did this. Mu Xiaoling stopped her. You can't go now. There are many things to deal with at my mother's house. Just leave them to me. You should rest well. Mu Yinjin shook her head. I am my mother's daughter. I can't embarrass her. She looked at Mu Xiaoling with a firm look. Ling, don't worry. I will be fine. And our children will be fine too. Lin Gongxuan looked at the magnificent military camp in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. It took a short time to get from Bashu to the plane. Before he could react, someone in the military camp went out to greet him. Even before he could recover, the officers in the military camp had handed over the power of decision to him. When he recovered, he was the only one left. Thinking of the flattery of everyone just now, he suddenly felt sad. I don't know if Yu Jia will be so smooth in the Jizhou military camp. Then, he shook his head. Obviously, she will definitely not be so smooth. First, her position is not as high as Lin Gongxuan's. Second, although the positions of both of them were conferred by the emperor, there is still a difference. Yu Jia was transferred to the prince's territory, while he was under the personal jurisdiction of the emperor. These camp officers were the most perceptive. So how could they offend the emperor's favorites? It was effortless to subdue these people, and Lin Gongxuan was happy and relaxed. However, it was not as good as being in Bashu, now at the foot of the imperial city. If there was any disturbance, it would not escape the emperor's ears and eyes. Yu Jia's actions were quite fast. Lin Gongxuan had just come to the plain military camp for a few days when she sent a secret letter. In the letter, she told all her plans, and Lin Gongxuan was shocked for a long time before he recovered. Lu Nyang, what happened to you? How could he be so different from his childhood? The next day, Lin Gongxuan took Fang Dashan to Xinjiang, which was more than 30 miles away from Pingyuan military camp. Xinjiang is the name of a city with a long history. It has been the trade center of Pingyuan since its founding. This trade center is a mixed bag of people, and merchants from all countries can come here to do business. The environment is complex, and there are also many opportunities. General, we didn't know that Pingyuan actually had a trade center. Fang Dashan found it very strange. If you say there is a trade center in the border, it is convenient for merchants from neighboring countries. Pingyuan is located in the Central Plains, so how can merchants go far away to do business here? Existence is reasonable. There is no such thing as appropriate or inappropriate. Lin Gongxuan ignored Fang Dashan's question and didn't know the reason until he arrived at Xinjiang. They always thought that Xinjiang was just a city slightly larger than the border. Who knew that this city was so big? The whole city was divided into 4 areas for the convenience of management, and they were going to the South District. It was bustling here, with people coming and going. So lively. Even though he was used to the noisy military camp, Lin Gongxuan was stunned for a moment. Although it was noisy, it was orderly everywhere. He and Fang Dashan came to a small street in the South District according to their location. There is a plaque hanging above this street. It has the words Fendai written on it. Fendai? General. Sir, what does this mean? Fang Dashan tilted his head, still not understanding. There were 2 people guarding the door, so Lin Gongxuan walked towards them. But when he got closer, he felt familiar. The 2 people noticed someone approaching and reacted quickly. They were still ferocious, but when they saw Lin Gongxuan, they spoke out. Sir! It was only then that Lin Gongxuan recognized the 2 people. They turned out to be the survivors of Yujiang. He looked at their appearance and knew the reason. Their physical condition was indeed not suitable for the military camp. Why are you here? One of them said with a smile. The girl arranged for us to come here. Yu Jia's identity was no secret in Yujiang, so Lin Gongxuan knew that the girl referred to Yu Jia. What is the relationship between this Fendai and her? Another person took over the conversation. The girl is kind-hearted and took in some poor sisters. We sisters do some small business here. Fang Dashan was shocked when he heard it. This has taken over the whole street, and it's still a small business. However, when he heard poor sisters and thought of small business, he thought of it wrongly. Hey, How can Erju do such a business? It's really immoral. Seeing Fong Dashan talking about Yujia like this. The two were unhappy. They respected Lin Gongxuan, but they didn't necessarily give Fong Dashan this face. Brother, be careful with your words. If we hear you slander our girl like this again, we will be rude. Fong Dashan got angry when he heard it. You can do this, but you don't let people say it. What are you yelling about? Lin Gongxuan scolded. He knew Yujia and knew that Fong Dashan must have thought wrongly. Let's go in first. The two entered Fendai under the guidance of one person. The further they went in, the more they understood the business of Fendai. Along the way, almost all the workers here were women. Some people embroidered, some made rouge and powder, and some fiddled with those brushes. Is this the little business you were talking about? The guide ignored Fong Dashan and led the two to the door of the room. This is Miss Luing's room. Shangfeng, go find her. Fong Dashan was a little annoyed to see the gatekeeper was so rude. What do you mean, Shangfeng? Our Shangfeng was personally appointed as the third-rank general of the cavalry by the emperor, and has been transferred to Pingyuan to serve. Fong Dashan mentioned this with pride. The gatekeeper was only surprised for a moment, then returned to normal. General, let's follow the rules of the fans here. Lin Gongxuan waved his hand. He didn't care about these red tape. Go and get busy. After the gatekeeper left, Fong Dashan was angry and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Lin Gongxuan. Dashan, you talk too much today. Fong Dashan was frightened by Lin Gongxuan's momentum and stopped talking. Lin Gongxuan came to the door and knocked twice softly. Who? A charming voice came from the room. And Lin Gongxuan replied, I am Lin Gongxuan, and I came to see Miss Luing. Soon. The door was opened from the inside, revealing a stunning face. But this face was a little scrutinizing. She raised her eyebrows and looked up and down at Lin Gongxuan, and then smiled. It seems that Lin Erju has a good eye. Lin Gongxuan actually became nervous, as if he was meeting Yujia's family. Excuse me, are you Miss Luing? Luing opened the door and let Lin Gongxuan in. Don't be so polite to me. My boss behind the scenes is Lin Erju. You can just call me Luing. Chapter 346 Relatives Meet. The boss behind the scenes? Do you mean Lin Erju is your boss? Lin Gongxuan was upset. They were both in the military camp. So when did Yujia become the boss? You don't know? She asked you to come to me, but didn't tell you about this? Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was still depressed, Luing smiled with her lips covered. It seems that she has kept a lot of things from you. She founded this place, and I am just temporarily managing it on her behalf. Oh, by the way, she said that after you come, she will let me take you to meet your family. When mentioning his family, Lin Gongxuan raised his hand and saluted. Thank you. Girl, Luing muttered. She's much more polite than that dead girl. Soon, the two came out of the room, and Fong Dashan followed. Although Lin Gongxuan had a lot of questions along the way, he didn't ask them. The three of them were silent along the way, and Luing brought them to a small courtyard. Here is your family. You go in. I'm going to be busy. Thank you, young lady. Lin Gongxuan saluted again, and Luing laughed a little. General, you don't have to be polite to us. We are all family. Luing winked at him mischievously, making Lin Gongxuan blush. After Luing left, Lin Gongxuan pushed open the door and walked in. The yard is not big, and there are many items placed in the yard. And these items reveal the atmosphere of fireworks everywhere. The children's wooden bed, cradle, and even swing. Lin Gongxuan was inspecting the room and met Lin's father. Bad boy? Lin's father put down the clothes in his hand and shouted. Really a bad boy? Lin Gongxuan had recognized Lin's father and hurried to him. Dad. He came to Lin's father and knelt down in front of him. Dad, I am unfilial and scared you. Lin's father hurriedly helped him up, touched his arm with his hand, and looked him up and down. Good boy. You have grown so tall. Father Lin's voice was very loud, and soon attracted other members of the Lin family. Lin Daolong and Lin Erlang came up and gave Lin Gongxuan a hug. Good boy. You have grown up. Mother Lin saw that Lin Gongxuan just kept crying and muttering. Good. It's good to be alive. Her words caused Father Lin to scold again. How can you talk like that? The child is fine. But they dared not think of the danger. Lin Gongxuan and Zhang Lanhua had never met before, and Zhang Lanhua just greeted Lin Gongxuan shyly. Third uncle. Lin Gongxuan quickly clasped his fists and saluted. This is my second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law? No need to be polite. This is the return of the coward. Everyone was having a good time. And Lu Hongmei seemed very abrupt. There was no emotion in her tone. And there was a sarcasm on the corner of her lips. Coward. You are so powerful now. Your young wife is so powerful now. She is so domineering at home. I am afraid she will climb over her father's head. Lin Gongxuan frowned, but didn't say much in the end. It seems that Yu Jia and Lu Hongmei had a conflict. However, based on Lin Gongxuan's understanding of Jia, I am afraid that Lu Hongmei did something bad first. In the past, when they were young at home, they generally didn't care when Lu Hongmei scolded them. Now that they have grown up, if they are still treated like this, then Yu Jia can't be blamed for being rude to her. Old man, if you continue to gossip, go home, Lin's father scolded. And Lu Hongmei stopped talking. She was not stupid. Those who went to Lingjia village were not good people. Lun Yang had said before that their enemies would come to seek revenge on them. If they went back now, they would be in a wolf's den. Seeing Lu Hongmei stop, Lin Gongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin's mother pulled Lin Gongxuan into the main hall. The yard was a bit small, and the Lin family was fine standing in the yard. But it seemed a bit crowded when they entered the main hall. However, this did not stop the enthusiasm of the family at all. They asked Lin Gongxuan how he had lived these years. Lin Gongxuan was somewhat helpless. Dad? Mom? Big brother? Second brother? You can ask slowly. I will tell you slowly. He told the experiences of these years. He just concealed the many dangers. Even these alone still caused the Lin family to exclaim repeatedly, thinking that a boy had to endure so many hardships. Lin's mother wiped away tears. I don't know how Lun Yang got through it. Mom, you don't have to worry about her. Lun Yang has abilities. How can you imagine? Lu Hongmei snorted coldly and continued. A woman's best weapon is probably her appearance. Lu Yang looks okay, but her methods are more sophisticated. Before Lin's mother could scold him, Lin Gongxuan said coldly, Sister-in-law, be careful with your words. Lun Yang is now a military commander. If she knew that you were making up stories about her, she would probably put aside her affairs on the battlefield and come to you to settle accounts. Lin Gongxuan had never spoken back to Lu Hongmei since he was a child. His cold words at this moment completely angered Lu Hongmei. Lin bastard. What are you talking about? Would I be afraid that she would come to settle accounts with me? If it weren't for her, how could we have ended up like this? A family squeezed into a small courtyard. It's so annoying. If you find it annoying, I can send you back to Lingjia village tomorrow. Lin Daolong pulled her arm and threw Lu Hongmei aside. Seeing that Lin Daolong looked serious and didn't seem to be threatening her, Lu Hongmei was a little discouraged. I was just saying it casually. Zhang Lanhua sneered. Brother, you are a well-known honest man in our Lingjia village. Why did you marry such a stupid and brainless person? Who are you calling brainless? Lu Hongmei put her hands on her waist, looking like a shrew. Isn't what my sister-in-law said obvious enough? Lin Daolong was a little helpless. Hongmei, just be quiet. Lu Hongmei was afraid of Lin Daolong, stamped her feet and shouted, You all bully me. Then she left the room. Lin's mother sighed. Unfortunate for our family. Lin Gongxuan quickly comforted her. Mom, don't be angry. Take care of yourself. I haven't finished telling you some of the stories yet. Do you want to listen? Listen. Of course not. You bastard. Just keep talking. The room was filled with joyful laughter. Lu Hongmei gritted her teeth as she listened to the noise in the room. You all look down on me. One day, I will show you how powerful I am. It was not until the evening that Lin Gongxuan finished telling about the difficult journey he had gone through. Mother Lin wiped her tears and hugged Lin Gongxuan again. Bastard. You have suffered. Lin Gongxuan laughed. Mom, I am not suffering. In Bashu, I have been with Lun Yang for 4 years. Thinking of Yu Jia. Lin Gongxuan's heart seemed to rise in the air, dizzy, and didn't want to stop. Mom, we are all fine. Living well. Chapter 347, What do you need such a pretty face for? The yard is small, and the Lin family can barely fit in. Lin Gongxuan and Fang Dashan are going to stay in the yard today, and the place seems even more crowded. Helplessly, Lin's mother and Zhang Lanhua squeezed in one place, and Lin Gongxuan and Lin's father and Lin Erlang squeezed in one place. Bastard. How long will we stay here? Lin's father sighed repeatedly when he thought of the things in his home. In his opinion, after 100 years, the leaves will still return to their roots. Dad, you can live here with peace of mind. I will discuss with Lun Yang one day, and then we will make plans. In fact, Lin Gongxuan didn't know how long they would live here. Although he had left the Yunnan military camp, he and Li Yinxiao had a grudge. Li Yinxiao was now moody, and might attack the Lin family whenever he thought of him. Father Lin naturally knew what Lin Gongxuan meant. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't help asking, "Bad boy, who did you offend?" The village chief said that was a guard who obeyed the royal family. Father Lin was worried that Lin Gongxuan had offended the emperor, but his position as a general was given by the emperor. So why would he send someone to kill them? Dad, don't worry. Lun Yang and I will handle these things. Lin Gongxuan comforted his father softly, feeling guilty. When they were not seeing each other, Lin's father was worried about his life. After they met, he was still worried about his future. Dad, Naden is right. Let's not worry about it here. If anything happens, Naden will take care of it. He is now a majestic general. Lin Erlang was proud of it. He seemed to remember something and changed the subject. But Naden, how can you let Lun Yang, a girl, be scared with you? Mentioning Yujia, Lin Gongxuan chuckled. Second brother, what did you think when you saw Lun Yang last time? Lin Erlang looked at the bright moonlight outside the window. A little stunned. It's really a bit shocking. How could Lun Yang, a soft and tender little girl, become like this? Lin Gongxuan chuckled. What kind of look? Fierce? Extraordinary bravery? She likes people to praise her bravery the most. What? What happened to Lun Yang? Lin Erlang sat up. Is she really selling her beauty, as the eldest sister-in-law said? Lin Gongxuan's face turned cold instantly. But before he could refute, Lin Erlang started talking to himself. Then it's right for our Lun Yang to look like this now. Only if she becomes fierce. Those stinky men won't have any ideas about her. Lin Gongxuan didn't expect Lin Erlang to say this. He thought that after Lin Erlang had misunderstood, he would despise Jia and change his attitude. But he never expected that he would feel sorry for Yujia. If Yujia knew, she would definitely be very happy. Second brother, I thank you on behalf of Lun Yang. Thank me for what? I didn't do anything for her. Lin Erlang lay on the bunk again, muttering to himself. Poor sister. What are you talking about? How could our child do such a thing? Father Lin nudged Lin Erlang with his elbow and turned to Lin Gongxuan. Bastard. No matter what happens to Lun Yang, she is my daughter-in-law and your wife. Lin Gongxuan was at a loss for words at this time. Dad? Second brother? What are you thinking about? Look at Lun Yang's current state. Who dares to bully her? Lin Gongxuan picked up Yujia's heroic deeds in the military camp and told a long story. After listening to them, Lin's father and Lin Erlang fell into deep thought for a long time. Lin Gongxuan asked cautiously, Dad? Second brother? Are you asleep? Ahem. No. Dad is wondering why Lun Yang seems to have changed. Dad is right. Bastard. I also think that Lun Yang now is not the Lun Yang when she was at home. Lin Erlang took over the conversation. Have you noticed that Lun Yang is not right? More than that, Yujia's behavior is completely different from when she was at the Lin family. When you were at home, did you notice anything different about her? When Lin Gongxuan had doubts about Jia's identity, he confirmed it many times before he believed that she was Lun Yang. Yes. Of course not. Lin Erlang sat up again. I remember that winter. She went to the river to fish and fell into the river. After being salvaged, she barely saved her life. After returning, my sister-in-law scolded her for being slow. At that time, I saw that the girl's eyes were not right. Like that wolf cub. After that, her behavior was also very strange. And what she said was also very strange. Lin Erlang got goosebumps all over his body. Oh my god. This is not someone's resurrection? What nonsense are you talking about? Father Lin pushed Lin Erlang down on the bed. You are the only one who talks too much. The vortex in Lin Gongxuan's heart was getting bigger and bigger. He just wanted to ask Yujia for clarification. Thinking of Yujia's various behaviors, what Lin Erlang said was very likely. Lin Gongxuan has seen a lot of weird stories recently. This situation is not uncommon. However, he can't admit it now. Second brother, you think too much. After experiencing so many life and death scenes, how can you still be that simple little girl? Take me for example. When I was at home, didn't I dare to step on an ant? Now, I am the general of the cavalry who makes the enemy tremble with fear when my name is mentioned. As soon as Lin Gongxuan finished speaking, Lin's father and his wife started laughing. He listened to their laughter and felt helpless. Dad, what are you two laughing at? You don't even dare to step on an ant? Lin Erlang couldn't stop laughing. Lin's father tried to suppress his laughter, but to no avail. So he let go of his laughter. Look, our dad is laughing at you. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Erlang stretched out his voice, and Lin Gongxuan's face turned red. He raised his hand and touched his face. Fortunately, it was night, and the two of them couldn't see. It seemed that after returning to his relatives, his face became thinner. He listened to the laughter of the two people next to him and laughed along. Laugh, laugh, as long as you were happy. Before they parted, they felt the parting mood. The next morning, Lin Gongxuan got up and practiced in the yard. He didn't see Huan Gur and Jin Jier yesterday, so the two children heard the noise and surrounded Lin Gongxuan and stared at him blankly. Lin Gongxuan stopped and squatted in front of the two. The two children looked at him timidly. Huan Gur tilted his head. Are you the third uncle? Lin Gongxuan's heart melted when he heard Huan Gur's baby voice. I am the third uncle. Are you Huan Gur? Huan Gur nodded seriously. Third uncle. I am Jin Jier. Jin Jie said hurriedly. She was bolder, and stared at Lin Gongxuan's face seriously. Uncle San, your face is so dark. After she finished speaking, the two children burst into laughter. Lin Gongxuan felt helpless and started laughing. He held one in each hand and walked into the house. Uncle San is a man, so his face must be darker. What does a man need such a pretty face for? Chapter 348 Strong Murderous Aura. Huan Gur hugged Lin Gongxuan's neck and said softly, Will third uncle give Huan Gur and Jin Jier gold? And gave us gold. Oh! Aunt? What gold? Lin Gongxuan sat on the chair and put the two children on his lap. Then he realized that aunt refers to Yu Jia. You said and gave you gold? The two children nodded in unison, and then looked at him expectantly. Lin urged you. It's not easy to make her pluck hair. This time third uncle came back in a hurry and didn't prepare gold. When third uncle comes next time, I will definitely bring you gold. But the two little guys didn't buy it. Uncle San is bad. He won't give Huan Gur gold. Huan Gur pouted, tears in his eyes, looking pitiful. Whoa! Uncle San won't give Huan Gur gold. Mother will beat Huan Gur. What? Lin Gongxuan put Jin Jier down and comforted Huan Gur softly. What's the matter? Why would your mother beat you? Huan Gur couldn't stop crying. Mother said Uncle San won't give gold, and will beat Huan Gur later. Jin Jier saw Huan Gur crying so sadly. She also started crying. The two children cried loudly, and Lin Gongxuan was busy coaxing them. The crying soon attracted the Lin family. Zhang Lanhua held Jin Jier in her arms and comforted her softly. After Lu Hongmei came over, she was a little embarrassed. Lin Gongxuan looked up at her, and the latter felt guilty and pulled Huan Gur over. What's wrong with you, kid? You're howling like a wolf so early in the morning. If you don't know, you'd think someone secretly pinched you. Lin Gongxuan frowned, but didn't say anything in the end. Seeing this, Lin's mother spoke up quickly. You too. Take the child back to the house quickly. People outside are about to start work. If someone hears the child crying like this, who knows what will happen? Zhang Lanhua and Lu Hongmei each took the child back to the house. Mother Lin came to Lin Gongxuan and patted his shoulder. What's going on? Lin Gongxuan was annoyed. He didn't know how to express himself, so he said something with a fierce face. Huan Gur was clamoring for gold, and he said he would be beaten if he didn't give it back. This shameless guy. Mother Lin cursed and sat down next to Lin Gongxuan. Don't argue with her. Men should have a broad mind. Don't think about the backyard. Lin Gongxuan nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Lin Gongxuan and Fang Dashan set off. Fang Dashan heard about what happened this morning, and seeing that Lin Gongxuan was not in a good mood, he comforted him. Sir, don't worry too much. Which family doesn't have some ash from the bottom of the pot? As long as the family is together and safe, it's fine. The two of them rode their horses one after the other, and the wind on their faces was a little cold. I suddenly understand her. Fang Dashan naturally knew who this she referred to. He didn't say anything else, because he couldn't interfere in the family affairs of his superiors. It was already late September when Yu Jia received the news from Luing. In the morning, she was leading the soldiers for a morning run. The branches beside the mountain road were covered with crystal clear ice crystals. And the sun rose, emitting a dazzling light. Suddenly, she became annoyed and kicked a short branch. And the ice crystals scattered on her shoes. Why can't we live peacefully? The scene of the Lin family being killed suddenly appeared in her mind. However, this time it was clearer than usual. All the details that she had not noticed before were presented. Maybe she was worried about Lu Hongmei. And at this moment, her mind was full of the scene before Lu Hongmei was killed. What are you going to do? Lu Hongmei held the baby in her arms, and looked at Lin Dalong and Huan Gur, who had fallen to the ground. Why did you kill my head of the family? Didn't you agree to let our family go? The Jinui gradually approached her, and did not answer her. Lu Hongmei gradually retreated to the door. You said I revealed? Ah! With a scream, Lu Hongmei fell on the threshold, and lost her breath instantly. The Jinui looked at the baby in her arms, and stabbed her again. Yu Jia's mind was crackling at this moment. And she screamed. Chang Hai, who was standing by, hurried forward to support her. Shangfeng, what's wrong with you? Yu Jia had already fallen into a coma. In the chaos, she saw Lun Yang with tears streaming down her face. Sister. At this time, she was already crying. Sister, how could this happen? Yu Jia realized that what she had just seen was the last scene Lun Yang saw before she was killed. It's just that she didn't want to think about it, and wanted to bury it in the deepest part of her memory. If it weren't for Lu Ying's secret letter that made Yu Jia so upset, I'm afraid this memory would have been sealed. Lun Yang. Don't cry. Lun Yang wiped her tears with her sleeves. But the more she wiped, the more tears she cried. Why did the sister-in-law do this? Why did she betray us? Yu Jia couldn't answer. With her understanding of Lu Hongmei, it was nothing more than a word prophet. Since the extermination of the Lin family in the last life was related to Lu Hongmei, she must not let this happen again in this life. Besides, the Lin family is now in the powder. If Lu Hongmei has any thoughts, it will not only affect the Lin family. Lun Yang. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. Lun Yang raised her head and tried to calm down. Sister, I'm leaving. Yu Jia was stunned. Leave? Where to? Lun Yang sobbed softly. My obsession to stay here is to ask the coward brother why he wants to harm the whole family. It turns out that the truth of the matter is not like this. Fortunately, it was not the coward brother who did the bad thing. My wish has been fulfilled. So I'm leaving. Yu Jia murmured. It turns out that people's wishes have been fulfilled, and they have no hope of life. This is true. She felt relieved inside. Lun Yang. Don't worry about leaving. I will protect the Lin family for you. Lun Yang forced a smile, and her body gradually became transparent. Sister. Thank you. They are all my relatives. I will leave them to you in the future. She gently raised her hand and waved to Yu Jia. Goodbye. Sister. The scene twisted, and Yu Jia was dizzy. One moment, it was the scene of young Lun Yang being taken in by the Lin family. The next moment, it was the scene of Lin's mother holding her in her arms. These were all Lun Yang's memories. Suddenly, these scenes disappeared, and Yu Jia slowly opened her eyes. Brother Erju, you scared me to death. Chang Hai was delighted to see Yu Jia wake up. You don't even know. You have been in a coma for 2 days. Just like the last time you fainted on the battlefield. Your breath was weak. I thought you were going to die. Go away. Wang Changhair. What nonsense are you talking about? Gosheng pushed Changhair away, with a concerned look on his face. Do you want some water? Yu Jia shook her head and struggled to get out of bed. Gosheng. Prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. I want to write a letter. As soon as the voice fell, Gosheng and Changhair felt the strong murderous aura. The two looked at each other. They hadn't seen Yu Jia like this for a long time. Chapter 349. Things are going to change. Ever since they knew they were siblings, Ah Yin and Li Chong have been in close contact. After Ah Yin came out of Li Yinjia's tent again, Li Chong couldn't help it. Sister, I'll ask the prince to let you leave here. Ayan shook her head, dragging her tired body to pull Li Chong to sit beside her. You can't do this. Li Chong was a little anxious. Why? Sister, I don't want you to do this again. Ayan shook her head and pulled the corners of her lips with difficulty. Azzy, don't you understand? Li Yanxiao is no longer the Li Yanxiao of the past. What do you mean? Li Chong touched his head. The prince is the best. In the past, he would scold me for anything I asked for, but he would eventually agree to it. Ian held Li Chang's face. Ah, be obedient. It's not time to leave yet. She wanted to make sure everything was perfect. If there was a slight mistake, the two of them would be doomed. Li Dashuyuan wrote that the court had put pressure on Li Yansheng in the name of Li Yanxiao. She believed that Li Yanxiao would return to the capital soon. By then, it would be the best time for the siblings to leave. Sure enough, Ian had clearly felt Li Yanxiao's irritability in the past 2 days. When he pulled away again, Li Yanxiao cursed. Don't you make me worry? Ian tried to keep herself clear-headed and climbed up Li Yanxiao's neck. Does the prince have any worries? Why don't you tell Ian? Li Yanxiao was very pleased with Ian's flattery in recent days. He held Ian in his arms and smelled the scent of her hair. Well, it's nothing. Just some good-for-nothings who are not doing their job well. Ian gently stroked Li Yanxiao's Adam's apple with her hand. The prince is wise and powerful. Why are your subordinates good-for-nothings? Li Yanxiao asked softly. Why do you say that? Ian felt the vibration under her fingers and chuckled. Who in the world doesn't know that Lin Erzhu, who was transferred to the Jizhou military camp, and Lin Gongxuan, who was transferred to the Pingyuan military camp, were promoted by you? Your Majesty is a man of great talent and ability. Who doesn't know him? Ian was the first person who dared to mention Lin Erzhu and Lin Gongxuan in front of Li Yanxiao. However, Li Yanxiao was not disgusted at this time. He even sneered. What's the point of mentioning these two traitors? No, Your Majesty. This is your wisdom. Ian kissed Li Yanxiao's Adam's apple lightly, and Li Yanxiao's body became visibly stiff. Ian continued with satisfaction. The more famous they are, the louder your name will be. You put them in high positions, but they don't know how to repay you. Doesn't this show that you are broad-minded and have a royal demeanor? The Prime Minister is very generous. You don't bother with them. This is the appearance of an emperor who cares about the world. Li Yanxiao used force, and Ian cried out in pain. She looked up and said, Your Majesty, it hurts. It hurts. Li Yanxiao's eyes were like ice, fierce and cruel, and he warned Ian in a low voice. Do you know what you are saying? If it were someone else, I would have killed you long ago. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Ian hugged his neck and begged for mercy in a hurry. Your Majesty, Ian was wrong. You can punish Ian as much as you want. Li Yanxiao finally couldn't stand Ian's plea for mercy, but his movements were a little slow. Yin was delighted, which meant that she took her words to heart. The voices of the ministers in the court for Li Yanxiao were getting louder and louder, and Li Yansheng suddenly felt that he was in great danger. Since being warned by Li Guoli, Li Yansheng has been keeping a low profile. He was used to being arrogant, but his staff thought he was just pretending. Since the prince wanted to keep a low profile, they had to stand up. Not only did he make things difficult for the generals headed by Li Yanxiao in the court, but he also often made trouble for them in private. Li Guoli turned a blind eye, and his attitude seemed to acquiesce in the open and secret struggles between the two. The change in things came from the grandson Li Lingyun. One day, Li Guoli summoned the grandson. When Li Lingyun entered the palace, he gave Li Guoli a pair of baby rabbits. Their snow-white faces and pink ears made them look very cute. Li Guoli was very pleased. In his opinion, Li Lingyun was compassionate to the world and was a talent for the crown prince. Lingyun, where did these rabbits come from? Li Lingyun looked at the soft fur on the rabbits, his eyes full of tenderness. This is what the Grand Tutor asked his grandson to raise. He said that people should always have a compassionate heart, and that being grateful to the world will make you chivalrous and tender. Li Lingyun did not understand the meaning of these words. He just repeated Lu Xiongwan's words. Li Guoli laughed. I didn't expect the Grand Tutor to have the leisure to raise rabbits. The Grand Master has raised many little rabbits. I just picked 2 of the most beautiful ones to give to Grandpa. Li Lingyun stroked the fur on the rabbits with his fingers, combing them over and over again. Choose the beautiful ones? Why don't you choose the biggest one? Li Guoli seemed to be thinking. Li Lingyun was puzzled. Why choose the big one? I just want to choose the most beautiful one. Li Guoli pulled Li Lingyun up, and Hong Deshun placed the rabbits in a delicate cage. Lingyun, Grandpa asks you, what is the order of seniority? What is the order of seniority? Li Lingyun thought for a moment, and then talked freely. My grandson believes that the elders are respected and the young are humble. This has always been the tradition of our great Zhou. Li Guoli nodded. He was right. The tradition of the great Zhou was that the young should unconditionally obey and assist the elders. Then why didn't you follow this tradition when you selected the beautiful rabbits? Li Lingyun laughed. He shook Li Guoli's hand, and his voice was soft. That's because my grandson wanted to give the two most beautiful ones to Grandpa Huang, so that Grandpa Huang would be happy. Li Lingyun didn't know that his words could turn the politics of the great Zhou dynasty upside down. Hong Deshun, who was standing aside, looked at the happy grandfather and grandson and sighed deeply. It seems that things are going to change. After returning to the prince's mansion, Li Lingyun was called by Li Yansheng. The next day, Li Guoli wanted to summon Li Lingyun to the palace, but was told that Li Lingyun was ill. Why is he ill? He was fine yesterday. Have you invited the imperial physician? I have already invited him. But I heard that the prince is seriously ill. Hong Deshun answered respectfully. Li Guoli's eyes changed drastically. Tell me in detail. It turned out that Li Lingyun was beaten by Li Yansheng when he returned to the prince's mansion yesterday. Oh! The news spread so quickly. It seems that the people around me are not clean. The emperor was furious, and blood flowed in the palace. When Li Yansheng reacted, the spies in the palace had been eliminated. He was in a panic all day, fearing that Li Guoli was blaming him. However, Li Guoli did not summon him to the palace, nor did he make things difficult for him. It was just that he did not make things difficult for him in person. Chapter 350 Waiting for the show. Li Guoli's difficulty with Li Yansheng is not a direct confrontation. He is putting pressure on Li Yansheng through his territory. First of all, it was reflected in the Jizhou military camp. Yu Jia clearly felt the fluctuation of the imperial power. In recent days, he has been very careful. The matter of Tuoba Zheng being captured has been delayed again and again, and the Beimol royal court seems to have forgotten about it. Chang Haier. Is there any news from Beimol? Chang Haier shook his head. The people said did not send any useful information. It seems that the Beimol royal court is going to give up Tuoba Zheng. Yu Jia does not think so. Now there is no news. It is estimated that there is a conflict within the Beimol royal court. If we start a war at this time, we will kill them without a single piece of armor left. However, the court of the great Zhou dynasty is in chaos, and it is no longer suitable for war. My lord, there is one more thing I want to report. Chang Haier thought of the news he heard 2 days ago. Tell me about it. Yu Jia didn't care much. At this time, what could be more important than the court? The leader of the Uyghur kingdom is coming to the great Zhou dynasty. Yu Jia was shocked and almost knocked over the inkstone in hand. You mean Jin Feng? Chang Haier nodded and didn't say anything else. Yu Jia felt that something was wrong. If the two countries had a normal meeting, it would not be strange to come at this time. The key is that Li Yuanyuan had just arrived in the Uyghurs, and coming here at this time was to return home. According to the customs of the great Zhou dynasty, the bride must return to her husband's home after getting married. Since it is a return to her husband's home, it means that Li Yuanyuan is doing well in the Uyghurs. Is there something hidden about Jin Feng? Yu Jia suddenly felt irritated, as if things were out of control. Lin Gongxuan was promoted ahead of schedule. The Lin family was exterminated ahead of schedule, and the agreement reached with Jin Feng was reneged on. If this is true, how should he explain to Go Sheng? Go Sheng also heard the news, but he didn't think as far as Yu Jia. Or, he didn't take the visit of the Uyghur king to heart at all. Yu Jia picked up the pen and wrote on the paper. I hope it's not too late. Things often go against one's will. Once the identity is changed, the position will naturally be different. My lord, this time when I return to the great Zhou, you must make me look good. Li Yuanyuan put the crystal-clear grapes in her hand on Jin Feng's lips, her eyebrows and eyes blooming with spring. Jin Feng held her fingers and grapes in his mouth, which made Li Yuanyuan laugh. Isn't the queen being distant with me? The queen's face is my face. The queen should put her heart in her stomach. Li Yuanyuan stretched out her soft and boneless fingers to touch Jin Feng's chin. My lord is so good to me. When my brother ascends the throne, I will ask him to make more conveniences for the Uyghurs. Jin Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly returned to normal. But what about my brother's personality? Li Yuanyuan knew what Jin Feng meant. She sat up straight and smiled. It doesn't matter if my brother is not interested in the throne. If someone is pushing him, he will naturally move to a higher position. What if he knows the truth? My brother cares about the world. Can he still abandon the people of the Zhou? Jin Feng hugged Li Yuanyuan again. The queen is really good at scheming. It's better to abandon it. After Li Yanxiao received the letter from the capital, he was furious. He rushed to the capital that day. But this time he brought Li Chong with him. Li Chong held a yin reluctantly. Sister, our plan is ruined again. A yin shook her head. It's okay. Just go. We have plenty of time. Li Yinao and others rode as fast as they could, and went to the Xianwang mansion as soon as they arrived in the capital. Seeing Li Yanqing, he slapped him immediately. Li Yanqing covered his face in disbelief. This was the first time Li Yanxiao hit him. Brother, what are you doing? What? Li Yanxiao clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white. He trembled all over and tried to calm down. Li Yanqing, tell me what you did. Did you hide the arsenal in the mountains? Did you impeach the prince's people? Did you cause the commotion in recent days? A series of questions came at Li Yanqing. At this time, Li Yanqing looked very calm. He put down his hands and looked up at Li Yanxiao. Brother, you know everything? Li Yanxiao was furious. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. If you hadn't acted faster, Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erzhu would have caught you the last time they passed by the mountain. Li Yanqing, I don't know when you have such great ability. Li Yanqing laughed. Li Yanxiao was furious. You can still laugh? If the evidence was not in front of him, he would never have thought that Li Yanqing could do such a thing. Brother, people will change. To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. Didn't father sacrifice 100,000 people for the sake of imperial power? Didn't he sacrifice the family of Chao Jinyu, the governor of Lianjiang, for the sake of imperial power? What's so strange about me doing this? Li Yanqing wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled contemptuously. Brother, you have never eaten rotten rice or been beaten. You haven't even been frozen or steamed. I have. He looked straight at Li Yanxiao. I was used to it and thought I would have to live like a mouse that can't see the light of day for the rest of my life. It's you who pulled me out of the darkness. Li Yanxiao recalled the scene when he first met Li Yanqing. Such a thin child could not be related to the prince. But what does this have to do with what you did? Why not? Li Yanqing seemed to be in a madness. And he started laughing again. I worked hard to gain advantages, dig out the prince's people, and make the prince get into trouble. Isn't it all for you? For me? Li Yanxiao felt even more confused. Why for me? Of course it's for you. Li Yanqing pointed his finger to the sky. Only you are qualified to compete for that position. As long as you ascend the throne. Can't I still live such a comfortable life? I think you are crazy. Li Yanxiao growled. How can you do such a treasonous thing? How can it be treasonous? Li Yanqing glared. Only the state officials are allowed to set fires. But the people are not allowed to light lamps? Do you think Li Yanqing has any talent? If he had not occupied the status of the eldest son, would he be qualified to be the prince? Suddenly, he lowered his voice again. Royal brother, you don't know yet? Father has already thought of abolishing the prince. Li Yanxiao frowned. Yanqing, are you crazy? How can you say anything? Li Yanqing laughed again. Royal brother, you wait. You wait and watch the show. Wait to be the emperor. Li Yanxiao seemed to be dreaming. He didn't know when the well-behaved and sensible Li Yanqing would become like this. Chapter 351. The Crown Prince was deposed. When Li Yanxiao got the news, he didn't believe that Li Yanqing could do such a thing. But the evidence was so solid that he took a deep breath. No wonder the Crown Prince's actions have become more and more urgent in recent years. It turned out that Li Yanqing was behind the scenes. He really underestimated this kid. Yanqing, listen to me. Stop it immediately. I don't want that position. Stop? Li Yanqing felt incredible. Brother, to be honest, you really don't want this position at all? You don't want power at all? Li Yanxiao shook his head decisively. No. You lied? Li Yanqing got excited. You lied? If you didn't care about power, how could you attack Lin Erzhu? Li Yanqing seemed crazy. He pointed at Li Yanxiao. You killed the people in Yujing. Didn't you just want to cut off Lin Erzhu's left and right arms? If Lin Erzhu hadn't seen through your thoughts and ran to join the prince, I'm afraid you wouldn't have let go of the vanguard camp and the cavalry camp. Royal brother, are you telling the truth? Li Yanxiao was murderous. He was stepped on the tail. Yanqing, stop talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. Ha ha ha. Li Yanqing looked at Li Yanxiao. Tears came out of his eyes. Royal brother, ask yourself. Am I talking nonsense? Li Yanzhao fell silent. His murderous intent gradually faded, and he lowered the look in his eyes. Faced with Li Yanqing's questioning, Li Yanzhao had nothing to say. Why doesn't my brother dare to speak? Aren't you not greedy for the imperial power? Li Yanqing was quite satisfied with Li Yanzhao's expression. Brother, let's go up. That position is so good. Let's go up and feel it. Li Yanqing's voice seemed to come from afar, tempting the deepest desire in his heart. There was a voice, illusory and coming from all directions. Go up. Go and feel it. Third brother, when you grow up, you must assist your brother well. Oh, third, you will definitely be your brother's right-hand man in the future. Li Guoli's distant voice brought Li Yanzhao back to reality. Li Yanzhao was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He shook his head hurriedly. No. The tradition of the great Zhou since ancient times is to respect the elders. We must never go against the will of our ancestors. You have done these things, and never think about them again in the future. Otherwise, the emperor will be rude to you. Li Yanzhao staggered out of the Xianwang mansion. He left in a hurry, and did not hear what Li Yanqing said. Once the arrow is shot, how can it be turned back? This time, Li Yanzhao entered the capital quietly without letting others know. After leaving the Xianwang mansion, he rushed to Bashu. It seemed that this was where he belonged, and that it could cover up the thoughts that he shouldn't have in his heart. As soon as he returned to the Yunnan military camp, the Nanman declared war on the Great Zhou. Li Yanzhao went all out to meet the enemy, ignoring other things. The fierce clash of forces in the capital eventually caught Li Guoli's eyes. The cause of the incident was that a large number of candidates were found to have cheated in the autumn examination that had just been held. Most of these cheaters were from the staff of the Crown Prince Li Yansheng. Now, Li Yansheng had no way to defend himself. He didn't understand that Li Guoli always turned a blind eye to this in the past. Why was he so serious this time? In fact, Li Yansheng asked this question. Hong Deshun looked at Li Yansheng, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of helplessness. A crown prince was so stupid. Why? Li Guoli threw the paperweight on Li Yansheng's head, and blood immediately flowed from his head. Hong Deshun was a little flustered, but he had been with the emperor for so many years, so he naturally knew the emperor's temper. He was already angry at this time. Li Yansheng wiped the blood on his head in a mess, crying, Father, I want to cultivate some of my own power and consolidate my position. Is this wrong? Li Guoli gasped and couldn't believe his ears. Li Yansheng, is your brain full of shit? I am still alive. Your father is still alive. Why do you cultivate your own power? Are you trying to seize power and usurp the throne? Li Yansheng's heart suddenly sank. His head was pounding like garlic, and he kept muttering loudly, Your son dare not. Your son dare not. Father, please forgive me. Father, please forgive me. Your son was outspoken and rude at the moment, and he deserves death. I hope your father will forgive me. Li Guoli was very disappointed. What can I say about you? Li Yansheng felt very wronged in addition to fear. This year, there are just more people who made Li Yanzhao's actions so tight. He also wanted to promote more of his own people. This year's actions were particularly smooth, but he didn't expect that he would be reported in the end. I have disappointed my father. Li Guoli closed his eyes when he heard this. Crown Prince Li Yansheng is unworthy of his position. He will be deposed and moved out of the Eastern Palace from now on. When the news came out, the whole country was in an uproar. Li Yansheng's behavior was unruly in the past, and Li Guoli had never thought of deposing him. The Crown Prince's staff felt that the sky had fallen, and the Xianwang mansion was boiling. It's so refreshing. It's so refreshing. Xianwang, we are about to get it done. Li Yansheng put the wine glass to his lips. It's really good to be whispered by the pillow. In recent days, he has passed the message to the one in the palace, asking her to hurry up and act. As expected, there has been progress. That guy is still awesome. Li Yansheng nodded. Of course. What kind of useless person could make Li Yuanyuan confined? After Li Yanshao got the news of the deposed prince, he was stunned for a moment, and the thoughts that shouldn't have come to his mind came up. He knew he shouldn't think like this, but he couldn't stop the desire. Maybe Yansheng is right. The soldiers in the Jizhou military camp looked depressed, and they couldn't even get excited for daily training. Not only the soldiers, but even Go Sheng had a bitter face. Superior, what should we do in the future? Yu Jia was not affected. What should we do? We are loyal to the great Zhou, not the prince. No matter how bizarre things happened, she could take it calmly now. The prince was not deposed in the previous life. It is also possible that Lu Nyang lived too short and did not live to see Li Yinsheng deposed. But what does this matter to her? She had already made her position clear. Moreover, after the prince was deposed, Li Guoli did not take any specific actions against the Jizhou military camp. There is another possibility that he may not have the time to deal with him, because the leader of the Uyghurs is about to enter the capital. At this point in time, Ji Feng brought Li Yuanyuan to Dezhou, and Yu Jia thought it was strange. The prince was deposed. What does it have to do with Ji Feng? Or, what does it have to do with Li Yuanyuan? Li Yanqing received a secret report that Ji Feng and Li Yuanyuan had arrived at the border. Okay. Whether the emperor brother can enter the East Palace this time depends on Li Yuanyuan. Chapter 352 Returning to the parents' home. The princess of the Great Zhou returned to visit her parents, and the whole Great Zhou was jubilant. The people lined the streets to welcome her, and cheered. Looking at the excited people on the street, Li Yuanyuan's eyes were wet. Ji Feng embraced Li Yuanyuan. What's wrong with the queen? On such a day of reunion, you should be happy. Why are you crying? Li Yuanyuan wiped her tears and laughed. I just didn't expect to be so popular. Ji Feng's expression was slightly stagnant, and he didn't expect it to be such a grand occasion. Based on his understanding of Li Yuanyuan, when such a scourge left the capital, the people should set off firecrackers to celebrate. He looked at the people who were acting, and then understood. No matter how bad the family members are, they are still family members after they get married and return home. Since they are family members, how could they let her lose face? The Uyghur Phoenix carriage drove into the palace in a mighty manner. This was the first time since the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty that a married princess did not need to get off the sedan chair to enter the palace. This time, Li Guoli's actions undoubtedly gave Li Yuanyuan enough face, thus diluting the anger in Li Yuanyuan's heart. Your son greets the emperor. Long live your father. Li Yuanyuan bowed and saluted, and Li Guoli hurriedly stood up to help him. My son, there is no need to be polite. This journey is long and my son has suffered. As he spoke, Li Guoli burst into tears. Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Since the princess married, you have not been eating well or sleeping well. The princess is back this time, and her elegance remains the same. You can rest assured. Hong Deshun helped Li Guoli up inside. Father, please rest assured that you will leave your honor to me. I will not fail to fulfill your trust. Ji Feng supported Li Yuanyuan and said solemnly. Li Guoli was very pleased and kept saying, Good, good, good. After a brief greeting, they sat down in the hall. This time, the crown prince was deposed and the queen was seriously ill, so she did not attend the banquet. This state banquet is different from the birthday banquets of the past, and the imperial concubine has no right to attend. Li Yanqing is not qualified at all, so the whole banquet is cold and deserted, with only a few people. As soon as Li Yuanyuan sat down, she couldn't help asking, Father, I heard that the crown prince was abolished. When these words came out, the few people all changed their faces. Only Li Yuanyuan was unaware and continued to talk to herself. This time, the crown prince? Oh, no. The eldest prince has angered you. You must take care of your health. Today is the day for you to reunite with your family. Let's not talk about that annoying person. Li Guoli picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Li Yuanyuan finally understood what was going on. She glanced at Ji Feng and pouted. Suddenly, she changed her mind and pulled up the corners of her lips. Father, after I went to the Uyghurs, I found that the women there were all of superior appearance and figure. I am really envious. Oh, is there anyone else that my son can envy? Li Guoli put down his wine glass and asked Li Yuanyuan with interest. Ji Feng chuckled. You honor. I've said it before. You will always be the most beautiful and special one in my heart. Hong Deshun smiled. And even Li Guoli was sighing that it was good to be young. Li Yuanyuan was a little anxious when she saw that Li Guoli was about to change the subject. Oh, Father, I'm serious. Uyghur women all have high noses and big eyes. Although Li Yuanyuan's appearance is not inferior to anyone in the Great Zhou, she is a little dull compared to Uyghur women. Then what should we do according to your words? Li Guoli laughed loudly. Do you want your father to find a skilled craftsman to make a high-nose bridge for you? Li Yuanyuan was no longer anxious. I heard that the ice concubine is a foreign woman. My father is obsessed with her all day long, so he must have some tricks. If the ice concubine can teach me a few tricks, I won't have to worry. She couldn't forget what happened in the Ice Palace. After all, for such a woman, she was punished by Li Guoli for the first time to be confined. Now this humble woman has been named a concubine. So what? How can she be compared with herself? The mother of a country? Li Guoli looked embarrassed. It might be difficult to let a concubine do such a lowly thing. Ji Feng saw Li Guoli's difficulty and spoke slowly. Look at you. Are you joking with your father again? Ji Feng looked at Li Guoli with a smile. Yuana likes to tell jokes to others the most. And now that she is back home, she has nothing to worry about. Li Yuanyuan sneered. I am not joking with anyone. In an instant, the hall was so quiet. Seeing the ugly faces of several people, Li Yuanyuan figured out something was wrong. The imperial concubine once told her not to be too sharp. She has already married. And this time she comes back. Remember not to act ostentatiously. Thinking of this, Li Yuanyuan smiled. Father, do you want to agree to your son? I grew up in Dezhou since I was a child. And I have never been to such a far place. For the sake of the peace between the two countries, I am willing to marry there. If it weren't for Jinfeng's ugly face, the phrase barbaric land would have come out of his mouth. Marrying to the Uyghurs. I can see so many beauties in the world. I am unwilling. I also want to be so beautiful. If not, won't people laugh at me? I am a princess of the Great Zhou after all. Hong Deshan was busy laughing. But Li Yuanyuan was determined to let the ice concubine come out. Li Guoli didn't want to offend Ji Feng at this time. You? What can I say about you? Li Guoli shook his head helplessly. I will take you to see the ice concubine later. Li Yuanyuan smiled happily. Father is the best. After the banquet, Li Yuanyuan went to see the imperial concubine first, and then summoned the ice concubine without stopping. In terms of status, the ice concubine still had to pay tribute to Li Yuanyuan. Li Yuanyuan looked at the beautiful face of the ice concubine and hated her. But then she thought about it and became proud. Ice concubine. Ice concubine. When you made me face the wall, you didn't think of this day, right? The ice concubine stood up calmly. I certainly didn't think of this day. But let's not beat around the bush. You can't touch me now. What? Are you going to cry to the emperor again? Li Yuanyuan laughed. And a ray of light hit her face, which looked very sinister. This time, it was the emperor who handed you over to me. With my personality, how could he not think of it? Bing Fei was calm. The emperor agreed. But who is that? Li Yuanyuan was stunned. Who is that? Bing Fei laughed and sat on the chair below. Princess, don't forget the purpose of coming to Dezhou this time. In a flash, Li Yuanyuan's eyes widened. She was a little unbelievable. Are you Li Yanqing's man? Bing Fei raised her hand and touched the broken hair on her forehead, without denying it. Princess, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. So don't distinguish between you and me. Li Yuanyuan has not recovered from the shock. She doesn't know when that monkey cub has such a great ability. Seeing Bing Fei's proud look, Li Yuanyuan lost her mind. Come here. Chapter 353. Just a test. Two stout maids outside the door responded. Princess. Ice concubine felt like she was falling into an ice cave. Her whole body was cold. Princess. What do you mean? Li Yuanyuan looked at the bright red cardamom with a mocking face. This princess will never give up. Who in the Zhou dynasty doesn't know this? You made this princess lose face. No matter what, this princess must get it back. With an order, the two maids attacked the ice concubine. As for your son Li Yanqing, Li Yuanyuan laughed loudly. What can he do? Even if he succeeds, the final beneficiary is my royal brother. He is my brother. And in terms of kinship, Li Yanqing has to rank behind me. The screams of the ice concubine rang out in the palace. And Ji Feng stood by the window with a cold face. My lord, will the queen's actions displease the emperor of the Great Zhou? Displeased? Do you think anyone has ever been satisfied with her? If Li Yuanyuan had not been useful to him, he would have chopped off this arrogant and brainless woman long ago. He promised Lin Erju that he would teach Li Yuanyuan a lesson. But the time has not come yet. Yu Jia looked at the secret letter in his hand with an irritated face. This Li Yuanyuan is domineering in the Great Zhou Palace. And she really thinks she is a big shot. Now the power in the court is leaning towards Li Yanzhao. And his lineage is also rising with the tide. In recent days, everyone in the military camp is in danger. Some people saw that Yu Jia was not affected by the abolition of the crown prince. So they began to sneer again. Some people said that she would soon join Li Yanzhou's army. Some people said that she was a spy sent by Li Yanzhou. If Yu Jia heard these rumors, she would never tolerate them. There is no such thing as rumors stopping at the wise for her. What she wants is stability. The army must be stable. And there must not be any cracks. Otherwise, the enemy is very likely to take advantage of the opportunity. The Beimel royal court seems to have forgotten the character of Tuoba Zheng. So she wants them to remember him. Go Sheng. Notify Xiao Shiming to take action. Go Sheng was confused. Action? How to act? Yu Jia stood up and walked towards the clothes rack. Follow me. She picked up the armor. And Go Sheng understood what she meant. Yu Jia wanted to do it herself. When Go Sheng went out to gather the troops, Yu Jia left the tent. And Xiao Shiming came to her. Superior, give the order. We can't hold it back any longer. They have been subjected to rumors recently. And they have been holding their breath to let others see that they are not cowards. They want to take this opportunity to be proud. Yu Jia naturally knew what they were thinking. She adjusted the helmet on her head. No hurry. Today I just want to remind them that there is a person like Tuoba Zheng. Yu Jia walked towards the vanguard camp with a heroic step. And suddenly an awkward voice sounded behind him. Sir, please stay. Yu Jia turned around and saw Su Jingyang trotting over with an anxious look on his face. What do you want to tell me? Captain Su? Su Jingyang was a little embarrassed. Since the crown prince was deposed, he has been treated coldly. Fortunately, the power of his family is still there. Otherwise, given his temper, he would have been skinned and pulled out. I dare not tell you anything. May I ask what your plan is after leading the vanguard camp to attack the Tatars? Yu Jia didn't know what he meant. So he raised his eyebrows. Su Jingyang was even more embarrassed. He glanced at the people around him and said with determination, the vanguard battalion will lead the charge. And I am willing to follow closely to escort the superiors. According to Yu Jia's previous combat habits, the cavalry battalion should be sent to the battlefield. Suddenly receiving the request from the infantry battalion, Yu Jia was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Lu Kuifeng on the periphery. Military advisor. You make the arrangements. Bindu will lead the charge first. After speaking, Yu Jia turned and walked towards Xiaobai. Su Jingyang's eyes were full of excitement. He knew that Yu Jia was giving in. As long as he was allowed to go to the battlefield, he would be able to make merit. What Lin Erju, the pretty boy, could do, he could do too. Lu Kuifeng was a little embarrassed. In this operation, he only knew that Yu Jia was going to give the enemy a reminder. I don't want to do any substantial fighting. Seeing Su Jingyang's hopeful eyes, Lu Kuifeng said with a stiff face. The superiors want to attack the Howling Cliff. This operation is dangerous. Captain Su must be ready to provide support in the cliff. Su Jingyang rubbed his hands and bowed his hands to accept the order. Military advisor. Don't worry. I will definitely complete the task. Lu Kuifeng secretly wiped his sweat. The higher the position, the more difficult it is. Yu Jia led the vanguard camp to the base camp of the Beimel army. The scouts of the Beimel army found out the situation and came to the tent to report. The one in charge this time was Tuoba Gui, the prince of Beimel, who had never dealt with Yu Jia. Prince, according to Lin Erju's style of doing things, she must be here to test us. Tuoba Gui shook his head. Don't be careless. We must act carefully. Don't make the same mistake again. When Tuoba Zheng was mentioned, the deputy general was full of disdain. How can the prince compare you with that cowardly person? You have been on the battlefield for many years, and have always been cautious. We have all seen it. Tuoba Gui's face was serious. Let's not talk about Tuoba Zheng. Just take Lin Erju. What do you think of this person? The deputy general restrained his expression. According to the intelligence, this person is unfathomable. But judging from what she did when she came to Jizhou, she was just a petty person. I can't say for sure. It's right to say that it's hard to say. The more complicated and hard to say about people, the more we should be careful, Tuoba Gui said, stroking his non-existent beard. We must remember not to be careless, and must guard the border of Beimel. Yu Jia didn't know that Beimel had studied her thoroughly. If she knew, she would definitely be proud. Her status has reached the point where the Beimel army has studied her fighting style. Tuoba Gui's thoughts are right. But he overlooked one thing. Yu Jia only came to test their strength this time. She led the vanguard camp to test it crazily according to the previous practice. which made Tuobague very angry. Angry? So what? There was nothing he could do. Every time Yu led his troops to come, he had to take it seriously. He took it seriously. But his subordinates were not happy. This Tuobague is really a coward. He always suffers losses. But he never changes. Who said it wasn't? He was played around by others. But he still had to stand there seriously. After seeing Tuobague was furious, Yu led his troops to retreat. When she reached the Howling Cliff, she saw Su Jingyan leading the infantry battalion to wait here. Why are you here? Yu was a little puzzled. Su Jingyan was a little disdainful. But he didn't dare to say anything more. The military advisor has ordered his subordinates to wait here for the superiors. Yujia's lips twitched. This Lu Kuifeng was really a bit rigid. Letting the infantry battalion come to greet him really means he has nothing to do. But it was an emergency. So it was not good to say anything more to him. Chapter 354. A girl goes to the battlefield. The news of Yujia's surprise attack on Beimel reached the Beimel royal court. And the named Toba Zheng returned to their side again. The crown prince of the Great Zhou was deposed for his immorality. And the court was unstable. If they wanted Beimel to redeem him, it would be impossible. The Beimel royal court sent the fierce General Tuoba Hanyu to the battle. Tuoba Hanyu is a veteran of Beimel. He has been on the battlefield for more than 20 years. The mention of his name makes the people around the border terrified. The infamous Jizhou City massacre was caused by him. Looking at the secret report in his hand, Tuoba Hanyu sneered, and his rough face was full of ferocity. Lin Erju. Just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. Not worth mentioning. When Yu Jia learned that the enemy general was Tuoba Hanyu, she got goosebumps all over her body. Finally, she had waited for this person. She had nightmares from time to time, dreaming that the unarmed people were humiliated by the Tatars, like lambs to be slaughtered. Sometimes, she would encounter people dragging their limbs to ask her why she didn't avenge them. Yu Jia's heart was getting tighter and tighter, and she really had no confidence in winning the battle. This time, the Beimel royal court gave Tuoba Hanyu 100,000 troops, while the entire Jizhou military camp had only 50,000 people. Since the prince was deposed, their food and clothing expenses have long been reduced. They couldn't afford a battle in their heyday, let alone at this time. Seeing that Yu Jia's mouth was blistered with anxiety, Chang Hai was anxious and turned around. Sir, how about we ask the court for help? Yu Jia shook her head slowly. No. The court is in chaos because of the crown prince issue. How can they care about us? Generals are not subject to orders when they are away. At present, the Jizhou military camp has not received any news about whether to fight or retreat. Yu Jia decided to fight. Even if she was beaten to a bloody pulp, she would not back down. She would not let the people experience the tragedy of the past again. Chang Hai looked at Yu Jia thoughtfully. Sir, does the court want to abandon us? Yu Jia was really unsure about this point of view. The army was approaching, but the court still did nothing. Is there any conspiracy? Or did the imperial court want her to lose the battle, and then take advantage of the situation to deal with her? Superior, General Lin sent a letter. Go Sheng ran into the tent with the secret letter, and Yu Jia felt relieved. She immediately stood up from her chair, took the letter, and read it carefully. It turned out that Lin Gongxuan had received the news in advance, and came to Yu Jia to make a battle plan. Yu Jia felt warm in her heart. The Pingyuan military camp was 300 miles away from the Jizhou military camp. Lin Gongxuan was able to send the letter so quickly, which showed how anxious he was, thinking that there were still people in this world who cared about her. Yu Jia suddenly calmed down. In her previous life, these wars did not exist. That is to say, from now on, Yu Jia can't use the information from the previous life. The terrain of the Jizhou military camp is complicated. The last time the city was massacred, there must be a spy. This time, Yu Jia wants to put an end to this phenomenon. However, the most important thing now is the lack of manpower. Lin Gongxuan is out of reach, which is still a problem. Yu Jia has been observing the terrain of Jizhou City for 2 days after receiving Lin Gongxuan's secret letter. If the advantage of the terrain can be used to defeat the enemy with fewer troops, the Tatars can definitely be defeated. The small crossbows made before can come in handy this time. It's just that the weather is getting colder now, and the soldiers' uniforms are still thin autumn clothes. These thin autumn clothes can't cover the crossbows on their arms. If it is used once, it can still catch the enemy by surprise. But the Tatars are not fools. After suffering a loss once, can they suffer a second loss? The answer is obvious. They must have countermeasures when they encounter small crossbows again. The camp where Tuoba Hanyu is currently stationed is not far from the EP321 base camp. If the forces of the two divisions are combined again, Yu Jia's situation will be even worse. Yu Jia summoned the vanguard camp to assemble. Lu Kuifeng pointed to the EP321 base camp. Sir, are you sure you want to do this? Yu Jia adjusted his armor and nodded. Lu Kuifeng's finger followed the path of the base camp on the map until he reached Tuoba Hanyu's tent. He frowned slightly. Sir, if things go smoothly, it's good. If something unexpected happens, it will be a disaster for the Jizhou military camp. After finishing his armor, Yu Jia looked at the map on the table with sharp eyes. Are you going to let me sit and wait for death with 50,000 soldiers? Military advisor. You also know that we have no way out. At this time, we can only rely on ourselves to fight our way out. Yu Jia picked up the helmet on the table and walked out of the tent. This time, like last time, Yu Jia led the team personally. But Su Jingyang did not take the initiative to volunteer. The atmosphere in the vanguard camp was solemn. And Yu Jia knew the reason. Maybe they also had some resentment towards Yu Jia. If Yu Jia hadn't wanted to raid the EP321 base camp, how could they have sent troops to attack Dezhou? Now Dezhou is facing internal and external troubles. And it looks like hell. Yu Jia led his men out without saying a word. Su Jingyang hid in the tent and sighed. The personal soldier beside him asked, Captain, why didn't you follow this time? Thinking of what he did last time. Su Jingyang was quite annoyed. Last time, Lin Erju played me around. And this time, I can't follow her no matter what. The personal soldier saw that he was embarrassed and annoyed, and knew that he was still angry about being fooled last time. This Lin Erju likes to kill himself. So don't let us get involved. Captain, don't you think so? Su Jingyang raised his eyes and stared at the guard. What did you say? You can call Lin Erju's name? He said faintly. I am happy to be fooled. How can you say anything here? Go and get the board yourself. The guard knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Su Jingyang waved his hands in annoyance. What a brainless idiot. I don't know if he is talking about Yu Jia or himself. When Yu Jia led the troops to the EP321 base camp, Tuoba Gui was still ready. Okay. This Tuoba Gui is really different from others. Xiaoqi rubbed his hands and was eager to try. Shangfeng, you give the order. What should we do this time? Yu Jia changed his previous combat strategy and waved his hand. Kill! Xiaoqi and Lao Dou's eyes lit up. Finally they could have fun. Tuoba Gui did not expect that Yu Jia would really do it this time. He thought Yu Jia would test him more. Even though he was well prepared, he was still hit hard by the soldiers of Dezhou. Yu Jia led the vanguard camp to attack Huanglong with great momentum, killing the EP321 base camp in a mess. They were so powerful and decisive that the Tatars had no idea what to do with them. Who knew that they would attack them in a roundabout way instead of attacking Tuoba Hanyu? Tuoba Gui personally went to the battlefield and met Yu Jia face to face. He was a little surprised when he saw Yu Jia. The thin man mentioned in the information was a little too thin. The white beard was right. But after looking at it, he finally asked, Is there no one left in Dezhou? You are a girl and you want to go to the battlefield? Chapter 355. Lead out the people. Yu Jia was horrified. The old ones are still the best. No wonder the old people often say that they have eaten more salt than the young people have eaten rice. However, Yu Jia cannot be cowardly at this moment. Stop talking nonsense. Today I will let you see if I am a man or not. As he said that, he swung his knife at Tuoba Gui. Tuoba Gui looked at the long knife in Yu Jia's hand. His eyes were stern. What a spiritual long knife. The long knives in the hands of the two people collided, and the sound of hum made Yu Jia's palm numb. The rest of the people on the battlefield gradually withdrew from the sight, and the two looked at each other through the colliding long knives. Baby, listen to my advice. Go back to where you came from. The battlefield is not a place for you to play. Yu Jia sneered and said loudly, You will know whether Grandpa is playing or not later. The two of them fought back and forth. Each sword was fatal, but they could not hurt each other at all. Yu Jia was shocked. It was the first time she saw someone with such a strong skill. The enemy generals she had dealt with in the past were powerful, but they did not shock her as much as the man in front of her. What is this called? Once an expert makes a move, you will know whether he is good or not. Suddenly, she felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Yu Jia looked at the calm old man in front of her and shook her head. This is the enemy, not some kind-hearted old man on the street. seeing Yu Jia gradually lose his composure. Tuobagui was very satisfied. Kid, lead your people away quickly, and withdraw from the border between the two countries. And I can still spare your life. Yu Jia clenched the long knife in his hand and spit. Spare my life. Arrogant! Lin Erju, don't even know how to write these words. How about you teach me? Tuobagui was angry and embarrassed. He hated being called old man the most in his life. Seeing this, Yu Jia quickly grasped the key point. She put on a smiling look. What's the matter, old man? I am sincerely willing to learn. But you are still unwilling to teach? Yes. At your age, you are probably powerless to do anything about it. Otherwise, how could you stay in this base camp in the northern desert and rust? Old man. Old age. Powerless. These words are stimulating to Obagui. He can no longer suppress the calm image he maintained in the past. And he rides forward, raises the long knife in his hand and curses. You yellow-haired boy. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Jia and Xiao Bai have a tacit understanding. She slightly squeezes the horse's belly, and Xiao Bai turns around and gallops out of the tent. Seeing Yu Jia want to escape, Tuobagui loses his mind and rides to catch up. Stop. I will teach you a lesson. You outspoken boy. Yu Jia turned around and made faces at Tuobagui. Come on, old man. Let's see if you can catch up with me first. When Tuobagui's personal soldiers saw him leave the tent, they gathered their personal guards and followed behind. Yu Jia observed the situation behind him and touched Xiao Bai's temples with his hand. Good Xiao Bai. Go faster, or we will all die here today. Xiao Bai understood what Yu Jia said and suddenly sped up. Tuobagui shouted and cursed behind Yu Jia, but Yu Jia turned a deaf ear to him. If the two of them fought head-on, Yu Jia would definitely suffer. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. So she could not linger in the battle. When Go Sheng saw Yu Jia leading Tuobagui out of the tent, they retreated. The soldiers of the Baima base camp were confused. They said they came to fight. Why did they run away like before? They wanted to ask Tuobagui whether to chase him, but they found that their prince was gone. This is bad. The house was stolen. What else can they do without the backbone? The Baima base camp was in chaos. At this time, the silent Su Jingyang received Lu Kuifeng's order. He felt a little surprised. Military advisor. Do you mean to let me lead the troops to attack the Baima base camp? Lu Kuifeng nodded. It's urgent. There is really no time to explain to you. As a soldier, even if he is incompetent, at this critical moment, Su Jingyang can't hold on. The Jizhou military camp was already in a state of preparation for war, and Su Jingyang led his troops to the Baima base camp. When they arrived, the soldiers of the Baima base camp were no different from headless flies. What he didn't expect was when the people from the equipment camp were here. Zheng Chuanqi was not a person who liked to greet people. He nodded to Su Jingyang and continued to kill the enemy. When they took over the base camp, Su Jingyang was about to doubt whether he was too capable. He sent people to clean up the battlefield and smelled something. Lin Erju asked him to bring people here. Where is she? Yu Jia was leading Tuobagui back and forth in the Howling Cliff. The last time I passed by here, I found that this was really a good place to capture people. Just when Tuobagui wanted to give up chasing Yu Jia stopped at the intersection ahead. She asked Xiao Bai to turn around and smiled at Tuobagui. The bright and flamboyant smile of the girl in front of him hurt Tuobagui, and he felt cold in his heart. Thinking of Yu Jia's record, Tuobagui regretted it. Lin Erju, your purpose today is not just to lead me around here, right? He looked around and wanted to find a way out. Old man, don't look. You can't go back. As soon as the voice fell, the shouting and killing in the valley shook the sky. It turned out to be the cavalry battalion led by Xian Jihao. Go Sheng followed closely with some soldiers from the vanguard battalion. As the Prince of Baima, Tuobagui naturally has a large number of guards. The 2,000 guards seemed very small at this moment. Lin Erju, what do you want to do? Aren't you afraid that Tuoba Hanyu will send troops now? Yu Jia laughed. Old man, before he sends troops, I have to destroy you. Right? Tuobagui suddenly realized. He was a little unbelievable. From the beginning to the end. Your target is me? Yu Jia nodded, with a naive look on her face. Of course. A Tuoba Zheng can be compared with you. A respected prince? Besides, Tuoba Hanyu has 100,000 soldiers. And I have them too. Xian Jihao glanced at Yu Jia, and naturally believed what she said. At this moment, Chang Hair led the soldiers from Guangdong to wait outside the Jizhou military camp. Why hasn't Brother Erju come back yet? He was a little worried about whether this operation would go smoothly. The news had already spread, and he didn't know if Tuoba Hanyu would take the bait. What did you say? Lin Erju actually went to attack Tuoba Gui. Tuoba Hanyu jumped up. Notify the vanguard to check the truth. Lin Erju, you are so insidious. At this time, Tuoba Gui had no regrets, thinking that he was fooled by a yellow-haired boy at his age. All is fair in war, and I didn't expect to lure you out without any effort. The more proud Yu Jia was, the angrier Tuoba Gui became. Girl, give me your life. Xian Jihao's heart trembled when he heard this, and he looked at the man who was shaking with Tuoba Gui. Although he was inferior, he was still calm. However, he was calm for only a moment. Xian Jihao, why are you in a daze? Hurry up. Yu Jia was suppressed by Tuoba Gui's long sword and asked for help in a panic. Chapter 356. Take it down. Xian Jihao sent soldiers to help. Tuoba Gui used the tip of his knife to push away a soldier and shouted angrily. Lin Erju, if you have the guts, let's fight. What's your skill in bullying the weak with more people? Yu Jiating took out his hand to pick his ears and chopped at a burly Tatar soldier. Old man, what are you telling me now that bullying the weak with more people is not a skill? So the whole world belongs to you. Then let me ask you, is Tuoba Hanyu leading a 100,000 strong army to attack the border considered bullying the weak with more people? It's not normal to use it on you, but it's normal to use it on us. Seeing that there were more and more people in the cavalry camp, Tuoba Gui gradually became exhausted. Yu Jia seized the opportunity and slashed Tuoba Gui's back with a knife. His back flesh rolled and blood flowed. Tuoba Gui stumbled in pain and almost fell to the ground. Yu Jia wanted to slash again, but was stopped by Tuoba Gui's personal soldiers. Tuoba Gui let his personal soldiers support him, and he stared at Yu Jia breathlessly. Lin Erju, you are such a sinister and cunning villain. Yu Jia observed the battle situation and sneered. I am a villain, but you still died in my hands today? Stop talking nonsense. Give me your life. The personal soldiers beside Tuoba Gui were very skilled. If they were not in different camps, Yu Jia would have wanted to take them under his command. But no matter how great their skills were, how could they resist the wheel-like offensive? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Tuoba Gui lifted his messy hair and said, Aren't you afraid that Tuoba Hanyu will attack Jizhou City? Yu Jia approached him slowly with a knife in hand. I was afraid that he would not make any move. With a raised hand and a fell knife, a generation of heroes fell. Yu Jia lifted Tuoba Gui's head high. Tuoba Gui is dead. The remaining soldiers cried bitterly when they saw the scene. Shouting Prince, Yu Jia threw the head to Xian Jihao and strode towards Xiaobai. Return to the camp. When they rushed to Jizhou City, they heard bursts of shouting and killing. Tuoba Hanyu really came with his troops. Seeing Yu Jia leading a large army to attack, he decisively withdrew his troops. Yu Jia was so angry that his teeth were itching. You bastards. You have learned your grandfather's methods. Chang Hai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yu Jia coming back. Brother Erju, you are back. I was scared to death. Yu Jia wiped the blood off his face and smiled. Why? It's like the first time on the battlefield. Chang Hai's face suddenly turned red. He remembered the first time he went to the battlefield and wet his pants. What? People will grow up. Yu Jia strode into the super tent, opened the tent door, and saw Lu Kuifeng leading the remaining camp officers to discuss. They saw Yu Jia coming back and stood up one after another. Shangfeng, you are back? You don't know that Tuoba Hanyu's people just came to provoke us. The military advisor told us not to pay attention to them. Yu Jia sat on the chair. Just ignore them. Now that we have destroyed the Baimol base camp, they should be anxious. The news reached the Baimol royal court, and the Baimol king was furious and ordered Tuoba Hanyu to attack Jizhou City. Similarly, Li Gulai received the news. Did Lin Erju win the battle? He fell into deep thought, and Hong Deshan on the side coughed lightly. Is the emperor worried about Lin Erju? Li Guli did not deny it. Xiao Shunzi, you said that I abolished Shun'er. What will Lin Erju do next? Hong Deshan smiled and followed Li Guli's words. She is a general of the Great Zhou, so she puts the Great Zhou first. Even if she has second thoughts, she must be won back. This was exactly what Li Guli wanted. And he nodded. Did Lin Erju mobilize the troops from Guangdong this time? I don't know when she got involved with Guangdong. Your Majesty, The young master of Guangdong entered the military camp and is now serving beside Lin Erju. Perhaps because of this, she was able to mobilize the troops from Guangdong. After Hong Deshun finished speaking, he stood aside and fell silent. Li Guoli nodded, and suddenly his face changed. Hong Deshun beside him was too familiar with Li Guoli's expression, which was a sign of the emperor's anger. Let's see how Lin Erju ends up. Otherwise, we will just imitate our ancestors. Hong Deshun's chill rushed from his feet to his forehead. Imitating ancestors is a big deal. It is said that there was a brave and good general in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. He fought hundreds of battles and made great contributions to the Great Zhou dynasty. The emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty saw that his prestige was too high and was afraid that his status would be threatened. So he sent people back from the border and exterminated the family with a random reason. This matter has always been full of absurdity, and the people have never bought it. Fortunately, time will dilute everything, and now few people mention the deeds of this general. If Li Guoli imitates his ancestors again this time, it will probably be disadvantageous to the Great Zhou dynasty. Now that Li Yanqing has been ordered to move out of the East Palace, the officials in the court are waiting and watching. They are watching the emperor's attitude. If Li Yanqing rises again, their actions at this time will definitely be recorded. Li Yanqing's proposal to select the crown prince was rejected again. The temperature in the room dropped instantly, and Li Yanqing raised his eyebrows and asked impatiently, "Why? Are you afraid now?" The other officials were silent, and Li Yanqing sneered. "You didn't have this attitude when collecting money. Are you afraid that the prince will rise and be retaliated?" He stood up. His thin figure was extraordinary. "If the prince retaliates, we have to wait until he enters the East Palace again. If you refuse now, you may not see the sun tomorrow." The officials were timid and almost wet their pants. "Your Majesty, I will obey your orders. If one person stands up, others will follow." Li Yanqing was very satisfied with the current situation. He raised his face and looked at the sunshine outside the house. In the dark places in his early years, he probably didn't expect his current situation. Right? It feels so good to have power. With a snap, the ruler hit Li Lingyun's palm. He held back his tears and pursed his lips stubbornly. Looking pitiful, Lu Zhonghuan felt a little reluctant, but soon became tough again. "What's the matter? Why didn't you finish the homework assigned to you yesterday?" Li Lingyun pursed his lips and didn't speak. "Where's your upbringing? Why didn't you answer the questions asked by the grand tutor?" Li Lingyun cried and sniffled. "I was called by my father, the king, yesterday." After Li Yanqing was deposed, Li Guoli did not explain whether he was a crown king or an ordinary prince, and Li Lingyun didn't know how to address him. "You didn't answer the homework when your father called you?" Lu Zhonghuan continued to ask, his voice full of harsh accusations. Li Lingyun finally couldn't help crying, and the cold eyes and grievances of others all day turned into tears at this moment. "My father beat me and said I was not motivated. If I was more likable, he wouldn't be deposed." Lu Zhonghuan threw down the ruler and supported Li Lingyun. He cursed Li Yanqing in his heart. Why did he vent his anger on a teenager when he was not motivated? Chapter 357, Audience. Li Lingyun became more and more sad as he thought about it. And finally, he couldn't help but hold Lu Zhonghuan's arm and burst into tears. "Taifu." Lingyun didn't mean to delay his studies. Father didn't let Lingyun go. He said this was the retribution Lingyun deserved." Lu Zhonghuan pulled Li Lingyun into his arms, stroked his back with his hand, and comforted him softly. "This is not your fault. The adult's affairs should not be counted on your head." That being said, since the prince was deposed, Li Guoli has never summoned Li Lingyun again. Li Yanqing smashed things crazily in the house, and he grabbed Su Liandi, who was dodging. "Why are you running? Do you know how scary I am now?" Su Liandi's face was full of fear. "Your Highness." "Prince, let me go. You heard me. Do you feel pain now? Why didn't you feel pain when you complained to me earlier?" Recalling that the Su family had been in close contact with Li Yanjie's subordinates in recent days, he felt annoyed. If your useless brother hadn't benefited from me, Lin Erju would have dealt with him long ago. Thinking of Lin Erju, Li Yanqing's eyes lit up. Yes. Didn't Lin Erju win the battle? He seemed to be in a frenzy. Spitting in the room, Su Liandi took the opportunity to escape and hid behind the screen. Lin Erju was brought up by me. Now that she has won a victory, my father will definitely remember my contribution. He stopped and clapped his hands. Yes, That must be the case. I have made an indelible contribution. I will soon be taken back to the Eastern Palace by my father. He looked at his clothes with disgust. I am going back to the Eastern Palace. How can I wear this set of clothes? Come here. Come here. Quickly wash me up. I am waiting for my father's imperial edict. Su Liangbi secretly poked her head out from behind the screen. This man is sick in the head. Is he crazy? The news of the prince smashing things in the mansion soon reached Li Guoli's ears, and he sent Hong Deshun to Li Yanqing's residence. Li Yanqing looked at Hong Deshun eagerly. Eunuch Hong, has the emperor changed his mind? Hong Deshun shook his whisk and said solemnly, Your Highness should be patient. Now we can only wait for the flowers to bloom. What do you mean by wait for the flowers to bloom? The emperor must have forgotten me. Right? He pulled Hong Deshun's sleeve. Do you think he has forgotten me? Seeing that Hong Deshun did not answer, he muttered to himself in despair. He is really a cruel man. I think my maternal family did their best to help him get to the throne. What happened in the end? He raised his head and laughed. I am not the prince anymore. I have been abolished. Li Yanqing finally recognized the reality. Hong Deshun looked around. Your Highness, be careful with your words. Li Yanqing sat on the steps like a lost dog. Now I have nothing. Why should I care? Hong Deshun really couldn't bear to see him in such a hopeless state. So he leaned down and said to him, Your Highness, you still have a child. There is still hope. When Li Lingyu was mentioned, Li Yanqing stood up straight, and the fire burning in his eyes was about to devour him. Yes, I still have a son. Looking at the princes of the great Zhou dynasty. Who has an heir? He murmured excitedly, and laughed from time to time. Hong Deshun shook his head and led people out of the mansion. Nothing in the world can hide from the emperor's eyes. Hong Deshun was punished to kneel when he returned to the Yongxin palace. The eunuch beside him felt very distressed. He wanted to help him, but he didn't dare to. Hong Deshun sent him away. He knew why he was punished. The emperor originally sent him to warn Li Yansheng, but he couldn't bear to do it. Li Yansheng was also grown up under his care. He couldn't bear to see the babbling child being forced into such a situation. Besides, he had followed Li Guoli all his life, so he naturally understood him. Li Yansheng still had a chance. So why didn't he leave a way out for himself? The next morning, Li Lingyun came to see the emperor. The eldest princess Li Wanchen also came with him. The three of them happily ate lunch. Li Wanchen glanced at Li Guoli and calmed down. Ollie has lost a lot of weight recently. You should take good care of yourself. After saying that, he winked at the eunuch next to him. Just by looking at him, he was stunned. Ollie, where is Xiao Shunzi? Li Guoli looked calm. He made some mistakes. Let him reflect on his mistakes. He did not say the date. Li Wanchen's heart gradually sank. She looked at the silver hair on Li Guoli's head and felt a little distressed. It's still convenient for the old man to use it. Besides, Xiao Shunzi has been with you for so long. Even if he made a mistake, you should forgive him. As soon as the voice fell, the eunuch next to him slipped and almost knocked the lotus seed soup to the ground. He knelt down hurriedly. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. Li Guoli was furious. You dog slave. Are you tired of living? Come here. Take this dog slave out and beat him to death. Li Wanchen raised her hand to stop him. No. Ollie. He is not guilty of death. Just a little punishment. Li Guoli tried to calm down. He stared at Li Wanchen without saying a word. In his eyes, Li Wanchen saw something different. Suddenly, she felt that the person in front of her was no longer the child who followed her and called her sister. Ollie, what's wrong with you? Are you tired because of too many things happening recently? Li Guoli closed his eyes and rubbed his eyebrows with his hands. Don't worry. Sister, I'm fine. Li Lingyun on the side didn't dare to speak. He carefully pulled the corner of Li Wanchen's clothes under the table. Look how old you are. And you are still so reckless. Li Wanchen winked at the eunuch, and he quickly retreated. Lingyun, serve soup for your father. Li Lingyun was about to stand up when he was stopped by Li Guoli. No need. Let those servants do these things. Li Lingyun looked at Li Wanchen helplessly, with mist in his eyes. He was at a loss, thinking that Li Guoli was angry with him again. Seeing that Li Wanchen didn't respond, he remembered what the princess had told him in the mansion. Thinking of this, he bravely picked up the spoon. It is the duty of the grandson to honor the emperor, and the emperor has fulfilled his grandson's filial piety. Li Lingyun trembled as he held the soup bowl. looking at Li Guoli anxiously. Li Guoli couldn't bear to offend Li Wanchen, so he reached out to take it. The emperor can transfer his unhappiness to Lingyun after drinking the porridge Lingyun made. Hearing Lingyun's childish words, Li Guoli couldn't help laughing. He put the soup bowl on the table. If it can be transferred, wouldn't the burden on the emperor be crushed by you? Li Lingyun saw that Li Guoli's expression was somewhat relaxed, so he continued to work hard. The grandson is the grandson of the emperor, so he should naturally help the emperor solve his problems. If the emperor gives the grandson troubles, the grandson will solve them. If he doesn't give them to the grandson, then the grandson will stay with the emperor until the emperor is no longer worried. He didn't know what this sentence meant. It was the Grand Tutor Lu Zhonghuan who taught him to say this. Chapter 358. A sudden turn of events. The cold weather at the border came earlier, and the soldiers put on their jackets early. Now that Tuoba Hanyu's 100,000 troops were approaching, a dark cloud covered the sky over Jizhou city, which was very imposing. Sir, according to the report from the scouts on the front line, the enemy has shown signs of attacking the city in the past 2 days. After Lu Kuifeng finished speaking, he fell into silence. Although there was the help of the Guangdong army, this battle was ultimately unwinnable, because the Guangdong army only had 10,000 troops. In order to deter Tuoba Hanyu, all the Guangdong army went to the city wall to defend the city. Yu Jian naturally knew the stakes. She looked at the map in front of her and did not respond to Lu Kuifeng's words. Military advisor. Do you think there will be wind in the next 2 days? Wind? What do you need wind for? Lu Kuifeng was really confused. People need east wind to borrow arrows from straw boats. What wind do we need in this dry land? Yu Jiao laughed slyly. The mountain man has his own ingenious plan, but he only lacks the south wind. This made Lu Kuifeng even more confused. South wind? Sir, what do you want to do? Don't worry about what I do first. Can you tell fortunes? Yu Jia thought of Lin Gongxuan at this time. If he was here, he would definitely know. No! Lu Kuifeng answered honestly. Yu Jia was speechless for a moment. The military advisors in the novels knew everything about astronomy and geography, and were proficient in divination and fortune-telling. To her, it's nothing. Do you know someone who can tell fortunes? No. Yu Jia. Seeing Yu Jia's disappointed face, Lu Kuifeng said, however, to see the weather is to observe the night sky. There is no need for divination. Right? Yu Jia looked delighted. I know that God has been kind to me. Military advisor. You can observe the night sky. Right? No. Yu Jia was speechless and choked. She hung her head in annoyance. It's over. It's really nothing. But I know someone who can observe the night sky. Lu Kuifeng said seriously. It's really like turning a mountain road. And there is another village with willows and flowers. Military advisor. You are not lying to me this time. Are you? Lu Kuifeng said righteously. How could it be? With the enemy at hand? How can we play around? Just as Jia asked who it was, he said, Old Do can observe the celestial phenomena at night. This undoubtedly made Jia's heart explode again. As far as she knew, a person who could observe the celestial phenomena at night should be a steady person, not to mention a person as unfathomable as Zhuge Liang. Old Do was laughing and joking all day long, and she was really worried. Old Do, is it okay? Of course. He could see the weather we encountered on the way from Bashu to Jizhou. Lu Kuifeng continued. Why not ask the superiors to call Old Do and give it a try? They did it right away. When Old Do came to the yard, the two were already ready. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the old man couldn't help but become serious. Sir, military advisor, are you looking for me? Yu Jia motioned for the old man to sit down and went straight to the point. Old man, I heard from the military advisor that you can observe the night sky. Hearing this, the old man relaxed. Of course. Sir, if you mention this, I won't be nervous anymore. The old man talked freely. My ancestors were fortune tellers. He saw Yu Jia's brows gradually frowning, and he became a little anxious. Sir, fortune telling and divination are inseparable, and they don't prevent me from observing the night sky at all. The reason why Yu Jia frowned was not this. Fortune telling. To put it bluntly, isn't it just cheating? However, she was wrong this time. Sir, do you want to know the weather these days? Yu Jia nodded. I want to know if there will be south wind these 2 days. I know. And I will have the result in the evening. The old man said it with a solemn promise. And Yu Jia was worried. This matter is of great importance. If something goes wrong, I am afraid that the massacre will happen again. Old man, you said you can see things. But can you tell fortunes? Yu Jia sighed. Tell me, what is my fate? Suddenly, the old man's face became ugly. Hey! He pretended to be relaxed. This is all to fool those dignitaries. It's not worth mentioning. You are a lucky person, and you will live a long life. Lu Kuifeng looked at the flustered expression of the old man, and then glanced at Yu Jia, who didn't care much. And a bad premonition rose in his heart. In the evening, the old man stood on the city wall, looking at the stars in the sky seriously. Old man, how is it? Lu Kuifeng's voice sounded behind him. The old man turned around and saluted Lu Kuifeng. Reply to the military advisor. There will be a south wind in 2 days. Really? No matter how calm Lu Kuifeng was, he couldn't help getting excited. So, it's really God's help to my great Zhou. It's just... The old man hesitated. It's just what? You tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Lu Kuifeng was a little anxious. It was such a time, and he was still so inconvenient. Old man, can you please tell me what's going on? At this time, Yu Jia also walked up to the city wall. She heard their conversation as soon as she came up. Well, it's just that the wind today is a bit complicated. Old man looked up at the night sky again. There is not only a south wind today, but also a west wind. That means there is a southwest wind today. Yu Jia touched his chin and looked down at the city wall. Looking far away, you can see the enemy troops stationed not far away. That means we need to lead the main force of the enemy to the northeast. Yu Jia returned to his residence and was in a dilemma looking at the map. Shangfeng, why are you still not asleep? Chang Haier took some dry wormwood branches and burned them in a special incense burner. Since leaving Bashu, Yu Jia has been sleeping restlessly. If she lights some mugwort, she can sleep for a few hours. If she doesn't, she can't sleep all night. I can't sleep. Thinking of the weather 2 days later, she was a little troubled. If there is a south wind, she can just use her special skills. But now the wind direction is biased, and the enemy must be led to the designated area. Now that the Jizhou military camp has just stabilized, anyone who goes there will be in danger. Shangfeng, don't worry too much. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Chang Haier sat down next to Yu Jia. Under the light, Yu Jia's face lost its childishness, and her thin face made her eyes look rounder. I don't believe this sentence. In my place, only by moving mountains can there be a way. Yu Jia raised his chin and looked at Chang Haier. Chang Haier, this operation needs a trigger. After years of getting along, the two have a tacit understanding. Chang Haier immediately understood. Do whatever you want. Yu Jia felt sad. The Guandong army doesn't know the Tatars' fighting style, but the other camps can't split up. Chang Haier put his index finger on his lips. You don't have to tell me this. The 10,000 Guandong army came here and didn't plan to go back. The soldiers belong to the battlefield, and they should be proud of it. Yu Jia held Chang Haier's hand and licked his lips. Chang Haier, thank you. Chang Haier laughed, and he held Yu Jia's hand back. Thank me for what? You are my lifesaver. Chapter 359, Fighting. Yu Jia was preparing intensively, and Tuo behind you was not idle either. You said Lin Erju was busy helping the people sort out their crops? Tuo behind you murmured in his heart. Even a calm person like Tuoba Guina could die at the hands of Lin Erju, so he should be more vigilant. Go and check again to see what she is busy with. He sent someone to check again, but it was still some insignificant news. It was nothing more than Lin Erju helping the people sort out peppers and grains. What is this Lin Erju up to? Yu Jia was busy here, and the Tatars over there began to provoke in front of the city gate. Sir, the enemy can't hold back any longer. Yu Jia looked at the progress of the matter and shook her head. We must hold them back. At least we have to wait until tomorrow. There will be a southwest wind tomorrow. No matter how Toba Hanyu's deputy general shouted, Jizhou city would not open to meet the enemy. This made Tuoba Hanyu even more puzzled. He knew that Yu Jia was holding back a big move, but now he had no idea at all. His intuition told him that this battle must be fought quickly and could not be delayed any longer. He then sent the left vanguard to attack Jizhou city. Yu Jia ordered the Guandong army to withdraw from the city and let the cavalry battalion go to meet the enemy. She didn't know why the Tatars suddenly attacked the city at this time. The only thing we can do now is to meet the enemy. We can't let the enemy see any flaws. We have to survive until tomorrow. The cavalry battalion's attitude of defending, but not attacking has further strengthened Tuoba Hanyu's determination to attack Jizhou City. Lin Erju is not ready yet. If you want to take Jizhou City, you need to be faster. The Baimel Wangting base camp has been lost. If he can fight a beautiful turnaround, it will be a great relief. Thinking of this, he increased the firepower. Seeing more and more Tatar soldiers, the battalion officers could not sit still. Sir, you have always been brave and good at fighting? Why have you become a coward now? Without looking, the person who spoke knew it was Su Jingyang. No one in the entire Jizhou military camp dared to talk to Yu Jia like this. Yu Jia looked at the sky outside calmly. Why panic? It's not time yet. It was not until the early morning of the next day that the Tatars stopped attacking the city. This gave the Jizhou military camp a breathing space. However, the cavalry camp suffered heavy casualties. In the morning, less than half an hour before the wind started, Yu Jia personally led the troops and headed straight for the enemy. Report: Great Zhou soldiers appeared in front. It seems that Lin Erju is leading the army in person. Tuoba Hanyu stood up suddenly. How many people are here? About 10,000 people. Huh? Only so few people? Is this Lin Erju here to die? Tuoba Hanyu was full of suspicion. Guard the rear. I'll go meet this Lin Erju. Given Yu Jia's previous style of doing things, Tuoba Hanyu didn't dare to be careless at all. Whether Yu Jia was testing him or really wanted to fight, he couldn't be timid this time. However, this was not Yu Jia's purpose. Seeing that Tuoba Hanyu led such a small number of people, she was so angry that she laughed. I am the commander of the Jizhou military camp. And you brought these people to entertain me? Yu Jia was dissatisfied. So he led the army back. This made Tuoba Hanyu confused. And he went back again? After going back and forth like this, Tuoba Hanyu was also annoyed. It is said that the soldiers of the Great Zhou did not send many troops. But they provoke here again and again. And clay people still have some temper. Not to mention that he is a fierce general in the northern desert. Tuoba Hanyu returned to the camp to mobilize the army, wanting to wipe out this group of people at once. Seeing that Tuoba Hanyu brought more people, Yu Jia asked Su Jingyang to follow behind the Guangdong army to make up the number. Tuoba Hanyu looked at it this way. Why did Lin Erju bring more people? He couldn't lose. So he immediately gathered all the main forces in the camp together. This was exactly what Yu Jia wanted. Halfway through the journey, Yu Jia asked the infantry battalion to retreat. She felt relieved after leading the enemy to the designated location. Next, it was just a delay until the wind started, which was only about half an hour. And she could do it. Lin Erju, you coward. You are still playing this trick with Grandpa. Tuoba Hanyu's temper was aroused by Yu Jia. And he was ashamed and angry. After so many years of marching and fighting, no one dared to hang him like this. No. Of course, I can't compare to you guys. By the way, why did Baima send you? A coward. To the battlefield this time? Yu Jia continued to provoke him. Why? You really don't want Tuoba Zheng? Tangling Tuoba Zheng. Tuoba Hanyu was a little discouraged. He and Tuoba Zheng are from the same lineage. Although the family wants to rescue Tuoba Zheng, they are powerless. Lin Erju, wait until I chop off your head, and everything will be fine. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia laughed. What a big mouth. Don't you see if you have the ability to get close to my grandfather? Tuoba Hanyu rushed out like an arrow from a bow. He wanted to tear this shameless kid, who spoke wildly, into pieces with his own hands. Yu Jia rode forward to meet the enemy, and their long swords collided with each other. Yu Jia staggered and almost fell off his horse. The enemy camp was filled with laughter. It turns out that he is a useless pretty boy. It's just a name. Tuoba Hanyu was even more proud. He raised his long sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Lin Erju, if you surrender now, this general can still give you a whole body. If not, this general will definitely cut you into 8 pieces. Yu Jia spitted. Dream on. I don't want to surrender in my life. She looked up at the sky. The clouds were motionless. There was no sign of wind. If you come again, I will tear you into pieces. Yu Jia knew that the two of them were very different in strength. But at this time, she could only try her best to delay time. The two of them fought another round. And Yu Jia was already injured. Chang Haier and Go Sheng were in the back, gritting their teeth, and were very worried. The sweet and fishy taste in Yu Jia's throat became stronger and stronger. She looked at the knife wound on her shoulder and tightened her long knife. After several rounds, Yujia's armor had been worn out by Toba Hanyu's knife. What the hell is this invulnerable armor? Isn't it all a lie? In a trance, he was stabbed again. Damn it. I can't stand it. Chang Haier was about to rush forward to help Yujia, but was pulled back by Go Sheng. Calm down. This is a challenge between the two generals. You can't go up. If Chang Haier goes up, the others will inevitably be involved in a melee. In order to preserve strength, this must not be done. He looked up at the sky. The time has come. But there is still no wind. Lu Kuifeng looked at the forest not far ahead. The branches moved slightly, and there was already a sign of wind. There was no forest on Yujia's side, so naturally she couldn't feel the wind. She became more and more anxious, and her movements became more and more chaotic. Lin Erju. It's not a good thing to be distracted at this time. Yujia took a few steps back, covering her wound, and suddenly opened her fingers again. Is the wind blowing? Chapter 360. A narrow victory. Yujia looked up to the sky and howled. God is not deceiving me. He cannot bear to see me die here. The military flags fluttered in the wind. The cloak fluttered in the wind. Yujia raised his long sword. Ready! The soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty took out their scarves and wrapped them tightly around their faces. The scarves were specially designed by Yujia, which could protect from the forehead to the neck. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Hanyu reacted instantly. Cover your mouth and nose. Be careful of fraud. Yujia sneered. If you can defend yourself, I will eat shit. The soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty quickly changed their formation and actually lifted boxes of things from under the horses' bellies. And the changes in the middle were only a moment. Even if Toba Hanyu reacted, it would not be easy to change direction. There were many soldiers standing behind him who were unaware of the situation. If he turned around rashly, he might have been trampled into meat patties by his own people before he died at the hands of the Great Zhou soldiers. Tuoba Hanyu was anxious and angry when he saw the scene in front of him, and he wanted to tear Yujia to pieces. The Great Zhou soldiers were well trained and actually raised chili powder from the box. The weather in Jizhou was suitable for growing chili peppers, so the people here often grew chili peppers and sold them to Zhou. When Yujia was harvesting these chili peppers, he also used other crops as cover. Now Tuoba Hanyu looked at these chili peppers and suddenly realized it. The southwest wind had risen, and the chili powder had been blown to tatar with the wind. Retreat! Tuoba Hanyu didn't care about anything else, and turned his horse to escape. The soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty were fully prepared. They suffered the baptism of chili powder. How long can they hold on? Unfortunately, it was too late. Some soldiers in the rear did not turn around in time, and they were trampled. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and some soldiers died before they could even scream. The soldiers in the front who did not have time to turn around had already been covered in chili powder and could not breathe. At this time, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty did not take the opportunity to chase and kill. After all the chili powder in the box was thrown out, Yujia asked Chang Haier and Go Sheng to notify the soldiers on the periphery to approach the encirclement. After the two received the order, Yujia raised his long sword. Brothers, today we will avenge our brothers and sisters who died in the hands of the Tatars. Kill! Kill! 10,000 Guangdong soldiers followed Yujia and chopped at the Tatar soldiers. The Tatars were in chaos, and the chili powder had been blown to the periphery by the southwest wind. Those who escaped were chopped and killed by the Great Zhou soldiers guarding outside. The soldiers in the middle were trampled to death, and the soldiers in the front were chopped and killed by the Guangdong army. Yujia was sharp-eyed and found Tuoba Hanyu. At this moment, he was escorted by his personal soldiers and wanted to escape to the periphery. Yujia chopped them one by one. Tuoba, old thief, give me your life. Seeing that Yujia was still provoking, Tuoba Hanyu's blood surged instantly. Lin Erju, you came here to die. Don't blame me. Instantly, the two of them were fighting again. But this time, Tuoba Hanyu was not as successful as before. He was gradually defeated by Yujia's continuous attacks. In a flash, Tuoba Hanyu figured out the key points. Lin Erju, did you lose to me on purpose just now to lower my vigilance? Yujia smiled. You are indeed a veteran. You figured it out so quickly. But it's a pity. It's too late. She raised her hand to pick up Tuoba Hanyu's long sword, and pressed her left hand on her right arm to trigger the switch of the small crossbow. Shwa shwa shwa. Tuoba Hanyu couldn't dodge in time, and he was hit by several arrows. He looked at the short arrows on his body, somewhat incredulous. Lin Erju, you are such a treacherous villain. Yu Jia put away his arm, raised his long knife, and stabbed Tuo Hanyu in the heart. The two sat on their war horses, looking at each other. Old general, you also know that war is not without deception. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter what kind of person I am. Blood flowed from the corners of Tuo Hanyu's lips, but Yu Jia felt extremely happy. 100,000 people. You can rest in peace today, Lin Erju. Without waiting for Tuo Hanyu to speak again, Yu Jia pulled out a knife fiercely and added another knife. Remember, you were killed by the woman of the great Zhou. Unfortunately, Tuo Hanyu could not hear this sentence. He fell from his warhorse. Yu Jia got off Xiaobai, cut off his head with a knife, and tied it to the horse's back. She climbed on the horse, and the next step was a tough battle. Although the outer Zhou soldiers were charging inward, the inner circle of the Guangdong army gradually couldn't hold on. After all, the enemy had a large number of people, and they had tried their best. Yu Jia felt that the enemy troops in front of her were pouring towards her. She couldn't even lift her arms. But thinking of the 100,000 people who were slaughtered, she gritted her teeth and continued to swing the long sword with all her strength. The Tatars' combat power had been greatly weakened by the invasion of chili powder. Some were suffocated, trampled, or crushed to death. They finally managed to escape to the periphery, but were hacked to death again. This battle was very difficult, and the Guangdong army had a total of 60,000 soldiers. These 60,000 soldiers gradually narrowed the encirclement and slaughtered the enemy. Yu Jia felt pain all over her body, and her strength kept draining away from her body. She didn't dare to slack off at all, and the scene in front of her turned red. Through this layer of red smoke, Yu Jia saw Go Sheng, who looked anxious. She murmured, Go Sheng, you're here. Great. Suddenly, the remaining strength was stripped from her body, and she fell into darkness. Military doctor, when can Erashuga wake up? Amidst the noise, Yu Jia heard Chang Hai's voice. If the superior doesn't wake up today, I will kill you. Go Sheng's furious voice sounded again. Yu Jia was stunned. When did Go Sheng become so irritable? After killing you, I will kill the other doctors. Suddenly, Yu Jia recalled the classic plot in the novels about overbearing CEOs. If the madam doesn't wake up today, I will bury you with her. And the overbearing prince. If the princess doesn't wake up, your whole family will be buried with her. Thinking of this, Yu Jia laughed. Hey, Go Sheng, do you see that Erju's mouth is moving? Chang Hai approached Yu Jia. Yes, it is moving. Is Erju thirsty? After a while, Yu Jia felt water pouring into her mouth. Ahem. Ahem. Yu Jia finally woke up. Awake. Wake up. Erju brother. You woke up. Yu Jia looked helplessly at the two people crying with joy. If I don't wake up, you two will drown me. Go Sheng supported Yu Jia and put more pillows behind her. What are you talking about death? This word is unlucky. Don't say it again in the future. Yu Jia ignored him. How is the battlefield? When talking about this, Chang Hai was excited. Erju brother, you are really amazing. We won and seized a lot of supplies. Yu Jia tried hard to pull the corners of her lips, but the pain from the wounds on her body penetrated from her limbs. Where is the Guangdong army? Chang Hai looked sad, and then he chuckled in a moment. Hey, they did a great job this time, and brought honor to the family. Chapter 361. I'm a little tired. Yu Jia felt a pang of pain in her heart. Since ancient times, wars have been cruel. People have been constantly sacrificed, and people have been constantly seeking revenge. When will the cycle of revenge end? Yu Jia suddenly felt tired. She swallowed hard. How many troops have we lost in total? Seeing Yu Jia's depressed expression, Go Sheng sighed lightly. In the Jizhou military camp, all those who can go to the battlefield have gone to the battlefield. There are less than 20,000 people left now. That is to say, apart from the 10,000 people who have already died in the Guangdong army, the Jizhou military camp has lost nearly 40,000 people in total. Yu Jia immediately smiled bitterly. So what if we won the battle? What a miserable victory. What a miserable victory. She cried blood and laughter and shook her head. Erju, this is not your fault. You are not wrong. Go Sheng held Yu Jia's shoulders. We have sent news to the court during the 2 days you were unconscious. It is said that the emperor is very happy. I am afraid you will be promoted again by then. Yujia paused. Promotion? All this is not important. She closed her eyes, and could see those broken limbs and faces twisted in pain. They crawled out of hell, and reached out to Yujia for her life. Yujia. You really deserve to die. You really deserve to die. Yujia suddenly opened her eyes. Goshing. Do you think I am tired? She must be tired. If she wasn't tired, how could she have other thoughts? You are tired. Take more rest these days. Goshing helped Yujia lie down. The news of your great victory will spread throughout the great Zhou soon. By then, General Lin will also know. Speaking of Lin's merits, Yujia felt sweet in her heart. Bad guy? Goshing stopped covering Yujia with the quilt. He hadn't realized who this person was. Changhair behind him said, General Lin will know. By then, he may come to see you secretly. Yujia felt that Changhair's words were simply a fantasy. How could that be? How could he come here? Lin Gongxuan had received the news of Yujia's victory. However, he was not too happy. He looked at the secret letter in his hand. But his mind was thinking about the scene of Yujia fighting on the battlefield. She must be very sad. Right? Fong Dashan stood aside. A little hesitant. General, Erju won the battle. How could he be sad? Lin Gongxuan knew that even if he told Fong Dashan, he would not understand. In his mind, Yujia was an extremely strong person. How could she be cowardly? Yujia's face appeared in Lin Gongxuan's mind. She looked up at him pitifully with tears in her eyes. Brother, do you think those soldiers who died will feel pain? He couldn't give her this answer. As a general, he could empathize with her. Lin Gongxuan sighed. Yujia wrote to him a few days ago to ask him to be careful of Lu Hongmei. Although he knew Lu Hongmei's temperament, it was a bit impossible to harm the Lin family. Right? However, he still chose to believe Yujia. Yujia seemed to be a careless person at first glance. But Lin Gongxuan knew that she was more careful than anyone else. Is there any news from Luing? Fong Dashan shook his head. No. No news is the best news. At this time, Lu Hongmei had secretly contacted her brother from her mother's family. Brother, did you say that those people came to Lingjia village again? Lu Hongmei was secretly delighted. Have they asked about our whereabouts? Lu Dazhan said with a smile. Yes. Of course not. They come to your village every now and then. If I hadn't contacted them carefully, how could you have benefited? Speaking of benefits, Lu Hongmei became even more excited. What benefits did they promise us? Lu Dazhan stretched out a finger. After the matter is done, you and your wife can get this amount. Lu Hongmei widened her eyes and grabbed Lu Dazhuan's finger. 100 taels of silver? Lu Dazhan curled his lips. Look at your little ability. Guess the maximum. It won't be 1,000 taels of silver. Right? Lu Dazhan smiled. And his drooping eyes looked even more ferocious. 1,000 taels of gold. Oh my god! Lu Hongmei's body softened. And if Lu Dazhan hadn't supported her, she would have almost fallen to the ground. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Seeing Lu Hongmei's greedy face, Lu Dazhan coughed twice. And Lu Hongmei immediately understood. Brother, you have worked hard. And you will get your share of the benefits after the success. Lu Dazhan nodded with satisfaction. He looked around and found that no one noticed the two of them. You should go back quickly and wait for the 1,000 taels of gold. The two of them went their separate ways with a smile, not realizing that their shitty looks had been seen by everyone. What did you say? Lu Hongmei has contact with outsiders? Lu Ying's eyes burst with cruelty. This annoying woman will only cause trouble for me. She remembered the instructions of Yujia and Lin Gongxuan. If this person causes trouble again, she will have full authority to deal with it. Then don't blame me for being rude. Lu Dazhan hummed a little tune and rushed to the carriage. Thinking of the coachman's cold eyes towards him just now, he couldn't help but get angry. When I have money, I will buy your carriage. Let's see if you are still arrogant. Thinking of his conversation with Lu Hongmei just now, Lu Dazhuan's anger calmed down. The nobleman gave me 2,000 taels of gold. And then I will give Hongmei 1,000 taels. And she will give me some hard work fee. This business is a sure win. He muttered to himself and got on the carriage. Lu Dazhan was only concerned with looking at the familiar carriage, and did not notice that the groom under the veil had changed. The carriage stopped halfway. Lu Dazhan impatiently lifted the door curtain. What's going on? Why did you stop? The groom asked faintly. Have you told anyone about your sister's family's whereabouts? Lu Dasan realized that something was wrong at this moment. How did he know about this? He hadn't received the money yet. So how could he tell anyone about his whereabouts? He was greedy for money. Not stupid. Why are you asking this as a groom? How do you know that I came to visit my sister? The groom paused. You said it on the road? At this time, Lu Dasan realized that the coachman in front of him was not the same coachman as before. Who are you? You were not the one driving the carriage when I came here. I am a brother to the coachman who came here. He had something to do in the city. So he asked me to give you a ride? Lu Dasan felt relieved when he heard the coachman say this. Seeing that Lu Dasan had let down his guard, the coachman continued to ask, Did you tell others about your whereabouts when you came here? Lu Dasan was a little impatient. No. I only told my wife. With this opportunity to make a fortune, who would reveal it to others? The two of them finally returned home along the official road. And it was already dark. The coachman took the money and left. Lu Dasan happily told his wife about today's gains. Wife, we are going to make a fortune. As night fell, two bloody corpses appeared in a corner that no one knew about. Chapter 362 Reward or Not. Li Guoli was delighted to hear the news of the victory of the Jizhou military camp. Ha ha ha. Lin Erju is indeed a pillar of the great show. Seeing the emperor so happy, the ministers congratulated the emperor on getting such a talent. The prince's party was ready to make a move. Your Majesty, God bless the great Zhou. It is really a cause for celebration. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Ishihara Mamoru, stepped out and bowed. This Lin Erju has made great contributions in Jizhou city. As far as I know, she was a subordinate of the king of Qi before. And she is like a fish in water, and a swallow returning to the nest in Jizhou city. Ishihara Mamoru's intentions made the king of Qi party frightened. At Li Yanqing's instruction, someone stepped out soon. Your Majesty, Lin Erju has been promoted to Gui Duwei in the Yunnan military camp. This man is brave and good at fighting, and has made many outstanding achievements. He is really appreciated by His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Lord Yuan, what you said is wrong, Ishihara Mamoru retorted at this time. It is true that Lin Erju has made many outstanding achievements. But why did she switch to the former prince's army? He pressed on. She was appreciated in the Yunnan military camp. But why was she squeezed out? Lord Yuan was furious. What do you mean? Lord Shi? Are you saying that His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi is suspicious of Lin Erju? Ishihara Mamoru did not deny it. Humph. I can't say that. You? Lord Yuan was angry, and didn't know how to refute him. Okay. Li Guoli stopped the two from arguing. No matter who Lin Erju worked for before, she can only be loyal to the great Zhou at this moment. Pass on my order, and let Lin Erju come to the palace to meet the emperor. When the news came out, the whole court was in an uproar. The emperor's actions are becoming more and more puzzling. What does he mean? If he wants to use Lin Erju, he should directly issue an order to reward him. After all, he won a very important victory. This battle hit Beimo hard, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to stop. If he doesn't want to use her, why did he summon her to the palace? Chang Haier has the same question. Shengfeng, what do you think the emperor means by this? Is he rewarding her or not? Yu Jia moved his arm. He was cut by a knife and couldn't raise it. Whether the emperor will reward me or not depends on how I answer. Chang Haier didn't understand and wanted to ask more questions, but was stopped by Lu Kuifeng. The military advisor came at the right time. What's going on in the camp? Lu Kuifeng answered respectfully. It's normal. The usual training has not been neglected. The wounded have been treated in time. The names of those soldiers who died in the battle have been submitted to the capital. The pension will be approved soon. Yu Jia was silent for a while. Don't be sad, my superior. Lu Kuifeng looked at Yu Jia's expressionless face and felt very sorry. Some children from poor families can't survive at home and choose to join the army. After they died on the battlefield, they were honored by their ancestors. If there are still family members at home, this pension can also allow those who are still alive to continue to survive. Don't worry. We won this battle, and the court dare not delay the payment of these silvers. Yu Jia naturally knew this, but she still couldn't get over it. Whenever it was late at night, Yu Jia would always have dreams. Those mutilated faces with twisted bodies rushed towards her from all directions. She wanted to escape but couldn't. The bone-eroding pain came into her head from nowhere. She wanted to roll over in pain, but her body was controlled by them, and she couldn't move. Military advisor. Don't worry. I'm fine. What do you mean fine? Your Excellency. You'll have to go to the capital soon. Chang Hai muttered. The Emperor has summoned you. And you can only go this time despite your illness. How could this old Emperor not think that Erju was injured? Does he really take me for granted? Chang Hai. Are you having the same old problem again? Yu Jia was furious. You've been with me for so long. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? If you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll beat you with a stick. Chang Hai stuck out his tongue. I dare not. I will never dare again. In the palace, Li Yuanyuan slapped the maid in the face. Her face was hideous, and she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Lin Erju, you are such a haunted pretty boy. Winning the battle at this time is really irritating. Ji Feng came in from the door, and saw Li Yuanyuan still taking out her anger on the maid. So she walked forward. Who made the queen angry again? Li Yuanyuan saw Ji Feng coming and pouted her lips. My lord, I am angry with Lin Erju. The emotion in Jin Feng's eyes flashed. What's wrong? Li Yuanyuan pulled Jin Feng to sit down. You don't know? Lin Erju won the battle. This Lin Erju didn't fight in the Yunnan military camp, but won the battle in the Jizhou military camp. Isn't this obviously a slap in the face of the emperor brother? It's not easy to get the crown prince deposed. Now the emperor is going to think of him again. Seeing Li Yuanyuan was furious. Jin Feng grabbed her hand. Queen, don't get angry. Isn't the matter concluded yet? Father is going to summon Lin Erju to an audience. Li Yuanyuan was so angry. What's the point of summoning him? Won't he still be rewarded? Jin Feng shook his head, chuckled, and pulled Li Yuanyuan into his arms. You are such a silly girl. If Lin Erju has any hesitation, not only will she not be promoted, but her life will even be in danger. It all depends on what Lin Erju says. Li Yuanyuan didn't understand these things, and she didn't want to understand them. She only knew that Lin Erju had ruined her good fortune. If Lin Erju came to the capital, she would definitely teach this ignorant pretty boy a lesson. Li Lingyun's frequent visits to the palace in recent days had already made Li Yuanyuan unhappy. When she was unhappy, she would vent. When Li Lingyun entered the palace again, Li Yuanyuan stopped him. Li Lingyun bowed to Li Yuanyuan respectfully, but she did not ask Li Lingyun to stand up. The deposed prince is really cunning, and he actually thought of besieging Wei to save Zhao. What a pity. What use can such a child be? She looked at Li Lingyun kneeling on the ground, and her anger rushed to the top of her head. The ice concubine is such a favored person. Can't she teach her a lesson whenever she wants? Who made her the queen mother of the Uyghurs now? And her father doted on her? Thinking of this, Li Yuanyuan sneered, and she stepped on Li Lingyun's hand. Li Lingyun cried out in pain. He looked up, his eyes full of tears. Aunt, please forgive Lingyun. Lingyun knows he was wrong. Oh, what did you do wrong? Li Yuanyuan said with interest. You are not big, but you have a lot of heart. Whether you are wrong or not, I want to punish you. So I will punish you. Now, the useless Li Yinxing has been abolished. You have lost your backer. Li Yuanyuan immediately ordered Li Lingyun to kneel on the ground, and not to get up without her order. Li Lingyun endured the piercing pain in his hand, and he kept in mind Lu Xiongwan's teachings. These days he has been looking for opportunities to get close to Li Yuanyuan, and today he finally got his wish. Chapter 363 Entering the Palace. The Grand Tutor told him a few days ago that he must appear in front of the emperor as a weak person. He must make the emperor feel sorry for him. Only by feeling sorry for him can the family turn things around. The autumn wind blew, lifting the corner of Li Lingyun's clothes. His face was pale, but he still stood up straight and pretended to be calm. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The companion beside him felt sorry for him, and tears flowed down his face while talking. Your hand is swollen. Li Lingyun looked down at his swollen palm and raised his head weakly. I'm fine. Don't cry. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound behind him, and Li Lingyun continued. The imperial aunt punished me because I did not do well. The elders have their own reasons for doing things. I just follow them. The hierarchy should be orderly, and the rules should not be broken. After saying this, he could no longer hold on. I only remember falling into a solid and warm embrace before fainting, which was very familiar, like the embrace of my father when I was a child. When he woke up again, it was already evening. He opened his eyes and looked at the bright yellow quilt on his body, turned his head and looked into the room. and knew that he had come to the Qianqing Palace. Ahem. The young eunuch hurried over after hearing the news. Hey, Your Highness the Crown Prince. You are finally awake. Do you want to drink some water? Seeing the flattering smile squeezed out by the young eunuch in front of him, Li Lingyun felt annoyed. Where is Eunuch Hong? The eunuch paused. Eunuch Hong is no longer serving the emperor. Li Lingyun suppressed his shock and asked again. Where is Grandpa Huang? He was about to get out of bed. The eunuch quickly helped him up and put on shoes and socks for him. The emperor is in the imperial study. After putting on his shoes and socks, Li Lingyun noticed that the wound on his hand had been bandaged. He tried to calm down, thinking of Lu Zhonghuan's instructions, and tried to go to the imperial study. As soon as he walked to the door, he bumped into Li Guoli, who came in. He immediately put on a happy face. Grandpa Huang. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly took a step back and knelt on the ground. Grandson pays respects to Grandpa Huang. Long live Grandpa Huang. Li Guoli was very satisfied and helped Li Lingyun up with both hands. No need to be polite. Does your hand still hurt? Li Lingyun raised his injured hand. Grandson is much better. Thank Grandpa Huang for treating me. Ha ha ha. Li Guoli laughed, took Li Lingyun's hand, and walked to the inner room. Do you have anything to say about what happened today? Li Lingyun shook his head. Grandson is ashamed. And when grandson's injury is healed, he will go to apologize to Aunt Huang. Oh! Li Guoli turned his head. Why should I apologize to her? Li Lingyun argued. Today Lingyun bumped into Aunt Huang. It was my fault. I should apologize to Aunt Huang. He said this as a matter of course, which made Li Guoli fall into deep thought. He understood the whole story through reading with him. According to Li Yanqing's personality, he would definitely sue Li Yuanyuan in front of him. On the other hand, Li Lingyun repays evil with kindness. So he is broad-minded. Lingyun, do you really think so? Li Lingyun looked up with an innocent look. Of course. The emperor grandfather taught his grandson to respect the elders, respect the etiquette, and keep his word since he was a child. The grandson remembers it in his heart. Respect the etiquette and keep his word. Li Guoli murmured. They don't know such a simple truth. Yu Jia hurried to the palace from the Jizhou military camp. Due to the hasty journey, her wound was getting worse. She endured the severe pain in her body and staggered to the outside of the Yongxin Palace. She could enter the palace only after being informed by the eunuch. She stepped over the threshold and took a few steps forward. But she did not dare to look up. Her heartbeat was violent at this moment. Even more violent than the first time she was promoted. Your servant Lin Erju pays homage to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Her leg was cut by the enemy, and it was difficult for her to kneel down. After she knelt down, Li Guoli's empty voice came. My dear minister, there is no need to be so polite. Hurry up and give me a seat. Yu Jia was speechless for a while. He had to kneel down before giving me a seat. He attached great importance to the census ceremony and was very particular. Thank you, my emperor. After Yu Jia sat down firmly, she dared to look up at the emperor. At this moment, Li Guoli's eyes were full of love. Just like an old father who was about to marry his daughter. Yu Jia's thoughts were pieced together like fragments. And he couldn't be confused by this person. He was the one who slaughtered 100,000 people for the throne. My dear, you have worked hard all the way. Have you encountered any difficulties? What else could you encounter? Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I didn't encounter any difficulties. It's just... Li Guoli's face was ugly for a moment, and then returned to normal. It's just what? There was an imperceptible majesty in his tone. Yu Jia curled his lips and smiled. It's just that this woman in the capital is very enthusiastic, and I don't know how to react. Ha ha ha. Li Guoli laughed. Last time I saw you following behind Lin Gongxuan without saying a word. I thought you were a serious person. It seems not to be the case today. Lin Erju, you really make me look at you in a new light. Yu Jia smiled apologetically. Not knowing how to answer, the two fell into silence, and the atmosphere became awkward. Yu Jia awkwardly tapped her toes. This was even more awkward than the boss talking to her. She lowered her head and looked at her shoes silently, hesitating. If there was anything, just say it. Lin Erju. Suddenly, Li Guoli called her, and Yu Jia stood up suddenly. Here. This action actually frightened Li Guoli. He waved his hand quickly. My dear, don't be too nervous. Sit down quickly. Yu Jia was very embarrassed, and his face, which had finally turned white, was now red. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am used to it. Li Guoli understood and expressed his understanding. My dear, you have made great contributions in the Jizhou military camp. What reward do you want? Yu Jia frowned. I have devoted myself to the Great Zhou and want to protect the people from the harm of the Tatars. I have never thought about asking for any reward. Oh! Lin Erju. Are you serious? Others who have made contributions all want power, money, and beauties. Don't you? That's right. Beauties are of little use to you. Yu Jia's heart was churning. But she didn't show it on her face, waiting for Li Guoli's next words. Lin Erju. You are deceiving the emperor. What crime should you be punished for? Yu Jia knelt on the ground tremblingly and kowtowed solemnly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really didn't mean to deceive your Majesty. I grew up in a poor family. After my parents died, I was adopted by Lin Gongxuan's parents. Lin Gongxuan is my fiancé. In order to serve the country, he resolutely joined the army. I am proud of him. The situation was turbulent at that time. As children of the Great Zhou, how could we stay out of it? I decided to dress up as a man and join the army, so that the people of the Great Zhou could live and work in peace and not be bullied by the enemy. Your Majesty, every word I said was true. I didn't dare to deceive your Majesty. Yu Jia was trembling all over. In this situation, she was not pretending. Chapter 364 Reward. Yu Jia spoke sincerely, and did not hide anything from Li Guoli. Before she came, Li Guoli might have investigated her background thoroughly. She knew that if she did not tell the truth at this moment, her life would be in danger. Not only that, it might also implicate Lin Gongxuan and the Lin family. Lin Erju, are you really just thinking about the people of the Zhou? A cold question came from above again. Yu Jia bowed and kowtowed in one breath. Your Majesty, every word I said is true. Otherwise, I would not have been transferred from His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi to the Jizhou military camp. I believe Li Guoli has already investigated the inside story. She dared not speak ill of the prince in front of the emperor. The atmosphere was tense again, but Yu Jia no longer had the mind to pick her toes. My dear, please get up quickly. You are injured, so you don't have to do these empty formalities. After Li Guoli finished speaking, the eunuch beside him quickly helped her up. Yu Jia's lips twitched. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Erju, since you want to serve the Great Zhou, from now on, you can only be Lin Erju. Yu Jia looked up at Li Guoli, his thin face exuding a terrifying majesty. Yu Jia understood the meaning of this sentence. In other words, as long as she stayed in the military camp, she could only be Lin Erju. Yu Jia smiled. Your Majesty, Lin Erju is just Lin Erju. He can't be someone else. Li Guoli smiled with satisfaction. My dear minister, you are really smart. You are injured. I asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to arrange a place for you to live, and let the imperial doctor see you. Yu Jia didn't understand what he meant, thinking that he was just going to find a place to live. When she was led to the front of the mansion, she saw the 3 golden characters General's Mansion, and then she reacted. She pointed at the plaque and asked the eunuch beside her tremblingly. Excuse me, eunuch, is this for me to live in? The eunuch's face was full of smiles. General, who else is qualified to live here besides you? Yu Jia staggered and was almost scared. Eunuch, don't be ridiculous. The eunuch wanted to read the decree in the general's mansion, but now he could only read the promotion here. He showed his strength and took out the imperial edict from his arms. Lin Erju, accept the decree. Yu Jia suppressed the trembling all over her body and knelt down with difficulty. Lin Erju is a minister of the Great Zhou. This time, the attack on the northern desert was a complete victory, and it has made an indispensable contribution to the prestige of our Great Zhou. Lin Erju is brave and good at fighting, and he is brave and fierce. I specially appoint him as General Wugen. Grant him the general's mansion, 10,000 taels of gold, and fertile land. I decree this. The eunuch closed the imperial edict, bent over and said with a smile, General Lin, accept the decree. Yu Jia took the imperial edict. Her head was still dizzy from the blow. She looked at the bright yellow imperial edict in her hand in disbelief. She didn't expect that she would be promoted this time. After all, the emperor had seen through her identity as a woman, and he was grateful that he didn't kill her. So why would he let her be promoted? And he was promoted to general. But what the hell is this Wu Jin? General? In a flash, she remembered her previous behavior of imitating Wu Jin general. She got goosebumps. Since the memory of Wu Jin General appeared in Lu Nyang's memory. This person really existed. But in Lu Nyang's previous life, Yu Jia did not appear in her memory. Did Yu Jia change history? Or did history change Yu Jia? The eunuch next to her saw the flickering expression on her face, which looked more like sadness than happiness. He was a little unsure of what the man in front of him meant. General. Let's go into the mansion. Yu Jia came back to her senses, and she looked up and observed the general's mansion again. Go into the mansion. This time, she did not bring Chang Haier and Go Sheng. Chang Haier had to deal with the aftermath of the Guangdong army who died in the battle. Li Yuanyuan was in the capital, so it was better for Go Sheng not to come. At this time, she had no place to tell her complicated feelings. Looking at the huge general's mansion, she did not feel a bit excited. The eunuch who announced the decree had never seen someone who could be so calm after being rewarded. Calm and stingy. Who received a reward but didn't give some rewards to those who ran errands. Lin Erju was marked as a person in his impression. However, because she was now a favorite of the emperor, the eunuchs could do nothing with her. After everyone left, Yu Jia sat in the empty living room in a daze. What happened? She took out the imperial edict and read it over and over again. The old emperor wanted to lock Yu Jia in the military camp in the name of Lin Erju. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She was really hungry. She walked with difficulty. There wouldn't be no one in the general's mansion. Right? Yu Jia stepped out of the living room door and looked around. There was no one in sight. This was nothing like what she had imagined. In TV dramas, people were given mansions with everything from housekeepers to maids and servants. But she was given a bare house? How much money do I have to spend to buy enough people? She only came to the capital a few times a year. If she bought servants, she would have to pay them. It was like using money to support a group of idle people. But if no one lived there, the house would not be repaired in time. It didn't take long for the house to be abandoned. Yu Jia grabbed her hair in annoyance. It's so annoying. She thought that the house would be idle anyway. So what if it was rented out? As soon as this idea came up, she quickly rejected it herself. If she rented it out, who would dare to rent it? This is a mansion granted by the emperor. Who would dare to rent it? However, thinking about it this way, she really thought of a suitable candidate to deal with this house. Do it as soon as she said it. Yu Jia didn't have anyone who could be used, so she had to do it herself. But before she could reach the door of the mansion, Cao Cao came. Oh! Master Lu. Yu Jia felt that God was really kind to her at this time, allowing her to meet Lu Zhonghuan so soon. Lu Zhonghuan still looked so elegant, followed by Min Yang and Yin Jie. Min Yang? Yin Jie. You are here too. Please come in. As soon as she dodged, she felt a little embarrassed. Well, I haven't had time to hire staff yet, so I can only ask you to make do with it. Min Yang laughed Pucci, and Lu Zhonghuan looked at Yu Jia with a smile. General Lin, don't be polite. There is no need for these false formalities between us. After the greetings, they came to the living room, thinking that there was no one to serve tea and water. Yu Jia sighed again. General Lin, don't worry. It will get better. Min Yang looked at Yu Jia with some worry. She thought Yu Jia was worried about the prince. Yu Jia knew she had misunderstood at a glance. Min Yang, don't be polite. You should just call me Erju. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about this house. Then, she blurted out her concerns, which made her feel much more relaxed. I thought it was a big deal. Just leave it to me. Lu Zhonghuan took the matter over. And Yu Jia bowed? Then I'll have to trouble you. Master. Chapter 365 Climbing the Window. Yin Jie was very curious about the layout outside the house. And soon, she wanted to pull Min Yang out. After the two left, Yu Jia spoke. Zhonghuan, aren't you afraid of suspicion from others when you come to me this time? Lu Zhonghuan shook his head. You are Li Yinqing's subordinate, and I am the Tyson's tutor. We are grasshoppers on the same rope. If you hide it, it will cause suspicion. No, this matter is careless. Yu Jia thought of what she said to Li Guoli, and she felt cold all over as if she fell into an ice cave. She was scared. When I recommended you to the capital, it was because of the meritorious service and the relationship between others. And the emperor didn't know. The emperor knows about my relationship with Gongxuan today, and he will definitely be suspicious of you. Zhonghuan, you must be careful in everything. Lu Zhonghuan didn't care much. Urju, do you think there is anything in the world that can be hidden from the Emperor's eyes? He must have known about our relationship a long time ago. Then why didn't he blame me? Yu Jia was puzzled. We are useful to him. Lu Zhonghuan's words were concise. But Yu Jia understood. Yes, we are still useful to him. Li Guoli would naturally not touch useful people. Zhonghuan, do you think the prince can still rise? Lu Zhonghuan couldn't help laughing at the mother and daughter playing in the yard. It's hard to say whether it will gain momentum or not. But there is hope besides him. Lu Zhonghuan meant something. Seeing that Yu Jia was confused again, he said it bluntly. There is also the Crown Prince Li Lingyun. Yu Jia understood. Li Lingyun was already 14 years old. When he was her age, he had already joined the military camp. I just want to protect the people of Dezhou, and don't want to get involved in these imperial power disputes. Yu Jia clearly expressed her wishes. She was a simple-minded person, and couldn't think of these complicated things. Urju, don't you recognize the situation yet? Lu Zhonghuan suddenly looked at Yu Jia, his tone full of seriousness. You have already joined the game, including merits. Yu Jia pursed her lips tightly, not wanting to admit it. But she had to take Lu Zhonghuan's next words seriously. You defected from the Yunnan military camp to the prince's army, and you have long been assumed to be the prince's man. It is extremely difficult to keep yourself out of trouble in the court. For now, we can only gamble. What to bet on? Yu Jia felt panic for no reason. Bet on whether the emperor will let Li Lingyun succeed to the throne. Ah! Yu Jia exclaimed, causing Min Yang and her daughter in the yard to turn their heads and look at her. She waved her hands and said, Why let Li Lingyun succeed to the throne? Isn't there Li Yinshao? If the throne is passed to the grandson instead of the son, it may cause trouble. Li Yinshao has outstanding abilities and many supporters. It is hard to guarantee that he will not become the second Zhu Di. Lu Zhonghuan shook his head. The tradition of the great Zhou is to pass on the throne to the eldest, and not to the virtuous. Since the prince has been deposed, it means that the emperor's heart has wavered. But the ancestral system makes him waver. That's why we have to gamble. The gamble is Li Guoli's wavering. Yu Jia rubbed her swollen head and murmured weakly. It's so complicated. So tedious. I'm so annoyed. Seeing her like this, Lu Zhonghuan finally understood why Ling Gongxuan was so worried about her. Urju, what you have to do now is to protect the great Zhou dynasty well. No matter who takes the throne. We just need to have a clear conscience. Yu Jia didn't think so. Even though she had a simple idea. She knew the fate of someone who was not the crown prince after he succeeded to the throne. Li Yinshao was so afraid of her ability before he took the throne. If he took the throne, he would probably take her first. Since that was the case, she could only fight for her life. Zhonghuan, let's fight. Li Yinsheng is cruel and ruthless, and his moods are unpredictable. He is not suitable to be the emperor. Then let's support Li Lingyun to take the throne. Lu Zhonghuan was very pleased to see her attitude change so quickly. He was afraid that someone as simple as Yu Jia would get stuck in a dead end. What do I need to do? Yu Jia was eager to try. She had never thought that she could change history. Now that she was involved in the struggle for power, she felt that her image had instantly become taller when she thought about supporting the leader of a country. You don't need to do anything. You just need to be yourself. If I need you, I will contact you. Huh? It's that simple? Yu Jia was a little unconvinced. I don't need to do anything. Lu Zhonghuan nodded. This is what Gongsun told us. Just leave it to us. Yu Jia thought about it, and it was right. Such complicated things need smart people to do. Lu Zhonghuan was very fast, and sent people after they left. A housekeeper, for servants and 6 maids. Lu Zhonghuan did not arrange a personal maid. He knew Yu Jia would not need one. This was exactly what Yu Jia wanted. After the arrangements were made, the palace sent a royal doctor to treat her. The instructions were nothing more than to rest more, walk less, and pay attention to the wound. The calluses in Yu Jia's ears were about to come out, and Chang Haier had been nagging in her ears these days. After sending the royal doctor away, she could finally rest. After dinner, Yu Jia lay on the bed and had no intention of falling asleep. She was waiting for someone. Tonight, the moon is bright and the stars are bright, suitable for climbing the wall. Of course, Jin Feng thought so too. With a creak, the window was open from the outside. Yu Jia sat up calmly. You're here? Why are you here so late? Jin Feng closed the window, sat down at the table, and wanted to get a glass of water. When he picked up the teapot, he found it was empty. What's the matter? Do you have a complaint against me and won't let me drink water? Yu Jia got off the bed and sat at the table, looking a little embarrassed. Well, I just moved here today and haven't had time to boil water yet. How about you? Lord, please be patient. Jin Feng put down the teapot. Forget it. I won't drink it. Seeing him like this, Yu Jia wanted to get back at him. What's the matter with you? Why haven't you done anything for so long? Hey, benefactor. Don't worry. Isn't it that you haven't gotten any benefits yet? Jin Feng lowered his voice mysteriously, and Yu Jia leaned over to listen. Li Yuanyuan wants to support Li Yanxiao to take the throne. Yu Jia straightened her body unhappily. I thought it was a secret. I know about it. She carefully checked Jin Feng's expression. You also want to help him take the throne? A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Jin Feng's face. Let me guess. Did Li Yuanyuan say that Li Yanxiao would give you some benefits after taking the throne? Jin Feng was embarrassed when he was hit on the head. You also know that I just took the throne and my foundation is not stable. If I can get some benefits, I can shock those old guys in the court. Yu Jia shook her head. I advise you not to think so. She tried to dispel Jin Feng's thoughts with her own example. Look at what happened to me after following Li Yanxiao. Chapter 366. Prophet is King. So, you have to be careful. Yu Jia said these words out of consideration for the friendship between the two. However, she knew very well that her words were not enough to shake Jin Feng. In this world, there is only one profit in making friends. Besides, Jin Feng is an ambitious person. How can he be shaken by Yu Jia's words? Yu Jia just hoped that if Jin Feng took action, he would remember their old friendship and not endanger her. Jin Feng seemed to be really weighing Yu Jia's words. His brows were furrowed, and he looked embarrassed. I will consider what you said carefully. However, I also remind you to be more careful in the near future. Yu Jia knew what was going on without Jin Feng telling her. There is no guard in your yard, and the wall is low. Today I am the one climbing the wall, but tomorrow I don't know who will. Jin Feng glanced at Yu Jia and continued. You are such a cowardly general. Yu Jia sighed. Who says it's not? I am probably the most cowardly general in the history of the great Zhou dynasty. Still a rootless general. Puff. Jin Feng laughed out loud, ignoring Yu Jia's condemning look. Fortunately, you don't care about this. Yu Jia doesn't care, but people outside do. Li Yanxiao and his party originally expected Yu Jia to rise to prominence. But who knew that the emperor would give him such a title? Those who have seen Yu Jia in person immediately mocked her. Your Majesty is wise. That boy looks like a woman. It is said that he was injured in the previous battle. If it were not for this reason, I would have thought he was a woman with such delicate skin and tender flesh. Yu Jia didn't care about these things, which had no effect on her. In this case, she still had to thank Li Guoli. Now that her characteristics have been revealed, if someone doubts her identity, she can use Li Guoli's title to refute it. Lin Erju, I really underestimated you. Li Yanxiao almost broke the brush in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and he regretted not cutting the grass and eradicating it. Now the Yunnan and Nantung military camps are all under his control. Even the cavalry and infantry battalions under Lin Erju were respectful to him. However, he felt resentful whenever he remembered that these people had been trained by Lin Erju. He didn't know what was wrong with him. It seemed that since Lin Erju left, his emotions were easily out of control. Your Highness, I have made a barley and alfalfa soup for you. Please eat some. Ian put the bowl on the table and walked behind Li Yanxiao to massage his shoulders. Li Yanxiao leaned back and closed his eyes. Ian's fingers were just right, and the joints on Li Yanxiao's shoulders were gradually opened. He sighed comfortably. His limbs and bones were gently brushed, and the pleasant feeling soared into the sky. He felt a little ecstatic. Ian, your technique has become more and more sophisticated. A soft voice floated above Li Yanxiao's head. As long as the prince likes it. Well, what are you busy with recently? Ian's fingers followed Li Yanxiao's neck to behind his ear. She gently kneaded Li Yanxiao's earlobe and answered slowly. What else can I do? It's just killing time. Since entering Li Yanxiao's tent, Ian went to the military medical camp again, and everyone's attitude towards her has changed dramatically. There were envy, respect, and even jealousy. She was really tired of those eyes that swept over her every day. So she simply stopped going. When she didn't go there, she would copy some calligraphy and embroider some brocade handkerchiefs in her tent. And the most important thing was to wait for news from Li Daxuan. Things seemed to have made a key progress. Before Ayan's family was killed, Chao Jinyu went to the palace. What she did in the palace, I'm afraid only Chao Jinyu and Li Guoli know. But for something that has made no progress, it is indeed an unexpected gain. The palace people in those days were replaced one after another, and it is still difficult to investigate these. However, there is not no solution. Li Daxuan found a palace maid who had left the palace. When she got the news, Li Daxuan was rushing to the man's hometown to look for him. Ayan did not tell Li Chang about these plots. She did not want Li Chang to live such a hard life. She should bear these hatreds by herself. She was distracted for a moment, and her hands became heavier. Li Yanxiao pulled Ayan over and held her in his arms. What are you thinking about? Ayan almost forgot to control her expression in panic. She still looked weak and innocent. Looking at Li Yanxiao, I just remembered my childhood playmates and felt a little lonely. Oh, playmate? Li Yanxiao twisted a strand of her hair with his fingers. Playmate? A young man as old as Li Chang? Before Ayan could object, he increased the strength in his hand. Ayan felt that the strand of hair was pulling at her vital point. Li Yanxiao could pull her soul out with one force. What are you talking about? Your Majesty? Li Chang is a child. How can you say that? Child? Li Yanxiao's eyes gradually became sinister, and the smile on his face did not diminish at all. He is 15 years old this year, but he is no longer a child. You have been getting close recently. Are you plotting to leave me? Ah Yin was terrified and panicked. She grabbed Li Yanxiao's sleeve and shook her head anxiously. My lord, it's not like that. It's not as bad as you think. Ah Yin had never been so out of control. Even if they were together, she would not be so anxious no matter how unwilling she was. Li Yanxiao's blood was boiling, and his chest was heaving violently. It seems that something is wrong. Lin Erju left me. Lin Gongxuan betrayed me. And you want to leave me too? Li Chang was brought up by me. And now he has two hearts. I am really alone. The more he said, the more he felt he couldn't control his emotions. You are all leaving me one by one. How have I treated you badly? Ayan looked at Li Yanxiao's increasingly crazy appearance and breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, even if everyone betrays you, I will not leave you. She picked up the soup bowl on the table and picked up the spoon with one hand. My lord, drink some porridge and relax. Li Yanxiao's eyes were red, and this angry lion gradually calmed down under Ayan's comfort. He took a sip of porridge with a spoon. That's good. You can't leave me. After drinking almost all the porridge, Li Yanxiao leaned his head on Ayan's shoulder. Ayan, I am a little tired. Ayan's face was full of sarcasm. Your Highness, if you are tired, go to sleep. A good sleep will do. After hearing what Ayan said, Li Yanxiao slowly closed his eyes. When Ayan came out of the tent, she saw Li Chang walking around anxiously outside. A Chang. Li Chang stopped and stood there in a daze. What's going on? Chapter 367. No one can take it away. Ayan and Li Yanxiao were talking loudly, and Li Chang was worried about Ayan's situation. So he heard their conversation clearly. No problem. Ayan smiled and looked at Li Chang. Let's wait a little longer. It's almost there. It's almost there. The Nanman border has been very stable recently, and the Mu tribe has been severely damaged. There will be no more wars in the short term. Mu Shurha lay on the bed, staring at the bed curtains expressionlessly. After experiencing the loss, hesitation, helplessness, and confusion when he was just injured, he is now only numb. He was still able to walk and lead troops in battle after his leg injury. But after being severely injured by Li Yanxiao again, he was completely disabled. Now that his official position has been removed, he is now a commoner. He is extremely grateful that he killed his biological parents. Otherwise, they would definitely ridicule him when they saw him in such a miserable state. Sir, please take the medicine. Mu Shurha ignored him and continued to stare at the bed curtains above his head. Aubin sighed helplessly. Sir, you can't give up on yourself like this. You have to take care of yourself. If you do this all day long, won't your relatives be sad and your enemies be happy? Mu Shurha's eyes lit up when he heard this. What relatives do I have? As for my enemies, I have quite a few. Why don't you have relatives? Aubin was a little anxious. I am your relative. No matter what your situation is, Aubin will not leave you. Mu Shurha closed his eyes helplessly. Aubin, go! Choose a good tree to live in. Choose a good master to continue to realize your ambitions. Plop. Aubin knelt on the ground. Sir, since you took Aubin in, Aubin has never thought of turning to someone else. You are Aubin's savior. Aubin will only recognize you as his master in this life. Mu Shurha knew Aubin's stubborn temperament, so he didn't say anything else. Get up. Leave the medicine there. I'll drink it later. Aubin looked at the steaming medicine bowl, and then stopped talking and turned out of the room. Mu Shurha recalled his first half of life and smiled. Changhair, did you see that? If you saw me in such a mess now, you would definitely applaud. Mu Shurha had been a soldier all his life, and he never expected this kind of ending. Mu Yinjin touched her bulging belly and counted the days carefully. A Ling hasn't come to me for 5 days. Nani felt very sad, and she forced a smile. What is Madam talking about? The master must be busy. You are pregnant now. It is normal to worry too much. Mu Yinjin shook her head. She could feel that the love in Mu Xiaoling's eyes had disappeared. When did she find out? It seemed to be not long after her mother passed away. She was pregnant, and it was inconvenient for her to deal with Ayana's funeral. So she left it to Mu Xiaoling. On the day of Ayana's funeral, Mulialai and Mu Tingwei had a big fight in the funeral hall. As a prince, Mulialai should have paid attention to his status. At that time, he could not care so much, because all of Ayana's property was handed over to Mu Yinjin. That is to say, it was indirectly handed over to Mu Xiaoling. How could he bear this? He and Ayana had been married for decades, and although their relationship was not good, they were still worthy of the name. How could Mu Tingwei, as Ayana's son, not get any benefit? On weekdays, Mulialai and Mu Xiaoling were united in front and went in and out together. When it came to the point of reaping benefits, they naturally parted ways. Therefore, Mulialai and Mu Tingwei spoke nonsense in the morning hall. However, Ayan's property had been arranged before she died, and after the notarization of the king, the two of them did not get any benefits. Seeing that they could not get any benefits from Mu Xiaoling, they tried to find Mu Yinjin to play the emotional card in a roundabout way. Mu Yin was really in the grief of losing her mother. How could she care about the two? Her hand was touching her belly from time to time, and suddenly she asked, Mammy, you also see something, right? Mammy had seen countless storms around Ayan, and she naturally understood Mu Yinjin's situation. She walked to Mu Yinjin and touched her hair. Child, no matter what time, you and the child are the most important. Your mother left all the property to you alone. As long as you don't want it, no one can take it away. Is it really like this? Mu Yinjin closed her eyes, but after a moment, she slowly opened them again. But this time, there was no light in her eyes. Mammy, I understand. My sister once said that women should never depend on men. Men are just accessories to successful women. However, she still had one last thing to do. She still had hope for Mu Xiaoling, and she didn't believe that Mu Xiaoling was such a calculating and cruel person. After all, the two had a child. But Mu Xiaoling's subsequent actions made Mu Yinjin determined. The bad news came that Mu Tingwei died in a fight among the younger generation of the Mu family. Although Mu Tingwei was reckless, he was definitely not so ignorant. In this way, Mu Liaoli no longer had the position to compete for the property left by a yin. After a few days, Mu Xiaoling finally came to Mu Yinjin. Seeing Mu Xiaoling, Mu Yinjin happily greeted him. A Ling, where have you been these days? I miss you so much. Mu Yinjin put her arms around Mu Xiaoling's waist and buried her head in his arms. But the friendship in her eyes was gone. Mu Xiaoling gently pushed Mu Yinjin away and looked at her belly. Has the child been naughty recently? Then he pulled Mu Yinjin to sit down. He's fine, but he just misses his father a little. Mu Yinjin looked at Mu Xiaoling's expression carefully. A Ling, you've been working hard for days, and you have white hair on your head. You've worked so hard for your mother. Mu Xiaoling smiled perfunctorily. There's no need to talk about this between you and me. You should think more open-mindedly about your brother's affairs. Mu Yinjin sighed, with a hint of meaning. My brother is too reckless. I heard that he always asks you for property. She fiddled with her child's clothes as if she didn't care. My mother's property is left to me. No one can take it without my consent. Those merchants only obey me now. As long as I nod, they will act. Mu Xiaoling paused. Of course. Mu Yinjin turned to look at Mu Xiaoling with an innocent face. A Ling, if you want those properties, you have to get my consent. Although we are husband and wife, If I have any accidents, you can't get those properties. She approached muzzling, looked at the shadow in his eyes, and her face was a little ferocious. Except for the designated heirs, no one can take away the property of Namandeo. If not, it can only be confiscated. You know all this, right? Chapter 368, Death is so unjust. Mu Yinjin's eyes sparkled, revealing a different color. This was something Mu Xiaoling had never seen before. The Mu Yinjin he knew was innocent, cute, and kind, but she didn't make his heart beat. But at this moment, his heart was beating violently. The woman in front of him was like a poisonous snake, spitting out its tongue with its fangs bared in claws. And she was actually a little bit fierce. Jinjin, why do you think so? Mu Xiaoling took Mu Yinjin's hand. We are husband and wife. How can we be so formal? Mu Yinjin pulled his hand out calmly. Yes, we are husband and wife. The subordinates hurriedly reported that there was movement on the Nanman border again. After Mu Xiaoling left, Mu Yinjin's face turned cold. Mammy, did you hear that? He said. How can you be so polite? Mu Yinjin laughed, but the smile was a little miserable. Men, they are really untrustworthy. Mammy stood aside in silence. She didn't know how to answer. In the days that followed, Mu Yinjin stayed in her room to recuperate every day. Seeing the maid bringing the pregnancy-preserving medicine again, she took it. It's a little hot. Please go down. The maid hesitated, and Mu Yinjin said impatiently, What? This lady can't order you around. The murderous intent in her words frightened the maid, and she begged for mercy again and again. And she crawled out. Mu Yinjin sighed as she looked at the steaming medicine. Mammy, have you checked it out? Mammy came forward and poured the abortion-preserving medicine into the chamber pot. Madam, I understand. The abortion-preserving medicine contains a very small amount of musk. If you take it frequently, not only will your baby not be saved, but as the months go by, I'm afraid your life will also be in danger. With every word the nanny said, Mu Yinjin's face became calmer. And according to my investigation, the death of the prince may also be strange. Mu Yinjin's expression finally relaxed a little. Please continue. Seeing that Mu Yinjin showed no signs of anger for the time being, the nanny continued. The prince did not have a conflict with anyone that day. On the contrary, he went to mediate. The conflict was between the Mu clan members of the general's lineage. Given the general's status, the prince had to mediate for the sake of face. Who knew that something unexpected happened? No need to ask. It must have been a plan made in advance. I know. Madam, please go down. After the madam left, Mu Yinjin closed her eyes. The scenes of the past flashed in her mind. And Mu Yinjin muttered to herself. Ling, why don't you pretend forever? What did you say? That vendor actually wanted a Yan's token? Mu Xiaoling was infinitely shocked. What token? He didn't see any tokens in a Yan's house. Mu Yinjin said that merchants only recognize heirs. If there is a token, wouldn't he become the new Ao after he gets it? Come on. Go to the Ao mansion. Dig 3 feet deep to find the token that the merchant said. But he never expected that Mu Yinjin, with a big belly, had gone to the Chamber of Commerce to gather with the merchants. When he got the news, the merchants had dispersed, leaving only Mu Yinjin and the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Mu Xiaoling rushing over, Mu Yinjin smiled very happily. She held the table with her hands and slowly stood up. Ling, you came at the right time. This is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. We will deal with him often in the future. Mu Xiaoling was slightly startled. He didn't quite understand what Mu Yinjin meant. What's going on? The great general, who was so powerful on the battlefield, is now looking like a fool. Mu Yinjin pulled Mu Xiaoling to the president. President, this is my husband, and also the general of the Namman. I meet the general. The president saluted Mu Xiaoling, who glanced at Mu Yinjin and found that he couldn't see anything. So he asked him to stand up. Jinjin, what's the matter? Mu Yinjin took Mu Xiaoling's hand and said seriously. Ling, I've thought about it carefully. My father is a prince, and he will have other children in the future. My mother and brother are both dead. You are my only relative in this world. If you continue to go to the battlefield in the future, I will be your solid backing. If you want military pay, I will give it to you. Mu Xiaoling was ecstatic, but his face was a little unbelievable. Jinjin, why are you doing this? What virtue do I have as a husband to make you so open-hearted? Mu Yinjin's face was full of sweetness. Silly. We both have children. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? When it comes to children, Mu Xiaoling was stunned again. What's wrong? Look at you like this? Who dares to say that you are a majestic general of the southern barbarians? Mu Yinjin and the president of the Chamber of Commerce laughed. Mu Xiaoling laughed with him. But anyone who saw this smile thought it was a bit far-fetched. Jinjin, you don't have to worry about these things now. Just give birth to the baby in your belly. When he talked about giving birth, his eyes fell on Mu Yinjin's belly. Seeing this, Mu Yinjin touched her belly. My child, my father and mother are waiting for you to be born. Mu Xiaoling saw this scene and turned his eyes away. In the days that followed, Mu Xiaoling came more and more often, and the pregnancy-preserving medicine was no longer brought into Mu Yinjin's room. The news that Lin Erju won a great victory in Jizhou City and was named a general spread to Nanman. When Mu Yinjin learned the news, she laughed very happily. Well done. You are worthy of being my sister. She finally made up her mind. Mother, sister, you are all great. Jinjin can't be a coward. Muzzling intuitively discovered that something had quietly changed. But he couldn't be sure of anything. Mu Yinjin often summoned merchants in the general's mansion. Muzzling met them more often and had run into them. Ling, I summoned them all day. Did it affect you? Mu Yinjin leaned on Muzzling's shoulder. Her voice sweet. How could it be? Just don't see them so often in the future. I'm afraid you can't stand it. Mu Yinjin stood up and shook his head. I'm not tired. They come just to report to me. My mother is not like me. She was still running around when she was about to give birth to my brother. Speaking of a yin, Mu Yinjin's voice choked. Ling, I miss my mother. Silly girl. Mother must be watching us from the moon goddess. Mu Xiaoling hugged Mu Yinjin and spoke in a low voice. We must be fine. Mu Yinjin closed her eyes and indulged in this voice. But this time she couldn't immerse herself in it again. Ling, I want to move to the great Ao mansion. I want to be closer to my mother. How can this be possible? Mu Xiaoling frowned. You are pregnant. How can I not be by your side to take care of you? Ling, please, just stay for a while. I will be back when I give birth. Mu Yinjin was already in tears at this moment. Do you know? I have been dreaming about my mother in recent days. She was covered in blood and her face was blurred. She told me that she died unjustly. Chapter 369 Farewell. In the end, Mu Yinjin moved back to the great Ao mansion. This time, he went back like a dragon returning to the deep sea and a phoenix singing in the sky. It would be harder for Mu Xiaoling to see Mu Yinjin again than to ascend to heaven. Yu Jia was a little bored in the general's mansion. All day long, she had nothing to do except recuperating from injuries. Why hasn't Li Yuanyuan come yet? At this moment, Li Yuanyuan had no time to deal with her, as she was busy dealing with the ice concubine. Last time, he found an excuse to teach the ice concubine a lesson, and the two of them have been at odds ever since. From time to time, they would cause some trouble. Li Guoli was annoyed, but he could do nothing about it. In his opinion, the ice concubine was a flower of eloquence different from other women in the palace. Li Yuanyuan is his favorite daughter, and now she is also the queen mother of the Uyghurs. She has been in the Great Zhou for a few days, disturbing the palace. Fortunately, Li Lingyut is there to keep him company. Otherwise, he would have to hide out of the palace. Grandpa Emperor, my grandson's companion is about to have a birthday. Can you think of a birthday gift for him? Oh, your companion? Li Guoli thought again and again. But the boy from Liang Shuqi's family, the minister of the Ministry of War? Yes, that's right. When talking about the companion Liang Guodong, Li Lingyun smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. He is a good person. Since we moved out of the East Palace, the rest of us have been avoiding my grandson. But he has always treated my grandson the same way. Li Lingyun mentioned this with a lonely look on his face. But in a moment, he became happy again, as if nothing had happened just now. Grandpa Emperor, do you think I should give him a short sword? Li Guoli was still thinking about what Li Lingyun had just said. And this kid couldn't wait to ask for his opinion. Do you think it's okay? Li Lingyun tilted his head and thought for a while. Guodong likes to play with sticks, and I think giving him a short sword is the most appropriate. Grandpa Emperor, didn't you say that when giving gifts to people, you should give them what they like? Li Guoli nodded happily. That's right. It seems that Lingyun has listened to Grandpa Emperor's words. Unlike those troublesome ones, each one is more disobedient than the other. But my grandson still thinks that just giving him this short sword is a bit too shabby. Li Lingyun's eyes were firm. Guodong didn't treat me the same way as others. Besides, he was my grandson's playmate since childhood. So he should be different. Does our Lingyun value friendship so much? Li Guoli was very pleased. Li Lingyun was more kind than Li Yansheng. Of course. My grandson will always remember the friendship we had when we first met. Li Lingyun's words turned and shot into Li Guoli's heart. The words and deeds of the little follower in his memory gradually emerged in front of him. Princess, Your Highness, don't worry. Others will leave you. But Xiao Shunzi will never leave you. Your Highness, you eat? Xiao Shunzi is not hungry. Your Highness, if you ascend to the throne in the future, please reward Xiao Shunzi with a roast goose. Xiao Shunzi likes it. Your Highness, that has been taken care of. Your Highness, in order to achieve great things, you cannot be obsessed with trivial matters. Your Majesty, you have finally ascended to the throne. Grandpa Emperor. Grandpa Emperor. What's wrong with you? Li Lingyun pushed Li Guoli, and when he came back to his senses, he reached out to wipe his tears. Li Guoli realized that he was already in tears. Oh, nothing. Grandpa Emperor just remembered his childhood playmates. Really? Grandpa Emperor. Where is your playmate now? Maybe eating roast goose at home? The weather turned cold. In the pavilion, Hong Deshun pulled the blanket on his body and sighed at the bleak branches. In such bleak weather, if I had a roast goose, my life would be perfect. Thinking of the fragrant smell, Hong Deshun swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Come on. Bring the roast goose in the kitchen to me. After saying that, he closed his and hummed a little song. The first month of the year is the new year. A burst of fragrance penetrated his nose. He opened his eyes and saw that in front of him was the roast goose he had been thinking about day and night. Oh! The people below are getting faster and faster. Without washing his hands, he grabbed the roast goose. Xiao Shunzi, you are still so greedy. If you don't wash your hands, you might get an upset stomach. Hong Deshun almost overturned the roast goose in his hand in fear. The familiar voice came from above his head again. You really can't change your reckless temper. Hong Deshun got up and knelt on the ground without checking who was coming. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. After saying this, he could no longer control himself and burst into tears. Li Guoli helped Hong Deshun up with both hands. Okay. You are so old. I don't know how people below will laugh at you. Hong Deshun smiled and wiped his tears with his sleeves. I am crying with joy. The Emperor still remembers me. I am lucky. Hong Deshun turned around and helped Li Guoli sit down on the red pear-wood chair opposite. How have you been at home recently? Hong Deshun quietly pulled his sleeves. Alas, I have not been able to serve the Emperor for some time. And I am really sad. I often wonder if the temperature of the tea you drink is okay. Is the temperature in the Imperial study comfortable? As he spoke, Hong Deshun started crying again. I was laughed at by the Emperor today. What are you laughing at? A person who grew up naked? Li Guoli snorted and laughed. I dare not. Hong Deshun bowed respectfully. Li Guoli looked at Hong Deshun, who was thinner and a little depressed. He sighed. Xiao Shunzi, we are all old. Your Majesty, you are in good health. You are really an eagle at this age. Hong Deshun smiled and ordered people to serve tea. Tea is not necessary. I want to drink Longjing before the rain tomorrow. Remember, it must not be hot. After speaking, Li Guoli stood up. Your Majesty? Hong Deshun seemed unbelievable. And suddenly, he figured it out. Seeing Li Guoli walking further and further away, he trembled and knelt on the ground. I obey your command. Yu Jia really couldn't stay any longer. The longer she stayed in the capital, the more likely something would happen in the military camp. Having just killed Tuoba Hanyu in front of the battle, there was no guarantee that Beimel would not send troops to retaliate. She wanted to return to the Jizhou military camp as soon as possible. But before leaving, she wanted to see Li Yuanyuan. Yu Jia had to go to the palace early the next morning. After being informed, she entered the palace at noon. The wounds on her body penetrated into the gaps between her bones, and she almost quit her job in pain. Why are there so many rules? She rubbed the wound on her chest and staggered forward, looking at the corridor in front of her. She had never felt that the road was so difficult to walk. The eunuch leading the way in front of her saw that Yu Jia was unwell, so he comforted her. General, please bear with it for a while. The rules in our palace are strict. Without the emperor's pardon, we dare not prepare a sedan chair for you. Yu Jia was not a young man who knew nothing. She knew the rule that riding a horse or a sedan chair was prohibited in the palace. She waved her hand weakly. Eunuch, you lead the way. I can still do it. Chapter 370 Proposal. After finally reaching the palace, Yu Jia knelt on the ground with a thump. Her tone was full of relief. Long live the emperor. My dear, stand up. Li Guoli looked at Yu Jia's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but joked. You are only 17 years old. The prime of life. Why are you so embarrassed? Yu Jia slowly stood up. And the wound on the inside of her thigh was about to split again after kneeling like this. She subconsciously touched the wound and tried to smile. I have been busy cleaning the courtyard these days, so I am a little tired. Yu Jia cursed in her heart. She was in such a state, and she was still looking for other excuses. The old man's eyesight is not good, and the imperial physician will definitely report her injuries when he comes back. She was so seriously injured, and she has been running around for days, and she is still not at peace when she comes to the capital. She is frightened from time to time, and anyone would look embarrassed. Li Guoli nodded in agreement. It needs to be taken care of. Your Majesty, I will return to the Jizhou military camp tomorrow. The situation is unstable now, and I am afraid that Beimo will have other thoughts. Yu Jia said respectfully. This is her true thoughts. My dear minister, you really care about the people of Jizhou. I agree. Li Guoli was very pleased. You can go back without worry. I will fill the establishment of the Jizhou military camp soon. Yu Jia was overjoyed, and she knelt on the ground again in excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern for the people of the world. I am blessed to be born in the great Zhou in this life. Li Guoli laughed. You are the only one who can say that. Coming out of the Yongqing Palace, Yu Jia walked with great vigor. She felt that the wound on her body did not hurt anymore, and she could even go into battle and kill 10 or 8 Tatars. Following the eunuch leading the way, she stopped. How could she forget another important thing? Seeing her stop, the eunuch in front ran to Yu Jia's side. General, did you forget something? I will get it for you. The young eunuch spoke in a flattering manner, and Yu Jia turned away with his nodding and bowing. Now she is a favorite of the emperor, and there is an endless stream of people trying to curry favor with her. There are civil officials and military officers. A few days ago, she asked for the house to be renovated, but she refused all of them. Now it seems that this welcoming and seeing off is also a compulsory course for those in power. Nothing is forgotten. Yu Jia raised his chin to make himself look more serious. This general was born in the military camp of Bashu and Yunnan, and I am grateful for the cultivation of His Royal Highness the King of Qi. Although we have parted ways now, I still care about the past. The eunuch knew the past between Yu Jia and the King of Qi, and he echoed, General, you are a man who knows how to be grateful. Ah! Yu Jia shook his head, his eyes full of bitterness. I heard that the princess was coming back this time, so I wanted to go and say goodbye. The eunuch hurriedly led the way, but when they arrived at the original princess's mansion, the eunuch stopped. He was a little embarrassed and scratched his scalp with his hand. That, General, I forgot. If you want to see our princess, you have to hand in a visiting card in advance. Yu Jia expressed his understanding. One is a general of the Great Zhou, and the other is a princess of the Great Zhou who has already married. If they meet like this, they may give people a reason to criticize them. Fortunately, they were stunned at the door, and Li Yuanyuan was escorted out of the door. It's really easy to get it. Yu Jia rushed forward and shouted loudly. Lin Erju. Pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Li Yuanyuan was so excited by the 3 words Lin Erju that she turned around and saw Yu Jia, who was talking and laughing. Li Yuanyuan was furious, especially after seeing Yu Jia's smiling face. Lin Erju, how dare you come here to see me? She gritted her teeth. If she hadn't been worried about her followers, she would have wanted to tear Yu Jia's face apart. Yu Jia looked up and continued to smile. Your Royal Highness. How are you? How are you? You traitor? Li Yuanyuan slowly walked towards Yu Jia, and the biting coldness shot towards Yu Jia. Lin Erju, you are unlucky today, and you fell into my hands. Yu Jia looked innocent. Princess, are you going to judge me privately? My identity is different now. She straightened her body, ignored the 2 eunuchs who were frightened beside her, and continued, I am now a general without roots appointed by the emperor. Li Yuanyuan's eyes changed drastically, and she stopped moving. She forgot about this. However, at this time, she couldn't show her weakness. Lin Erju, you are so capable that your father can even cover up for you. The two knew it well, and Yu Jia was even more proud. There is no way. I just have this ability. You? Li Yuanyuan pointed at Yu Jia, trembling and unable to speak. What does the princess want to say? Yu Jia laughed. Does the princess want to say that she will deal with me after the king of Qi succeeds? This is not what the followers can listen to. The more they know, the faster their heads will fall off. The eunuchs beside him naturally understood this truth and quietly retreated to the corner. Only Yu Jia and Li Yuanyuan were left facing each other. Whether His Royal Highness the King of Qi succeeds or not is one thing, but everyone in the world is the Emperor's subject. How can you be sure that you can recommend the King of Qi to the throne? Li Yuanyuan stared at Yu Jia, wishing she could eat his flesh and blood. Suddenly, she laughed. Lin Erju. Lin Erju. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Whether my brother will ascend to the throne or not is not guaranteed. But the prince will never be able to turn things around. Yu Jia quietly waited for Li Yuanyuan's next words. He is now a toothless cat. Who can't step on him? Seeing Yu Jia's face getting uglier and uglier, Li Yuanyuan became more and more proud. I am now the queen mother of the Uyghurs, and my father has always attached great importance to diplomacy. If I propose to my father, will he lean towards my brother? Yu Jia was a little angry. How can you do this? You are interfering in government affairs. Besides, how can the prince never turn things around? He has a large number of staff working for him. The more anxious Yu Jia was, the happier Li Yuanyuan was. When I was a princess, I could be said to be interfering in state affairs. Now that I am the mother of the Uyghurs, how can I be considered interfering in state affairs? You won't do that, will you? Yu Jia asked cautiously. Li Yuanyuan turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Yu Jia. Yu Jia was relieved when Li Yuanyuan walked away. Li Yuanyuan acted impulsively, and she might go to the emperor now. But she was not a fool. If she delayed for a long time, she would probably realize that Yu Jia was provoking her. She looked up at the sky. The clouds were really beautiful today. Everything depends on God's will. Li Yuanyuan rushed to find Li Guoli and knelt down. Your Honor, what's wrong with you? The imperial concubine was beside Li Guoli at this time, and she was also shocked when she saw Li Yuanyuan. After being asked by Li Guoli, Li Yuanyuan felt that something was wrong. How could she directly propose to the emperor to make her brother the crown prince? But if the crown prince really became powerful, wouldn't Lin Erju be even more proud? Chapter 371. Do as you please. No, I can't let Lin Erju be proud. Thinking of her face, Li Yuanyuan lost her mind. Father, Your Honor took a tour of the capital today and felt that the people's will was really in line with heaven these days. They lamented that they lived and worked in peace and contentment under the rule of your father, which was really a blessing for the great show. The imperial concubine breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Li Yuanyuan would say something shocking. However, before she could finish her breath, she felt like she was struck by lightning. The people all praised your wise decision and praised you for teaching the prince. The imperial concubine hurriedly looked at Li Guoli, and sure enough, his face was ashen. Due to Li Yuanyuan's current status, Li Guoli did not start to scold. Oh, according to Your Honor, what do they mean by that? Oh, of course the princes are all excellent. The imperial concubine interrupted. Your Honor, look at you. You just saw your father yesterday. Why are you still so excited to see him again today? Just get up quickly. Your Majesty, please try the tea I brewed for you, and see if it tastes better than the one brewed by Eunuch Hong? Li Guoli took the teacup from the imperial concubine and lifted the lid to brush away the tea leaves. Well, good tea. The imperial concubine chuckled. Your Majesty only knows how to make me happy. I saw it clearly. You praised me before I even drank the tea. Li Yuanyuan knelt on the ground. She felt ignored, so she spoke. Father! The imperial concubine gave Li Yuanyuan a look, and she shut up. She slowly stood up and stood aside. Li Guoli didn't continue to ask her, but joked with the imperial concubine beside him. The two of them laughed back and forth. This laughter was extremely harsh to Li Yuanyuan. She remembered what Lin Erju had said just now. Since she still had hope for the deposed prince, she hoped to wipe it out. Thinking of this, she felt extremely happy. Anyone who opposed her must die. After leaving the palace, the imperial concubine dragged Li Yuanyuan back to the palace regardless of the rules. She poked Li Yuanyuan's forehead again and again. I really want to chop your head open to see how much water has entered it. If I hadn't reminded you today, you might have created a disaster. It doesn't matter if you don't have a brain. Do you want to kill your brother? Li Yuanyuan said nothing. She was also afraid. If she said that, it might bring disaster. Mother! Yuan knows she was wrong. The imperial concubine still felt unsatisfied. She put her hands on her waist and panted. If you know you are wrong, you should be honest. Fortunately, you will return to the Uyghurs in a few days. Thinking of this, the imperial concubine said earnestly, when you return to the Uyghurs, you must be careful in what you say and do. There is no place for mother to help you. If you have anything to say, listen to the maids around you. Those maids are the old people around my mother. Li Yuanyuan nodded. Yuan remembers it. Besides the palace, Li Yuanyuan sat in the sedan chair and gnashed her teeth with hatred. Lin Erju. Lin Erju. Are you going to kill me? Since Lin Erju was unkind first, don't blame her for being unjust. In the evening, Li Yuanyuan sent people to kill the general's mansion. But as soon as the people climbed over the wall, they heard that Lin Erju had hurried to the Jizhou military camp. Since the protagonists have left, why are they still killing? After returning, he reported the truth to Li Yuanyuan, which caused Li Yuanyuan to smash and destroy again. Good Lin Erju. You almost killed me, but you ran away quickly. The anger was always lingering in her heart, and she had to vent it. Humph. Since I can't do anything to you, I'll overthrow your backer. Your backer has fallen. Let's see what qualifications you have to jump in front of me. 2 days after Yu Jia returned to the Jizhou military camp, she received a letter from Lu Zhonghuan. Li Yinsheng was assassinated. Yu Jia's heart trembled. Li Yuanyuan is really a tiger. The letter said that they were assassinated at night. Fortunately, the guards were strict on weekdays, and Li Yinsheng was just a little frightened. Li Lingyun was unlucky, and was stabbed in the arm by the assassin. However, after the imperial doctor's diagnosis and treatment, it was not serious. And after maintenance, there would be no scars in the future. In the letter, Lu Zhonghuan asked Yu Jia what she had done to make the other party so desperate. Yu Jia smiled. Hee. She just used some explosive materials. She knew Li Yuanyuan's temper. Lu Zhonghuan's letter also explained Li Yuanyuan's return to China. In fact, she was driven back to the Uyghurs by Li Guoli. Through this incident, Ji Feng saw no hope in Li Yuanyuan. In this case, the previous agreement between the two may be put on the agenda again. Li Yinchao was also affected. He was scolded by Li Guoli for his eccentric behavior on weekdays, and he even led troops to attack the Nanmen privately. This reason is a bit far-fetched. If you say it is unreasonable, attacking the enemy does need to be reported to the court. That is, for record. But if it is so exaggerated, what is the point of fighting this war? Just raise your hands and surrender. The enemy army attacked the city, and we have to ask the court for instructions. What good is there except delaying the opportunity to fight? Li Yinchao was also very aggrieved, but after knowing the cause and effect, he was only afraid. In the tent, he walked back and forth in anger. Why can't this Yuan stay idle? Not only did she almost talk nonsense in front of Li Guoli, she actually attacked Li Yinsheng. If she was not the mother of the Uyghurs now, I am afraid she would have been dealt with by Li Guoli long ago. 1 or 2. They don't make this king worry. Seeing that he was very worried, I knew that something unexpected had happened in the capital. Today, Li Dashuan had no news about the old palace maid, so she could only stay there obediently. After waiting for Li Yinsheng to be deposed, she had to add fuel to the fire. Prince, what's wrong? Is there another incident in the capital? Li Yinchao ignored Ian, and Ian didn't mind. She put the tea on the table and came behind Li Yinchao to massage his shoulders. Ian knew Li Yinchao very well. Only when he was extremely relaxed would he tell the truth. Prince, don't worry too much. Now that the original prince has been deposed, which prince in the Zhou dynasty is more qualified than you to take that position? Suddenly, she felt her hands stiffen. Yen curled her lips and smiled. It seems that what she said was right. She continued to work hard. Your Majesty, I hope you can realize your ambition. If you reach the top, won't you have enough say? What do you mean? Li Yinchao finally loosened up. Your Majesty, think about it. You advocate using thundering means to suppress the enemy. But due to the actual situation of the Great Zhou, you are restricted everywhere. If you have the right to speak, can't you do whatever you want? A Yan's voice floated from her ears, and floated into Li Yanzhao's heart. As you want? Li Yanzhao murmured to himself. Yes, as you want. A Yan's hand moved behind Li Yanzhao's ear. Didn't you want to destroy the Nan Man from the beginning? Chapter 372 Find out the truth. Destroy the Nan Man? Li Yanzhao's deep desire was aroused, and even had the momentum of releasing the flood. The rushing flood rushed out, and Li Yanzhao was unable to resist. Ian was very familiar with Li Yanzhao's appearance. Your Majesty, if you succeed, you can first take those bastards of Nan Men as your first choice. Her face was full of sarcasm, but she was behind Li Yanzhao, and Li Yanzhao couldn't see her. Li Yanzhao was still in trouble, and Ian's words were indeed very tempting to him. His blood was boiling, and his organs were clamoring. But when he thought of the teachings he had received since childhood, his heart gradually cooled down. No, I want to assist the future emperor and be as fast as sword. Ian put her hand on Li Yanzhao's shoulder and came to his side. Your Highness, you are confused. Then, she gently sat on Li Yanzhao's lap. Who do you think this emperor will be? Li Yansheng? Ian hugged Li Yanzhao's neck with both hands. Do you think Li Yansheng's ability is enough to reach the top? He is stupid, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. If he ascends the throne, the people will be devastated. The Great Zhou will also fall into an abyss of no return. Ah! Before Ian finished speaking, Li Yanzhao grabbed her wrist. What is your intention in saying these words? Li Yanzhao's eyes were vicious, and Ian felt that she would be torn to pieces in the next second. Are you trying to sow discord between the king and the prince? A piercing pain came from her wrist. Ian tried her best to endure the severe pain, and cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that he has been deposed? Ian felt that Li Yanzhao's strength was stronger, and suddenly he was released again. Your Majesty, the prince has been deposed. Looking down on the Great Zhou kingdom, who is more qualified to ascend the throne than you? Ian was sad and tearful, not only because she was scared but also because of pain. I just hope you don't get wronged. Li Yanzhao pushed Ian away with such force that her abdomen hit the corner of the table. Ian curled up in pain and fell to the ground, mumbling, Prince. Li Yanzhao passed Ian and walked straight out of the tent. Come on. Prepare the horses. It was not until the sound of horse hooves faded away that someone came into the tent and helped Ian up. Sister, how are you? Ian touched her belly with her hand. Cheng, help me up and go to the military medical camp. Li Chong picked up Ian and ran towards the military medical camp. However, his movements were very large, and Ian frowned. But she didn't say anything. When they arrived at the military medical camp, Xiao Wu was not there. Only a soldier was there. He stood up immediately when he saw Li Chong and the other man. What's going on? Li Chong didn't have time to speak. She has a stomachache. Go and take a look. The soldier hurriedly tried to untie Ah Yan's belt, but was stopped by Li Chong. What are you doing? It's okay, Ah Yan said weakly. Her lips turned pale, and she continued. Doctors don't distinguish between men and women. Ah Chong. Just let him see. That's the truth. But when it comes to his sister, Li Chong just feels awkward. Don't you know how to observe, smell, ask and feel? Why do you have to untie someone's belt? The soldier looked at Ah Yan and then at Li Chong. And under his pressure, he took Ah Yan's arm and took her pulse seriously. It was just a small matter. His pupils were slightly dilated, and his face was full of disbelief. Then, he returned to normal. He looked at Ian's pale face and smiled happily. Congratulations, Ian. You are pregnant. When these words came out, the brother and sister were both stunned. The soldier thought Ian was overwhelmed with joy, so he turned around and wrote a prescription. It's been more than a month. You usually take good care of yourself. This time you are just a little frightened. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Just take it as you see fit. Then, Ian's expression became more and more indifferent, and Li Chong thought she was angry out of shame. Ian shook her head at him, her eyes full of murderous intent. Li Chong was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The soldier was telling Ian about daily precautions with his back to the two of them. He found a pen and paper and turned around. Li Chong was already close at hand, and the soldier was startled. Oh my God! Before he could finish his words, he was stabbed in the throat by Li Chong. Maybe he didn't know why he died. And he even thought of reporting the news to Li Yanzhao and waiting for some rewards. Li Chong dealt with the soldier, turned around, and came to Ayan's side. Sister, what about the prescription after killing him like this? Ayan was very tired and closed her eyes. You forgot that sister had been in the military medical camp before, so she knew the prescription for women to keep their babies. Chang, I told you to get the medicine. The siblings sped up their actions to prevent outsiders from entering the tent. After the two finished getting the medicine, Li Chong carried Ayan back to the tent. Afterwards, he dealt with the soldiers. Ayan fell into a dream and returned to the time when her family was exterminated. She held his eye and hid in the closet, watching her parents being killed. She didn't dare to make a sound, and used her hand to tightly cover her helpless brother's mouth. I'm afraid that the slightest sound would attract the Jinui. Li Dashuan sent a message that the old palace servant had already received the news. But the more hope there was, the more uneasy she felt. She always thought that it was because her father blocked Li Yanqing's way that he exterminated the family. However, the longer she stayed with Li Yanzhao, the more suspicious she became. 10 years ago, Li Yanqing's position was very stable. So why did he kill the governor of Liangjiang? His father Chao Jinyu was loyal to the court, and he had no reason to do this. Yan was afraid that after so many years of enduring humiliation, the murderer might not be Li Yansheng. What should she do then? For so many years, revenge has been supporting her. Now that she has found Zai, she just wants to live well with him. But the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Sister, did you have a nightmare? Yan woke up slowly, and she touched her cheek with her hand. As expected, she was crying. Nothing. I just dreamed about the past. Li Chong fell silent. He could probably guess the content of the dream. Sister, I have forgotten how my family was killed. This was the first time Li Chong mentioned his family in front of Ayan. Ayan felt very bitter. She didn't want Li Chong to get involved. But it was inevitable. This is normal. You were still young at that time, and you don't remember anything at all. Besides, if she didn't want to take revenge, she didn't want to remember such a painful memory. Forget it, and leave it to sister in the future. Li Chong shook his head, and the smile on his face was a little forced. Sister, I am the only male in the family. Men should shoulder the burden of the family. I want to find out the truth, and want to know why my family was killed. In the future, don't hide these things from me. He tried to calm his emotions, and gently raised his head, and found that Ayan had already burst into tears. Chapter 373, Nepotism. You have really grown up. Li Chong was infected by Ayan's emotions, and he wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes. I have grown up, but you have always treated me like a child. When he mentioned this, he pouted involuntarily. I am 15 years old this year. At this time, Erju is already a lieutenant of the 1st Battalion. Ayan laughed when Li Chong mentioned Yu Jia. Let's leave the Yunnan military camp and find Erju. Yu Jia returned to the Jizhou military camp and lay in bed for 2 days. Even if he is an Iron Man, he can't bear it. After days of running around, the wound has worsened. The days of shock and circling made Yu Jia exhausted. She lay on the bed, staring at the bed curtains above her head. Suddenly, Yu Jia shouted. Then, she lost her temper. Oh my God! Let me be a salted fish. Be a salted fish that is rotten. Unfortunately, she thought too much. Li Guoli acted quickly, and soldiers were transferred from nowhere to join the Jizhou military camp. Yu Jia stood aside and watched the quartermaster camp and the reserve camp busy. After these people were arranged to live, they had to join the recruit camp for training. This model was learned from Lin Gongxuan. She didn't know the details of these soldiers. Yu Jia knew nothing about their strength. The simplest and most brutal method is to treat them as a blank sheet of paper. When the assessment date comes, they will be assigned to various camps according to their strength. As for the candidates for the captain of the new recruits camp, she has already thought about it. Let Lao Dou be the captain of the new recruits camp, and Xiao Qi be the adjutant. Lao Dou was stunned for a moment after receiving Yu Jia's appointment, then nodded and stopped talking. As for Xiao Qi, he was jumping up and down. General, are you really letting your subordinates be the adjutant of the new recruits camp? He danced with his hands and feet, so much so that he spoke incoherently. Then, won't we be officials in the future? He touched his chin again, with a deep face. Ahem. You guys stand still. Run 10 laps around the parade ground. Suddenly, he pretended to be furious and said, What are you doing? You can't even kill this little enemy? Feeling that something was wrong, he changed his posture and pointed at the air in front of him. Old thief. I'll kill you. Lao Do couldn't stand it anymore. So he gave him a big bag and pulled him to sit down. You kid. If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll tear the tiles off the roof. Seeing Shaoqi hanging his head and not saying a word, Lao Do said to Yu Jia, General, you just got promoted and asked us to take office. Aren't you afraid that other battalion officers will say that you are nepotism? He looked worried, looking at Yu Jia's pale face. He really couldn't bear her to waste her energy. Thinking of the fortune from Yu Jia, the old man's nose was sore. Yu Jia smiled weakly. Old man, you worry too much. I am now a general in the Jizhou military camp. What's wrong with wanting to cultivate my own confidence? Even the emperor has to deliberately cultivate his own people. Let alone I am just a general. Seeing that the old man still had concerns, Yu Jia waved his hand. Don't you understand my temper? If anyone dares to stop me, I will let him know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. This ignorant man was cursing at Yu Jia's tent. Lin Erju. Lin Erju. You finally showed your fox tail. Su Jingyang gritted his teeth and continued. What else do you say that you came to the Jizhou military camp for the common people of the Great Zhou and the people of the world? What nonsense! Isn't this using your own people? He stood up, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Especially after alcohol was banned in the military camp. Now that his only favorite pleasure had been deprived of Yu Jia, Su Jingyang wanted to find trouble with Yu Jia all the time. This time, he finally caught her. He came to Yu Jia's yard aggressively, and his hand that was about to knock on the door suddenly retracted. Su Jingyang was still a little afraid of Yu Jia's methods. However, before he could think about it, Chang Haier came over from the side of the path. He held the clothes that Yu Jia had taken off, which were stained with blood. These blood stains shone brightly, sparkling Su Jingyang's eyes. Chang Haier looked at him warily. What is Captain Su doing here? Su Jingyang felt guilty, but was not satisfied with Chang Haier's attitude when talking to him. Why should I report to you when I come to see the general? He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. He wanted to see Yu Jia, not through the general's personal soldiers. Chang Haier looked at Su Jingyang, who was tongue-tied, and laughed triumphantly. What a coincidence. Captain Su, you really need me to pass on the message. Wait here. I will pass on the message for you. Chang Haier put the emphasis on the word pass with a sly smile. Su Jingyang's face was gloomy, and water could drip out of it. Then thank you. Chang Haier walked into the yard humming a little tune, and saw Yu Jia sitting on a stone bench fiddling with the potted pine on the stone table. Hey, General. How can you be so leisurely? Yu Jia didn't even raise her eyelids, and continued to cut the branches and leaves of the pine tree with scissors. Why are you still holding the clothes I took off and walking around here? Aren't you going to pass on a message to this general? It turned out that she had heard the conversation between Chang Haier and Su Jingyang. Chang Haier looked at the clothes in her arms and smiled. General, you are wise. I am passing on a message to you. He lowered his voice, with a mysterious look on his face. Su Jingyang is sneaking around the gate of the yard. He must be a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. He has no good intentions. Do you need to tell me? Yu Jia finished the last cut and looked at the work in his hand with satisfaction. Since you have passed the message, then please let him in. Chang Haier was a little anxious. General, you know he has no good intentions. Why do you want to see him? What do you know? Yu Jia put the basin on Chang Haier's clothes in his arms in a bad mood, and imitated Chang Haier's mysterious look and lowered his voice. How can we deal with him if we don't let him in? Chang Haier looked at Yu Jia with a sly smile and suddenly realized it. Then he put the things in his hand under the corridor and walked out the door happily. In a short while, Su Jingyang followed Chang Haier into the courtyard with a gloomy face. I greet the general. Yu Jia sat upright and drank a sip of water. Well, it's Lieutenant Su. Do you have something to report? Su Jingyang's scalp tingled. He didn't know how to start this. I heard that the lieutenant of the new recruits camp has been selected. He was here to make trouble for Yu Jia anyway, so he might as well make it quick. Lieutenant Su is well informed. Yu Jia put down the teacup and asked Su Jingyang to sit down. It's already confirmed. Do you have any suggestions? Su Jingyang said nothing. Oh, Lieutenant Su has no suggestions. But he has an opinion? Su Jingyang straightened his chest. I think the general's appointment this time is biased. He spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, staring at Yu Jia with a sharp gaze. Chapter 374. Su Liangdi was divorced. Oh! Then how should we arrange it according to Captain Su's opinion? Su Jingyang snorted coldly. I don't know how to arrange it. But I know it can't be arranged like this. In a flash, Yu Jia stood up and attacked Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang was not careful for a moment, and was hit in the abdomen by Yu Jia's punch. After all, he was born in the army, and he had a quick reaction and agile movements. When Yu Jia attacked again, he dodged. General, what are you doing? Is there something wrong with what I did? Is it not possible for me to question the decision-making of the army? Yu Jia sneered and said while attacking him. You are just questioning why I use Lao Do and Shaoqi? Yu Jia flashed behind Su Jingyang and punched him. I'm telling you now. I'm going to use these two people. You have an opinion. Just hold it in. Su Jingyang suffered a series of losses, and was a little angry. You arrogant person. Ha ha. Yu Jia stood still. I am arrogant. This general is arrogant. Yu Jia's face was full of fierceness, and he raised his head proudly like a hunting lion. Here, this general has the final say. You? Su Jingyang was angry. You are more arrogant than a woman. No. He remembered Yu Jia's title, and said with a mocking face, you are not a man now. Originally, Yu Jia thought that Su Jingyang's words did not matter to her. But when she remembered the voice in the military camp, she raised her voice. I am not a man. So you are a man? Okay. You are a man. How can you be willing to submit to this general? Why don't you let your sister Liangdi blow the pillow wind? After these words came out, Su Jingyang stopped his action, and he was stunned in the same place. Gradually, Yu Jia found that the boy in front of him had red eyes. This made Yu Jia a little at a loss. Hey, you are not going to cry. Are you? Su Jingyang sniffed when he heard Yu Jia say this. How can you rub salt into someone's wound? Hey, Yu Jia has a bad temper. You still say I'm not a man. Su Jingyang was speechless. His chest rose and fell violently, and he felt wronged like a little lion. Yu Jia waved her hands repeatedly. Okay. Don't cry. I won't say anything to you. Look at you. Like a little child. I just mentioned your sister. And you got upset? Su Jingyang noticed that his tears were falling, and he wiped them off his face with his sleeves in embarrassment. Who got upset with you? Ouch. Ouch. It's my fault. Yu Jia walked up and pulled his sleeves while he was wiping his tears. Okay. I won't mention it anymore. You stay and have a drink. I have a jar of good wine. Let's get drunk tonight. Su Jingyang paused and looked at Yu Jia in disbelief. Isn't it forbidden to drink in the army? Yu Jia lied. This is medicinal wine. It's for my treatment. It's okay for us to drink some. Su Jingyang felt that he hadn't drunk wine for a long time. He missed the spicy taste and swallowed unconsciously. Really? Yu Jia saw that there was a chance. So he let go of his sleeves and nodded repeatedly. Really? Of course I'm serious. While talking, he asked Chang Haier to prepare some wine and food. Chang Haier crossed his arms and looked incredible. He was still waiting to see Su Jingyang's joke. Why did he need to be treated to delicious food and wine in the blink of an eye? Seeing Chang Haier motionless, Yu Jia became anxious. What are you still standing there for? Go and prepare it. Chang Haier reluctantly put the wine on the table, and Yu Jia poured wine for Su Jingyang attentively. Su Jingyang looked at the wine glass in front of him and did not move. My sister was divorced by that bastard Li Yansheng. What? Yu Jia was surprised and almost knocked over the wine glass in front of him. What's the matter? According to the Great Zhou law, as long as the woman did not make a principled mistake, both parties could divorce peacefully. If a woman is divorced, it means that the woman has a bad character, and no matter who she marries or what she does in the future, she will be criticized. Su Jingyang's family is a well-known figure. His sister was divorced, so the whole family was shamed. No wonder Su Jingyang reacted so strongly when Yu Jia mentioned Su Liangdi. She had never met Su Liangdi and didn't know her character. But looking at Su Jingyang, although he was a little arrogant, he would never do such dirty things. After all, this was someone else's privacy, and Yu Jia didn't plan to ask the reason in detail. She didn't ask, But it didn't mean Su Jingyang wouldn't say it. Su Jingyang picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. He calmed down and continued. My sister didn't make any mistakes. I guarantee it with the lifeblood of the Su family. On the other hand, Li Yansheng has been trying to make trouble since he was deposed. After Li Yansheng was deposed, he was imprisoned in the palace. Although he was deposed, all the food, clothing and expenses were not reduced. There were more servants and maids. In this way, Li Yansheng kept touching the maids. If it was in the past, he was the prince. And if the maids were touched, he might have earned a reputation. Now, they are just toys. If the maids refused to submit, he would kill them. There were people missing in the palace every day, and new people came in every once in a while. Hearing this, Yu Jia figured out something was wrong. How can this maid be sent in every once in a while? Su Jingyang nodded. Yes. This shows that the higher-ups knew about Li Yansheng's dirty deeds. But someone turned a blind eye. Li Yansheng's unbridled behavior naturally caused dissatisfaction among the crown princess and the other concubines. In fact, Su Liangdi was implicated. She didn't want to persuade the crown prince, but was dragged there by the crown princess. Everyone went to the crown prince's bedroom in a rage, wanting to ask the crown prince for an explanation. Yu Jia had won a victory, but Li Yansheng showed no signs of returning to power. So he vented his anger on Su Liangdi. Similarly, another concubine was implicated. A distant relative of that concubine served in the army under Lin Gongxuan, and Li Yansheng somehow found out about it. So he gave her a divorce letter. Just because of this? Yu Jia was a little unbelievable. This era is really harsh on women. It's obviously the man's fault. Why should women pay for it? Did your father talk to Li Yansheng and at least give him a divorce letter? Su Jingyang shook his head. General, do you know what Liangdi means? It's a concubine. He smiled bitterly. How can a concubine have a divorce letter? Then, Yu Jia thought hard. Then let your sister go home. Isn't it too much to humiliate her like this? After all, Li Yansheng is still targeting Yu Jia. It was Yu Jia who implicated Su Liangdi. Well, Captain Su, I'm sorry. Su Jingyang had an emotion in his eyes that Yu Jia couldn't understand. Why are you apologizing? Yu Jia sighed. Isn't it because of me? Heh. The general really knows how to take responsibility. Chapter 375. Cleverly asking for military funds. Su Jingyang sneered. Even if you hadn't done anything, I'm afraid my sister would have been divorced. Because my father has already surrendered to the virtuous king. The virtuous king? Li Yansheng? Yu Jia couldn't stop trembling all over. Has the power struggle begun? This matter should have been taken seriously. But she felt inexplicably relaxed in her heart. As long as it wasn't her fault that Su Liangdi was implicated. However, the Su family may not have a good life after surrendering to Li Yansheng. What do you think of your father surrendering to the virtuous king? Su Jingyang shook his head. I don't agree. Isn't it good to be a powerful official? Why do you have to surrender to this and that? He looked up at the sky. My father insisted on marrying my sister to the prince, and wanted to use the prince as a backer. What happened? Didn't the backer fall? Poor sister. Her life is ruined. Yu Jia didn't dare to respond. If it were in modern times, it would be normal for a woman to marry several times. But in this harsh era, she naturally knew that the future of a divorced woman would be difficult. Su Jingyang poured wine into his mouth one cup after another, and his chest was very depressed. He was angry at his father's decision, but also felt pity for his sister. Drink slowly. No one will compete with you. The current political situation is unstable, and Yu Jia no longer expressed any opinions. However, after such a pause, she remembered Su Jingyang's original intention of coming here. Why do you oppose my promotion of Lao Do to the captain of the new recruits camp? Su Jingyang put the wine glass heavily on the table. You want to promote your own people. Do you want to bring the court set to the military camp? I hate this kind of scheming the most. So you are worried about this? Yu Jia laughed. Su Jingyang was furious when he saw Yu Jia laughing. What are you laughing at? I promoted Lao Do because he deserves it. When Lao Do and I were in the Yunnan military camp, he was brave and capable. He is proficient in hexagrams, and can observe the sky at night. He is a rare talent. Then, Yu Jia smiled miserably. You must know why I want to join the prince, and come to the Jizhou military camp. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi slaughtered all the Yu Jia camp that I had cultivated, leaving only my old man and a few others. This shows how strong my old man's comprehensive ability is. As for Xiaoqi, although he is young, he is a smart child. Given time, he will become a great man. Yu Jia mentioned the two people with full confidence and pride. Captain Su, what do you think of my ability? Before Su Jingyan could answer, Yu Jia continued, I am such a capable person. How can I have any bad soldiers under my command? Su Jingyan. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Jingyan staggered out of the yard. Yu Jia stared at the wine glass in front of her in a daze. It was a great relief that Li Yansheng, the scumbag, was abolished. Now as long as Li Guoli's suspicion of her is eliminated, she can still make great achievements. Lin Gongxuan was free from training. On the plain, there was no tension at the border, and life was much more relaxed. This gave Lin Gongxuan the illusion of being in a peaceful era. Although his body was relaxed, his spirit was always tense. Even Fang Dashan came to persuade him not to fight too hard, because they didn't have any war to fight anyway. But Lin Gongxuan didn't think so. Although we have no battle to fight with the enemy, we can't take it lightly. Who can get out safely now that we are caught in the vortex of power? Lin Gongxuan suddenly wanted to follow Yu Jia's example and form the Lin family army. When he came to Pingyuan, he didn't bring his own people, so he could only start from the most basic. That is to select talents. As for selecting talents, this is what Lin Gongxuan is good at. He immediately took action. From the vanguard camp to the recruit camp, there is no exception. His actions were very big, and Yu Jia heard about it. Old Do, have you heard that General Lin has started to act again? We can't lose. Yu Jia looked at the secret letter with a smile, and she sighed. It's really Lin Gongxuan. Lao Do was full of confidence. General, we are not bad. Don't worry. Now you have to take good care of your wounds. He looked Yu Jia up and down. You have to keep yourself plump and white. Do you have 2 tails of meat on your body now? As for those things that worry about, just leave them to the military advisor. Yu Jia smiled. Hee. According to what you said, I really have some free time. Lao Do knew Yu Jia's personality. He shook his head. How can you really have some free time? The weather is getting colder. Winter is coming soon. And we haven't found any cotton clothes yet. Yu Jia was stunned. This is still a big problem. The current military supplies are not as sufficient as when Li Yansheng was not dismissed. So she has to prepare early. Yu Jia turned to the desk and wrote a memorial. However, she knew that Li Guoli would most likely not approve this memorial. Then she had to find a way on her own. In the last war, she severely damaged the Baimao camp and looted Baimao. The supplies are complete, but there are no cotton clothes. Maybe they haven't started preparing yet. If they don't have it, they have to find a way from other places. At this time, Go Shun came in with a fruit plate. Yu Jia thought about it and came up with an idea. She picked up the pen and wrote, and asked about Jin Feng's recent situation. Jin Feng was attacking Persia instead of going far away. This Persian blanket is famous far and wide. Jin Feng must have made a lot of money. Yu Jia thought and laughed happily. She went straight to the point. As Jin Feng's lifesaver, it was not too much to ask him for some blankets. Right? When Jin Feng received the letter, it was already mid-October. This Lin Erju is used to taking advantage of the fire. Yes, the fire he was talking about was caused by Li Yuanyuan. After being driven back to the Uyghurs by Li Guoli, she was depressed for a few days, and then started to make trouble again. She actually wrote a letter to Li Yanqing blatantly, asking him to take action against Li Yansheng. However, the letter was intercepted by Jin Feng before it was sent out. When he saw the letter, he was furious and took the letter to Li Yuanyuan to question him. Li Yuanyuan did not repent and was still making excuses. So what if I wrote it? Did I do anything wrong? Now, I am far away in the Uyghurs, and I cannot reach Li Yansheng in the Great Zhou. Is there anything wrong with asking the allies to take action? Jin Feng threw the letter in Li Yuanyuan's face. You really don't know how to live or die. Not only do you not know how to live or die, but you also want to implicate the Uyghurs and me? If this letter was known to Li Guoli, he might take some measures against the Uyghurs. The situation that he had finally stabilized might be overturned. Jin Feng felt scared when he thought about this. So he locked Li Yuanyuan up. Now Yu Jia came to take advantage of the situation again. Although Jin Feng did not want to give it, he had no choice. But this time, he could not give it openly. He discussed a countermeasure with Yu Jia. Yu Jia read Jin Feng's reply and praised him for being the king of the country. He thought about problems far ahead. In late October, General Wugan won a great victory in his expedition to the Uyghurs and won a large amount of winter supplies. Chapter 376 Knowing the Truth. Li Guoli really did not agree to Yu Jia's request. His reply was that the treasury was in deficit, and there was no extra money for Yu Jia to buy cotton-padded clothes. That was fine. But he actually asked her to use last year's old cotton-padded clothes to deal with it. Yu Jia threw the memorial on the ground in anger. Last year's cotton-padded clothes have been worn out after a winter of hard work. How can I continue to wear them? Fortunately, she had made preparations in advance and borrowed blankets from Jin Feng. Otherwise, the cotton-padded clothes alone would have made her feel overwhelmed. However, these blankets could not be worn directly by the soldiers. She also had to make a detour and sell these blankets to Baimao. Then the money from the sale to Baimao was given to Luying to mass produce. This way, expenses could be saved, and there was no need to worry about unscrupulous merchants making profits by cheating on weight. As for the method and gimmick, she had already thought about it. In recent days, Yu Jia has handed this matter to Chang Haier. When she first received this task, Chang Haier was still surprised. General, you want your subordinates to sell blankets to the Tartars? How can they spend the winter safely? In fact, the weather in Baimao is very cold, and they mostly use animal skins as cotton clothes, and they have sufficient supplies for the winter. As for this gimmick, it is to let them eat some fine bran. Although the Tartars are tough, there are always beautiful and wealthy nobles who like Persian blankets. Then we need the eloquent Chang Haier to take action. Chang Haier's eyes rolled around. Leave it to me. Yu Jia believed in his ability, so she gave it to Chang Haier. Go Sheng looked at Chang Haier, who was happy, with a lonely face. He knew that he was not as smooth as Chang Haier, and he only did some defensive work on weekdays. He couldn't help but ask Yu Jia about the doubts in his heart. General, did you encounter any danger after entering the capital? As soon as he said this, Yu Jia knew what he meant, so he took the initiative to mention it to him. Of course, Li Yuanyuan returned to the capital. Hearing Yu Jia's words, Go Sheng was anxious. How is she? Those who didn't know would think he had some connection with Li Yuanyuan. She, of course, is not doing well. Yu Jia told Go Sheng what happened in the capital, and also told him about the letter with Jin Feng. Go Sheng couldn't stop being excited, and even trembled all over. He murmured and clenched his fingers. That's good. That's good. As long as I know that she is not doing well, I will feel much better. Huh? That's just the beginning? Yu Jia raised her voice exaggeratedly. In the future, she will be even worse. Speaking of this, Yu Jia couldn't help but feel proud, and she shook her head and laughed. Think about it. Now she is imprisoned by Jin Feng. After a few years, when she is old and ugly, what advantage will she have to make a comeback? Gosheng shook his head. Even if she is old and ugly, she is still the princess of Dazhou. Even if Jin Feng doesn't want to see the monk's face, he has to see the Buddha's face. It's okay for him to punish Li Yuanyuan. But as for taking her life, that's a fantasy. As long as I know that Li Yuanyuan is still alive, I will think of my sister's miserable situation. Yu Jia pursed her lips. Gosheng, since you know the interests involved, you should know that this matter can't be rushed. She walked towards Gosheng and stood in front of him. At this moment, Yu Jia's eyes were shining. Gosheng, do you believe me? Li Yuanyuan will definitely pay the price for her behavior. As long as Lu Zhonghuan succeeds at his plan, and Li Yanxiao cannot take the throne. When Li Lingyun takes the throne, that will be the time when Li Yuanyuan dies. Mu Xiaoling felt that things were getting out of control. Thinking of his position in the South Barbarians, there should not be such resistance. But he found that his actions in recent days have failed one after another. At first, he wanted the king to put pressure on Mu Yinjin, and then he would mediate. This was also his usual practice when a yin was alive. Mu Yinjin was the most susceptible to this. As long as he showed weakness, she would feel sympathy. But now, Mu Yinjin didn't buy it at all. When the king put pressure on her, she put on airs. Or she cried poor. This was also incredible. How would others think of the great southern barbarians crying poor? It was obvious that he didn't want to cooperate with the king. The king had no choice but to coax her. He said to Mu Xiaoling carefully, "Why don't you coax her again? Women are soft-hearted. Besides, the two were husband and wife. So what was the point of putting him in the middle? One of them was rich, and the other was powerful. He didn't want to offend either of them. Mu Xiaoling's eyes were cold. It seems that's not the case. The king was confused and didn't know what was going on. Back at the general's mansion, Mu Xiaoling asked his deputy to investigate Mu Yinjin's recent movements. Mu Yinjin really didn't do anything big recently, except go out to buy some children's things, or wander around in Nanman. It seems that there is no substantial movement, but the calmer it was, the more uneasy Mu Xiaoling felt. General, I don't know if I should speak or not. The deputy looked at Mu Xiaoling cautiously, and continued to speak after he signaled. Madam, do you know the cause of Ayan's death? Mu Xiaoling shot a knife at him, and the deputy stopped talking. If Mu Yinjin knew the truth, she would have attacked Mu Xiaoling long ago. Given her personality, Mu Xiaoling was wrong about this. Mu Yinjin knew the cause of Ayana's death the day after she moved out of the general's mansion. She was strangled to death by someone sent by Mu Xiaoling. Ayana loved beauty so much, but she died so ugly. Mu Yinjin was in great pain. She thought of Mu Xiaoling's viciousness, but she didn't expect him to be so vicious. Not only did he kill Mu Tingli for property, but he was also the initiator of the property battle. Every time Mu Yinjin saw Mu Xiaoling, her heart was tortured. Why didn't she see through this devil with a human face and a beastly heart? Why do you still want to marry him? She remembered Ayan's opposition when she first met Mu Xiaoling, and she regretted it. Mother, I was really wrong. I really know I was wrong. I really didn't expect Mu Xiaoling to be such an ambitious person. Mother, I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. She pretended to be nice to Mu Xiaoling just to gradually infiltrate her power into Mu Xiaoling's power. Isn't he obsessed with scheming? Then let him die from his scheming. In this way, Mu Xiaoling will feel the heart-wrenching pain. Mayan touched her belly with love on her face. My child, from now on, you will only have your mother as your relative. Her eyes gradually became cold. As for father, you can have as much as you want. Chapter 377. Have you ever regretted it? Lu Hongmei went to the door every day to inquire about the news. Since Lu Dazhan left last time, there was no news. Lu Hongmei didn't know if those people wanted to trade with her. Could it be that my brother took the reward for himself? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Hongmei was so angry that her teeth itched. This Lu Dazhan is really greedy for money. Little did she know that her behavior was even more hateful than that greedy Lu Dazhan. She walked quickly to the door, and said coldly when she saw the gatekeeper. Have you ever seen a short, hunchback man come here? The guard looked at Lu Hongmei and shook his head. No. Lu Hongmei turned and walked towards the yard. Could it be that Lu Dazhan really revealed the news to those people? After she left, the guard staggered into the room. You stay here to watch the door. I'll go and give the message to Miss Luing. Another person nodded. You go ahead. Leave this to me. After the guard told Luing the information, Luing fell into deep thought. If she followed Yu Jia's approach, she would definitely not leave anyone alive. But if she really killed Lu Hongmei, it would not make sense. Luing was a little embarrassed. The guard looked at Luing, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Miss Luing, if the lady knew about this, she would definitely not keep Lu Hongmei alive. Luing rubbed her head. How could I not know? But Lu Hongmei is the girl's sister-in-law after all. I dare not act rashly. The guard clenched his fingers, thinking of Lu Hongmei's arrogant appearance in front of him. And he was furious, thinking of her ordering them around and even calling him a cripple more than once. The pent-up anger at his heart was like a thorn in his throat. Miss Luing, why don't we write a letter to her and let her decide? Luing looked up at the guard, and when she saw that the latter was normal, she lowered her head. I guess General Lin should know about this. The guard's hand paused, and then returned to normal. Of course. Luing waved her hand. You can go down. After the guard left, Luing opened her eyes, full of teasing. Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei. Everyone is pushing down the wall. No. You don't have a wall. After Luing wrote to Lin Gongxuan, she immediately informed Lin's father and mother of Lu Hongmei's every move. It was because, as the head of the Lin family, they had the right to know about this. After listening to it, Lin's father frowned and said nothing. Lin's mother was shocked. How is this possible? Hongmei is usually a little stupid, but this matter is of great importance. How could she reveal our whereabouts? Luing didn't show it on her face, but in fact, she cursed Lu Hongmei to the 19th generation of her ancestors. Is she the only one who is a little bit stupid? I'm afraid she is both bad and stupid. What good will she get out of revealing her whereabouts to these people? If she doesn't understand such a simple truth, she has lived in vain for so many years. If she hadn't taken the two of them into consideration, she would have slapped this ignorant woman in the face. Aunt Lin, this is the truth. If the guard hadn't been alert, I'm afraid she would have already conveyed your whereabouts through Lu Das Hun. If those Jinui knew you were here, not only would your lives be in danger, but I'm afraid your brothers and sisters here would be implicated. Lu Ying slowly talked about these interests and saw that Lin's mother was horrified and was very satisfied. She continued to add fuel to the fire. If it were based on our girl's temper, she would have been killed with a knife to eliminate the trouble. But the girl doesn't know about this yet. Lu Ying will tell you two first. After hearing this, Lin's father's brows could grow 2 acres of sweet potatoes. Miss Lu Ying, the old man knows what you mean. Let me and my wife discuss it, and then give you a reply. Lu Ying hurriedly bowed and saluted. Uncle Lin. Lu Ying didn't mean that. You and Aunt Lin discuss it. Anyway, I have blocked the news. I have already sent a letter to inform the girl and General Lin. We are not in a hurry. Father Lin's expression eased a little. Then I will trouble Miss Lu Ying. Lu Ying smiled. Uncle Lin is joking. The girl has been very kind to Lu Ying. You don't have to be polite to her. After Lu Ying left, Lin's mother burst into tears. Old man, what should we do? What should we do? We can't let the coward and Lu Nyang get involved. Lin's father snorted coldly and slammed the table, which frightened Lin's mother into silence. If this idiot really succeeds, it won't just be the coward and Lu Nyang who will be involved. His eyes were far-reaching and deep. I'm afraid our Lin family will end here. Lin's mother was sweating profusely and sat down on the ground. She thought of the well-behaved and sensible Huan Gur and the eccentric Jin Jie, and she started crying again. What a sin! What a sin! Suddenly, she looked at Lin's father with a fierce face. It's all your fault. When we first met, I said that this woman had droopy eyes and a lot of white in her eyes, and she was not someone who would be easy to get along with. You insisted on agreeing. Now you're done. What should you do if you end up like this? Lin's father was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Why are you talking about these trivial things? Isn't this what Daon likes? Mom and Dad, stop arguing. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, and the two of them immediately stopped talking in fear. I know everything. Lin Daon walked in from the door. His face was ashen, and his eyes were full of determination. I already know the whole story. I'll leave it to my son to handle. He paused, as if he had made a great decision. My son will never let my parents and the coward, Lu Nyang, down. Lin Daon finished speaking quickly, and without waiting for his father and mother to react. He turned and left. Mother Lin stood up from the ground, a little at a loss. She glanced at Lin Daon, who was leaving quickly, and then at his father, who seemed to be thinking about something, and finally sighed. What a troubled family. When Lin Daon returned to the room, he saw Lu Hongmei holding the sleeping Huan Gur and humming a lullaby. He just looked at the two of them, and his thoughts went back to when they first met. Lu Hongmei's face was full of rosy clouds. Her eyes were full of restraint and stubbornness, and there was a trace of forced calmness. Lin Daon, Lu Hongmei, will enjoy a good life in the future by marrying you. An outsider. Go ask around in the 3 or 5 villages. There are many rich people who want to marry me. You can't let me lose. Over the years, the two of them stumbled and quarreled, but never got to the point of being unable to fight. After the two had a child, although Lu Hongmei's temper became more strange, she did not treat the father and son badly. Lu Hongmei looked at Huan Gur with love in her eyes, and Lin Daon felt bitter in his heart. After thinking again and again, he finally stepped into the room. Lu Hongmei looked up at him, and then set her eyes on Huan Gur. Are you back? Standing at the door without coming in. What are you doing secretly? Lin Daon's steps seemed to be filled with lead, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Hongmei, have you ever regretted marrying me? Chapter 378 Disposal. Regret? Why not? Lu Hongmei pouted and touched Huan Gur's hair on his forehead with her hand, letting it flow back strand by strand. Lin Daon's eyes darkened, filled with despair and helplessness. Lu Hongmei didn't realize that Lin Daon was wrong. She chuckled twice. At the beginning, I thought I could enjoy a peaceful life with you because you were honest and capable. But later I felt that it was not the case. She looked up and saw that Lin Daon looked depressed, and sighed unhappily. Although you are honest and capable. You are too honest. You don't know how to fight for things at home. And let your parents take them to subsidize your brother-in-law privately. Obviously. Our Juan Gur is the eldest grandson of the Lin family. And I am the great contributor to our family. What does this mean in the end? I don't have any say at all. And that Lu Nyang. When mentioning Yu Jia, Lu Hongmei was so angry that her teeth itched. I am her sister-in-law. And she doesn't know how to respect me at all. It's really a shame for her. Lin Daoang turned his face away. Don't say anything. Originally, Lu Hongmei was going to give up. But when she heard Lin Daoang say this, she was furious. Don't say it. Don't say it. Lin Daoang, tell me yourself. Have you always asked me to be tolerant when encountering things? I am the sister-in-law. Who can respect me if you treat me like this? Look at Erlang. Whenever someone has a conflict with Zhang Wanhua, he always stands on their side unconditionally. Lu Hongmei gritted her teeth. She glanced at Juan Gur, who was sleeping in her arms, and lowered her voice. Unlike you. A coward. You always tell me to shut up. Lin Daoang leaned against the door frame weakly. You were the first to be unreasonable. Lu Hongmei was filled with grief. Her nose felt sore, and she started to cry. Isn't it because you are a coward? If you don't fight for anything. And I am even more cowardly. How can we live like this? I just want to live a good life. Is that wrong? Lin Daoang was speechless. It's my fault. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked at Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei saw Lin Daoang's sharp expression and serious face. And her heart slipped. Boss, what's wrong with you? I'm not saying anything about you. You are indeed a little too. Lu Hongmei's voice became smaller and smaller. Because she saw Lin Daoang walking towards her step by step. In the past, when Lin Daoang walked towards her without saying a word, she would definitely not have a good time. Lu Hongmei lowered her head in embarrassment, pretending to tidy up Juan Gur's clothes, and muttered in her mouth. The weather is getting colder, and Juan Gur is getting bigger and bigger. It's time to prepare winter clothes for him. Should we modify the style of last year's coat, or make a new one this year? Hongmei, tell me the truth. Did you reveal our whereabouts to outsiders? Lu Hongmei was so frightened that she almost pinched Juan Gur awake with her fingers. Boss, why are you? Lu Hongmei quickly shut her mouth. How can you ask me that? Are you interrogating a prisoner? Seeing Lu Hongmei's panic, Lin Daoang closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of frost. Lu Hongmei, you usually don't understand it. Our family's life was fought for by Naden and Lu Nyang at the risk of their lives. You should never, ever, joke about our family's lives. Hearing Lin Daoang mention the two of them, Lu Hongmei could no longer suppress the anger in her chest. She stood up holding Juan Gur and looked at him coldly. Lin Daoang, you only think about others. Have you ever thought about me or Juan Gur? Yes. It's me. She felt that Juan Gur in her arms was a bit of a hindrance. So she took 2 steps at a time and put Juan Gur on the bed. Turning back, she stood with her hands on her waist and confronted Lin Daoang. Lin Daoang, I don't deny that I leaked our news to others. Lu Hongmei, take responsibility for my own actions. Unlike some people who are used to beating around the bush. Lu Hongmei glanced at Lin Erlang's residence with contempt in her eyes. Isn't this for the good of our family? Thinking of the generous reward promised by the Jinyui. She smiled again. Boss, do you know how much this news of mine can be sold for? She held up a finger. And the excitement on her face could not be suppressed at all. 1,000 taels of silver. A full 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels is enough for us to live a stable life in the next life. Then, she seemed to fall into madness, ignoring Lin Daoang's gloomy expression, and continued, when I have this 1,000 taels of silver, who will look down on me? Lu Hongmei? Lin Daoang clenched his fists. You are really unreasonable. How can Juan Gur have a mother like you? Ha ha! Lu Hongmei turned around, looking happy and angry. Boss, how can you say that to me? I'm doing this for the good of our family. She pointed at Lin Daoang's forehead. Only a fool like you can't figure it out. If the second son knew that this news could be sold for money, he would have leaked the news long ago. What would I have to do with it? Lin Daoang grabbed Lu Hongmei with such force that she staggered. Boss, what are you doing? Are you crazy with joy? Lin Daoang pulled Lu Hongmei and was about to walk out. You ignorant and vicious woman. I'm going to take you to see my parents and let them decide. Lin Daoang dragged Lu Hongmei to Lin's father and mother's room without saying anything. The two of them made a lot of noise. And the other members of the Lin family had been waiting in Lin's father and mother's room. Lin Daoang entered the room and saw that everyone was there, and was a little stunned. Lu Hongmei took the opportunity to break free from the shackles, and gently massaged her wrists with her hands. It's really crazy. When Lin Daoang saw the other members of the Lin family, he let out the pin-up air in his chest. For a moment, he was a little discouraged. Lin Daoang felt a little weak all over, and he released all his strength on the stool beside him. He held the stool armrest with his hand. Dad and Mom, it's all up to you. Lin Erlang and Zhang Lanhua didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Looking at the scene in front of them, they thought that Lu Hongmei had caused trouble again, so they wanted to go back to the room to avoid suspicion. Lin Daoang hurriedly stopped them. Erlang, sister-in-law, you don't have to avoid it. You also know about this matter. Lin Erlang and Zhang Lanhua looked at each other. Brother, what happened? He walked towards Lin Daoang and helped Lin Daoang sit on the stool. Sit down. We won't leave. The room was silent for a while, and they didn't know how to start. Lu Hongmei felt guilty. She secretly looked at Lin's father and exchanged glances with him. Old man, do you know your mistake? Lu Hongmei replied with a stiff face. I don't know what my wife did to make you unhappy. With a bang, Lin's father slammed the table. You still don't change your bad habits. What do you want Dad to say about you? Chapter 379, Sheep Pulling. You, Hongmei, you are so stupid. Mother Lin was so disappointed. No matter how you act, we don't bother you. But you should never reveal our whereabouts. What? Lin Erlang let go of Lin Daoang and looked at Lu Hongmei with disbelief. Sister-in-law, are you crazy? We finally escaped death. Why did you do this? Lu Hongmei was completely furious when she saw Lin Erlang accusing her. You ask me why? I just don't want you to live in this world. When these words came out, the faces of the other people in the Lin family were all shocked. They thought Lu Hongmei might have done this to irritate them. Who knew this woman was so vicious? Seeing their expressions, Lu Hongmei was very satisfied. She pulled up the corners of her lips and sneered. Why? Can't you think of this possibility? I hate you. I hate every one of you. The domineering ones are domineering, and the self-righteous ones are self-righteous. I wish I could tear out the tendons and bones of each of you. Before she finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Lu Hongmei covered her face and looked at Lin Erlang with disbelief. You hit me? You, a younger brother-in-law, dare to hit the elder sister-in-law? Do you still understand what is the hierarchy of seniority? Enough. Lin Daoang stood up, his eyes full of sorrow. Dad and Mom, I'm handing this vicious woman over to you. You can do whatever you want with her. Lin Daoang, you coward. Lu Hongmei wanted to shout more, but was subdued by Zhang Lanhua. Sister-in-law, just be quiet. Lu Hongmei wanted to resist, but was suppressed by Zhang Lanhua and couldn't get up. You all bully me. Lu Hongmei was locked up by the Lin family, and the outsider said that she had an acute illness. Huan Gur cried and wanted his mother, and Lin Daoang hugged him with tears streaming down his face. Mother Lin followed and shed tears. My poor child. When Yu Jia got the news, she was still a little dissatisfied with the result. That's it? She sighed repeatedly and threw the letter on the table. Go Sheng comforted him. Don't be angry. Your sister-in-law is your nephew's mother. If you punish her, it will be unjustifiable. Even so, Yu Jia was still angry. She stood up and walked to the yard with her fists rubbed. Just happened to see Su Jingyan coming here. Yu Jia shouted at him with ill intentions. Captain Su. Su Jingyan didn't understand. What's wrong? Yu Jia rushed over and punched Su Jingyan quickly. Su Jingyan was confused. You hit me? Yu Jia continued to punch him. I'm hitting you. Su Jingyan was not the type to just take a beating. After he reacted, he fought back and forth with Yu Jia. The two of them fought with each other with a laugh, and the soldiers who were watching the fun surrounded them. Good job. Come on, General. The general is mighty. There were also a few who cheered for Su Jingyan, but their voices were not very loud. Yu Jia beat him very happily after a set of moves. Su Jingyan didn't feel very good. When Yu Jia stopped beating him, he was still not satisfied. Why did you stop? I haven't had enough. Yu Jia waved his hands again and again. This general is busy with all kinds of things. How can I argue with you here? Su Jingyang was confused and didn't know who started the argument. Her behavior made her look like a heartless person. She only cared about her own happiness and didn't care about the other person's feelings at all. Yu Jia hurried to the military supply camp. Lu Ziyue. Yu Jia shouted as soon as she arrived at the military supply camp. Lu Ziyue came out of the tent slowly. Your subordinate greets the general. Have you received the cotton-padded jacket? Lu Ziyue pointed to the tent behind him. A total of 8,500 sets. Please take a look. General. Yu Jia followed Lu Ziyue into the tent. I saw the cotton-padded jackets piled up, like a mountain neatly arranged in the tent. Yu Jia took out one and felt the thickness with his hand. This thickness is enough to survive the winter. And Yu Jia is very satisfied. This Lu Ying is really reliable. It's just... Lu Ziyue looked embarrassed. General. These quantities are not enough for our soldiers in the Jizhou military camp. Oh! Yu Jia didn't care much. There are more. This is just one batch. But if we continue at this pace, I'm afraid it will delay the soldiers from keeping warm after winter. In fact, Lu Ying's speed is already very fast. Unfortunately, there are so many people in the Jizhou military camp now. And these are just a drop in the bucket. What should we do then? Things are at a stalemate again. It seems to be back to the original starting point. She shamelessly asked Ji Feng for a blanket. But in the end, it delayed the important task of keeping warm. Yu Jia is quite familiar with the winter here. The lowest temperature can reach -30 degrees Celsius. This temperature is comparable to the winter in Guangdong. Thinking of Guangdong, Yu Jia's eyes suddenly lit up. This scared Lu Ziyue in front of him. He was still a little uncomfortable with working with this general for such a long time. This expression indicates that someone may be unlucky. However, this unlucky person is Chang Haier again. Yu Jia sighed and raised the difficulty in a tactful way. Chang Haier said calmly, General, what do you want me to do? Last time we sold blankets. What are you selling this time? Yu Jia's face turned red. And he laughed twice. Chang Haier, what do you think of our relationship? Chang Haier rolled his eyes unhappily. Oh, not so good. Yu Jia's expression froze. And she saw Chang Haier staring at her with a smile. General, you are a straightforward person. Just say what you want your subordinates to do. Yu Jia coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Chang Haier, the winter in Kanto is quite cold. Right? Chang Haier nodded. Yes, it is quite cold. Do people in your place have to wear mink to keep warm? Chang Haier came to his senses now. And acted mysterious. Do you want to borrow Guangdong's cotton-padded jacket for the winter? Yu Jia slapped Chang Haier's shoulder fiercely. The one who knows me is not Chang Haier. Let's make it clear first. It's a loan, she said solemnly. You don't know me yet. I must return the things I borrowed from you. Chang Haier pouted. No way. Yu Jia tsk. What's the matter? Don't you trust me? I am the General Wugen appointed by the Emperor himself. Yes. Yes. You are the General Wugen. Chang Haier looked helpless. Who made me your brother who has sworn all his life? Yu Jia was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard him continue. I am the only one who has to suffer. I don't like to hear that. Yu Jia grumbled. I have asked the Emperor to grant you the 10,000 Guangdong army and distributed my reward to them. I know these things cannot compensate their relatives. But I always remember their kindness. Remember the kindness of the Guangdong army. This time is no exception. Give the remaining blankets to Dad. Chapter 380 Breaking the Window Paper? Ah. This? Chang Haier asked half doubtfully. General, are you telling the truth? Suddenly, he shook his head like a rattle. No. 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 We can't take these blankets. If we take these blankets, who knows what he will borrow in the future? Hey! Yu Jia stepped forward and grabbed Chang Haier's ear. Wang Chang Haier. You are so bold. Chang Haier grimaced in pain and pulled Yu Jia's arm with his hands. General, please be gentle. It hurts. Yu Jia let go of Chang Haier in a bad mood and rolled his eyes at him. You still feel pain? Chang Haier covered his ears and continued to grin. To be honest, my father may not be able to take care of these things these days. Why? What else does he have to do? Yu Jia asked Chang Haier with great interest. And she looked like a gossiper. Chang Haier sighed softly. My father recently gave me a little brother. How could Guangdong have other thoughts when he was happy to have a son? Chang Hai's tone was pretending to be relaxed and unnoticeably lonely. Yu Jia patted his shoulder gently. Hey, you have to be careful. In view of the absurd behavior of Wang Lao before, Yu Jia naturally knew that this little brother was not born by Wang Lao Nyang. Hi. Chang Hai waved his hand. It would be great if I had a little brother. My father will never urge me to go back and inherit the family business again. Then I can do whatever I want. Anyway, there will be no pressure in the future. Yu Jia's lips twitched. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. You are rich and noble. But you have to live a life of licking blood on the edge of the knife in the military camp. Chang Hai was very disappointed. He knew Yu Jia's temper. If the two were not close, Yu Jia would never say these words to him. Sure enough, after Yu Jia hesitated for a moment, he output more explosive words. Well, Chang Hai, have you ever thought about a question? Seeing Yu Jia hesitating, Chang Hai raised his eyebrows to signal her to continue. Don't think I'm being blunt and narrow-minded. Have you ever thought that if your little brother gets the upper hand, will your life and your mother's life change? Change? What change? Brother Urju, you should know how my father got the title of leader. Right? Isn't it because of the power of my mother and my grandfather's family? Chang Hai was indignant when he spoke. Yu Jia knew from his expression that he must have thought about this question more than once in private. Okay. As long as you know it. Yu Jia looked at Chang Hai with a smile. If you have anything to say, you must tell me. Chang Hai nodded. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll tell my dad about the blanket. If he still has concerns, there's no problem. When Chang Hai said this, Yu Jia wanted to give up the idea. Wang Lao Nyang was not a pushover. Since Chang Hai, the little brother, was born safely, the mother of this little brother was definitely not a good person. Yu Jia didn't want to distract Chang Hai and Wang Lao Nyang. Chang Hai, put this matter aside for now, and take care of family affairs first. Yu Jia said slowly, maybe Guangdong will be busy for a while. Chang Hai fell into deep thought, neither agreeing nor refusing. Yu Jia found Lu Kuifeng and wanted to start a war. Lu Kuifeng thought for a moment and said, General, in my opinion, now is not a good time to go to war. Yu Jia motioned him to continue. Lu Kuifeng pointed to the map on the table and said, crops planted around Jizhou are now growing at a good time. If you rashly send troops to attack Beima, a large number of soldiers will inevitably pass by here. Lu Kuifeng put his finger on the mountains between Jizhou City and Beima. The mountains are terraces newly developed by the people around Jizhou since the city destruction tragedy. What is planted now is corn, which is the critical period for ear formation. Crops are the hope of survival for the people. If Yu Jia rashly sends troops, it will destroy the hope of the people. Yu Jia was in a dilemma. Is there no other way? Lu Kuifeng shook his head. There is only one way. If you must attack the northern desert, you can only take a detour through the Uyghurs. A detour is absolutely not allowed. It is true that Ji Feng is married to the Great Zhou, but this does not mean that they will tolerate your soldiers passing through their country. If the soldiers of the Great Zhou have other ideas, it is possible that the Uyghurs will destroy the country in a minute. Yu Jia rubbed her head. This is not okay. That is not okay. What should I do? You can't fly over. Right? Thinking back to when we were in Bashu, there were not so many troubles. It should be said that at that time, except for Li Yanxiao who wanted her life, it was really convenient to fight. Speaking of Bashu, Yu Jia suddenly thought of the god of wealth of the Nan Man. Military advisor. I've been busy with military affairs recently. Do you have any news from the Nan Man? This is really the right person to ask. Lu Kuifeng smiled with a rare ease. General, you don't know? The Nan Man is going to be in chaos. Ouch. Yu Jia likes to listen to gossip the most, especially gossip about his former mortal enemy. What's the matter? Tell me in detail. Seeing Yu Jia's eyes shining, Lu Kuifeng told the story of Mu Zhaoling and Mu Yinjin. Now Mu Zhaoling is really helpless with Mu Yin. According to my preliminary conclusion about their actions, they haven't torn their faces yet. Yu Jia patted his chest. Why did so many things happen? What Lu Kuifeng understood just now was not unreasonable. The two of them should not have torn their faces apart. Thinking of Mu Yinjin laughing like a child, Yu Jia felt that his heart was being pulled. Jinjin suddenly lost her mother, and was treated like this by her bedmate. I'm afraid she can't bear it. Not really. Lu Kuifeng didn't think so. General, don't underestimate the strength of Nan Man Dao. Since Mu Yinjin has seen the true face of Mu Xiaoling, she will naturally not let him manipulate her. When a woman is cruel, even she herself will be afraid. Yu Jia frowned. That's the truth. I suspect you are implying something. Lu Kuifeng just smiled and said nothing. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at him. I hope that as you said, Jinjin will get through the difficulties. However, since Yu Jia knew the news, it was not her character to let her stand by and watch. Mu Xiaoling and Mu Yinjin did not break the window paper, which meant that Mu Xiaoling had something in mind for Mu Yinjin. What else could make him a war maniac? Afraid of? Except for fighting? War requires a lot of silver and money, and these are controlled by Mu Yinjin. What if a war can be launched? Mu Xiaoling urgently needs military pay, and Mu Yinjin doesn't give it. What will happen? Mu Xiaoling is desperate? Yu Jia shook her head. No. This idea is not good. If Mu Xiaoling is really desperate, then Jinjin will be in danger. Lu Kuifeng curled up his index finger and tapped the table lightly. General, I still say that. Don't underestimate the Nanman Dao. Chapter 381 Lin Family Army. Yu Jia was still a little worried about Mu Yinjin. In her impression, Mu Yinjin was just a simple and kind girl. How could she be a match for Mu Xiaoling, the old fox? Besides, even a Yana, who had experienced many battles, fell into Mu Xiaoling's hands, let alone Mu Yinjin. General, you really don't have to worry about Mu Yinjin. Lu Kuifeng saw Yu Jia's anxious face and continued to analyze. Mu Yinjin is no longer the little girl she used to be. She is now the Nanman Great Ao who can stand alone. The Nanman Great Ao is impregnable. Not even a fly can fly in. Mu Yinjin's style is different from Ayana's. She is more willing to spend money than Ayana. It is said that the people in the Great Ao Palace are all Ayana's old subordinates, and the people outside the palace are all hired by Mu Yinjin with a lot of money. Money makes the devil work. Who in Nanman is richer than Mu Yinjin? Yu Jia's brows gradually relaxed. She didn't know what happened recently. Whenever something happened, she would panic and couldn't calm down at all. Military advisor. You are right. Yu Jia's forehead was already soaked with cold sweat, and she touched her forehead with her fingers. I worry too much. Yu Jia's tone was relaxed, but Lu Kuifeng didn't feel relaxed at all. General, what's wrong with you? He was full of worry. Your face is pale. Do you want to ask the doctor to take a look? Yu Jia shook her head and gently pinched the base of her left hand with her right hand. It's okay. I'm just a little sleepy. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Yu Jia slowly stood up and walked towards the bed. Lu Kuifeng hurriedly retracted his gaze and stood up from the chair. Since the general wants to rest, I'll take my leave. Yu Jia waved her hand and continued to walk towards the bed. When Lu Kuifeng's footsteps disappeared in the yard, Yu Jia's throat could no longer be controlled and gushed out. Ahem. Yu Jia touched the blood stain on her chin with her hand, and then looked at the blood stain on the ground. A little unbelievable. What's wrong with me? These blood stains must not be seen by Chang Haier and Go Sheng. Otherwise they will nag again. Yu Jia looked around the furnishings in the room and didn't find a rag. What does Chang Haier do so diligently on weekdays? As a young master, he actually hides the rag so tightly. Before she could think about it, voices rang out in the yard. In a panic, Yu Jia pulled up the belly band under the pillow and wiped her mouth fiercely. Then she quickly wiped the blood on the ground with the belly band. General, what are you doing? When Yu Jia turned around, she saw Go Sheng and Su Jingyang standing at the door looking at her stupidly. Oh, nothing. I'm free. I'll wipe the floor. However, the two people's faces were getting redder and redder, and Yu Jia was a little embarrassed. The weather is getting colder. Why are the two still blushing? Go Sheng was the first to react, and walked up to grab the belly band in Yu Jia's hand. General, you can let your subordinates do these rough jobs. How can you do it yourself? Yu Jia then realized that Go Sheng was holding her belly band. It doesn't matter if Go Sheng saw it. The key is that Su Jingyang also saw it. Yu Jia was about to explain, and Go Sheng asked Yu Jia in a panic. General, why is there blood? Are you injured again? After that, Go Sheng pulled Yu Jia to look around. Yu Jia's face was a little embarrassed. Well, it's okay. This blood is not mine. It's a new rabbit caught in the kitchen, and it was brought over with blood stains for me to see. Look, the floor is dirty. I thought you two were not here, so I just wiped it. You use women's personal belongings to wipe it? Su Jingyang at the door rolled his eyes unhappily. It's like that. And you're still messing with women's things. If it's normal, it will be a disaster for women in Jizhou's city. Yujia's temper came up. What are you mumbling about? It didn't matter that she was so angry. All the stagnation in her chest rushed to her heart. Yujia gasped and fainted. When she woke up again, it was late. In a trance, she heard voices. The general symptoms are very serious, not to mention the severity of the injuries. From the pulse, the general is overthinking, depressed, and already, the scout was an old man, and he really couldn't bear to continue. Chang Hai grabbed his collar. What already happened? You keep talking? The scout shook his head and sighed softly. Chang Hai was furious and wanted to continue asking, but Goshen stopped him. Chang Hai, what are you doing? Calm down. If the general knows that you are impulsive again, you will suffer. Chang Hai hesitated for a few moments, panting, and finally let go of the scout. Then tell me, is there any way to remedy this? The scout trembled as he took out a pen and paper from the medical box. I'll prescribe some medicine for the general first. It can only be warm and nourishing. Chang Hai was getting anxious when he heard the word can only. And Yujia sat up from the bed. Chang Hai, what are you doing here? I'm just tired and slept for a while. Why are you so unhappy? Seeing Yujia wake up, Chang Hai and Go Sheng walked towards her anxiously. Brother Erju, how do you feel? Where does it hurt? Are you going to vomit blood again? Go Sheng slapped him on the head. What are you talking about? Then, he asked Yujia carefully and gently. Do you want to eat something? Yujia shook her head. I'm not hungry. In fact, her body had already shown signs. But she just didn't care. In the room, there was only the sound of the scouts writing. And several people fell into silence. Brother Erju, Chang Hai cried. Don't worry. I'll take care of the cotton-padded jacket. I'll ask my father for it. If my father doesn't want to give it to me, I'll ask my mother to drive him out of the village. Yujia laughed out loud. Not really. Not really. If he is willing to help, it would be great. If he can't spare the time to deal with this matter, we can find another way. Chang Hai held Yujia's hand. Brother Erju, don't worry. Don't think too much. Just leave this to me. The atmosphere suddenly became sad. And Yujia didn't know what to say. She suddenly missed Lin Gongxuan. Yujia's eyes were on the candlelight that was moving in the wind. Distant and long. What do you think Gongxuan is doing now? Lin Gongxuan trained the Lin family army with all his strength day and night. With his efforts, the scale of the Lin family army has begun to take shape. In the Pingyuan military camp, Lin Gongxuan has absolute say. Under the illumination of the torch, he was very pleased to see the still energetic Lin family army. Jia. Did you see it? This is the Lin family army. The Lin family army that obeys you and me. Chapter 382 Design. In view of the situation inside Nanman, Yujia decided not to miss this great opportunity. Since Mu Jialing cares, let him be in a dilemma. At this time, Yujia thought of a yin in the Nantung military camp. If he wants to get in touch with her, he must go through Lian Zhao. Yujia held a brush in his hand and carefully considered his tone. On the surface, he wrote to a yin. But in fact, he wrote to Lian Zhao. Yujia first asked about a yan's recent situation, and then slowly got to the point. Lian Zhao laughed angrily when he saw Yujia's letter. Lin Erju, you are not idle in Jizhou. He picked up the letter and read it carefully. Although he knew Yujia's purpose, Li Yinjiao's idea coincided with hers. If he was the same as before, he would definitely adopt a conservative tactic and just need to defend the border of the Zhou. But now it is different from the past. His state of mind has changed, and his behavior has naturally changed. Since it is beneficial to the Zhou, why not do it? After picking up these useful opinions, he handed the letter to a yin. A yin looked at the letter in Li Yinjiao's hand and covered her chest in disbelief. Prince, are you saying that Erju wrote to me? Li Yinjiao snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with her performance. What? Your handkerchief was handed to you, and you received a letter. Are you unhappy? Ian took the letter from Li Yinjiao's hand and murmured while stroking the envelope. Happy? Why not happy? She couldn't let it go. She didn't expect Lin Erju to write to her on his own initiative. Feeling the tears in her eyes, Ian felt a little embarrassed. Your Majesty, can I go back to the tent? Li Yinjiao waved his hand impatiently. Go. Take a good look at what Lin Erju wrote to you. After returning to the tent, Ayan became serious. She sent the maid in the tent away and sat on the couch to read the letter carefully. When she first read the letter, it felt like an ordinary letter. But Ayan knew that this letter was not ordinary. Ayan, if one day you and I are separated, we must use secret codes to communicate. Yu Jia tilted her head and thought seriously. Well, I will draw a little duck on the envelope of the letter, so that you can read the letter with special means. Ayan laughed at her at that time. You can't even write well, and you still draw? Yu Jia was embarrassed and annoyed. What's wrong? What's wrong with my writing? Besides, I am not good at writing, but I am not necessarily bad at drawing. Facts have proved that Yu Jia's drawing skills are as bad as her writing skills. However, Ayan still recognized that there was a duck on the envelope. Okay. You have superb painting skills, comparable to the painting saint. Ayan was too lazy to argue with her. So she asked, if you make a mark, how should I read the letter? Speaking of this, Yu Jia was a little proud. Listen to me. Yu Jia approached Ayan mysteriously. Has your mother ever told you about the number arrangement? Ayan shook her head. No. My mother rarely told me about your world. Now Yu Jia was in trouble. How can I explain this to you? Yu Jia didn't expect to use this method, so the two agreed on a special number. Then let's use the simplest method. If I write to you, it may be just a casual letter. I will leave you a message starting from the 5th line. Ayan collected her thoughts, found the 5th line, and began to count the words with her finger. These words together are, find a chance to come to me. 6 simple words made Ayan burst into tears. Yesterday, she had received a secret letter from Li Daxuan. The old palace servants had revealed everything, and all the accusations were directed at Li Guoli. That is to say, the massacre of the family was caused by the emperor. They were all pawns of the emperor. How could they compete with him? She felt both unwilling and relieved. Since she can't compete with the emperor, she should live her life well. She has been tired over the years. Fortunately, Zai is still alive. The 2 siblings are still alive and well. Yin is not interested in the rest of the information in the letter. She secretly reunited with Li Chang at the back cliff. Chang. Erju has sent a letter. Li Chang had already received the information. So he paused. I already know. But what information did she bring? Yin held back her tears. She said let us go find her. The hesitation on Li Chang's face flashed by, and then returned to normal. He was a little conflicted. Sister, do you think we really have to leave the prince? Seeing his expression like this, Yin naturally understood. Chang, I know you are grateful to the prince for saving your life, but you need to know who caused our current situation. It was his father. If he hadn't wanted to concentrate power, how could our parents have died? Yin was a little excited, and she subconsciously stroked her belly. Based on my understanding of my father, if he had let our family go and let him retire, he would have been willing to do so. But the old emperor didn't do that. He chose to cut the grass and wipe out the roots. Yin hugged Li Chang. Chang, sister just hopes that we can all live well. Li Chang burst into tears. Sister, I will listen to you. After returning to the tent, she wrote back to Yu Jia. Li Yinzhao was ready to attack at any time. Your Majesty, are we really going to attack the southern barbarians? The deputy general hesitated, as he knew Li Yinzhao. He used to be very cautious, but now he is so radical. Could it be that he was stimulated by Lin Erju? When did Li Yinzhao become so radical? Li Yinzhao sneered. We have been enduring these bastards in the Great Zhou for these years. Now that they are in civil strife, it is a perfect opportunity. I can't miss such an opportunity. Wang, notify the vanguard camp to catch the southern barbarians off guard first. Zhong Yongtian was stunned for a moment when he received the news. Did the prince really give such an order? Huang Long was a little impatient. Why? I have come to tell you in person. And you still don't believe it? But what is the hidden story? Was the prince provoked by his superiors? No. General Lin? The two of them were usually very close friends. And Zhong Yongtian was also outspoken. Old Zhong, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. We, as subordinates, just do what the prince told us to do. That's it. Zhong Yongtian was proud. Just wait and see. Our vanguard camp is not a vegetarian. He raised his eyes to look at the soldiers of the vanguard camp. General Lin, did you see it? Even if you leave, Your influence will not diminish. Zhong Yongtian divided the vanguard camp into 2 groups and rushed to the base camp of the Nanman army. Yu Jia said that such a demonstration attack must be done in a high-profile manner. Chapter 383, Pressure. The shouts and cries outside the military camp were deafening. And Li Yanxiao became stern. What's going on? Shouldn't the vanguard battalion lead the charge? Why are they shouting and cries here? Asking the vanguard battalion to fight is a sneak attack. Not such a high-profile action. Wang Long was speechless. He glanced at Wang Xiaobo, who was also keeping his head down, and knew that they had the same idea. How could someone who came out of Lin Erju's hands be a low-key person? At this time, it was too late for Li Yanxiao to give another order. Zhong Yongtian had already rushed out of the Nantung military camp with the people of the vanguard battalion. When Yingtian saw the scene, he asked Zhou Xiaodan to notify the soldiers to prepare for the attack. Zhou Xiaodan hesitated and didn't dare to say anything when he saw Yingtian busy at work. What's wrong? Why is your face twitching so early in the morning? Zhou Xiaodan sniffed. Captain, we haven't received the order from the prince yet. Yingtian looked at him and frightened Zhou Xiaodan to the point of being nailed in place. It has always been the custom for the vanguard battalion to lead the charge, and our cavalry battalion to follow closely behind. The prince has not given an order now, but that doesn't mean he won't give an order later. We just need to get ready. Li Yanxiao originally wanted Wang Xiaobo to notify Yingtian to prepare, but seeing his posture, he was furious. Good Yingtian. You dared to guess the king's intention privately. Li Chong secretly glanced at his face and did not dare to answer. Notify the infantry battalion to follow closely, and let the equipment battalion prepare for the rear defense. Wang Xiaobo immediately followed the order, and Li Chong asked cautiously, Your Majesty, can this infantry battalion fight against the cavalry of the Nanman? Li Chang's question reminded Li Yanxiao of the time when Yu Jia first made meritorious service. At that time, the sword was off the mark, and a slight mistake might have led to the annihilation of the entire Yunnan military camp. What Lin Erju can do, Li Yanxiao can't do. Due to the emergency, Li Yanxiao did not make any deployment. However, the Nanman was not ready for battle. When the vanguard battalion arrived at the Nanman base camp in a mighty manner, Mu Xiaoling was still upset about Mu Yinjin. He didn't react until the drums of war sounded. What's going on? Is the enemy attacking? The adjutant was in a panic. General, it's Li Yanxiao of the Great Zhou. He's attacking. What? Mu Xiaoling slammed the table and stood up. That coward? How dare he take the initiative to provoke? He could not forget that Lin Gongxuan was suspected by Li Yanxiao because he sent troops privately. The adjutant saw that the general was not in good condition, and he was like an ant on a hot pot, anxiously turning around. General, now is not the time to worry about this. The fact is that the Great Zhou has sent troops. We have to deal with it seriously. Since we have to send troops to fight, we need a lot of funds. And all these funds are in Mu Yinjin's hands. Mu Xiaoling's eyes are sinister. I spent so much time and effort, but I didn't achieve my goal. You go and lead the troops to see what the Great Zhou is doing. This general will go to the king to discuss. He wanted to put pressure on the king to make him do something. Unfortunately, the king still disappointed him. Seeing Mu Xiaoling coming to the capital, the king walked towards Mu Xiaoling anxiously. Ling, you are finally here. I have heard about the Great Zhou sending troops. What should I do? What if Mu Yinjin still refuses to pay? Looking at the king who was at a loss, Mu Xiaoling could no longer hide the sarcasm on his face. Lord, you are the ruler of a country. How can you ask me? The lord was a little embarrassed. Well, I just heard about this and was confused. But what should we do? Mu Xiaoling walked slowly towards the throne. With confusion, resentment, and even greed in his eyes, he stopped in front of the steps. Lord, if you still want to keep this throne, you have to be more ruthless. Whether Mu Yinjin is willing to pay the money depends on you. The Lord heard the meaning of Mu Xiaoling's words, and he hesitated. This is not good. After all, you and Mu Yinjin are husband and wife. Before he finished speaking, Mu Xiaoling suddenly turned around and looked down at him. Lord, this throne is yours. I have told you the solution. It all depends on your decision. Do you want to be a slave of a conquered country? Or do you want to continue to be the ruler of the southern barbarians? The king was frightened by Mu Xiaoling's cruelty and retreated again and again. Ling, you are really cruel. Mu Xiaoling walked forward step by step, and the king retreated in embarrassment. Lord, you have to think it over. Suddenly, he took a step, and the king stepped on his clothes, and fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity. Muzzling squatted down. Do you want to be a slave of a conquered country? The king shook his head in panic to deny. I don't want to be a slave of a conquered country. I want to be the most powerful king. Muzzling was very satisfied with the king's answer. He carefully helped the king up. Then you can act. After all, the soldiers of the Great Joe are approaching. The king sorted out his messy clothes and called the royal guards. Go to the Great Ao palace immediately and invite the Great Ao. The king glanced at Muzzling beside him and quickly changed his words. Call the Great Ao to the main hall. When Mu Yinjin came to the palace, he saw Muzzling beside the king with a serious expression and sneered. Mu Yinjin greets the king and the general. Mu Yinjin saluted with both hands, revealing his round belly. Muzzling stared at Mu Yinjin's belly, and there was a moment of tenderness. It was just a moment, and it was eventually replaced by wolfish ambition. Dao, now the situation is urgent. The Zhou has sent troops to attack the capital. You should know why I asked you to come. It's because of the military pay. Mu Yinjin stroked her abdomen, looking gloomy. My lord, I am ill. I am afraid I can't discuss these things. Her indifferent attitude angered the other two. Jinjin, now is the time for the survival of the Nan man. Don't make trouble. Mu Xiaoling's expression was weak, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to the freezing point. Making trouble? Mu Yinjin walked to the chair and sat down directly. She adjusted her sleeves and didn't care. Excuse me, General. Why am I making trouble? Did I ask the Great Zhou to fight the war? Did I cause the national treasury to be in deficit? When there is something wrong, I am the Nanman Dao. And when there is nothing wrong, I am Mu Yinjin. You put all these heavy burdens on a weak woman like me. Oh! She looked at her belly very tenderly. And on a pregnant mother. How can you bear it? Mu Yinjin turned her head and stared at the two of them. None of these are caused by me. Since you want me to help, you should show your attitude. Then we can still talk. The king pointed at Mu Yinjin angrily. Mu Yinjin, do you think you are a yin? Now Abe is no longer as glorious as he was in the past. And Mu Lili is no longer your backer. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Chapter 384 The Culprit. Mu Yinjin touched her belly with her hands, looking at the two people in front of her coldly. Seeing Mu Yinjin so calm, the king looked at Mu Xiaoling helplessly. Mu Xiaoling said softly to Mu Yinjin, Jinjin, don't make things difficult for the king. The king was sweating profusely, and had to pretend to be calm and continue to put pressure on Mu Yinjin. Mu Yinjin, today you have to give me a definite answer. Do you want to take the military pay or not? His voice was trembling, and anyone with a discerning eye could hear that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Mu Yinjin stood up and shook his sleeves. The king has no military pay to fight, so he wants to put the blame on a weak woman like me. Military pay is something that the ruler and generals of a country have to worry about. You can't say that I have money and I have to pay. Mu Yinjin looked indifferent, and a cold aura emanated from the inside out. The ruler felt that the cold wind blowing over him made him unstable. Before he could calm down, Mu Yinjin continued, King, this is like rich peasants and poor peasants. Poor peasants have nothing but four walls, and have to compete with others for land. To compete for land, you have to spend money to buy manpower. What if you don't have enough money? He blamed the rich peasants for not helping him. Ha ha ha. Mu Yinjin laughed exaggeratedly. If you want to compete for territory, why don't you make money yourself? It won't be too late to fight when your strength is equal. Jinjin, don't be rude. Mu Xiaoling interrupted her impatiently. You also know that this war was first provoked by the Great Zhou. Mu Yinjin was disdainful. So what if they started it? Isn't it because you beat them to the point of being intolerable, and you can't let people resist? Mu Yinjin's retort made the two men in front of her speechless. She felt that it was meaningless to stay here any longer, so she prepared to leave. Lord, I am ill, so I will leave first. Oh, well, the Lord was halfway through his words when he remembered that his goal had not been achieved. He looked at Muzzling in panic and begged in a low voice. Ling, what do you think we should do? Mu Yinjin had already turned around and walked out the door. Come here. Dao is not feeling well, so he will stay in the palace to rest today. Instantly, a large number of people poured into the palace, and they were actually soldiers ready to go. Mu Yinjin held her stomach tightly with her hands. Ling, What do you want to do? Instantly, the soldier surrounded Mu Yinjin. Muzzling walked slowly. His eyes were affectionate and full of tenderness. Jinjin, you are tired today. Take a rest in the palace first. When things are over, I will personally send you back to the AO mansion. Mu Yinjin went from being incredulous at first to looking numb now. Muzzling, I'm pregnant with your child. What do you want to do? Muzzling took off his disguise and looked indifferent. Of course, I want military pay. What if I don't give it? Mu Yinjin's voice was emotionless. If I don't give it, will you imprison me in this palace? Even if you imprison me. What? Without my order? You can't withdraw the money. Then I will take you to withdraw the money. I don't believe they can watch you die. Mu Yinjin was horrified. What are you going to do? What? Muzzling grabbed Mu Yinjin's wrist and dragged her out regardless of her struggle. Pass the order? Dao. Go back to the general's mansion to rest. Mu Yinjin's eyes were red with anger. But he couldn't break free. The guards outside the palace gate watched Mu Yinjin being taken away by Mu Zhaoling. Dao. Muzzling gave a look, and Mu Yinjin's guards drew their swords. The two sides were on the verge of a conflict. Mu Zhaoling didn't care about fighting in the palace, but it was a waste of time. After being delayed in the palace for so long, he didn't know the situation on the front line. Stop it! Mu Zhaoling said loudly. This general has no intention of hurting Dao. But I have to do this because I have something to ask for. This is a bad idea? You clearly don't care about the life and death of me and my child to achieve your goal. Mu Yinjin retorted sharply. And her guards started to stir again. General, if you release Dao, we have something to discuss. The head of the guard saw that Mu Yinjin was pale, and was afraid that she was in trouble. Mu Zhaoling used force, and Mu Yinjin screamed. Discuss? Mu Zhaoling glanced at Mu Yinjin, who was in pain, and continued. If the discussion was successful, how could it have come to this? Phoenix Man. Mu Yinjin endured the severe pain from her wrist, and gritted her teeth. What? Mu Zhaoling didn't know what this sentence meant, so he asked subconsciously. It's normal that you don't know what it means. Mu Yinjin continued. You, the Phoenix Man, want to wipe out the whole family, but in the end, it's all in vain. Although Mu Zhaoling didn't understand the meaning of Phoenix Man, he did understand the 3 words wiping out the whole family. Seeing Mu Zhaoling getting angry, Mu Yinjin felt very happy. I said, if you are good to me, you should pretend for the rest of your life. What a pity. What a pity. You can't pretend before I give birth to a child. Not only that, you also want to hurt the baby in my belly, so that we will die. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Zhaoling was a little shocked. He thought he did things flawlessly. How could Mu Yinjin notice it? If you don't want people to know, then don't do it yourself. Mu Yinjin still struggled. Tell me, how did my mother die? As soon as this was said, there was another commotion among the guards. Most of them were Ayana's old subordinates, loyal to her. Dao. Is there something strange about the death of the former Dao? Seeing that the situation could not be suppressed immediately, Mu Zhaoling did not want to delay any longer. In the palace, he could block the news. If it spread outside the palace, the situation would be out of control. These merchants can be suppressed by force for the time being. If they really know the truth about Ayana's death, it is hard to guarantee that they will not rebel. My mother was assassinated, and the murderer has not been caught yet. Muzzling softened his attitude, which Mu Yinjin saw as a sign of humility. You're talking nonsense. It was obviously you who did it. After he finished speaking, Mu Yinjin was slapped in the face. She also took the opportunity to break free from Muzzling's shackles. You hit me? My mother never hit me. How dare you hit me? Mu Yinjin touched her face, and the hatred in her eyes could devour Muzzling. You are so good. Muzzling, you killed my mother and my brother. What kind of monstrous hatred do you have against my family? Or did you set your sights on my mother's money from the beginning? You really do whatever it takes to achieve your goal. Mu Yinjin nodded to the guards. Did you all hear it? Muzzling is the culprit who killed my mother. Chapter 385 Cruel. Mu Yinjin's reason had been devoured by anger, and she had forgotten her situation. Kill Mu Zhaoling for me, and avenge my mother. The head of the guard hesitated. Dao, this is the palace. This sentence was like ice water in the cold winter, which instantly woke Mu Yinjin up. It also reminded Mu Zhaoling. This is the palace. Mu Yinjin, do you want to rebel? Mu Yinjin didn't dare. She looked at Mu Zhaoling angrily. You are a beast with wolfish ambitions. Fortunately, I didn't let you succeed. The situation at hand has changed. But it is still not good for Mu Yinjin. She has been on guard against Mu Zhaoling and the king. But she didn't expect them to be so blatant. Mu Zhaoling, if I can't get back to the Great Alfu by noon today, the news that you are a murderer will spread throughout the Nanman tomorrow. You have to think clearly. Do you want to fight to the death with me? Or live in peace? Mu Zhaoling stared at Mu Yinjin seriously, as if to see the truth. Jinjin, are you really so heartless? Mu Zhaoling, do you have feelings for me? Mu Yinjin walked slowly towards the guards. But before she took a few steps, she was pulled over by a strong force. Since there is no love between you and me, then I have no scruples. Mu Zhaoling's face was grim. Mu Yinjin, you have to give me the military pay today. Mu Yinjin struggled. You are crazy. I am pregnant. Child? Mu Zhaoling tied Mu Yinjin's arms behind his back and whispered in Mu Yinjin's ear. There will be children in the future. Mu Zhaoling, have no shortage of women to bear children for me. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Put down your weapons. Or don't blame me for being rude. Seeing this, the guards put down their weapons. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. And Mu Yinjin was no use in being anxious. Muzzling, are you really not afraid that the news of you killing my mother will spread? Mu Zhaoling pulled a cruel smile at the corner of his lips. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? There are so many people who died in my hands. Why would I care about one or two? Mu Zhaoling took Mu Yinjin out of the palace. Ing Tian didn't dare to act rashly without Li Yinzhou's order. He didn't know what the situation was like on the battlefield. See you then. Do you think we still have a chance to go to the battlefield today? After being depressed in the Nantung military camp for so long, we finally have a chance to fight and be proud of ourselves. This is great. We were locked up in a small dark room before we even went to the battlefield. Zhou Xiaodan smiled awkwardly, scratched his scalp, and was blocked by the veil on his head. So he scratched his cheek again. Captain, I can't say it. TSK. Ing Tian was very dissatisfied with Zhou Xiaodan's performance. What are you talking about? If this captain tells you to say it, just say it. Zhou Xiaodan turned his head and looked around. No one noticed the two people. So he said softly, Captain, if the prince was not short of manpower, I'm afraid he would not let the vanguard camp go to the battlefield. The superiors have trained people at this time, and he is very good at using them. Zhou Xiaodan curled his lips and rolled his eyes in one breath. I have said a lot of bad things about others, but I am very good at using my manpower. Ing Tian slapped Zhou Xiaodan's face. I asked you to express your opinions, not to complain. Zhou Xiaodan covered his cheek. It's the same idea. Ing Tian stopped talking. Even in his heart, he felt that what Zhou Xiaodan said made sense. But now that the generals have been replaced, he dare not say anything. Woo! The trumpet representing victory sounded, and Ing Tian stood up suddenly. We won. Even Li Yanshao did not expect that this vanguard battle was fought so beautifully. It took the shortest time to deal a heavy blow to the Nanman. However, before he had time to celebrate, urgent news came from the front line. Report. Report to the prince. The Nanman army is already heading towards the border. What? Li Yanshao was a little shocked. So fast? He could foresee that the Nanman army would counterattack. But given the situation in their country, he could at least let the Nantung military camp take a breath. This is great. The vanguard camp just came back, and the enemy followed. However, Li Yanshao was not afraid. He was the first to gather the army to fight. The news reached Yu Jia, and Yu Jia had a bad premonition. I am afraid that Mu Yinjin has been in trouble. Otherwise, Mu Zhaoling would not have mobilized so many troops. The military pay alone can tie his hands and feet. Jinjin, how are you? Mu Yinjin was imprisoned in the general's mansion by Mu Zhaoling. She returned to the familiar, depressing, and cramped courtyard. But this time, there was no nanny and familiar maids around her. The maids rearranged by Mu Zhaoling were all indifferent. Mu Yinjin asked them questions, but they never paid attention. Soon, Mu Yinjin found some clues. These maids not only didn't talk to her, but they didn't communicate with each other. Mu Yinjin hid the hairpin in her sleeve, and when a little maid wasn't paying attention, she stabbed her arm. This stab was not a big deal. The maid screamed, but the sound was weird. It sounded like a mute. Mu Yinjin took advantage of her unpreparedness and forced her mouth open, and saw her tongue. Only half of it was left. Mu Yinjin sat on the ground weakly. The maid beside her hurriedly helped her to the couch. And Mu Yinjin closed her eyes in despair. Mu Xiaoling was really cruel. He actually thought of using such a trick to prevent her from escaping. The merchants, led by the president of the Chamber of Commerce, would definitely not listen to Mu Xiaoling. They just couldn't stand his pressure. Who is not afraid of death? Once life is involved, what is the use of those silvers? As expected by Mu Yinjin, Mu Xiaoling did this. After he imprisoned Mu Yinjin, he went to the president of the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. They all have relatives. They are not afraid of death. But are they not afraid of the death of their relatives? If you are afraid, you have a weakness. It's okay to bleed a little when you meet a stubborn person. Sure enough, Mu Xiaoling quickly raised military pay with thundering means. Now, he has a great chance of winning. Mu Shurha soon got the news that Mu Xiaoling personally led the attack on Dezhou. He sat in a wheelchair, tending to the flowers and plants. Is there any news from Dezhou? Abin paused, and naturally knew what Mu Shurha was asking. Chang Haier is still working for Lin Erju. Mu Shurha put down the scissors in his hand, without any expression. Abin, how can someone be so cold and heartless? We just met by chance. Even if it's a puppy or a kitten, there should be feelings. However, how could Chang Haier be so heartless? How could he just leave without any nostalgia? Mu Shurha always missed Chang Haier. But how could this person be so cruel? Chapter 386, Overthrow. Hu. Who is missing me? Chang Haier sorted out the secret letter and walked towards Yujia's yard. General, there is a letter from the Nan Man. Yujia put down the brush in his hand. Hurry up and bring it over. Chang Haier handed the letter to Yujia, who couldn't wait to read it. This is a Yan's reply. The letter talked about her recent situation, and it looked like two good friends were communicating. Yujia counted from the fourth line. 2, 4, 6, 8. Extracted the useful words, which were, wait for us. Chang Shitzi. Yujia's hand holding the letter trembled. How could it be? Li Chang turned out to be Ian's long-lost brother. This sense of fate is really a trick of fate. If Ian had not been deceived by the southern barbarians, wouldn't she have never had the chance to see Li Chang in this life? It seems that the ancients were not deceiving me. And a blessing in disguise. Yujia has always felt that this sentence is a typical Aku spirit. Just get by. Lie down and let it go. Unexpectedly, everything in the world is destined. Fate destined Ian to enter the Nantung military camp and get close to Li Yanxiao, so that she can find Li Chang. Chang Haier was a little surprised to see Yujia so excited. He hadn't seen Yujia with such a vivid expression for a long time. General, what happened? Yujia shook her head, her eyes moist. Nothing. Just a little emotional. Give me some more letter paper. I want to write back to Ian. Since the two have made a decision, they should make plans early to avoid more trouble. Ian has been a little uneasy recently, and she has already had morning sickness. Every day, she tried her best not to get close to Li Yanxiao. Luckily, Li Yanxiao was busy attacking the Nan Man recently, and there was no chance for her to get close. Li Yanxiao would not return to the Nantung military camp today. He would stay overnight in the Mustard Seed City. She suddenly relaxed in her heart. But when she thought of Li Chang, her heart was pulled up. As Li Yanxiao's personal soldier, he naturally had to follow Li Yanxiao to the battlefield. The swords and knives on the battlefield were blind, and one could be injured if one was not careful. The ancestors of the Chao family bless you. Please bless my son to return safely. If she returns this time, she must put her plans to join Yujia on the agenda. Li Yanxing was drunk all day long, and still dreamed of ascending the throne. When he was just deposed, his staff still did not give up. Thinking that the emperor was just angry for a while, he doted on Li Yanxing so much that he would soon be favored again. As time went by, Li Guoli seemed to have forgotten this person. People in the court were quick-witted and used to guessing the emperor's intentions, so they gradually lost hope in Li Yanxing. Most of his staff members joined Li Yanxing, and the few who remained put their hopes on Li Lingyan. Li Yanxing himself saw no hope, so he gave up on himself completely. The people who served him flattered the powerful and bullied the weak, and gradually they no longer served him attentively. The yard was desolate, with withered branches and leaves all over the ground. Li Yanxing stepped on the leaves barefoot, making a crunching sound. He held the wine pot in his left hand and the wine glass in his right hand. He staggered and looked very embarrassed. Drink. Today is the great day of my ascension to the throne. We won't go home until we are drunk. Ha ha ha. He drank the wine in the wine glass in one gulp, and felt unsatisfied. So he threw away the wine glass and drank from the wine pot. Good wine. Come! Pour more wine. Someone actually reached out to take the wine pot, which shocked Li Yansheng. Li Guoli stared at him with sinister eyes, and Hong Deshun followed behind him respectfully. Father? Li Yansheng was a little unbelievable, and shook his head again. He pulled his messy hair, and denied the scene in front of him. How could it be? Why would father come to see me? I have disappointed father so much. Why would he come to see me? Li Yansheng spun around, and stepped on the corner of his clothes without paying attention. Plop. He fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Why would father come to see me? I'm just a child no one wants. Who cares about me? He cried as he spoke. Father, I know I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. I just wanted your love. So I committed such a terrible crime. Wow. It's a pity that you won't see me again. Li Yansheng curled up on the ground and cried like a child. Li Guoli's expression finally relaxed a little. He remembered Li Yansheng's childhood. The baby who was fussing with milk had grown up in an instant. Unlike several princes, the first word he said was not father, but daddy. In the royal family, this word is rarely heard. At that time, the queen said that she hoped that the family was just an ordinary family. There was a father, a mother, and a son. Li Yansheng cried and cried until he was tired. So he just slept in the dead leaves. Li Guoli was murderous, and he turned to ask Hong Deshun, "Where are the palace servants here?" Hong Deshun dared not speak. Seeing him behave like this, what else did Li Guoli not understand? He uttered cold words. "Kill them all. No one will be spared." After that, he squatted down and gently lifted Li Yansheng's head. "Shenger?" Li Yansheng burped, but did not wake up. Li Guoli picked up Li Yansheng, and Hong Deshun behind him was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please let me come." Li Guoli pretended not to hear him, and walked into the house with Li Yansheng in his arms. I didn't expect that the strong and powerful child would be so skinny now. Li Guoli couldn't believe what Li Yansheng had been through these days. Under Hong Deshun's arrangement, eunuchs and palace maids soon came in one after another. He raised his whisk and directed everyone. "Hurry up and clean up these dead branches and rotten leaves. Clean up the spider webs in the corner over there. I don't know what these people do for a living." Li Guoli stroked Li Yansheng's pale cheek, and infinite regret rose in his heart. He wondered if he had done something wrong. Was Li Yansheng deceived by someone to have such thoughts? In his heart, Li Yansheng has always been a carefree person without any scheming. If he really had scheming, how could he put such obvious evidence in front of him? Forget it. They are all his children. So shouldn't his things be left to him? Xiao Shunzi. When the prince wakes up, let him come to see me. The name of the prince scared the people who were busy outside the house. Hong Deshun didn't show it on his face, but in fact, his heart was already full of turmoil. "Your servant obeys your order." After Li Guoli left, Li Yansheng slowly opened his eyes, and there was no trace of drunkenness. He sat up and stared at the scene outside the house. This time, "I want each of you to pay the price." The news that Li Yansheng was summoned by the emperor spread throughout the court in an instant, and it seemed like a world turned upside down. Chapter 387. The situation is reversed. Although there is no decree to restore Li Yansheng's position as the crown prince, his treatment has been restored. Li Yansheng's fingers tapped the table from time to time. Knock. 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 The sound seemed to hit Ishihara Mamoru's heart. He crawled on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. "My lord minister, my lord father-in-law, I treat you well. Right? You are the first to rebel after my son-in-law fell. Your Highness, you are too kind. I was bewitched by someone," Ishihara Mamoru said tremblingly. "Your Highness, Mulin is already pregnant. Please, for the sake of the little prince, spare me this time." Bang. Li Yansheng's fist hit the table. He came to Ishihara Mamoru and grabbed his collar. "Forgive you? As the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, you took advantage of your position to remove all my people from the central government. You ruined my deployment for so many years. And now you are flattering me to forgive you." Li Yansheng glared at Ishihara Mamoru with gritted teeth, wishing to eat his flesh and blood. Ishihara Mamoru. Ishihara Mamoru. You are the same as your shameless daughter. Ishihara Mamoru was sweating profusely, and his lower body was completely wet. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I will definitely make up for my mistakes." Li Yansheng narrowed his eyes, and threw Ishihara Mamoru to the ground. He stood with his hands behind his back, and snorted coldly. The ice and snow on his body rushed towards Ishihara Mamoru with the cold wind. Ishihara Mamoru felt that this was the moment closest to death. Ishihara Mamoru, I will forgive you this time, because of your loyalty over the years. Before the end of the year, you must make up all my people. If not, you can just wait to retire and return home. Ishihara Mamoru kowtowed repeatedly, and his life was finally saved. Oh, by the way, Li Yansheng's teasing voice sounded above his head. Your daughter doesn't need to come back. Let her go wherever she wants. I can't accommodate such a lively person here. Li Yansheng walked over Ishihara Mamoru's body crawling on the ground and walked outside. Prepare the sedan. The doctor's house was busy today. Put the flower pot at the door. The housekeeper ordered the maids and servants to clean up the yard in an orderly manner. Oh, you kid. You are usually clumsy. He looked at the white marble table with fear. Today, the prince will come to pick up our girl and take her back to the palace. If you delay, you can't afford to pay even if you have 100 lives. Look at you. The older you get, the more you can't hold your temper. Dr. Su walked over slowly. Master, the housekeeper bowed. Isn't this old servant anxious? Seeing that our girl has finally made it. This old servant is really happy. Dr. Su stroked his beard and laughed. Some time ago, as the prince's concubine, his daughter was divorced and returned home, and was laughed at by everyone. He was also looked down upon by many people. It was for this moment. His daughter's endurance of humiliation finally paid off. Your Highness is here. As the attendants sang, Li Yansheng walked over quickly. Your humble servant greets you. Father-in-law, please stand up. No need to be polite. Li Yansheng helped Dr. Su up with both hands. How is my father-in-law these days? Li Yansheng smiled and helped Dr. Su walk to the hall. Dr. Su was flattered. Everything is fine. It turned out to be a game. Through this game, Dr. Su was freed from his post to facilitate his activities. Secondly, it can paralyze the other party and reduce Li Yansheng's vigilance. The position of the doctor is not prominent, but it is an important position. Through Dr. Su, he contacted the civil and military officials of Li Yansheng's side, stabilized his mentality, and continued to work for him. Another thing is to use Li Yansheng's name to make Li Guoli, who didn't like Li Yansheng, hate him even more. Only in this way can Li Yansheng's bitter flesh plan win in one move. Otherwise, based on Li Guoli's character, that bitter flesh plan would definitely not shake him. Another point is that Dr. Su continued to work through Hong Deshun's son. Otherwise, how could Li Guoli have the opportunity to see such a decadent Li Yansheng? One thing leads to another, and every link is in place. If one move is wrong, the whole game will be lost. The two discussed the situation in the court. Your Highness, you have re-employed Ishihara Mamoru? Dr. Su looked worried. This Ishihara Mamoru is not a good minister. He observed Li Yansheng's expression and said carefully. Li Yansheng snorted coldly, full of ruthlessness. I just think he is useful, so I will use him temporarily. When I ascend the throne, that will be the time of his death. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Su Lianbi bowed and looked at Li Yansheng. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have suffered. Dr. Su slowly stepped back to make some space for the two. My beloved, you are the one who is suffering. Li Yansheng lifted Su Lianbi up and looked her up and down. You have lost weight. You have been subjected to a lot of rumors in recent days. I will remember your great contribution. Su Lianbi leaned in Li Yansheng's arms. Her face was cold where he could not see, but her words were full of tenderness and sweetness. They have been throwing dirty water on me in recent days. And even the sisters who were good friends with me in normal days have cut off contact with me. How do you want to reward me? I feel so wronged. Li Yansheng happily embraced Su Lianbi. My beloved, rest assured, when I ascend the throne, you will be the imperial concubine who is second to none and above 10,000 people. Su Lianbi rolled her eyes. This is not second to none. It is clearly second to 2 people. This person is so stupid that even his brain doesn't work. Really? Thank you. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Su Jingyan also rose with the tide. Hearing that the Crown Prince was gaining power, Su Lianbi returned to Li Yansheng. And the tone of the camp changed again. Su Lianbi is really infatuated with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne in the future, the Su family will definitely benefit. Captain Su is really young and promising. He will definitely rise to prominence in the future. Su Jingyang smiled on his face. But he was cursing in his heart. He didn't flatter the crown prince early or late, but had to wait until the crown prince regained his favor to flatter him. This fence-sitter is really dedicated. No. No. You are too kind. Yu Jia looked at Su Jingyang's stiff smile from afar, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Chang Haier. You said that Su Jingyang's family has really experienced ups and downs. He was like a dog that lost its home a while ago. But he is young and promising again recently. Chang Haier took a bite of the apple and rolled his eyes. Isn't this the credit of his father and sister? Why do they have so many tricks? Yu Jia snatched the apple from Chang Haier's hand and took a bite. Being an official in the court, you must have kept your figure very well. It's not like being in the military camp. Straight and fat. Fat and fat? Chang Haier looked at the figures of the two and found it difficult to understand the meaning of this word. General, you call our small bodies fat and fat? Chapter 388, Pretend to Cater. What a jerk. Li Yanqing kicked the aide. How could Li Yansheng be favored again when he was clearly disliked by the emperor? His face was grim, and his anger was beyond words. Li Yanqing felt that it was not enough, so he kicked the aide again. The aide collapsed to the ground with a bitter face. Your Highness, seeing that the crown prince was about to fall, who would have thought that the emperor would be soft-hearted? Li Yanqing glanced at the aide. Soft-hearted? He thought it was incredible that the word soft-hearted was used on Li Guli. How could he be soft-hearted? We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to get the people under us to act. The staff stood up trembling. Your Highness, it may be inappropriate to act now. Everyone in the court is watching you now. Not only Li Yanqing, but also Li Yanxiao. Li Yanqing was vicious and perverse. What if they are watching me? No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. When Li Yanxiao heard that Li Yansheng was back in favor, he felt relieved. He collapsed in his chair and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's good to be back in favor. If he was back in favor, he wouldn't have to think about anything else. Along with the relaxed and happy mood came a little disappointment. He understood that this disappointment came from the desire for that position. Who doesn't want to stand at the top of power? Just like what Ian said. If he stood at the top, then the great Zhou would be invincible. However, the education he received since childhood did not allow him to have second thoughts. Having made up his mind, he stood up. Let's be the most advantageous spearhead of the great Zhou. Now that the decision has been made, we must guard the great Zhou without distraction. Yesterday, Muzzling attacked strongly, and Li Yanxiao used thundering means to stop the enemy. This is not a long-term plan. The faster this battle goes, the better. The more it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the great Zhou with a deficit in the treasury. Naturally, Muzzling also understands this truth. General, those people are still unwilling to take the money. Do you think you should release the wife? The adjutant suggested to Muzzling, but was afraid of being scolded. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Muzzling stole a sinister look at him. Why? Do you also think that this general can't control these bastards? The adjutant dared not say anything more. Muzzling snorted coldly, and threw the secret letter in his hand on the table. You are right. I have to go see that good lady. If I don't go, what will she think? When Muzzling came to the yard, Mu Yinjin was sewing the clothes in her hands. She heard the noise, but she didn't even raise her face, and continued the action in her hands. Jinjin, did the child bother you today? Mu Yinjin sneered. General Mu actually cares about the child in my belly? I thought you had gone to another woman to have a baby because you hadn't been here for a few days. Mu Xiaoling's dark green eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he clenched his fingers and tried his best to endure. What are you talking about? I was just angry that day. Don't take it to heart. He placed a fruit basket in front of Mu Yinjin. Mu Yinjin looked up and saw a bunch of crystal clear grapes in the fruit basket. Mu Xiaoling was thoughtful to be able to collect grapes in this season. Warmth flowed in Mu Yinjin's heart. But when she thought of Yan's death, she hardened her heart again. She cursed herself for being useless in her heart. How could she be bought by such a small favor? Mu Yinjin put down the half-sewn clothes in her hand and hooked the fruit basket with her index finger. General Mu, this bunch of grapes is priceless. Mu Yinjin is not worthy of it. Please take it back. She placed the fruit basket heavily on the location of Mu Ziling and looked up at him. He saw the tenderness in Mu Yinjin's eyes just now, which showed that Mu Yinjin still had feelings for him. Since he had feelings for her, he could lie to her once, and he could lie to her a second time. Jinjin. How could I bring it to you if it wasn't priceless? I sent someone to buy this from a Persian merchant. I knew you liked it, so I sent it to you as soon as possible. He sat down in front of Mu Yinjin. His eyes were tender and full of affection. The spark in Mu Xiaoling's eyes burned into Mu Yinjin's heart along the line. This spark burst into splendor. However, this splendor could not offset the hatred between the two. Mu Yinjin closed her eyes and concealed her expression. She remembered what Yu Jia had said to her. At that time, she came to Namman to rescue Chang Haier. If I am captured, I must first pretend to surrender to stabilize the enemy, paralyze his nerves, and make them careless. Then find a chance to escape. At that time, Mu Yinjin sneered. Sister, as the saying goes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. You are still a soldier. How can you lose your integrity? Yu Jia was amused by her innocent tone and laughed. Jinjin, remember, nothing is worth mentioning in front of living. As long as you can live. What does it matter if you suffer these grievances? As long as the Green Mountains are there, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Mu Yinjin opened her eyes with some cautious disbelief. A Ling, is it true? Are you telling the truth? Suddenly, her face was full of sorrow. Did you kill my mother? If it was really you who killed her, there would be a blood feud between us. Then how can I continue our relationship with you? Seeing that Mu Yinjin's attitude was loosening, Mu Xiaoling was overjoyed. How could it be? Jinjin, don't be instigated by the villain. Don't you still believe me? He was very anxious. My mother is so good to me. How can I treat her like this? Mu Yinjin was still a little hesitant. I don't know. She touched her belly with her hand. Son, should I trust your father? Mu Xiaoling reached out and grabbed Mu Yinjin's hand. Of course you have to trust me. Who else can you trust besides me? Go away. Mu Yinjin pulled Mu Xiaoling's hand away. I'm very confused. Don't come these days. Despite this, Mu Xiaoling stayed in the yard and refused to leave. He urgently needed to ease the relationship with Mu Yinjin, so that he could achieve his goal. Mu Yinjin also knew that Mu Xiaoling was cautious, even sensitive and suspicious. If she rashly reconciled with him, it would definitely arouse his suspicion. Mu Yinjin struggled and pulled, and finally chose to comply with her heart. Seeing Mu Yinjin compromise, Mu Xiaoling did not relax his vigilance. He said people to Mu Yinjin. A Ling, where is Mammy? Mammy is the only person she can trust. Mammy was not feeling well a few days ago, so I asked her to go back and rest for a few days. I will come back to take care of you when I recover. Mu Xiaoling helped Mu Yinjin walk across the arch bridge and looked at the bottom of the lake. Rest forever, and never come out to cause trouble again. Mu Yinjin was sad, and she was afraid that the two of them were already separated by yin and yang. Well then, Mu Yinjin was a little forced to smile, and she wanted Mu Xiaoling to pay double for this debt. Chapter 389 Dog Face. Finally, on the 6th day of the winter month, Li Guoli issued an imperial edict. The great Zhou dynasty is prosperous. In order to stabilize the government, a crown prince is hereby appointed. Li Yinxing is the legitimate son of the great Zhou dynasty. He is intelligent and kind. He is the blessing of the great Zhou dynasty. He is specially appointed as the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Li Yinxing took the imperial edict and seemed crazy and angry. Ha ha ha. This great Zhou is my Li Yinxing's great Zhou. I have the final say. He ordered people to place the imperial edict on the main hall of the East Palace and knelt down with all the staff. Did you see it? My father appointed me as the crown prince again. Don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Everyone was trembling, feeling something strange. Su Liangmi in the backyard threw away the candied fruit in her hand after hearing about the prince's unusual behavior. No. He is sick. Right? Who is a good person who specially gathers people to kneel down and worship the imperial edict? The more she thought about it, the weirder it felt. How could a crown prince of a country be like this? She was hesitant in her heart. Dad? I really want to escape from this psychopath all the time. Unfortunately, how can women in this era be the masters of their own destiny? Taifu. More and more people want to visit me in recent days. Do you think I should meet them? Li Lingyun stopped writing and asked Lu Zhonghuan in confusion. Since his father regained his favor, more people came to visit him, and this problem has troubled him for several days. Lu Zhonghuan knocked on his desk with a ruler. Li Lingyun continued to copy the calligraphy. Just reject them as usual. Don't let the affairs of the court influence your thoughts. Li Lingyun seemed to understand. But he didn't dare to ask again. During his saddest days, it was the Taifu who treated him as always. Now the Taifu is the person he trusts the most. Seeing that Li Lingyun continued to write obediently, Lu Zhonghuan stopped talking. Li Lingyun just needs to be himself. And leave the rest to God. General. This is the good wine my father asked someone to bring me. And I'll give you 2 jars. You can try it. Su Jingyang looked at Yu Jiao with a smile and put the wine jar on the table. Yu Jiao looked at the complacent Su Jingyang and smiled slyly. Captain Su is in a good mood. This wine looks good. Before Su Jingyang could continue to speak, Yu Jiao continued. But you may have forgotten the military rules. Right? Su Jingyang's smile froze on his face. And gradually, his face showed a strange and incredible look. General, you don't want to blame your subordinates, do you? Yu Jiao raised his eyebrows and didn't speak. Su Jingyang wailed. General, why are you like this? Have you forgotten that day when we drank happily? Yu Jiao stood up, crossed her arms. Drinking? Who? She looked around and pointed at Chang Haier and asked. Chang Haier, did you drink with Lieutenant Su? Chang Haier sighed exaggeratedly. I remember the military rules and dare not drink. Yu Jiao pointed at Go Sheng again. Go Sheng, did you drink with Lieutenant Su without telling me? Go Sheng shook his head honestly. Yu Jiao laughed, and the smile on her face could blind Su Jingyang's dog eyes. Look, Lieutenant Su, are you dreaming? Su Jingyang looked at Yu Jiao, despising her shamelessness. You? That day, you and I drank happily, toasting each other. Why don't you admit it? Su Jingyang was so angry that he was incoherent. He didn't understand why Yu Jiao turned his face against him. Of course, Yu Jiao couldn't admit it. She gradually put away the smile on her face. Su Jingyang, you violated military regulations. Do you admit it or not? Su Jingyang hurriedly denied it. No. Oh. Yu Jiao pointed to the 2 jars of wine on the table. You still want to deny it? Su Jingyang was so angry that he wanted to jump up and down. Isn't this a gift from me? Yes. I didn't say it wasn't given to me by you. Yu Jiao had a businesslike attitude. It's fine if you violated military regulations yourself. But you dared to bribe the general? Physical evidence. Yu Jiao pointed to the wine on the table again. Human witness. Yu Jiao pointed at Chang Haier and Go Sheng. They are both here. The evidence is solid. What else do you have to say? Veins popped up on Su Jingyang's forehead, and he clenched his fists, ready to rush towards Yu Jiao the next moment. Yu Jiao quietly prepared herself for defense. Just in case. She was too familiar with this expression. When Wu Kuei was about to attack in the Yunnan military camp before. However, Su Jingyang still did not move. Their family had just started to improve, and they couldn't let it fall into his hands. I know I was wrong. General, please forgive me this time. Su Jingyang bowed his hands. Reluctantly. Hey, seeing your sincere attitude, I will forgive you this time. Yu Jiao pretended to sigh and touched his heart with his hand. Who made this general soft-hearted? Su Jingyang lowered his head and cursed silently with gritted teeth. Soft-hearted? Your grandmother's legs. Insidious and cunning ruthless people. Hey, Captain Su, you look a little uncomfortable. If this general is right, you are cursing others here? Su Jingyang raised his smiling face. General, you may be wrong. How can such a well-educated subordinate curse others? Looking at Su Jingyang's stiff smile, Yu Jiao tried hard to hold back his laughter. Chang Haier behind him had already broken his trick, so Yu Jiao glared at him fiercely. Then you can go back to the tent. Yu Jiao waved her hand. Oh, right. She resumed her thieving look. Chang Haier will go to the camp with you later, and the remaining wine must be confiscated. Ah! Yu Jiao was helpless again. You also know that the rules in the army are strict, and we can't break the rules? Su Jingyang gritted his teeth and said word by word. Subordinate, obey. Your command. Chang Haier followed the indignant Su Jingyang to get the wine, and Yu Jiao turned around and leaned on the stool and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Go Sheng, did you see his frustrated look? It's so cool to see him dislike me, but can't get rid of me. Go Sheng shook his head helplessly. Aren't you afraid that he will retaliate against you? The Su family is in the limelight now, and he has someone above him. Aren't you afraid that his sister will whisper in my ear again? No. Yu Jia stood up and rubbed his aching chest. He won't complain to Su Liangdi again. Yu Jia looked away. Su Liangdi should be determined to be in the East Palace now. She can't even protect herself. How can she spare the time to take care of Su Jingyang's affairs? Yu Jia is indeed someone who has watched Legend of Huan Huan. She guessed correctly that Su Liangdi would not be able to live in peace. Is it over? After the crown princess came to warn me? These unsightly people actually came to trouble me? Su Liangdi was so angry that she wanted to tear Li Yanqing's dog face to pieces. Chapter 390 Ask for Help. Come here. The glazed golden cup was magnificent. And no one could have imagined that the person inside would be so miserable. Her clothes were smelly. Her hair was clumped. And she looked even more worthy than a beggar from a distance. Li Yuanyuan tried her best to move towards the door, making a weak sound. Come here. I am the queen of the Uyghurs, and the princess of the great Zhou. How dare you treat me so harshly? Her face was sallow. Her eye sockets were sunken. And she looked so haggard that she could only be described as a human figure. The guards outside the palace looked at each other, as if they had not heard anything. Since Li Yuanyuan was imprisoned, her days of suffering have come. At first, she still had illusions that Ji Feng was just scaring her. But things were getting more and more wrong. The maids around her were sent away. The naughty was beaten to death. And everything fell into despair. At first, she could eat normally, although the food was not as good as the queen's. What else could she ask for after being imprisoned? During this period, Ji Feng came once, and the two had a big quarrel and left unhappily. From then on, meals were no longer on time, let alone other things. Up to now, she has not eaten for 5 days. Come here. Do you want to starve me to death? Ji Feng, you have no conscience. I married you at the beginning, but you didn't know how to cherish me. Now you treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Finally, she heard voices. Li Yuanyuan looked up with difficulty. And it was just a little maid who looked unfamiliar. The maid squatted down and grabbed her hair, as if she was disgusted, and let go the next moment. She fanned her nose with her hand. Queen, do you think there is retribution in this world? Who are you? Li Yuanyuan didn't know her. Who am I? The maid laughed so hard that her body shook. But gradually, she calmed down. When she looked at Li Yuanyuan again, she was already in tears. Do you still remember that little girl in the womb? You must not remember it. She was only 12 years old. The maid couldn't stop crying. She was only 12 years old. Just because you said the pastry was good. She looked at it for a second. And you dug out her eyes. You said her eyeballs were like gems. And you couldn't stand seeing such dazzling gems. Li Yuanyuan tilted her head and tried to recall. It seemed that this was the case. Are you talking about that little bitch? Pa. The maid hit Li Yuanyuan in the face. You are such a rotten woman who refuses to repent. After saying that, she punched and kicked Li Yuanyuan regardless of her screams. Every day after that, someone came to look for Li Yuanyuan for various reasons. Li Yuanyuan never felt that she had done so many bad things in her life. Another wave of people left, and she endured the pain all over her body and lay on the ground exhausted. I never knew that getting beaten also takes energy. Yu Jia received a letter from Ji Feng, talking about Li Yuanyuan's miserable situation. She curled her lips and handed the letter to Yu Gosheng. This Ji Feng is really a fence-sitter, and is used to doing things like flattering the powerful and trampling the weak. Gosheng stared at the letter closely, and became more and more excited. That's right. A child who grew up under the cold eyes of others is more sensitive than others. Chang Haier took over the conversation. By the way, General, my father agreed to lend us cotton clothes. Really? Yu Jia shouted. Good things. Good things really come in pairs. We have to drink a glass tonight. Ah? Chang Haier and Gosheng both looked at Yu Jia, who rubbed his hands awkwardly. Hey, I was talking nonsense and forgot the military rules. Well, how about we not drink alcohol and drink tea instead of alcohol? The two of them had no other opinions. So Yu Jia asked Gosheng to inform Su Jingyang. After the last confiscation incident, Su Jingyang has been much quieter these days. As soon as he received Gosheng's notice, he wanted to refuse. What does Lin Erju want to do to him again? But if he doesn't go, she will definitely laugh at him for being a coward. Just go. Who's afraid of who? Su Jingyang made up his mind and went to the appointment. Seeing Su Jingyang coming to the yard with a stinky face, Yu Jia greeted him with a smile. Jingyang is here. Come and sit down. I made your favorite braised pork elbow today. Su Jingyang sat down with his robe lifted in a bad mood. How come I don't know that I like braised pork elbow? Yu Jia waved her hand. It's not important. By the way, how is your sister doing recently? Su Jingyang stared at Yu Jia vigilantly. Why are you asking this? What's your purpose? Seeing Su Jingyang's attitude, Yu Jia was a little distressed. She touched her chest and cried. Jingyang, we have been dealing with each other for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Did I ever take advantage of you when the prince was in decline? Did I curry favor with you when the prince was restored to power? To judge a person's character, of course we should look at her daily performance. I treat you well, don't I? Seeing Yu Jia's hypocritical attitude, Su Jingyang was so angry that he laughed. He gritted his teeth and said, You said before that you didn't take advantage of me. And I don't deny it. But you make things difficult for me every day. And there is no difference. Make things difficult for me? Yu Jia pointed at herself. Did I? Su Jingyang rolled his eyes and ignored her. Yu Jia coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Jingyang, you can't think like that. I was training you. Look at Lao Do and Xiao Qi. I entrusted them with important tasks. Which one of them didn't scold me? You also found an opportunity to beat me. Su Jingyang got angry when he thought of this. And it was because of drinking. Talking about this, Yu Jia became energetic. When I beat you that time, tell me if it hurts? I told the executioners not to use their full strength in advance. And you felt it? You are bringing up the past with me now. And my heart is really in pain. Seeing Yu Jia's pretentiousness, Su Jingyang became impatient. Come on. Come on. Just tell me. What do you want me to do? Yu Jia smiled, picked up the kettle, and filled Su Jingyang with tea. Jingyang knows me well. Su Jingyang was too lazy to pay attention to her, and knew that the weasel was paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. Well, you see, it's getting cold here. You can feel the temperature difference when you go out for a run in the morning. Our soldiers are still wearing spring training uniforms. It's really pitiful. Su Jingyang looked at his nose and his heart, but he didn't respond. Yu Jia had to continue. We need some cotton clothes. I didn't want to ask for this at first, so I borrowed some cotton clothes from Guangdong in advance. But there are so many people in our Jizhou military camp, and these cotton clothes are undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Not enough at all. I really have no choice. So I come to you for help. Ask me for help? Su Jingyang was a little surprised. I'm not a lieutenant in the quartermaster camp. Why do you ask me for help? Chapter 391, Apologize. Su Jingyang pretended to be ignorant, and Yu Jia didn't waste words with him. Now that the prince has returned to the East Palace, and your sister has been restored to the throne, don't we have someone above us again? Stop. Su Jingyang refused Yu Jia's approach. I dare not talk to the general about us. After all, when you accepted my wine, you were so righteous that you killed your relatives. Hey. Yu Jia clapped his hands, and Chang Haier brought a few jars of exquisite wine and placed them on the table. Su Jingyang's eyes lit up, and he could already smell the aroma of wine. Where did you get the wine? Yu Jia felt distressed when she mentioned this. She spent a lot of money to buy this. But thinking of the large number of cotton-padded clothes, she made up her mind. I bought this for you, just to calm you down. Jingyang, you said that we had some misunderstandings because of these wines before. Now, I will make it up to you. You just blow pillow wind to our sister and let her do something. Su Jingyang rolled his eyes at her, thinking of refusing. But the lingering aroma of wine kept drilling into his nose, and he could no longer say no. He looked at the wine pot and said coldly, I just said it. As for the result, I dare not guarantee it. Ha ha ha. Jingyang, I know you won't let me down. Yu Jia raised the wine pot carelessly and stuffed it into Su Jingyang's hands. Today, let's not go home until we are drunk. Su Jingyang was about to pour it into his mouth, but he held back in a hurry. Will you take advantage of my drunkenness to make trouble for me later? Yu Jia shook his head faster than a rattle. How is it possible? How could I be such a despicable person? Su Jingyang snorted coldly. Isn't it? Then, he poured the wine into his mouth, and the aroma of wine filled his mouth in an instant. The spicy taste of wine went straight from his throat to his internal organs, and Su Jingyang said loudly, It's great. Yu Jia continued to put the wine pot in front of him. Just drink to your heart's content. We don't even need wine glasses. Just drink directly. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yu Jia reminded Su Jingyang from time to time not to forget about the cotton-padded jacket. Su Jingyang staggered and his eyes were hazy. Lin Erju. I often wonder what you would look like if you were a woman. Hearing this, Yu Jia was shocked. Did Su Jingyang see something? After saying this, Su Jingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. You are the General Wugen appointed by the Emperor himself. How could you be that woman? He looked at Yu Jia, who was a little flustered. But you have thin arms and legs, and your skin is white and tender, which is very similar to that woman. It makes people suspicious. Yu Jia slapped him with a big slap. But Su Jingyang dodged it quickly, and the slap landed on his head. Su Jingyang was so angry that he could hardly speak straight, but his body quickly took a defensive posture. What? Want to fight? Come on. You pretty boy. I want to see what you can do. Yu Jia saw that he was drunk and his steps were weak. And he was obviously drunk. She let go of her skills, and attacked Su Jingyang one move after another. Yu Jia had a good fight. And Su Jingyang got up the next day, feeling so painful. He felt like there were ants biting his head. And he touched his head with his hand in pain. Captain, are you awake? Su Jingyang turned his head to look at his personal soldier, only to see that he was trying to hold back a smile. What are you laughing at? Kid? Why does my body hurt so much? He lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed. But he felt as if someone had stabbed him in the abdomen. Su Jingyang only remembered that he went to Yu Jia's yard to drink yesterday. And he didn't remember what happened in the end. What did I do yesterday? The personal soldier answered cautiously. You went to the general's yard. And when the general's personal guards notified us, you and the general were having a hot fight. What? Why was I having a hot fight with that pretty boy? Su Jingyang was shocked. Although he had been dreaming a lot recently, he wouldn't be drunk to this extent. Right? Seeing his red face, the personal soldier knew that he was overthinking. That? Captain. It was a hot fight. Su Jingyang just breathed a sigh of relief. But the next words of the personal soldier made him tear his eyes. And? I was beaten by the general. I was beaten by Lin Erju? Su Jingyang was angry. And he pulled the pain in his stomach. Ouch. The personal soldier wanted to help him. But he was thrown away. Lin Erju. You promised not to play tricks in private. But you made me so embarrassed. He put on his clothes and went to find Yu Jia angrily. Before he took a few steps, he saw Yu Jia trotting over. Su Jingyang took a step back. What's wrong? Su Jingyang. Yu Jia shouted at the top of her voice. You finally woke up. Su Jingyang felt guilty. But he didn't know what he was guilty about. What happened? Yu Jia stood in front of Su Jingyang. You were drunk yesterday and flirted with me. Su Jingyang was shocked. How is it possible? Yu Jia ignored him and continued. I won't argue with you because you're drunk. After you sober up today, I'll get it back. Su Jingyang touched his aching stomach. Didn't you have fun yesterday? You really still remember. Yu Jia put her hands on her hips. Her face flushed. You really still remember what you said about me, right? Su Jingyang really had no impression. And he was a little anxious. That? General. I really don't remember. If you don't remember, I will make you remember. Yu Jia blurted out, little white face. Sissy. Not like a man. You also said what I would look like if I were a woman. That's what you said. Yu Jia didn't care about the soldiers who came and went to watch the excitement. And she even thought there were not enough people. I am the general without roots appointed by the emperor himself. Are you questioning the emperor by saying that? Seeing Yu Jia mention the emperor, Su Jingyang became even more flustered. General. Don't shout. It's my fault. I was drunk and spoke without restraint for a while. So I apologize to you. How can a verbal apology work? Yu Jia didn't intend to let him go. Apology? If everyone scolds me in person and then apologizes, will I be a man? Yu Jia said arrogantly. Su Jingyang didn't dare to refute at all. It's really hard to raise a woman and a villain. Su Jingyang really couldn't do anything about Yu Jia, the villain in front of him. Then what do you think we should do? Yu Jia eased a little. When will you do what I told you yesterday? What? Su Jingyang hissed. You really forgot. Yu Jia's anger rose again. You really forgot. I told you so many times. I thought it was okay for me to suffer some grievances for the Jizhou military camp. But you forgot everything. Chapter 392. Disobeying the order? Su Jingyang looked at the soldiers coming and going. scratching his head in annoyance. General, just say what you want to say. Then Yu Jia was not polite. She grinned, which made Su Jingyan a little scared. You said you wanted Su Liangdi to talk to the prince and ask him to approve some cotton-padded clothes. Cotton-padded clothes? Su Jingyang's mind was in a mess. As if there was such a thing. Well, I remember there was such a thing. Seeing that Yu Jia was about to get angry, he said hurriedly, I will write to Su Liangdi, and do it right away. You'd better hurry up. This general can wait. But the soldiers in the camp can't. Yu Jia turned around, hiding her smug smile, and walked with a breeze. The war between Li Yinao and the Nam men attracted the attention of the court. It is said that the fight was fierce. Fierce? Yu Jia carefully considered the word. Does it mean that Li Yinzhao and Mu Zhaoling are evenly matched? When did this Nam man become so confident? Did something really happen? Chang Haier shook his head. No. General. Can you think of them better? They are a happy couple. His tone was full of sarcasm. Thinking back then. She called me sister. And now she turned around and threw herself into the arms of her mortal enemy. Yu Jia was speechless. At that time, she received a letter from Mu Yinjin, saying that she already had a lover. Yu Jia would never believe that this lover was Mu Zhaoling. I don't know what Ayana thinks. But later, thinking about the situation in Namman, Ayana's approach undoubtedly maximized the interests of her and her daughter. Although Ayana and Mu Zhaoling were mutually beneficial, it was understandable. She thought that the two would continue to live in harmony. Later, Ayana died, and Yu Jia knew that things were not so simple. This Mu Zhaoling has a really big appetite. I don't know if he can swallow such a big piece of fat. Yu Jia is now a general of the Great Zhou, and Mu Yinjin is the wife of the enemy general. They have different positions, so she can't help. However, Yu Jia always remembered Mu Yinjin's help to her earlier. How can I help Jinjin? Mu Yinjin either sewed clothes or walked in the yard all day, and her life was quite leisurely. Her performance gave Mu Zhaoling the illusion that they really wanted to make peace. But he knew that there was a thorn between them. Yin. Madam, the prince came to see you. The general asks you to go to the front hall. Father? Mu Yinjin didn't expect Mu Liaoli to come to see her. She went back to her room to change her clothes. But she was still not satisfied. So she just took a set at random. The maid wanted to help, but she refused. Mu Yinjin entered the front hall and saw Mu Liaoli. Since Mu Tinghui's death, his hair has turned gray in a short period of time. Mu Yinjin observed his expression, and it seemed that his wrinkles had increased. Father. Mu Yinjin was a little unbelievable. Father, you came to see Jinjin? Mu Liaoli looked Mu Yinjin up and down. Except for the bulge in the abdomen, it seemed that there was no change from before. Jinjin, please take care of yourself. Are you eating well? Mu Yinjin nodded repeatedly with tears in her eyes. She looked at Mu Zhaoling beside her. With a Ling's care. I am living well. I don't know why. I can never gain weight. Mu Zhaoling helped Mu Yinjin sit down. Prince? Jinjin. I have some things to deal with in the front hall. You two can talk first. Mu Liaoli looked attentive. You are busy. After Mu Zhaoling left, Mu Liaoli's expression was a little anxious. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Mu Yinjin. Father, I am living well here. Why do you become haggard? Mu Liaoli sighed softly. Father has been unable to sleep and eat since your brother left. Let's not talk about it. But you? Jinjin. Are you really living well? Mu Yinjin paused, pulled down his clothes with his hands, and gathered the broken hair on his forehead behind his ears. I am living well. Mu Liaoli's pupils contracted. This gesture was an agreement between the two. When Mu Yinjin was a child, he was taught a lesson by a yin and felt very wronged. Mu Liaoli always asked about her condition, and because Ayana was present, she made an agreement with Mu Liaoli. When she made this gesture, Mu Liaoli could not say anything. Otherwise, he would be blamed by Ayana again. Mu Liaoli understood. Jinjin, I have a nani who is used to regulating women's diet. Wait a minute. I will tell a Ling to bring the nani. Mu Yinjin smiled from the bottom of her heart at this moment. Her eyes were full of tears. Father, I miss you so much. However, Mu Yinjin could not say that she wanted to go back to the palace with Mu Liaoli. She was surrounded by Mu Zhaoling's spies. If she brought it up, I'm afraid Mu Liaoli would not be able to come in the future. Jinjin, you are now a double-breasted person. Take care of yourself. Your father will come to see you often. Mu Liali couldn't stay here for long, so he had to go back first. Now he lost his beloved son, and only had this daughter left. Although he has taken a concubine, he has not given birth to a son or a daughter. This daughter is his only bloodline now. Besides, Mu Yinjin is not only his daughter, but also the great Ofu of the Nanman Kingdom. She is in charge of the economic lifeline of the Nanman Kingdom, and has a pivotal position in the Nanman Kingdom. If the relationship with Mu Yinjin can be restored to the original state, why not? In view of Mu Yinjin's performance, Mu Xiaoling was very satisfied. When Mu Liali proposed to bring a nanny to Mu Yinjin to take care of her daily life, Mu Xiaoling agreed immediately. Perhaps this is the beginning of his easing of relations with Mu Yinjin. After arranging the nanny, Mu Xiaoling returned to the military camp. Since Li Yinxiao was not at peace, he was ready to accompany him to the end. Now, his relationship with Mu Yinjin has eased, and Mu Yinjin can gradually offer financial support. In this way, he can focus all his attention on fighting. All he has to do is to take back the Mustard Seed City. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan took the two cities from him forcefully, and now it's time to take them back. Lin Gongxuan analyzed the battle between Li Yinxiao and Mu Xiaoling. Fang Dashan on the side was worried. General, why are you still worried about them? Think of a way. What should we do? Fang Dashan did not mention anything else, but Li Guoli's order to let Li Yansheng inspect the military camp. In his opinion, it was like the sky had fallen. Everyone knew that this situation was an urgent sign that the prince was going to divide the power. And Lin Gongxuan was a stubborn man. He was loyal to the emperor, and he didn't know what kind of conflict he would have with Li Yansheng. Sure enough, after Fang Dashan asked, Lin Gongxuan said softly, "What should we do? What can we do? Give His Royal Highness the Crown Prince whatever he wants. What else can I do? You can't bring the Lin family army to disobey the order. It would be strange if Lin Gongxuan was so obedient." Chapter 393, Fraud for Personal Gain. If you have something to report, please report it. If you don't, please leave the court. As Hong Deshan chanted, the ministers in the Golden Palace prepared to leave in an orderly manner. Minister, I have something to report. Everyone steadied themselves and looked towards the center of the palace. It was Ding Yuanshan, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. What's the matter? Li Guoli raised his eyelids and glanced at Ding Yuanshan, feeling impatient. Not only did Li Guoli dislike this person, but everyone else was troubled by him. In the imperial examinations over the years, various factions wanted to use this move to place their own people. As the emperor, Li Guoli was no exception. Although this matter was not in compliance with the law, it was also in line with human nature. However, some of them are not presentable. Ding Yuanshan was the examiner of the last autumn imperial examination. Not only was his management strict, but even the emperor's people could not be inserted. But the emperor could not say much. After all, this was his duty. This time, Ding Yuanshan's report was not something that did not need to be mentioned on the table. Your Majesty, the examination papers have been graded, and the results are out. This was beyond everyone's expectations. In the past, the examination papers had to be graded at least in mid-November. But this time, the progress was nearly a month faster. Li Guoli was a little surprised. Oh, so fast? The emperor's words were considered to be an affirmation of the work of the Hanlin Academy. Ding Yuanshan was pleased with himself. This is due to the efforts of the Hanlin Academy and other departments. The emperor is so kind, and God blesses the great Zhou. This time, the talents are outstanding. Li Guoli's face showed worry. If they were really outstanding, he would not have mentioned this matter in the hall. How outstanding? Ding Yuanshan took out a list from his chest and presented it to Hong Deshan. Li Guoli took the list and read it carefully. Ding Yuanshan glanced at the ministers behind him and said loudly, "This time, the candidates are very talented, and judging from the household registration, they all come from Bashu and Jiangnan." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Bashu was Li Yinxiao's fiefdom, and Jiangnan was adjacent to Bashu. If Li Yinxiao had any intentions, it would not be a new thing to bring Jiangnan under his command. Jiangnan is an important salt tax area, and the tragic murder of Chao Jinya's family is still vivid in people's minds. Li Guoli put down the list and threw it on the table. Ding Yuanshan, you are the chief examiner this time. Can you tell me what happened? Fraud for personal gain is a serious crime. Ding Yuanshan's move is undoubtedly a self-defeating move. He said calmly, "Your Majesty, There is no problem with the correction of the test papers. The chief examiner and other examiners were gathered together from the first 3 days of entering the examination room until the test papers were corrected. And every move was monitored by a special person. So there was no chance to do anything. Then, in your opinion, where is the problem? Your Majesty, I dare to guess that the problem lies in the test questions. As soon as Ding Yuanshan finished speaking, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Ishihara Mamoru, stepped out. That's nonsense. The test questions were jointly participated in by all the people in the Ministry of Revenue. And the Emperor decided them. How could there be a problem? You should ask Minister Shi. Ding Yuanshan remained calm. Ishihara Mamoru shook his sleeves. It's ridiculous. What do I know? I didn't come up with the test questions myself. I just reviewed them and handed them over to the Emperor for decision. Don't put the blame on me. So, you admit it? Ding Yuanshan continued. What did I admit? Ishihara Mamoru was a little confused. Master Ding, you also said that most of these students are from the south. Why would I leak the test questions to them? Ishihara Mamoru's daughter Shermolin was the prince's concubine. Who doesn't know about her affair with the prince in the side hall of the imperial garden? Although she is now abandoned, the imperial examination was still glorious at that time. Ishihara Mamoru had no reason to give Li Yanxiao an advantage. Ding Yuanshan was a well-known stubborn person. He got the news that someone was going to report the imperial examination to the emperor for favoritism and fraud. As the chief examiner, he could not be held responsible for this matter. Anyway, he did not do anything out of line. He simply went all out and exposed the matter. Ding Yuanshan, according to what you said, the matter of favoritism and fraud in the imperial examination has been confirmed. Ding Yuanshan bowed his hands and saluted. Your Majesty, I have confirmed it. I hope your Majesty will investigate it. Come here. Put Ding Yuanshan, Ishihara Mamoru and all the people in the Hanlin Academy who participated in the examination papers into prison. Let the Ministry of Justice investigate this matter. Li Guoli stood up and shook his sleeves. Dismiss the court. Your Majesty, I am innocent. No one paid attention to Ishihara Mamoru's cry of injustice. Lu Zhonghuan just walked to the door and was blocked by Li Yanqing. Your Highness the Wise King. Lu Zhonghuan bowed his hands and saluted. Li Yanqing nodded and smiled, like a spring breeze blowing on his face and refreshing his heart. Taifu, how are you? How are you these days? Lu Zhonghuan's expression changed slightly. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty. The two of them had no contact on weekdays, and Lu Zhonghuan was very surprised. Li Yanqing glanced at the scattered ministers and deepened his smile. I heard that Taifu did not participate in the imperial examination for various reasons. Do you have any regrets? Lu Zhonghuan's expression was indifferent. A blessing in disguise. If you force anything, it will backfire. Li Yanqing's smile froze slightly. And then it was as if nothing had happened. Taifu is right. What do you think of today's incident? Taifu? Lu Zhonghuan was still respectful. I did not participate in the imperial examination, so I have no position to judge right and wrong. Li Yanqing's eyes were deep as he approached Lu Zhonghuan. Taifu, you are wrong. If the disaster today happened, would you still be able to stand by and watch? They today will be you in the future. Or even your students. Lu Zhonghuan shook his head. Your Highness, my duty now is to teach His Royal Highness the Crown Prince well. And I don't think much about other things. Are you so sure that the prince can succeed to the throne? Aren't you afraid that you've made a wrong bet? Li Yanqing approached Lu Zhonghuan step by step. Taifu, do you really want to put all your hopes on the prince? Facing the pressure brought by Li Yanqing, Lu Zhonghuan raised his head. Your Highness, I've said it before. My duty is to teach His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As for the succession you mentioned, that's something that the people in power have to worry about. Zhonghuan has a small heart and can only do his duties. Duties? Li Yanqing's tone was mixed with violence, and he pressed towards Lu Zhonghuan. Grandmaster, please don't be ungrateful. Li Yanqing felt that he wanted to cut the man in front of him into pieces to relieve his hatred for not being ungrateful. Lu Zhonghuan also did not allow him to give in. Your Highness, please respect yourself. After saying that, he bowed to Li Yanqing and left. After Lu Zhonghuan left, the guards behind Li Yanqing looked sinister. Your Highness, do you want to get rid of him? Li Yanqing shook his head. It's not the time yet. When this king has time, I will make you want to live or die. The matter of favoritism and fraud in the imperial examinations was a hot topic, and people in the streets and alleys were discussing it. Even so, Li Yansheng still felt that the influence of this matter was not enough. Chapter 394, Loyalty to the Emperor. In the prison. Dad, you've suffered so much. I'll go and ask the prince to find a way to get you out. Nonsense. Ishihara Mamoru stopped Shermolin from crying. Shermolin wiped her tears and couldn't stop crying. My daughter can't watch you ruin your future like this. Ishihara Mamoru shook his head. I'm afraid you'll have to pay with your life this time. What? Shermolin grabbed Ishihara Mamoru's arm, full of fear. How could this happen? Dad, you knew it was so dangerous. Why did you do this? She looked around the prison. It wasn't cold inside, and there were even new beddings. This is the heavenly prison, where all the important officials of the court are imprisoned. They may be reinstated one day, so the jailers dare not neglect them. Silly child. Of course, it's for our family. Shermolin turned around and looked at the calm Ishihara Mamoru, and cried again. Child, remember, you must always put the honor and disgrace of the family first. Shermolin was speechless. The position of Liang Yuan that she had fought for with her chastity had been lost. She was no longer meaningful to the family. Dad, is this why you immediately turned to the wise king after the crown prince was deposed? Ishihara Mamoru sighed lightly. Dad has calculated everything in his life, even included himself. But in the end, he still lost everything. He even didn't know if it would bring trouble to the family. If there were any other options, he would not take the risk. Dad, your daughter will not let you sit and wait for death. Prince, Shermolin, the daughter of Ishihara Mamoru, wants to see you. Li Yansheng raised his eyelids. Shermolin? The guard replied in a low voice. She is the woman who had an affair with the prince at the banquet. Li Yansheng understood and snorted coldly. Is she here to ask me to take action? In the past, Ishihara Mamoru was still useful. But what use are they now? No. Send them away. The crescent moon rose, covering the capital with a veil. Under the veil, these undercurrents were almost unstoppable. Miss, let's go back to the mansion. If we wait any longer, His Royal Highness the Wise King will not see us. The maid suggested cautiously. Xiaoyu, why do you think it is so difficult to act now? At the beginning, Ishihara Mamoru said that for the sake of the family, she was to be offered to the prince. And in such a public place, in such a humiliating way, she gave herself to the prince. The fate of a woman is like duckweed. In her natal family, she depends on her father and brothers. And in her husband's family, she depends on her husband. She was named the prince's concubine. And it would be understandable if she ended her life like this. Who knew that after the prince was deposed, she was remembered by the family again? Maybe they were afraid of wasting her good looks? After leaving the East Palace, she was offered to the Wise King again. However, the Wise King is completely different from the prince. He is not interested in women. Shermolin has a lot of skills, but cannot show them. And still suffers cold eyes. What did she do wrong? In this cannibalistic era, what did she do wrong as a woman? What can she do? Miss, it's late at night, and the dew is heavy. Let's go back. Under the night, the two people's shadows are long, leaving behind sighs. The Ministry of Justice has always been resolute in doing things. All those involved in this matter were imprisoned. There are many students from Bashu who have been on the list. For a while, the prison was overcrowded. My lord, all the people we arranged this time are in prison. Li Yansheng's hand paused, then returned to normal. We've entered. It's nothing more than losing some more men. However, if I lose men, others won't have a good life. Soon, Li Yansheng arrived at the Pingyuan military camp. Lin Gongxuan received the future lord as soon as possible. Li Yansheng looked at Lin Gongxuan and thought of the wanton and bright woman again. Lin Gongxuan, how are you recently? Lin Gongxuan was very terrified. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. The Pingyuan military camp is at the foot of the imperial city and has received the emperor's grace. Naturally, it is very good. That's good. The prince looked at the situation in the military camp while walking. In the past, you and Lin Erju were together, and the two of you were inseparable. I was really envious. Lin Gongxuan followed behind Li Yansheng, putting away his biting coldness. General Lin is a talented person. I will ask her for advice. Ha ha! Li Yansheng suddenly stopped. So, I have a good eye. Lin Gongxuan was furious. If Yu Jia knew that the man in front of her talked about her in such a vulgar tone, she would leave immediately. General Lin. Am I right? Li Yansheng looked at Lin Gongxuan meaningfully, with a playful smile on his lips. Your Highness's eye is naturally good. Lin Gongxuan replied expressionlessly. There is no one else here. Li Yansheng suddenly approached Lin Gongxuan, making him feel uncomfortable. But he couldn't get away. I'm asking you. If I take Lin Erju into the East Palace, will she be willing? Lin Gongxuan suddenly raised his head, and his anxious eyes fell into Li Yansheng's eyes. Your Highness, be careful with your words. Lin Erju is a general without roots appointed by the Emperor himself. Li Yansheng laughed. General Lin, why are you so anxious? I was just kidding you. Besides, this world will be mine in the future. If I am interested, what's the difficulty in changing Lin Erju's identity? Lin Gongxuan suppressed his anger and stopped talking. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's frustrated look, Li Yansheng felt very unhappy. It's just... Li Yansheng deliberately prolonged his voice. It's just what? Seeing that Lin Gongxuan mentioned that Lin Erju was no longer his usual calm and self-sustaining image, Li Yansheng felt very satisfied. It's just that I don't want to ruin someone's marriage. The two generals Lin are deeply in love, and they have been engaged since childhood. How can I bear it? I knew that this prince was not holding back. Lin Gongxuan really couldn't understand what this person, who didn't play by the rules, wanted to do. Now Lin Erju is a fierce general under me. I naturally hope that she can be well. In this way, Lin Gongxuan's guess was confirmed. It turned out that they came to win him over. However, in the current situation, staying neutral is the best way to protect himself. Otherwise, he would be dealt with by the Emperor before the Crown Prince succeeded to the throne. Your Highness, I am loyal to the great Zhou. I am loyal to the one who ascends the throne. You? Li Yansheng was furious. Are you so ungrateful? Lin Gongxuan knelt on the ground. Your Highness, please forgive me. I am a minister of the great Zhou. I want to protect the people of the great Zhou from the enemy. Now I am loyal to the Emperor. If your Highness succeeds to the throne, I will be loyal to your Highness. If you think I can still serve the great Zhou after your Highness ascends the throne, I will still be loyal to your Highness. Li Yansheng stood with his hands behind his back. The cold wind whistled past, blowing his clothes whistling. Chapter 395, Desire. After a long silence, Li Yansheng turned around and stared at Lin Gongxuan with a sinister look. Lin Gongxuan, I heard that you are very close to Lu Zhongwan. Lin Gongxuan did not deny it. After all, the grandson was his son. What could he do to Lu Zhongwan? He couldn't just kill his son's teacher in anger. I admire the talent of the grand tutor and would like to make friends with him. Lin Gongxuan, you must remember what you said today. Li Yansheng motioned him to stand up. You can be loyal to the Emperor before I ascend the throne, but you can't have any contact with the third brother anymore. If I find out that you and the third brother have any shameful dealings, I will be the first to kill Lin Erju. Hu. Yu Jia rubbed her nose. Changhair, hurry up and boil some medicine for me. I've caught a cold these 2 days. She murmured to herself. Who is thinking about me? Lin Gongxuan was speechless for a while. If Yu Jia knew that she was threatened by Li Yansheng because of him, she would definitely be anxious. Your Highness, I am responsible for my own actions. It has nothing to do with Lin Erju. I don't care who does what. What I want is that you live and die together. If I can't control you, how can I control Lin Erju? This time Li Yansheng was wrong. Lin Gongxuan's lips moved, but he didn't say it. Seeing his silence, Li Yansheng was naturally proud. He felt that he had Lin Gongxuan under control. General Lin, rest assured, if you don't ruin my good deeds, we can still be good monarchs and ministers. You are still the honorable general of the cavalry. Li Yansheng was very satisfied with this visit to the Pingyuan military camp. After staying here for half a day and symbolically inspecting the military camp, he returned to the East Palace. General, why did the prince come here? Fang Dashan was confused and felt that the behavior of people in high positions was incomprehensible. He really couldn't understand it. Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes in disdain. He came to show off his power and threaten me at the same time. Threaten you? You are under the control of the Emperor. How dare he do this? Fang Dashan really didn't understand Li Yansheng's trick. What's so strange about this? He didn't even think about who Lin Erju was. How dare he use her as a bargaining chip? It was so easy to say at this time. Lin Gongxiu completely forgot how flustered he was when Li Yansheng said that Yu Jia should enter the East Palace. As for Li Yansheng's words about not having any contact with Li Yanxiao, he was overthinking this. He wanted to kill his whole family, and he did his best not to fight back because of the previous kindness. How could he still have contact with Li Yanxiao? He thought so. But Yu Jia didn't think so. Yu Jia got the news from Lu Ying that Lu Hongmei had been locked up for not repenting. But she was worried. We must find a chance to kill this time bomb. Lu Ying expressed her concerns in the letter, fearing that Lin Daolong had some ideas in his mind. What ideas could he have? Thinking of Lin Daolong, she threw the letter on the table. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. In her memory, Lu Hongmei would never do such a cowardly thing. The Lin family was originally an outsider, and they suffered from the difficulties of the villagers in the early days. The relationship has finally eased over the years, and Lin's father has a close relationship with the village chief. When she came, she was back to square one. Lu Hongmei was stingy and liked to take advantage of small things. After arriving in Lingjiao village, this characteristic of hers was fully demonstrated. All day long, she either had a dispute with this family over the edge of the field, or had a dispute with that family over the chickens and ducks. She would only stop after a big fight with others. As a result, others naturally stopped associating with their family. It would be fine if she could not figure out these small matters. But she had also set her sights on Lin Erlang before. Lu Hongmei's mother's family had a stupid niece, who was about the same age as Lin Erlang. She was very attentive during that time, and wanted to match the two together. The explanation given was that the good things should not flow to outsiders. In the end, Lin Erlang wanted to chop her with a knife. This time, she wanted to sell the lives of the Lin family to the Jinui for money. And Yu Jia would not keep her no matter what. Yu Jia told Lu Ying to just do it, and leave the rest to her. Then, Yu Jia wrote a letter to Lin's father and mother. Yu Jia believed that they should be more clear than that stupid person about matters of life and death. Su Jingyang acted quite quickly. In just a few days, the cotton-padded jacket approved by the prince came down, and the quality was not comparable to the previous cotton-padded jackets. After seeing it, Yu Jia wanted to take Su Jingyang out for a drink on the spot. Su Jingyang blushed and refused repeatedly. Looking at Su Jingyang jogging all the way, Yu Jia was a little confused. What's wrong with this kid? It's okay to avoid me because of the cotton-padded jacket these days. But why is he still hiding from me after the task is completed? Goshing saw it clearly, and said with a hint of meaning, maybe you saw the general's talent and were conquered? Yu Jia was still smug. Really? She wiped her chin and posed in a pose that she thought was very handsome. It seems that the charm of this general is unstoppable. Chang Haier couldn't help but blurt it out when he saw it. But Goshing pulled his arm to stop him. Goshing shook his head gently. Onlookers see clearly, and our general is a rough one. So don't let her worry. Yu Jia couldn't understand men's thoughts, but these two saw it clearly. Therefore, when Su Jingyang was wandering around the gate of the yard in the evening, he was ridiculed by Chang Hai. Captain Su has something important to report to our general. No, not really. Su Jingyang was flustered. He didn't know how he got here. Oh, then Captain Su came to see the moon in front of our general's door? Su Jingyang looked up at the gloomy sky, without a single star. Yeah, right. Chang Haier laughed. Captain Su is joking. Where is the moon here? Our general is careless. Are you careless too? Speaking of Yu Jia, Su Jingyang stood unsteadily. I am careless. Hey, Captain Su, you said this man is really a man. Su Jingyang was puzzled. What do you mean? Chang Haier talked freely. There was a female medical officer in our military camp before, and she was very thoughtful. She was very beautiful, and she spoke softly. She loves our general. Really? Su Jingyang became curious. Then what? Does the general know her feelings? Chang Haier waved his hand with a look of contempt. Is our general the kind of person who indulges in love? She thinks about the military camp or the battlefield all day long. How could she care about these love affairs? Su Jingyang just breathed a sigh of relief, and heard Chang Haier continue. Our general is very charming. Not only is there a female medical officer who loves her, but there is also a bold man who covets her. Su Jingyang felt like his face was burning. Chapter 396. Block the bad luck in love. The general is so charming that no one can stop him. Su Jingyang murmured. His eyes passed Chang Haier, and looked at the dark and distant room. Chang Haier looked back along Su Jingyang's line of sight and chuckled. Of course. If our general had no charm, how could so many people follow her to fight? It's just that, Chang Haier said with a hint of meaning. This person must know himself and dare not think about things that he shouldn't think about. Su Jingyang frowned when he heard this. Why? I hear there's something else in your words. Just say whatever you want to say. Chang Haier covered his mouth and laughed. How can I say this? Su Jingyang is a man of blood after all. He thinks he is one of the best young men in the capital. In terms of family background, status, and appearance, what is wrong? Here, you have to know yourself if you are still being bullied. Stop talking nonsense. Just say it. Ouch. Chang Haier has such a bad temper. If he were in the village, no one would dare to talk to him like this. Hit the snake at its weakest point, and scold people to hurt their hearts. Chang Haier put away his smile and said seriously, Our general is a master of martial arts and outstanding achievements. He can reach this position today by himself. Every scar on her body can prove it. She despises those who rely on family power to get to the top the most in her life. Do you understand what I mean? Su Jingyang's anger was extinguished. Chang Haier was telling the truth. He did rely on his family's connections to enter the military camp. Seeing Su Jingyang remain silent, Chang Haier took advantage of the situation. Also, our general likes the cute little beauty, not the dark and strong man. After saying this, Chang Haier quickly closed the door and bolted it. He was not afraid of Su Jingyang's rebuttal, but he was afraid that he would suddenly take action. Su Jingyang stared at the closed door, feeling very disappointed. His head was filled with emptiness and numbness, and some shame and anger. Chang Haier said the truth, and he could not deny it. Waves in the waves. Chang Haier stood in front of the desk like a victorious rooster, grinning. Seeing that Yujiao was only staring at the letter in his hand, he coughed twice. But Yujiao was still indifferent. So Chang Haier coughed twice again. If you catch a cold, go to the military medical camp to get some medicine. Yujiao stared at the letter intently. If you have water in your head, let Goshing shake it for you. It will definitely cure you. Chang Haier said, Hi, General. Why don't you ask me why I'm so happy? Yujiao picked up another letter and compared it carefully. When did you learn to keep people in suspense? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. Chang Haier then approached Yujiao. General, I just helped you block that bad peach blossom. Yujiao put down the letter in her hand after hearing this, her face full of question marks. What bad peach blossom? Seeing Yujia's surprised look, Chang Haier was as heartbroken as an old mother. It seemed that if she was one step later, the cabbage that was carefully raised at home would be taken away by the pig. General, didn't you notice that Su Jingyang was a little bit strange to you? Yujiao tilted his head and thought for a while. Something wrong? You have been avoiding me these days, and you are not as aggressive as before. Isn't this because I conquered you? She continued happily. Su Jingyang must have been conquered by my personality charm, convinced and completely surrendered to me. Chang Haier rolled his eyes. General, you really know how to flatter yourself. Seeing that Yujiao was still not enlightened, Chang Haier directly brought up the topic. Well, Su Jingyang may have developed a romantic relationship with you. Yujiao was so frightened that he almost knocked over the inkstone on the desk. What nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible? During these days in the Jizhou military camp, what else did this ancestor do besides causing trouble for me? General, he even helped you a lot. Chang Haier really couldn't stand Yujia's stupidity. My sister just got back in favor, and she asked for your cotton clothes. Who else in the world can do this? Lin Gongxuan. Yujiao looked as if it was a matter of course. If Lin Gongxuan was here, I wouldn't have to worry about these things. Chang Haier was choked, and he stroked his chest in frustration. That's right. You are already taken. Hey, why did we go astray? Chang Haier supported the documents with both hands and said unhappily, General, Su Jingyang has thoughts about you that he shouldn't have. Be careful in the future. Yujiao scratched his head. Su Jingyang actually discovered my identity so quickly. Her eyes were sharp, and she exuded murderous aura. It seems that this person cannot be kept. Chang Haier's pupil shrank. My dear General, I have feelings for you. Not for any crime that deserves death. Besides, I didn't know you were a woman. Ah? Yujiao was even more confused. You didn't know I was a woman. Suddenly, She covered her mouth. The round eyes were full of disbelief. He likes this? Suddenly, she put down her hand and shook her head. No. If he likes this, he should also have feelings for you. Right? Chang Hai rolled his eyes. This was the first time someone had teased him about this since he came back from Nanman. However, he knew that Yu Jia had no other intentions. In fact, it was not as difficult as imagined to bring this matter to the surface. Everyone has their own preferences. Chang Hai's eyes were ambiguous. Su Jingyang has the wrong feelings for you. And I have warned him. That's good. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from Lin Gongxuan's confession, she had never met anyone else who confessed. When Lin Gongxuan confessed to her for the first time, her panic overshadowed her surprise. Chang Hai made the decision for her, so she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The war started on the winter solstice. The Northern Desert King's court was naturally unwilling to lose 2 generals to Yu Jia. In addition to these 2 generals, Beima sent a new generation of young generals to fight. The information that Lin Gongxuan gave Yu Jia in advance did not include any information about the young generals. Yu Jia's heart was alarmed. General, don't worry. Those veterans who have been fighting on the battlefield for many years can be defeated by you. This Elisho has not even grown all his hair. How can he be your opponent? Chang Hai analyzed with a smile. But Yu Jia shook her head and analyzed calmly. The surname of the king of Beima is Tuoba. And those who can catch the eye must have the blessing of family power. And this Eli is not a big surname. But he can be reused by Beima. So he must have talent. It is possible that he is another Lin Gongxuan. Lin Erju. Chapter 397, Challenge Before the Battle. In Beima, He Lishio was also studying Yu Jia. Lin Erju, born in the grass, was able to sit in the position of general at a young age. He must not be an ordinary person. And the 2 veterans of Tuoba Hanyu both died at her hands. So she should not be underestimated. He Lishio looked at the file seriously. When they meet on a narrow road, it depends on who will win. Yu Jia's prediction was right. As soon as he got the news that Beima had changed its commander, he was attacked. The drums of war sounded, and the entire Jizhou military camp was ready. Yu Jia was wearing armor and looked serious. The mood of the commander could affect the mood of the soldiers. When everyone saw Yu Jia's slight nervousness, they became nervous too. The Tatars of the northern desert are coming with great force this time, so we must not be careless. The Tatars came to challenge. But what Yu Jia did not expect was that He Lishio actually led his troops to come in person. Since the Tatars valued her so much, she could not lose her manners. Yu Jia personally went to fight. When both sides saw the people in the file, they became solemn. Yu Jia thought that He Lishio was young, but she did not expect him to be so young. With a melon seed face, peach blossom eyes, and a slender figure, if he wore a long gown and stood on the roadside, he would be the image of a weak scholar. And He Lishio saw that Yu Jia had the same idea. The white-faced Yama was indeed as described in the file. He thought that what was described in the file was exaggerated. And this was very unexpected to Yu Jia. Yu Jia spoke first. You little brat. You're actually here to challenge me. You're still brave. It's the same for you. You little brat actually dared to accept the challenge. You really didn't disappoint me. When He Lishio said this, the battalion officers behind Yu Jia all looked at her. Yu Jia was used to being venomous on weekdays, but she didn't expect to meet such a tough guy here. Yu Jia couldn't be timid at this time, since she met another person who could argue. Yu Jia had to do her best. You're talking nonsense here when I'm fighting. Who knows where you're drinking milk? Yu Jia continued. Oh no. You can't even find a wet nurse to drink milk. Because Beima won't raise such a skinny kid. The soldiers in the Jizhou military camp burst into laughter. But soon they could no longer laugh. Oh. I am a skinny boy. But I am much better than you. A woman who can't grow up. This was an ineffective attack on Jia. But it was like rubbing salt into the wounds of the camp officers. This shameless kid. We will fight you. Yu Jia waved his hand to stop him. My mother has always told me to be polite to others since I was a child. After meeting you, I realized that what my mother said might not be entirely true. He Lishio. You are a fool made up of various organs. And I, a tolerant person, will not bother with you. He Lishio did not know what fool meant. But seeing Yu Jia's smug look, he knew it was not a good word. Rootless boy. Meeting me today is the day of your death. Let's fight to the death. Yu Jia looked at his shiny scimitar and felt frightened. This was the pressure from the strong. However, In such an occasion, if you were scared, you would lose half the battle. Yu Jia clenched the long sword in her hand and shouted, "Let's go and fight!" She took the lead in riding a horse to fight. He Lishio swung his sword in the air and drew a circle. And the air cracked. Yu Jia stepped forward under the pressure. The blades of the two collided. And Yu Jia and her horse retreated a few steps. Cheers came from the Tatar camp. The setback before the battle was not only a matter of face. In order to boost the morale of the soldiers, Yu Jia stepped forward. Before she could get close, He Lishio's long sword came rushing towards her with a chill. Yu Jia lay flat and dodged the sword. When she stood up, He Lishio's long sword was already close to her. "General, be careful." "Oh, Lin urged you. Be careful." Yu Jia had to turn over and dismount. She grabbed the saddle with one hand and stabbed He Lishio with the other hand. It happened suddenly, and all the actions were in an instant. He Lishio was a little surprised when Yu Jia's long sword stabbed. However, he still dodged it by inertia. Taking advantage of the moment when He Lishio dodged the sword, Yu Jia turned over and mounted the horse. When facing He Lishio, you can't fight head-on. She had to rely on her flexible posture to win by tricks. As soon as she sat on the saddle, He Lishio on the other side had already reacted. He swung his long sword and slashed at Yu Jia again. Yu Jia couldn't dodge in time, so she had to take the sword to block it. Yu Jia's throat felt fishy and sweet after the shock. She swallowed her saliva and swung the long sword with her backhand, and the blade sparked sparks. He Lishio didn't expect Yu Jia's arm strength to be so strong, and was almost scratched by her sword. "Good sword. Our general is still good." Little did he know that Yu Jia was already a strong bow. Her chest was no longer a small tingling feeling, but waves of pain swept over her, making her tremble all over. He Lishio seized the opportunity, patted the horse's back, turned over, jumped off the horse and stabbed Yu Jia. In a flash, Yu Jia felt the coldness, and only the sharp blade was in her eyes. It seems that there is no way to escape. Yu Jia is a little tired, so let it be. It is worth it to come here. With a bang, a violent collision sound came to my ears. What are you in a daze? Are you going to die? Yu Jia opened her eyes and saw Su Jingyang and He Lishio fighting together. Both of them are brave young men, and for a moment they are evenly matched. Chang Hai hurriedly rode to Yu Jia's side. "Brother Erju, are you okay?" Yu Jia suppressed the sweet feeling in his chest. "I'm fine." Chang Hai turned his head and looked at the two people fighting on the battlefield. "Well, I think I said something wrong to Su Jingyang yesterday. It is a taboo to change people in the middle of the battle. The morale of the Jizhou military camp has been dispersed." At this moment, Su Jingyang did not lose the battle and undoubtedly inspired the soldiers. "Captain Su, it is true that a tiger father has a dog son." Chang Hai's face became even hotter. "You people of Dezhou are shameless. If you can't beat them, change people. Do you still have shame?" "No," Yu Jia shouted. "We are shameless." "So what? Tatar, you look at me, I look at you. I have never seen such a shameless person. No, it's such a blatant and shameless person." Yu Jia curled his lips. How much is face worth compared to life? The Tatars saw that the other side was so shameless, and their main general was entangled again, and they didn't know how to react. Yu Jia simply went all out, made a gesture, and the vanguard camp rushed forward. "What's the matter? Isn't it a challenge? How did it become a confrontation?" Yu Jia didn't care about these things. Since the rules have been broken, then break it thoroughly. Charge. Kill these Tatars to avenge our brothers and sisters. Yu Jia called for 100 responses, and the two sides wrestled together. This challenge, no one got a good result. The drums of war sounded, and the two sides temporarily stopped fighting. Yu Jia quickly gathered all the camp officers for a meeting. Chapter 398, Physical Weakness. He Lishio is coming aggressively and his background is unknown, so we should be careful. Xiao Shiming then reported the casualties of the vanguard camp, and the situation was not optimistic. "Do you need to tell me?" Su Jingyang glanced at Yu Jia unhappily, and then continued. "This is a wolf cub, and a crazy wolf cub. This is undeniable." Looking at He Lishio's energy on the battlefield, it is known that he is a man who does not care about his life. Send someone to check the situation at He Lishio's home. Quickly, Yu Jia comforted everyone. What happened on the battlefield today was beyond everyone's expectations. She knew that the enemy was coming aggressively, but she did not expect it to be so fierce. General, according to today's fighting style, should we ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for reinforcements? Yu Jia frowned and squinted at Xian Jihao. We have enough soldiers in the Jizhou military camp, so it's not time to ask for reinforcements. He Laishou has no past historical achievements, so we can't figure out his fighting habits. We can only keep the same in the face of change. Su Jingyang was the first to object. General, we can't be timid. This is not like your usual style. He gritted his teeth when he thought of today's situation. We can't let this kid get away with it. General, let me send troops so that we can vent our anger. Captain Su, calm down. Yu Jia stopped him. The more we are at this time, the more we can't lose our composure. Perhaps angering us and making us lose our minds is also part of his plan. After finally calming Su Jingyang down, Yu Jia let the soldiers rest first. When the battalion officers left the yard, Yu Jia spat out a mouthful of blood. Erju! Brother Erju! Chang Haier and Go Sheng hurriedly supported Yu Jia and helped her to the bedside. I'll go call the doctor. Chang Haier ran and shouted. With a sad voice, Yu Jia glanced at Chang Haier, and she could feel the strength in her body gradually disappearing. Erju, lie down. Go Sheng's hand holding Yu Jia was trembling a little. At this moment, Yu Jia looked like a glass doll in his eyes. So fragile. Go Sheng, I'm fine. Yu Jia weakly grabbed Go Sheng's arm. The Great Zhou hasn't settled down yet. How can I fall down? Go Sheng squatted down and looked at Yu Jia up and down. This is not your responsibility. You should rest well. Let them do the fighting. Go Sheng's tears rolled as he said this. How could Yu Jia stop? Look at Su Jingyang. If he hadn't suppressed He Laishou today, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to get off the field. The battlefield is a man's battlefield after all. You don't have to work so hard. Yu Jia shook his head and closed his eyes. All he could see were the children playing and fighting in the courtyard. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had regained their usual sharpness. Go Sheng, if I don't go to hell, who will? If I can trade my broken body for peace at the border, I'll be happy with it. Go Sheng stood up. What nonsense are you talking about? What broken body? Erju, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you usually use idioms randomly. Do you still need to be so picky about words in front of me? Get well soon. Our General Lin is waiting for you to reunite with us. Outside the house, Chang Haier's anxious voice urged him, mixed with the old echo of the doctor. Hey, we are on the way. After a while, Chang Haier pulled the doctor into the room. General, we're back. Old man, please take a closer look at our general. The weather was cold, and beads of sweat oozed from the doctor's forehead. He didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly opened the medicine box. Yu Jia looked at the doctor's messy clothes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Take your time. We're not in a hurry. The doctor's hands kept moving, placing the pulse pad on the bedside. General, please lie down and put your wrist on the pulse pad. Yu Jia did as he was told. The doctor put his fingers on Yu Jia's wrist, and in just a moment, he returned to normal from surprise. He used his peripheral vision to look at the expressions of the three people in the room and closed his eyes. It was a close call. If he dared to show anything, he might have lost his head in the next second. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of worry. General, you are not feeling well. What's wrong? What can be wrong? Chang Haier grabbed the doctor and stared at him fiercely. Why are you talking nonsense? Old man, I asked you to treat the general, not to say these depressing words. Chang Haier. Yu Jia lay down on the bed and was too weak to get up. Let go of the old man. The doctor grabbed Chang Haier's hand tremblingly. Oh! Let the old man go. Go Sheng went forward and slowly pried Chang Haier's hands apart. Let go. And listen to the doctor's detailed account. Chang Haier then let go of the doctors indignantly. Tell me the general situation in detail. If you hide anything, you'll be dead. The doctor responded hurriedly. But in this case, some things must be made clear. The doctor chose the latter between pretending to be deaf and dumb and saving his life. He muttered to himself that he was really unlucky. In the past, Lao Xiao was responsible for the general's injuries. How could it be so coincidental today that he was drafted into the army? It can be seen that Lao Xiao knew the general's identity. If you go all out, you will not get any good results. So you might as well give it a try. General, I dare to ask you. When did you have your first menstruation? Yu Jia tilted her head and thought seriously. It seems to be the year before last. Well, when I was 15 years old. She didn't care. In modern times, she had heard many cases of delayed menstruation due to malnutrition. So, she didn't think there was anything wrong with her body. The doctor shook his head. General, most women in the Great Zhou dynasty had their menstruation at the age of 12 or 13. And 16 was considered an adult. You are too late. It's too late. What does it have to do with the general's current health? Chang Haier said unhappily. Can this kill you? The doctor shook his head. Menstruation plays a vital role in a woman's body. It's so late that it means that the body is already weak. Did the general catch a cold when he was a child or didn't eat enough? Yu Jia shook her head. In the Lin family, all the delicious food was close to her, so it was impossible. As for catching a cold, it was probably the time when she traveled through time and was pulled out of the ice hole in the snow. She caught a cold and almost froze to death. The doctor suddenly realized. That's right. At this time, the general's body had been eroded by the cold. If the subsequent rest can keep up, the impact will not be great. Yu Jia understood. But unfortunately, she didn't keep up. After traveling through time, she was obsessed with fulfilling Lun Yang's last wish. So how could she pay attention to her own body? Chapter 399 As long as we can win. After that, she entered the military camp, adding more burden to her already damaged body. General, what I said is only one of the reasons. The doctor continued, from your pulse, you have been poisoned. Although it was cured in time, the subsequent recuperation did not keep up. Yu Jia remembered this very clearly. At that time, he was poisoned by the 5 elements powder in the Black Wind village. And he took the antidote in time. So there should be no sequelae. I took the antidote at that time. Why did I need to recuperate? The doctor shook his head. This poison is a chronic poison. Even if it was cured at that time, I still had to take medicine later. No wonder he had such a strange expression when he got the antidote from that person. It turns out that he had a backup plan. Yu Jia chuckled, thinking that he had been cautious since he crossed over. But he still got tricked. Seeing Yu Jia's expression, the doctor sighed. These have made the general's body overwhelmed. And you are too worried and injured from time to time. Now there is no way to save him. With a sizzle, the doctor's clothes were torn. Chang Haier grabbed his collar at this time and said word by word. What do you mean by no way to save him? You old man. Tell me what it means to be no way to save him. You quack. My brother Erju wants to live a long life. I will beat you to death for being such a badass. Chang Haier. Before Jia could stop him, Gosheng had already grabbed him and rescued the doctor who was choking him. Don't make trouble. Gosheng still had a glimmer of hope. Let's see if the follow-up treatment can keep up. Didn't the old man say that follow-up treatment is also important? The doctor used his hand to smooth his breath. He couldn't speak. He could only shake his head. What do you mean by shaking your head? Gosheng stared at him with a fierce look at his eyes. This made the doctor feel a strong murderous aura. Even more terrifying than Chang Haier just now. He looked helplessly at Yu Jia on the bed. General. Yu Jia signaled him not to be afraid. Calm down. You too? Ahem. Yu Jia coughed twice. And the two came to Yu Jia. Don't be impulsive. Let's see if there is any way to take care of your body. Maybe. Like what is said in the storybook. There is a magic medicine. Or a rare medicine that can save my life. The two set their sights on the doctor again. For a moment, the doctor felt that his feet were jumping back and forth at the gate of hell. Which was very exciting. Well, the strategy one give is to hang him with ginseng soup first. Before he finished speaking, he was knocked to the ground by Gosheng's palm. Seeing that he was about to attack, Chang Haier hugged him. Gosheng. Calm down. Gosheng couldn't calm down at all. He just felt that something was about to burst out of his mind. Hang. When his sister was in trouble, the doctor told him that it would be useless even if they used ginseng to hang her. Now, he heard the word hang again. Do you mean there is no other way? The doctor covered his chest, wanting to cry but unable to. Sir, please spare me. I am not very talented and knowledgeable. I am afraid that I will delay the general's injury. Please ask for help from someone else. Seeing this, Yu Jia spat out another mouthful of blood. You all calm down. The bright red blood on her lips looked very beautiful. However, several people couldn't help crying when they saw the scene in front of them. Gosheng pulled Changhai away and knelt beside Yujia's bed. Urju, what should we do? Gosheng burst into tears. And Changhai was so angry that she started crying too. The sad and distant crying sound came out from the yard. And the passing sentry was a little surprised. What's wrong? Changhai was beaten again? No. It seems that Gosheng is crying. Could it be that Changhai was beaten by the general? And Gosheng felt sorry for him, so he cried? Various speculations came one after another. And Yu Jia no longer cared. Because He Laishou came to challenge again. Yu Jia forced himself to put on the armor. The weight of the armor added to Yu Jia's burden. General, let's not go. Changhai looked at Yu Jia's pale face, and was very worried. Yu Jia shook his head. As a general of the Jizhou military camp, how can I be a coward? Even if I am carried today, I have to go up to the tower. When he came to the tower, Yu Jia saw the dense totters under the city. He Laishou in front of him looked high-spirited. What a handsome young man. Lin Erju, why don't you dare to leave the city today? Are you afraid? The totters behind him laughed and scolded him as a coward. Yu Jia snorted coldly, holding a homemade trumpet and shouting, how can I let this general come out to subdue you? This sentence almost made Yu Jia lose her balance. And she quickly supported herself on the city wall with her other hand. The men of my great Zhou are all good men. And any one of them can make you a yellow-haired boy pay for it. Su Jingyang rode out of the city gate. He Laishou looked carefully and found that it was the man who fought with him yesterday. It's you again. The great Zhou really has no one left. And they sent the same person again. Su Jingyang looked impatient. Isn't it enough to beat you? Why are you a little boy nagging? Come on. Su Jingyang waved his spear and took the lead in the battle. Soon, the two of them were fighting back and forth. Yu Jia saw it clearly from the city wall. Su Jingyang's style was obviously cultivated by aristocratic families. Too routine. He Laishou, on the other hand, was a wild style, fighting wherever there was an opportunity. Seeing this, Yu Jia had some ideas in his mind. If it was a short period of time, Su Jingyang might be able to suppress He Laishou. But over time, Su Jingyang's shortcomings appeared. And according to He Laishou's way of doing things, he might have the upper hand. Sound the horn to call back the troops. Gosheng was a little puzzled. But he didn't ask, and went to convey the order. What's the matter? I haven't had enough fun yet. Su Jingyang returned to the military camp with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Yu Jia's patience reached its peak at this time. If it were normal days, he would have probably already started. Within 20 moves, you will definitely lose. Don't you expect me to do well? Although Su Jingyang was unwilling, he did agree with Yu Jia's point of view. Su Jingyang, put down your airs, and put down what you have learned. Take out the posture you used to stir up trouble in the capital, and hit He Laishou as much as you want. This is a battlefield. You don't have to care about your family, your face, or even your self-esteem. Yu Jia took a breath and continued. Here, you only have one thought. You have to win. Only if you win, there will be hope for the Jizhou military camp and the great Zhou. Su Jingyang touched his nose. A little shocked. It's like I'm very important. Chapter 400 Very important. You are important. Yu Jia said word by word. Seeing Su Jingyang's face full of surprise and a little touched, Yu Jia felt a little complacent. She had practiced these words and expressions in front of the mirror in advance. Little guy. This can't get you? You are the first person who said I am important. What? Su Jingyang's sudden words interrupted Yu Jia's subsequent thoughts. Before Yu Jia continued to speak, Su Jingyang spoke to himself. From childhood to adulthood, my father often told me that family is the most important thing. His thoughts were far away, as if he was recalling the scenes of his childhood, as if he was feeling nostalgic. It's as if we are not his children, but just pawns of the family. A trace of self-mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. At that time, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi made many military achievements in the military camp, and his deeds were widely circulated in the capital. My father sent me to the military camp to emulate him. In fact, the sensation caused by Li Yanxiao at that time was not only imitated by Su Jingyang's father, but also by the noble children in the capital. However, life in the military camp was really hard, and many children of noble families did not persist. Few people who came with Su Jingyang could stay. My sister clearly had a man she loved, but in the end, for the sake of the family's interests, she was still given to the prince. We are the pawns in our father's hands. Right? We were never ourselves, and could not live our own lives. He looked at Yujia, and there was another emotion in his eyes. Ahem. Su Jingyang lowered his head to hide it. He knew it was wrong. But Yujia was like a shining little sun. He couldn't help but circle around Yujia. How could it be? Yujia was a little amused. Su Jingyang, do you know what to say about your behavior? It's called being in a blessing, and not knowing how to be blessed. Su Jingyang looked up at her. The latter's face was a little pale, but the brilliance in her eyes was shining. You know? I envy you people. Yujia suppressed her expression. You have been living a life of luxury since childhood, enjoying all the conveniences brought by your family. What's wrong with making some sacrifices? Don't rush to refute. Yujia sighed. You probably haven't fought with others for food. Have you? Yeah. She tilted her head and thought carefully about the scene at that time. It was just that many children fought for a moldy steamed bun. This steamed bun may not be as good as dog food in your eyes, but it is the life-saving rations of a family. Su Jingyang glanced at her. You are used to deceiving people. Who knows if what you said is true or not? Of course it is true. More real than gold. Yujia sat upright and found that her chest began to hurt again. So she bit her waist again. My eldest brother was born taller, after he and a group of children snatched the buns given by the nobleman. My mother crushed them and put them in the soup pot. Our whole family ate them all day long. Seeing Su Jingyang's jaw drop, Yujia was very satisfied. This scene is not a story, but what Lunyan experienced in Yujia's memory. You have never been hungry. So how can you know the feeling of being hungry to the point of vomiting? Don't tell me about the words of I would rather die than live without freedom. The greatest needs of human beings are to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Only when these are satisfied, you are qualified to think about other things. Your family did not let you starve, so you have other thoughts. Yujia looked at Su Jingyang solemnly. Jingyang, you should thank your family. First of all, they let you survive. As long as you survive, anything is possible. Suddenly, she changed into a playful smile again. Isn't your chance here now? Haven't you heard anything since you fought Eliseo? Su Jingyang's eyes moved slightly. He heard it. The soldiers in the camp were talking about him, saying that he didn't look like someone who got in through the back door. And he was still quite capable. Yujia's words made Su Jingyang's emotions extend from his dantian to his heart. He looked at the fair-skinned boy in front of him. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and the lingering meaning in his eyes seemed to be no longer suppressed. But don't be too proud. Yujia raised her hand and poured a glass of water to Su Jingyang. There are still tough battles to fight next. My old injury has recurred these 2 days. You should be careful. Ahem. Yujia's face flushed. She felt very stuffy in the room. Go Sheng. No one responded to her. Chong Hire? Still no one responded. Where did these 2 guys go when they were lazy? Hey, I'm a general now, and I still have to open the window myself. As she was about to get up, she was suddenly pressed down by a strong force on her shoulder. Yujia looked at the slender, thin, and distinctly knuckled fingers on her shoulder, and was stunned for a moment. The latter seemed to have noticed her gaze, and withdrew his fingers in a panic. I'll go open it. Ha. Okay. Thank you for troubling Captain Su. After Yujia interrupted him, Su Jingyang sobered up a lot. He stood in front of the window, breathing the cold wind outside the window, feeling a little regretful. Su Jingyang, you are a child raised by a clan. How could you have a crush on that pretty boy? When he turned around, he had returned to normal. I understand what the general means, and I will go back and prepare for the battle. With that, the young man walked out of the yard without looking back. Yujia stretched his head and saw that Su Jingyang had disappeared, and touched his chest with lingering fear. Oh my goodness! Why is it so scary? Yujia felt scared. How could she not understand the emotion in Su Jingyang's eyes? It was very similar to Lin Gongxuan at the beginning. Oh, General, you are so eloquent now. Yujia rolled her eyes. Chong Haya was the first to come out of the back door of the room, followed by Go Sheng, who looked constipated, and Lu Kuifeng, who seemed to be smiling. What's the matter, Master Wang? Have you seen enough of the excitement? Chong Haya sat down next to Yujia with a smile. How dare I laugh at your joke? Yujia glared at him, picked up the teacup and drank the tea. Bah! The tea is cold. Hurry up and add some hot tea for me. Every day. Lu Kuifeng couldn't help laughing. Chang Hai is right. The general is very eloquent. Yu Jia stuffed the teacup into Chang Hai's hand. With the meaning of a girl's coquettishness. Even you want to make fun of me? Lu Kuifeng's nose was sour. And he pursed his lips to suppress the sourness. Yu Jia is younger than his son. During the time with her, he had already regarded Yu Jia as his daughter. Now, Yu Jia's body is like this again. And he can't help feeling sour every time he thinks of it. Oh! 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 Why is the military advisor silent? Has he been conquered by my charm? Yu Jia said. And blinked mischievously. Lu Kuifeng couldn't help laughing. Shook his head and laughed. You? I can't beat you.